Chapter 368. Due to Assistant Minister Zhou Zhong's public confession, the left Assistant Minister Li Yi of the Ministry of Personnel, who was framed for treason 14 years ago, was finally vindicated today. A rank 4 official of the imperial court was exterminated because of false accusations. This was a great insult to the imperial court and the great Zhou. Although His Majesty had issued a decree to declare Lord Li's innocence, what had happened could never be undone. Outside the imperial city, the commoners were filled with righteous indignation when they saw the notice posted on the city wall. The culprits from back then could have been pardoned with the death exemption medallion. Why was Lord Zhou banished? Lord Li was loyal to the emperor and his country. In the end, the lives of his family were worth less than a few broken medallions? The reality is even more absurd than the dramas. How sad, how sad. Have you seen the new drama, Zhao's Orphan? It's clearly about Lord Li. Not yet. Hearing you say that, I'll have to go and take a look. In a mansion in the southern courtyard. The Duke of Nanyang, who had been pardoned with the death exemption medallion but lost his position as the Minister of Personnel, frowned deeply and said in a gloomy voice, Zhou Zhong is only banished. These crimes are enough for him to die twice. His Majesty is obviously siding with him. A person beside him said, forget it. It's just a matter of time. How many of the criminals who have been banished have been able to live for more than half a year? The Duke of Nanyang said indignantly, I can't take this lying down. It took me more than 10 years to climb to this position. Because of Zhou Zhong, I have nothing now. I can't wait to kill him. That person was silent for a moment before saying, even if you want to kill him, you can't do it now. Once he leaves the capital, no one will care if he's dead or alive. Right now, there's another important matter. The Duke of Nanyang asked, what is it? The person said, have you forgotten that Li Yi's daughter is still imprisoned in the imperial clan temple? After being reminded by him, Commandery Prince Nanyang recalled that this matter had started because Li Yi's daughter had assassinated 5 imperial court officials to avenge her father. This had triggered the old case. However, in recent days, his attention had been focused on the old case and he had completely forgotten about this matter. That person continued, during this period of time, that Li Mu went in and out of the Zongjing temple many times. He would visit this woman almost every day. It seems that they knew each other before. The reason he wanted to reverse the verdict for Li Yi was probably because of this woman. Royal Prince Nanyang narrowed his eyes and said, these are 2 completely different cases. I would like to see how Li Mu will save her, unless he can convince His Majesty to grant him a death exemption medallion. The person next to him had a playful smile on his face as he said, a large part of the reason for Li Yi's death was because he opposed the death exemption golden medallion. If he used the death exemption golden medallion to save that woman, then it would be the biggest joke. If he didn't use the death exemption golden medallion, then the woman would be dead. Hee, what choice would he make? Royal Prince Nanyang asked, what if he really begs His Majesty to grant him the death exemption golden medallion? Bewitching the Son of Heaven, treacherous officials who will harm the country. Murderous intent appeared in that person's eyes as he said, clean up the Emperor's subordinates and punish treacherous officials. Northern County. Countless people gathered under the city walls and looked at the notice posted on the city walls. They were pointing and discussing. Most of the commoners were illiterate and only came to join in the fun. They did not know what was going on. Someone scratched his head and asked, is there anyone who is illiterate? Help me take a look. What is written on this notice? Let me take a look. A middle-aged scholar squeezed into the crowd. After looking at the notice, he said, it says that more than 10 years ago, there was a high-ranking official who served the country and the people in the divine capital. Because he offended the nobles, he was framed for treason and his entire family was executed. A few days ago, the imperial court cleared his name. The northern county was far away from the divine capital. The commoners did not know what happened in the divine capital, nor did they know the high-ranking officials in the divine capital. However, someone was confused and said, why does this sound like the play that the Yunyan Pavilion put on a few days ago? The middle-aged scholar sighed and said, this play was actually written for him. This lordly used to be a good official who was loved by the commoners. In the divine capital, he was called Li Qing Tian by the commoners. Unfortunately, he always worked for the commoners and went against the nobles. After offending the nobles, he was framed and his entire family was exterminated. He was wronged for more than 10 years. If not for his daughter avenging her father by killing the officials who framed him back then and alerting the imperial court, no one would have cleared his name. There's actually such a thing? It's even more dramatic than a play, even I want to watch that play. Unfortunately, I don't have the money, who did not like to listen to plays. However, to the commoners, being able to eat and wear was already a luxury. Wouldn't it be better to spend a few coins to buy steamed rice? Spending money to listen to plays was the life of the rich. At this moment, someone asked, "Don't you know that the Yunyan Pavilion is not paying for the plays these days?" Someone was shocked. There's such a good thing. It's not just the Yunyan Pavilion. In the past few days, there's also a stage set up by the official road outside the city. It's free to perform. Those who have the money can attend it. Those who don't have the money can also attend it, so the stage at the city gate is for watching plays. If they said that it's free, I would have gone to watch it. Let's go together, wait for me. The commoners did not have much entertainment, so they were naturally happy to watch a play that they could watch for free. The Yunyan Pavilion's theater was filled to the brim. The area around the stage outside the city was also filled with commoners. It was the slack period, so there were not many opportunities like this. The commoners in the surrounding area carried stools before the sun rose. The play was called The Orphan of the Zhao Family. It told the story of an official of the Zhao family from the previous dynasty. Because he often sought justice for the commoners, he offended the nobles in the capital. He was framed by a treacherous official and his family was exterminated. The surviving orphan of the Zhao family endured for many years to avenge his family. The story of the play was twisted and bizarre, with climax after climax. At the end, the orphan of the Zhao family killed the treacherous official with his own hands to avenge his father. It was so satisfying that the commoners could not help but think of Do-E's injustice. The commoners loved to watch plots where good had good karma and evil had evil retribution. This was not the only reason why the play was so popular. It was also because the content of the play was not fabricated. Instead, it was based on the original. The official of the Zhao family in the play was Li Yi, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, whose entire family was exterminated because of the crime of treason. The empress had already informed the 36 counties of the Great Zhou of his injustice. Most of the commoners knew about it. Sigh, he's already dead. What's the use of redressing the injustice? Why can those people still use the death exemption golden medallion to save their lives? They should all be buried with that lord. It's a pity that the imperial court is controlled by those people. That lord's daughter had no way to redress the injustice. She was forced to take revenge on those corrupt officials. I wonder how the imperial court will deal with her. What else can they do? They'll definitely give her the death penalty. After all, she violated the law. *T the law. Is the law used to protect the murderer? The law can't give justice to others, but it doesn't allow them to seek justice for themselves. Why can those people continue to enjoy glory, splendor, and wealth after framing others and destroying their families? Why can't even leave behind the last bloodline of those who were wrongfully killed? What kind of *T justice is this? The imperial court announced this to the world and let the commoners of the 36 counties know about this matter. They originally wanted to give justice to Li Yi. Unexpectedly, after the commoners learned about the inside story, they became even angrier. The official who was framed for treason was redressed, but what about those who harmed him back then? They were still alive and well and continued to be people above others. However, that lord's only descendant was going to be executed. What was the point of such redressing? The so-called law was only used to restrain the commoners. Those nobles could treat the law as nothing. With a token, they could avoid the death penalty. In their eyes, the commoners were no different from livestock that could be killed at will. Under such anger, someone finally could not help but say, if that lord's bloodline is cut off, there will really be no justice. Why don't we protest the imperial court with blood and protect that lord's bloodline? As soon as this was said, it immediately received the response of many people below the stage. I agree. Count me in. My family sells cloth. I'll pay for the cloth used for the blood letter. I'll go back and ask the village chief to mobilize the entire village. In just a short day, there was a blood letter movement in the North County. The angry commoners ran around and tens of thousands of commoners pressed their fingerprints on the white cloth. Regarding this, the North County government watched from the sidelines. At the same time, in Yantai County, a few commoners walked out of the theater and discussed among themselves. So County Officer Yu is the prototype of the villain in the play. He really deserves to die. To think that I felt sad for him. He framed a good person in exchange for a promotion. Too hateful. I heard that someone outside the city wrote a blood letter to protest the imperial court. I'm going. Do you want to come? Let's go. Yushan County. So this is the reason why the two lords died. The case back then has been investigated. Even if they didn't die, they would be beheaded by the imperial court. Pfft, they deserved it. Danyang County. Nanyang County. Yuntai County. In just a few days, similar things happened in the 36 counties of the Great Zhou. After the local government learned of the inside story, to prevent civil unrest, they ordered the commoners to stop gathering. However, the letter was secretly passed down from village to village, Shindu. After the case was revealed, the punishment for the people involved in the case back then was quickly implemented. Other than a few main culprits, the officials who joined forces to impeach Li Yi back then were just following the trend. Now, they were only fined their salaries and were not punished too much. Just by punishing a few main culprits, there was already a huge loophole in the 6 ministries. The 3 provinces were also in a mess. If the accomplices were to be held accountable one by one, the imperial court would probably completely collapse. The left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Chen Jian, had already been executed. As for the others, because they had the death exemption token, no one could do anything to them. In the hall of the secretariat, Li Mu opened a letter. The contents of the letter were about an official urging the imperial court to quickly deal with the assassination of the 5 officials. Chapter 369. In fact, all the things that had happened in the divine capital these days revolved around the murder of several imperial court officials. The reason why few people mentioned this matter was that most people were attracted by Li Yi's old case. Now that the old case had been clarified, those who should be rehabilitated had been rehabilitated, and those who should be sentenced had been sentenced. The original case had been pushed to the forefront again. The headmaster had notified almost all the subsects to help Li Mu obtain the book of 10,000 people from the various counties. Based on the feedback from Mount Baiyun, the progress of this matter had been pushed forward by more than half. Now was not the time. Li Mu closed the memorial and put it aside. In the Commandery Prince mansion of Nanyang, Commandery Prince Nanyang looked at an official and asked, "Are you sure the memorial has been handed in? It has been 3 days. Why is there no news at all?" The official scratched his head with a puzzled look and said, "It has been handed in. I personally handed it in." "Is it still going through the process?" "The Central Secretariat is going through the process." "Why would it take so long?" Commandery Prince Nanyang looked at Xiao Ziyu and said, "Ziyu, you are the head of the Central Secretariat. Can't you urge him?" Xiao Ziyu shook his head and said, "Uncle, you don't know. I am in charge of the Ministry of Works. The memorials related to the Ministry of Justice are directly handed to Li Mu. After Li Mu deals with them, they will be handed to the assistant minister. If Li Mu doesn't put them in, the memorial can't be handed in at all." "Sure enough," Commandery Prince Nanyang said with a sullen face, "He and Li Yi's daughter are unclear. He will definitely cover for her. The memorial can't be handed to the Central Secretariat. It should be handed directly to His Majesty." The official nodded and said, "I will try." Changle Palace. Li Mu opened a memorial. It was still asking the imperial court to deal with Li Qing. Whether it was the handwriting or the content, it was exactly the same as what he saw 3 days ago. This official was rather persistent. Li Mu noted down the name of this official from the Ministry of Personnel, Wang Luan, and put the memorial aside. After calculating the time, he stood up and walked to the imperial kitchen. The empress took Xiao Bai to the imperial kitchen to admire the flowers. Before she returned, Li Mu had to prepare lunch. 3 days later. Royal Prince Mansion of Nanyang. Commandery Prince Nanyang paced around the room and asked, "Why is there still no news?" The official was also puzzled and said, "I don't know either." At this moment, a servant walked in and whispered a few words into Duke Nanyang's ear. Commandery Prince Nanyang was taken aback and asked, "Book of 10,000 people?" The servant nodded and said, "Someone from King Ping's mansion came to pass on the news. Someone is urging the people in the various counties to write a petition to plead for mercy for that woman." Commandery Prince Nanyang snorted coldly and said, "So that's what he's planning." If this matter attracted the attention of the people in the 36 counties and caused them to write a petition to the people, the imperial court might really compromise. After all, the people's hearts were the foundation for the continuation of the Great Show. If it was only the Luoyang, it would be fine. However, if the people of the 36 counties all pleaded for mercy for that woman, even the law would have to give in. If they also had the Book of 10,000 people when they were sentenced, then he would still be the Minister of Personnel now. If he couldn't get something, then no one else could. Commandery Prince Nanyang's expression was cold as he said, "Although I don't know who gave him the idea, it's impossible for him to save Li Yi's daughter. How dare he hold the people's hearts hostage and make the Ministry of Personnel send the consecrated department to destroy all the Book of 10,000 people." After all these years of operation, the Ministry of Personnel had been built into an iron bucket by him. The people in the Ministry of Personnel were all officials of the old party. Although he wasn't in the Ministry of Personnel, he still had absolute control over it. When the official named Wang Luan heard this, he bowed and said, "I'll make the arrangements right away." In a certain county, in front of a temporary stage built outside the city, an actor who had just finished his performance took out a roll of silk and said, "The Book of 10,000 people is only a few hundred people away. Everyone, please sign your names on this and do your part to protect the bloodline of the loyal officials." After listening to the play, the people were already enraged. They were filled with righteous indignation as they pressed their fingerprints on the silk. The material used to leave their fingerprints was originally made of cinnabar. However, some people directly bit their fingertips in anger and left their fingerprints on the silk. Not long after, the people gradually dispersed. An actor looked at the densely packed fingerprints on the silk and heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "It should be enough." Just as they were about to leave, a few powerful auras suddenly approached above their heads. Several figures floated down from the sky and said coldly, "The consecrated department is handling the case. Leave the Book of 10,000 people and we can let you go." 15 minutes later. The consecrated department's mouths were stuffed with rags and tied to a tree. The actors flew into the air and flew into the distance. "I didn't expect that we, the disciples of the Fulu school, would come out to perform. The person that the imperial court wants to execute is the disciple of the sect master, which is our martial uncle. In order to save martial uncle, this is something that should be done. Didn't you see that even our master has personally come? Let's not talk about it anymore. The Book of 10,000 people for this county has been collected. When we return and hand it in, everyone will be able to obtain an earth-ranked Fulu. Such a good thing should be given more." After many days, Li Mu once again saw Yuzhen Zi in his home. Yuzhen Zi stepped into the courtyard and waved his hand. Many bolts of cloth floated in front of Li Mu. These bolts of cloth were covered with red fingerprints. They were clearly ordinary cloth, but they emitted powerful auras, forcing Lu Han Yen, Wan Wan, and Xiao Bai to retreat. When the auras swept over Li Mu, they seemed to resonate with some aura on his body and gently passed through him. Yuzhen Zi said, "These are the Book of 10,000 people for the 36 counties." Li Mu put away the 36 bolts of cloth and said, "Many thanks, senior sister." Yuzhen Zi said, "Senior brother sect master said that if the great Zhou court does not distinguish between good and evil, then there is no need to stay in the divine capital. It is better to return to the Fulu school as soon as possible to raise your cultivation and prepare to succeed the sect master." Li Mu smiled and said, I believe in His Majesty. Although the great Zhou court was not worth it, within the divine capital, there was still someone like Li Mu who was worth it. In recent days, many officials in the imperial court had submitted memorials, requesting that Li Yi's daughter be severely punished. However, the memorials they submitted were like stones sinking into the sea. There was no response. During the morning court session, an official finally could not bear it anymore. An official from the Ministry of Personnel stood up and said, reporting to His Majesty, under the circumstances of Li Yi's case being unclear, Li Yi's daughter assassinated 5 officials of the imperial court. Such behavior is truly too vile. If she is not severely punished, it will not be enough to uphold the law and establish the prestige of the nation. As soon as he finished speaking, another person stood up. Zhang Chun looked at him and said, Sir, your words are incorrect. How could Lord Li's daughter not know whether or not he committed treason? Those 5 people were the main culprits who framed Lord Li back then. Even death could not wipe out their crimes. If they did not die, they should be executed today. The official from the Ministry of Personnel said, the nation has its own laws. If they are guilty, the imperial court will judge them. It is not up to her to execute them privately. Zhang Chun said mockingly, the imperial court. Lord Li has been wronged for 14 years. Has the imperial court had any intention of overturning the case for him? On the other hand, the officials who framed him back then were all in high positions, from 4th to 3rd rank officials. How do you expect people to trust the imperial court? The official from the Ministry of Personnel said coldly, this is also not a reason for her to kill. If we forgive her, how can we uphold the law? Zhang Chun retorted, if we uphold the law, how can we uphold the will of the people? The two of them were in a heated argument. Shang Wanli walked out from behind the curtain and said, silence. The Empress's voice was heard from behind the curtain. What do you think? As soon as she finished speaking, the hall fell into a brief silence. Usually, the highest-ranking officials would be the first to speak on this topic. However, people like the head of the Secretariat and the ministers of the 6 ministries would not quarrel with others in the imperial court. Most of the time, it was the officials below them who spoke on their behalf. After a brief silence, some officials stood up one after another. I think that Lord Wang of the Ministry of Personnel has a point. One case is another case. These 2 cases should not be mixed together. Lord Li Yi has been wrongly accused, but his daughter has indeed violated the law. Seeing these people step forward, many officials sighed in their hearts. Although that was the case, the imperial court still owed their family in Li Yi's case. If they still wanted to execute his daughter, then what was the point of overturning the case for him? However, because of Li Yi's overturning of the case, both the new and old parties were deeply involved. Even if they had different opinions, they did not dare to speak out. After another official seconded the motion, a figure finally walked out from the crowd. The officials in the imperial court all looked at him. These days, everything that happened in the imperial court was caused by Li Mu alone. This time, he was probably one of the people who wanted to protect Li Yi's daughter. Li Mu walked to the front of the hall and did not express his opinion. He only said calmly, I would like your Majesty and all the officials to see something first. With a wave of his hand, a pile of things suddenly appeared in the crepe myrtle hall. There were a total of 36 pieces of what looked like cloth and silk. They slowly flew into the air, then connected together and slowly unfolded. A shocking scene appeared in everyone's eyes. The 36 pieces of cloth connected together formed a huge canvas that was 200 feet long. The canvas was densely covered with blood-red fingerprints. As the canvas unfolded, an extremely powerful aura suddenly spread out. Under the impact of this aura, the officials in the hall could not help but retreat. Some even fell on their buttocks. Only a small number of people were able to remain standing under the impact of this aura. Behind Li Mu, several officials who had just stood up and suggested that Li Qing be severely punished retreated more than 10 steps. One of them even directly withdrew from the crepe myrtle hall. An official looked at the huge canvas in front of him and saw the faint smell of blood on it. He murmured, a blood letter of the people, a blood letter of the people condensed from the power of faith of the people. Li Mu stood in front of the canvas and slowly said, Lord Li was loyal and patriotic, but because of a scoundrel's framing, his entire family died in vain. The imperial court owes the Li family too much. The people of 36 counties, 360,000 people, plead your majesty for mercy. Chapter 370. In the crepe myrtle palace, the 36 scrolls of the Book of the People floated in front of the officials. Although there were no words on the unfurled white cloth, the fingerprints and palm prints represented the wishes of the people. The will of the people could not be deceived, nor could it be defied. This was the foundation of the great show. Under the pressure of the Book of the People, the officials who had just stepped forward to request the execution of Li Yi's daughter found it difficult to speak again. They could no longer speak. After Li Mu took out the Book of the People, if they spoke again, the opposition would not be from Li Mu, but from the will of the people. For the imperial court, in the face of the will of the people, there was nothing that could not be compromised, including them. The noisy imperial court suddenly quieted down. After a long period of silence, a figure slowly stepped forward. Zhang Chun bowed and said loudly, "Your Majesty, please have mercy." His voice echoed in the crepe myrtle palace. Soon, another official took a deep breath and slowly stepped forward. He bowed and said, "Your Majesty, please have mercy. Your Majesty, please have mercy. Your Majesty, please have mercy. Your Majesty, please have mercy." One figure, two figures, three figures. In the hall filled with the will of the people, more and more officials stepped forward. Finally, at the front of the crowd, the head of the secretariat held up his ceremonial tablet and said, "The will of the people cannot be defied." The former assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Li Yi, suffered 14 years of injustice. The people pity him. This is Li Yi's death, and also the imperial court's death. I implore your Majesty to comply with the will of the people and show mercy. The two attendants also sighed softly and stood out. Although Li Yi's daughter violated the law, but considering that her family was framed by treacherous officials and suffered great injustice, and the people she killed were all guilty officials, I implore your Majesty to show mercy. The will of the people cannot be defied. Your Majesty, please have mercy, the head of the secretariat and the attendants all pleaded. Finally, even the head of the officials, stepped forward and said slowly, "The will of the people is the most important. I implore your Majesty to comply with the will of the people and pardon Lord Li's daughter." Behind the curtain, the Empress's voice was majestic. "Since this is the will of the people of the 36 counties, and the ministers have pleaded for her, I can't be stubborn. After the court, the Secretariat will immediately draft a pardon. Imperial Ancestral Temple." Li Mu walked into the deepest part of the prison and said, "Open the door." The prison guard behind him immediately took out the key he had prepared and opened the cell door. Li Mu walked into the cell, reached out his hand to Li Qing and said, "Let's go home." Outside the imperial city, a large crowd had gathered on the wide street. Countless gazes were focused in the direction of the palace gate. Until two figures walked out of the palace. "It's young Lord Li," the woman beside him, "is Lord Li Yi's daughter. Has the court finally pardoned her? Lord Li Yi has a descendant." Seeing the two of them walk out side by side, the commoners spoke excitedly. Li Mu and Li Qing walked out of the palace and back to the Li residence. The people of Shendu followed them all the way. Standing in front of the Li mansion, Li Qing raised her head and looked at the plaque with the words, "Li Mansion," written on it. It stood there for a long time. Creak, the door of the Li mansion slowly opened from the inside. Lu Hanyan walked out and looked at Li Qing. She smiled and said, "Welcome home." In the crepe myrtle palace, when Li Mu took out the book of 10,000 people from the 36 counties, some people had already lost. Once the book of 10,000 people, which represented the will of the people, the court officials, whether they were willing or not, only had one choice. In the end, under the lead of a few officials from the 3 provinces, all the court officials pleaded for mercy. In addition to the push of the people's will, the Empress could only reluctantly comply with them and pardon Li Qing. In the Li mansion, Li Mu sat cross-legged on the bed. The telekinesis in his body was almost full. When he walked out of the palace with Li Qing, the entire street was covered by telekinesis. He had just taken out the spiritual jade from the flask space. In just a moment, the spiritual energy in the spiritual jade would be completely absorbed. Even the speed at which he took out the spiritual jade could not keep up with the speed of absorption. At this moment, in the North Court, with the Li Mansion as the center, a huge spiritual energy whirlpool had formed. The spiritual qi in the air of the entire divine capital was gathering towards the Li residence in the northern garden. In the divine capital, some of the more powerful cultivators had already noticed the abnormality. Especially those who lived in the North Court, they could clearly feel that the spiritual energy in the surroundings was becoming more and more abundant. However, when they tried to absorb it, they realized that they could not absorb any spiritual energy at all. The huge spiritual energy whirlpool in the North Court was violently absorbing all the spiritual energy in the surroundings. Someone is breaking through. What exactly is this person's cultivation? How could he cause such a huge commotion? Countless figures flew up from all directions and looked in the direction where the spiritual energy was gathering. That place is the Li Mansion. This familiar feeling. Could it be that Li Mu is also cultivating telekinesis? It's the same as Li Yi back then. No wonder his cultivation speed is so fast at such a young age. He actually dares to cultivate this path. Such a fast and domineering way of gathering spiritual energy was not something a normal cultivation path could achieve. Even a spirit gathering array was far from it. Only telekinesis could have such an effect. The path of telekinesis was the fastest way to improve one's cultivation among all the paths of cultivation. The reason why so few people cultivated it was not because they did not want to, but because it was too difficult. Telekinesis originated from the people. To win the people's trust, one had to stand on the people's side. However, the interests of the people and the interests of the people in power were often contradictory. To stand on the people's side was to stand on the opposite side of the people in power. To walk on this path, one had to dare to do what ordinary people did not dare to do. There had been people who had done this before, but they had all died. After that, very few people walked on this path. If Li Mu did not have the Empress's protection, he would have been like Li Yi back then. His entire family would have been executed countless times. It was also because of the Empress's protection that he could walk to this day and become a righteous person in the hearts of the people in the divine capital. He relied on the people's telekinesis to quickly break through. The spiritual energy vortex above the Li Mansion spun for more than 2 hours. It almost sucked out all the spiritual energy in the divine capital before it slowly dissipated. At the same time, Li Mu, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. The divine light in his eyes was restrained. The aura on his body was also extremely obscure. In the past, he was a sharp sword. Now, he had hidden his edge. Saving Li Qing was something he had to do. It was also in accordance with the people's will. With this, the telekinesis of the people in his body reached its peak. It allowed him to break through to the 5th level in one go. It also allowed him to resolve one of his obsessions. Li Mu walked out of the room. Jianghu stood in the courtyard and smiled. Congratulations, junior brother. Li Mu clasped his hands and bowed to the two of them. Thank you for your help these days, senior brother and senior sister. Jianghu said, there's no need for thanks between fellow disciples. Yuzenzi said calmly, the disciples of the Fulu school are not to be bullied. Jianghu continued, junior brother, you just broke through. Your magic power is not stable yet. First stabilize your cultivation. As for other things, it won't be too late to talk about them later. Li Mu said, I'll stabilize it later. I still have something to do. I have to go out for a while. Outside the palace, Li Mu and Li Qing stood side by side as they watched Zhou Zhong walk out of the palace. His hands were shackled by iron chains and his dermic powers were also sealed. This chain would only be removed when he arrived at the place of exile. 2 Fifth Realm worshippers stood behind him. They would escort him all the way to the place of exile. Zhou Zhong looked at Li Qing with a gentle gaze. Finally, he looked at Li Mu and said, when you have time, go to the Ministry of Justice and find Wei Peng. He has something that I left for you. Wei Peng is a promising talent. With a little promotion, he can take on great responsibilities. Li Mu nodded and said, I understand. Zhou Zhong looked at Li Qing again and said, listen to Li Mu in the future. Don't be so rash. He knows how to protect you better than I do. Li Qing lowered her head and said softly, okay. Zhou Zhong finally looked at Li Mu and said, take good care of Qing. One of the worshippers said, it's time to go. Zhou Zhong's gaze swept across his face and said, let's go. After sending Zhou Zhong out of the city with Li Qing and back to her residence, Li Mu went to the Ministry of Justice. Soon, the director of the Ministry of Justice walked out of the office and sighed, Lord Li, Lord Zhou, I really didn't expect, Li Mu said, this might be the result that he wanted. Where's Wei Peng? I have something to talk to him about. The director of the Ministry of Justice sighed again and said, I'll go get him. After a while, Wei Peng walked out of a guard room. He seemed to know Li Mu's purpose and handed a wooden box to Li Mu. This wooden box was not locked. It seemed to be just a simple buckle. Li Mu tried to open it but found that he could not open it at all. He channeled his magic power and used the art of great strength but still could not open it. Li Mu looked at the wooden box carefully and found that there were complicated runes carved on the box like a seal. From the complexity of these runes, it would be very difficult for him to open it with his current magic power. Therefore, he took the wooden box and returned to the Li residence to let Yuzhen Zi and Hyun Jinko take a look. Hyun Jinko looked carefully and said, this is a seal rune. It can only be opened with brute force. If other methods are used, or if the runes are destroyed, I'm afraid the item in the box will also be destroyed. He tried to open the wooden box but still failed. Yuzhen Zi tried again, but it still ended in failure. She looked at the wooden box in her hand and said, this seal is too strong. I'm afraid only those above the 7th realm can open it. If you have time, go back to Mount Baiyun and ask Senior Brother Sect Master for help. Li Mu waved his hand, no need. After a while, Changle Palace. Li Mu took the wooden box and walked to Zhou Yi, saying, Your Majesty, I can't open this, crack. Zhou Yi took the wooden box and opened it easily. Li Mu leaned over and saw a book in the box. He took out the book, flipped through a few pages and slowly closed it. Chapter 371. In Changle Palace, Li Mu handed the booklet to Zhou Yi and asked, Your Majesty, how should we deal with these people? Zhou Yi flipped open the booklet and glanced at it a few times. Then, he asked Li Mu, what do you think? Li Mu thought for a moment and said, I think that the Great Zhou's imperial court has been suffering from a chronic problem for a long time. The court officials have formed cliques for personal gain, and in order to suppress dissidents, they will do anything. If we want to cure this chaos, we need to use strong medicine. Your Majesty can also take this opportunity to support some of your trusted aides. Zhou Qiong rubbed the space between his brows and said to Li Mu, I'll leave this matter to you. Li Mu bowed and said, I obey. The booklet Zhou Zhong gave him recorded the crimes of many officials of the two parties over the years. Some of them were corrupt, some of them took bribes, some of them bent the law for personal gain, and some of them abused their power. These records filled the entire booklet. A month ago, Li Mu felt that the imperial court should still be stable. Over the past month, Li Mu gradually realized that the Great Zhou's imperial court had a problem from the root. Rather than maintaining the stability on the surface and letting them slowly nibble away at the decaying Great Zhou, it was better to cut the Gordian knot and use strong medicine to weaken the old and new factions. At the same time, power would gradually return to the hands of the Empress. When the Empress completely controlled the imperial court, whoever passed the throne of the Great Zhou to would have nothing to do with the old and new parties. Even if the Empress didn't pass the throne to the Zhou clan or the Shao clan, it would be her own business to pass the throne to her own son. Or, if the Empress's cultivation reached the 8th level, then no matter how strong the old and new parties were, they wouldn't even have the right to protest under absolute power. In that case, who would dare to bully him in the entire Zhou province, let alone the imperial court? Unfortunately, this could only exist in Li Mu's imagination. The Empress' 7th level came more from her inheritance than from her own cultivation. Unless she encountered a greater opportunity, the 7th level was the peak that she could reach in this lifetime. At present, all the 7th realm powerhouses that Li Mu knew, including Xian Jizi, were promoted to the upper realm through inheritance. Zhou Yi leaned against the dragon throne and propped up his head. He said, I'm a bit tired. Here are a few memorials. Help me take a look. Li Mu moved a chair and sat in front of the table. He said, Your Majesty should rest first. When you wake up, the soup in the imperial kitchen will be almost ready. Although it was unlikely that a 7th realm cultivator would tire herself out, Li Mu didn't forget that the Empress' inner demon had yet to be removed. Suppressing the inner demon was an extremely taxing task. The exhaustion of mental energy was no less than fighting a battle with an expert of the same level. With Li Mu here, she didn't have to worry about court matters. Zhou Yi leaned against the dragon throne and closed her eyes to recover her mind. Suddenly, a cloud of fog appeared in front of her. When the fog dissipated, she was no longer in Jianghu Palace, but in the Imperial Garden. Zhou Yi quickly realized that this was a dream. As a 7th realm cultivator, she could control her body and consciousness. However, dreams didn't seem to have much to do with a person's consciousness. Instead, it was dominated by another consciousness. She wanted to withdraw her consciousness from the dream, but she heard a sound coming from the depths of the Imperial Garden. This made her change her mind. She was also interested in the contents of the subconscious fantasy. Thus, she walked along the path of the Imperial Garden and slowly walked into the depths. As she walked, the conversation in the depths of the garden gradually became clear. This orange is very sweet. It's a tribute orange from Jiangnan. Try it. I want you to feed me. Nonsense. Humph, you're not even willing to do this for me. You don't love me anymore, okay. Open your mouth. In the depths of the garden, there seemed to be a couple passionately in love. Zhou Yi had never experienced love, so she didn't feel envious. She just felt that even the fragrance of the flowers in the Imperial Garden couldn't cover up the sour smell in the air. Just as she was about to leave, the couple sitting in the pavilion suddenly turned around. In the pavilion, the other her was peeling the orange with a smile and sending the orange pieces into the mouth of the person in her arms. And the person nestled in her arms was actually Jianghu Palace. Zhou Yi, who was lying on the rocking chair, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. Fine sweat even seeped out of her forehead. After Li Mu finished reading the last memorial, he inadvertently glanced over and found that the Empress had woken up. Then, he asked with some surprise, Your Majesty, are you very hot? Zhou Yi looked at Li Mu. The scene in her mind appeared again. She realized that her inner demon seemed to be getting more and more serious. Li Mu noticed the Empress's absent-mindedness. He waved his hand in front of her eyes and whispered, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Zhou Yi came back to her senses and said, I'm fine. You can go back first. Li Mu said, The soup in the Imperial kitchen is ready. I'll go get a bowl for you. Zhou Yi waved her hand and said, No need. I'll let Ali leave in a while. You can go back first. Li Mu tidied up the memorials he had read and put the chair back in place. He said, Then I'll go back first. Walking out of Jianghu Palace, he sighed softly. The reason he came to Jianghu Palace was that he didn't know how to face the situation at home. He wanted to sort out his thoughts first, but the Empress obviously didn't give him the chance. It was now lunchtime. In the Imperial Palace, the officials of the various government offices began to walk out in groups. An official looked at Li Mu walking out of Jianghu Palace and said with emotion, What is a favored official? This is a favored official. The number of times he goes to Her Majesty's bedchamber is more than the number of times he goes to the Secretariat, another official said. What is he holding in his hand? It looks like a book. When his eyes swept over the book in Li Mu's hand, he inexplicably shivered. He crossed his arms and said, It's cold. Tomorrow I'll have to wear more clothes. Li Mu walked out of the Imperial Palace and all the way back to the Li residence. He stood in front of the gate, but he didn't step in. It was hard for him to imagine what it would be like if Li Qing and Lu Hanyan appeared at home at the same time. In Lu Hanyan's eyes, Li Qing was undoubtedly Li Mu's ex-girlfriend. Although they had never confirmed their relationship, Li Mu couldn't deny that Li Qing was indeed his first love. If it wasn't for fate, the person sleeping next to him every night might be someone else. When a wife meets an ex-girlfriend, and the current master of the Li residence meets an ex-master, it would be good if the two didn't fight. It couldn't be a happy and harmonious sisterly relationship, right? The gate of the residence suddenly opened. Xiao Bai ran out of the courtyard and asked in confusion, "Benefactor, what are you doing at the gate?" Li Mu rubbed her head, took a deep breath, and stepped into the house. There wasn't the awkward atmosphere he imagined. Li Qing and Lu Hanyan were sitting in the courtyard and talking. They were neither too enthusiastic nor too distant. Li Mu walked into the courtyard and said, "I'm back." No one paid attention to him. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Qing and asked, "Where was Miss Li's previous room?" "I'll ask Wanwan to help you tidy it up." Li Qing said, "No need, I'll tidy it up myself." Lu Hanyan shook her head and said, "This used to be your home, and it will still be your home in the future. You don't have to be so polite in your own home." What Li Mu was worried about didn't happen. Lu Hanyan, who had always been stingy in relationships, was so magnanimous that he couldn't believe it. At night, when Li Mu was about to go to his room to sleep, the bedroom door slammed shut just as he reached the door. In the room, Lu Hanyan said gently, "From today onwards, you'll sleep in the study." Her voice was very gentle, but the words she said were as cold as an iceberg. Late at night, on the small bed in the study, Li Mu hugged Xiao Bai and stroked her smooth fur. Only then did he feel some warmth in his heart. She was the only one who would stay by his side all this time, in a certain residence in Nanyuan. In a secret room, a soft conversation could be heard. "Zhou Zhong has left Chengdu today and has been sent to the border counties. The two consecrators escorting him are our people. This person can't be left alive. He betrayed us and knows too many of our secrets. If he doesn't die, he'll always be a disaster. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. He won't be able to reach the border counties, in a certain county in Great Zhou." Under the night sky, a stream of light streaked across the sky and landed on a mountain. A consecrator looked at Zhou Zhong, who was standing at the bow of the flying boat, and said, "Come down." Zhou Zhong looked at the vast wilderness and asked, "My lords, are we going to sleep here tonight?" The consecrator said, "What? You're a criminal official. Do you want to stay in a high-class inn?" He looked at Zhou Zhong and couldn't help but ask, "Lord Zhou, you're a smart person. Why did you do such a stupid thing? Why did you give up your position as the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice? Why did you choose to go to the north to die?" The other consecrator said impatiently, "Why are you talking nonsense with him? Just do it. We'll enjoy ourselves outside for a while before returning to Chengdu." Zhou Zhong looked at them and asked, "You want to kill me?" The consecrator said, "Lord Zhou, are you so naive as to think that you won't have to die if His Majesty shows mercy?" Zhou Zhong said calmly, "You're deceiving the emperor." The consecrator laughed coldly and said, "If we kill you, we'll burn you to ashes with the true Samadhi fire. Who would know? Anyway, you criminal officials will all die in the hands of ghosts and demons in the end." Zhou Zhong asked again, "You really want to kill me?" The consecrator extended his hand. A ball of blazing flame floated in his palm. He walked towards Zhou Zhong and said, "In your next life, be a smart person." Zhou Zhong looked at him and said softly, "Deceiving the emperor is a crime punishable by death." Poof! The flame in the consecrator's hand suddenly went out. It wasn't that he cancelled his spell. It was that his spell had no more mana to support it. The moment Zhou Zhong finished speaking, his head and body suddenly separated. The wound was as smooth as a cut. Blood splattered 3 feet high. With the death of his physical body, his nascent spirit left his body. His expression was full of fear. He subconsciously wanted to escape, but in his confusion and fear, he slowly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, a fifth realm cultivator's physical body was destroyed and his soul dispersed. Seeing his comrade die in such a strange way, the other consecrator's face turned pale. he turned around and fled without hesitation. His body streaked across the sky like a stream of light and quickly disappeared into the night sky. On the mountain top, Zhou Zhong said, "Come back." The consecrator who fled rolled back and appeared at his previous position. Zhou Zhong looked at him and asked, "You haven't finished your work. Where are you going?" Chapter 372. Fairies' Capital, Department of Worship. A few worshippers looked at a broken jade tablet on the table with solemn expressions. The life talisman is broken. Is Ma Yi dead? Where is he? Ma Yi and Zheng Zong escorted Zhou Zhong to the place of exile. Could it be that Zhou Zhong broke free from the torture instruments and escaped? Zheng Zong's life talisman is still intact. Why didn't he send a message back? Just as he finished speaking, a high official strode in and said, "I've just received a message from High Official Zheng. Ma Yi wanted to kill Zhou Zhong while he was escorting him, but he was killed by Zhou Zhong." As soon as these words were spoken, it caused an uproar. Why did worshipper Ma want to kill Zhou Zhong? Zhou Zhong's mana was restricted. How did he kill worshipper Ma? The Department of Worship was controlled by the royal family in the previous dynasty. Even now, the Shao royal family still had absolute control over the Department of Worship. Many worshippers in the Department of Worship were loyal to the old party. They would listen to the old party's orders and kill Zhou Zhong to vent their anger in the middle of his exile. This was reasonable. However, Ma Yi wanted to kill Zhou Zhong but was killed instead. This was somewhat unbelievable. Zhou Zhong's strength was slightly inferior to Ma Yi's. Under the circumstances where his mana was not restricted, he was not Ma Yi's match. With his mana restricted, his strength was less than 10%. A transcendent realm cultivator could probably kill him. How could he kill another transcendent realm cultivator in the presence of a 5th-level worshipper? A worshipper looked troubled and asked, "How should we deal with this?" Another worshipper said, "Zhou Zhong is a sinner and has committed such a grave crime. If he is not killed, justice will not be served." Everyone looked at him and did not agree. Ma Yi tried to kill Zhou Zhong while escorting him to exile. To put it simply, this was an abuse of power. To put it bluntly, this was deceiving the emperor. Regardless of the reason, as long as he wanted to kill Zhou Zhong and acted, it was reasonable and legal for Zhou Zhong to kill him. The old party wanted to get rid of Zhou Zhong through the Department of Worship. This was causing trouble for the Department of Worship. The worshipper thought for a while and said, "The Department of Worship does not have the authority to decide on this matter. Let's report it to the imperial court first." Today, when Li Mu was helping the empress deal with the reports, he learned that the worshipper escorting Zhou Zhong wanted to kill Zhou Zhong during his exile and was killed by Zhou Zhong instead. Although he knew that Zhou Zhong was stronger than him, he was still able to kill a 5th-level expert with his mana restricted. This was something only a transcendent realm cultivator. However, no matter how powerful Zhou Zhong was, he would not be at the 6th realm. Li Mu was certain of this. In Li Mu's mind, Zhou Zhong's of cultivation was a mystery. Of Zhou's also of Lord. If he had not secretly helped Mrs. Chu that time, Li Mu might have thought that he was just an ordinary cultivator in the Fate realm. According to the news sent back by the surviving consecrator, Zhou Zhong only said one sentence: "Deceiving the monarch, according to the law, should be executed." That consecrator Ma's body and head were separated from his body, and then his soul dispersed. This made Li Mu think of an unpopular cultivation school. Before the rise of Buddhism, there were all sorts of cultivation schools. There was the school of medicine, the school of military, the school of music, the school of legalism, and so on. These schools all had their own specialties. Later, when Buddhism prospered and gradually became the mainstream of cultivation, these smaller schools slowly became extinct. Of these schools, Li Mu had the deepest impression of the school of legalism. The cultivators of legalism did not cultivate abilities or Taoist techniques. Once they reached the peak of their cultivation, their words became law. Taoist techniques and abilities were useless before them. Even though this ability was not limitless, it still made Li Mu very envious. However, this was now the world of Buddhism. The cultivation methods of the school of legalism had long been extinct. Occasionally, a successor of the school of legalism would appear, but they were like a flash in the pan, quickly disappearing. From Zhou Zhong's actions and his identity, it was extremely likely that he cultivated the school of legalism. Throughout history, the successors of legalism would actively enter the court and push for legal reform. Perhaps their cultivation had something to do with this. The school of legalism did not cultivate dharmic powers. Their attacks were more like Daoist techniques. If Zhou Zhong cultivated both Daoist techniques and Daoist techniques, then his true strength might be extremely close to the sixth realm. If a fifth realm transcendent wanted to touch him, he would undoubtedly have kicked an iron plate. Through this incident, another problem was exposed. The Department of Worship was no longer the Department of Worship of Great Zhou, but the Department of Worship of the Old Party. The prefectures of Great Zhou had a high degree of autonomy. The Department of Worship's function was equivalent to the Great Zhou FBI. It specialized in dealing with matters that could not be dealt with locally. If it was controlled by someone, there would be very serious consequences. Xiao Yu's incident was one of them. Zhou Zhong's incident also explained the problem. Since they had decided to do something big, they might as well start with the Department of Worship. However, before that, there was an even more important matter that the Secretariat had to deal with immediately. After overturning the case for Li Qing's father, 2 ministers and 2 assistant ministers of the 6 ministries were removed from their positions. All of a sudden, there were 4 empty positions for officials above the 4th rank. The Ministry of Personnel was also without a leader. Without officials to replace them, the Yamen would not be able to continue operating. Regarding this, the Secretariat had been arguing for an entire morning. The Ministry of Personnel was the lifeblood of the Old Party. It was originally completely controlled by the Old Party. 1 minister and 2 assistant ministers were all members of the Old Party. The minister of the Ministry of Personnel was the Duke of Nanyang. Through the Ministry of Personnel, the Old Party controlled the assessment, appointment, and dismissal of most officials in Great Zhou. They also indirectly influenced the Department of Worship. It could be said that they had grasped the lifeline of the imperial court. In the process of overturning the case for Li Yi, Li Mu, and Zhou Zhong had cut off the lifeblood of the Old Party. It seemed that the Old Party had only lost 3 officials, but in reality, they had suffered heavy losses. The Old Party was the upper echelons of the government and could influence countless lower echelons of the government. Without the Ministry of Personnel, the Old Party would lose half of their authority in the imperial court. Therefore, they hated Zhou Zhong to the bone and wished that they could get rid of Zhou Zhong on the way to exile him. This time, the position of the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel was contested by Xiao Ziyu, who represented the royal Xiao family, and Zhou Xiong, who represented the Zhou family, for the entire morning. They argued until their faces were red and their necks were thick, but no one gave in to the other. It was impossible for them to give in. In terms of power, the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel was the most powerful among the 6 ministers. The Old Party wanted to take back the position that originally belonged to them, and the new party would not let go of this one and only opportunity. If they obtained the Ministry of Personnel, they would be able to suppress the Old Party. Compared to them, the others did not speak much. This important position did not belong to the Old Party, but to the new party. It could not fall to anyone else. As for the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, the Secretariat could submit 7 candidates. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, the Xiao family wanted to monopolize the 7 positions. Naturally, the Zhou family also wanted to monopolize it. Neither side would let the other have their way. As the 2 argued back and forth, Li Mu felt a headache coming on. Why don't you take a look and see if the person you nominated has any qualifications? My person doesn't have any qualifications, but your person does? At most, I'll give you 1. 7 positions, not 1 less. This position originally belonged to us. Li Mu finally could not take it anymore. He slammed the table and said, "The 2 of you, that's enough." He looked at Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu and said, "The 2 of you have argued for 4 hours over a single position. Do you still have any respect for your colleagues? There are still 2 assistant ministers and 1 minister to recommend. Are you going to discuss this until next year? The other officials of the Secretariat agreed with Li Mu and spoke up. Yes, Lord Li is right. If the two of you continue like this, when will it end? Let's discuss and come up with a plan. After some thought, Li Mu said, how about this? Of the 7 positions, each of you can have 3. The last position can be left empty or someone else can be chosen. No. I don't agree. The two of them refused without hesitation. Whether it was the new party or the old party, they were both determined to obtain the position of Minister of Personnel. They did not want to give up even 1 position, much less 3. What right do you have to disagree? Li Mu's face darkened as he said, as officials of the Secretariat, are you more handsome than the other officials or have a higher cultivation? Why should the two of you decide on 7 positions? By allowing the two of you to discuss this, we are giving you face. If you don't want it, then we won't give it to you. For these 7 positions, the 6 officials of the Secretariat will each recommend 1 person, and the last one will be decided by Assistant Minister Lu. Are the two of you satisfied? Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu were speechless. The other 3 officials of the Secretariat felt extremely satisfied. Li Mu's words had spoken out what they had been thinking for many years. There were 6 Imperial Secretariat officials in the Central Secretariat. Everyone had the same rank and status. Due to the influence of the old and new factions, they usually gave these 2 people more power to speak. If they continued to push their luck, then they would be asking for more face. Which of the officials of the Secretariat did not come from an illustrious clan? They were not inferior to the Shao clan or the Zhou clan. For thousands of years, the dynasties of this land had, at some point in time, shared the same surname as them. Who did not have some pride in their hearts? Not long after Li Mu's voice fell, Wang Shi of the Secretariat said, I agree with what Sir Li said. Zhang Huili continuing to argue like this is not a solution. If the two of you do not agree with Lord Li's initial proposal, then we will each nominate 1 person. Wouldn't this be fairer? Song Liangyu looked at the two and asked, Lord Shao, Lord Zhou, what do you think? Xiao Ziyu and Zhou Xiong thought quickly. The second situation was naturally the one they did not want to see the most. If each of them could only nominate 1 person, then there was not even a 20% chance. If each of them nominated 3 people, then the chance was close to 50%. They were clear about this. The two of them looked at each other and said at the same time, then let's follow Lord Li's initial proposal. The two of them each wrote 3 names on the paper. Xiao Ziyu asked, the nomination of the last person, that is none of your business. Li Mu waved his hand and said, out of the 7 spots, the 2 of you have taken up 6. The 5 of us do not even have a chance to nominate 1 person? Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu did not speak. The last person to nominate was just to make up the numbers. As long as it was not someone from the opposing faction, they had no objections. Zhou Xiong was still worried and added, the position of Minister of Personnel is very important. Zhang Chun does not have enough experience. If Lord Li wants to nominate him, I'm afraid it is against the rules. Do you think that I am like the two of you who only know how to suppress dissidents and appoint people based on favoritism? Li Mu looked at him with disdain and said, besides, even if it is a nomination, the final decision is made by His Majesty. Do you think that I can make the decision for the Minister of Personnel? Chapter 373. The position of Minister of Official Personnel Affairs was extremely important. Even if Li Mu was a favored official, the Empress would not let him make the decision. However, Xiao Ziyu was still worried. He asked, if I may ask, who would you like to nominate? Li Mu actually wanted to nominate Zhang Chun. After all, he owed old Zhang a lot of favors. If he became Minister of Official Personnel Affairs, he would have the right to apply for a 5-sectioned house from the imperial court. He would have servants and maids. However, the Minister of Official Personnel Affairs was a 3rd-rank official. He was now a 5th-rank official. No matter how he skipped a rank, he could not let the Shindu medallion directly promote him to Minister of Official Personnel Affairs. If it was not Zhang Chun, it did not matter who else was. Li Mu thought for a while and said, Lu Qing, the Assistant Minister of Rights. It was sad to say that after being in the imperial court for so long, others had formed cliques and cliques, but he did not even have anyone to do so. In fact, when it came to nominating for the position of Minister of Official Personnel Affairs, he could only think of Lu Qing, the Assistant Minister of Rights. Xiao Ziyu looked at Li Mu in surprise and said, "The Assistant Minister of Rights has just been promoted. Isn't it too frequent to promote him to Minister of Official Personnel Affairs in such a short period of time?" Li Mu looked at him and said, "Why don't we give this opportunity to Lord Xiao?" Before Xiao Ziyu could answer, Zhou Xiong immediately said, "Lu Qing is Lu Qing then. He's currently at rank 4. It's fine as long as he has the qualifications to be nominated for rank 3. You're meddling too much, aren't you?" Lu Qing had just been promoted to Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights not long ago. In principle, it was impossible for him to be promoted to Minister of the Ministry of Personnel in the near future. In this way, the uncertainty of the last position could be eliminated. Wasn't nominating Lu Qing much better than Li Muzhen nominating a capable and experienced official? Although Zhou Xiong did not like Li Mu, he would not blindly oppose him at a time like this. Li Mu looked at the other 3 officials of the Secretariat and asked, "I am just randomly nominating someone. Do the other 3 have any thoughts?" The other 3 secretaries shook their heads in unison. Wang Shi said, "Let's listen to Sir Li." Both the new and old parties were determined to win the position of Minister of Personnel. It was useless for them to nominate him. Li Mu and Lu Qing were neither relatives nor friends. Nominating him was just to make up the numbers. Since it was just to make up the numbers, it didn't matter who made up the numbers. Under Li Mu's forceful intervention, Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu made a compromise, and the candidate for the Minister of Personnel was finally decided. Zhang Huili said, "Next, it's the 2 assistant ministers' turn." Xiao Ziyu quickly added, "It's best if the position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel is taken up by an official familiar with the Ministry of Personnel's affairs. It's more than suitable for the position to be replaced by 2 ministers of the Ministry of Personnel. There's nothing else to discuss." The other 3 officials from the Secretariat still did not express any opinions. In the past few years, the old party had already built the Ministry of Personnel into an iron bucket that was impenetrable. The 2 directors of the Ministry of Personnel were also officials from the old party through and through. They would not easily let others interfere. Li Mu looked at Xiao Ziyu and said indifferently, "In my opinion, we should ask His Majesty to reduce the number of officials in the Secretariat." Xiao Ziyu did not know why Li Mu suddenly brought up this matter. He asked, "Why?" Li Mu said, "Because Lord Xiao alone is enough for the Secretariat. You alone can make the decision for the important matters that require 6 Secretariat secretaries to discuss. The few of us are paid by the Imperial Court, but we don't do anything for the court. We really feel guilty." Xiao Ziyu's face turned red. Li Mu was blatantly saying that he acted arbitrarily. Zhou Xiong was somewhat gloating. He said, "Lord Xiao is too domineering. Why don't you just decide on His Majesty's behalf who will take these 2 positions?" Xiao Ziyu's face darkened. "Then what do you think we should do?" Zhou Xiong said, "It's very simple. The 6 of us will each nominate 1 person. The last person will be decided by Assistant Minister Lu or Lord Head of the Secretariat. In any case, the new party would not be able to get either of the 2 assistant minister positions in the Ministry of Personnel." He did not mind muddying the waters so that the old party would not be able to get them either. Zhou Xiong's words pushed him to the opposite side of everyone. Xiao Ziyu was silent for a moment. He could only say, "That's fair. Let's do it this way." It was rare that the 2 assistant minister positions in the Ministry of Personnel were decided by the 7 of them. The positions of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice and Minister of Works were also contested by 2 people who represented the interests of the old and new parties. Under Li Mu's efforts, a few other people also received a few nominations. The other 3 officials of the Secretariat finally felt a sense of participation. This was actually the norm in the Secretariat. The reason there were 6 officials of the Secretariat was not only because they corresponded to the 6 ministries, but also because these 6 people belonged to different factions. This was to prevent one party or one faction from having too much say in important matters of the court. In the past few years, the court officials had taken sides, forming the old and new parties. They each occupied the court, and the structure of the secretariat was also affected. It was practically Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu's opinions. This situation finally changed after Li Mu came to the secretariat. Under the protection of Her Majesty, the old and new parties could not do anything to him. After the 6 officials of the secretariat decided on the candidates for the positions, they handed them over to the assistant minister of the secretariat and the head of the secretariat. If the officials of the secretariat had no objections, they would send them to the Ministry of Martial Arts. After the Ministry of Martial Arts verified the candidates, they would hand them over to the Empress to decide on the final candidates. Among them, there were restrictions on the monarch's authority and also restrictions on the monarch's authority. For officials of this level, even the Empress could only choose from the people appointed by the Secretariat. The Secretariat only had the right to recommend but not the right to decide. Of course, the past emperors all had their own trusted aides in the Secretariat. This way, many things were still decided by the monarch. Li Mu tidied up the memorials and sent them to Jianghu Palace. He placed them on the table in front of Zhou Yi and said, "Your Majesty, these are the candidates for the Minister of Personnel, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, and the Minister of Works. The Secretariat has already chosen them. Please take a look." Zhou Yi flipped through the memorials on the top, picked up the red brush, and asked, "Who do you think is qualified for the position of Minister of Personnel?" Li Mu said, "This is a matter of great importance. Your subject does not dare to speak carelessly." Zhou Yi thought for a moment and was about to circle a name when Li Mu coughed softly. Zhou Yi paused. The tip of the brush brushed past that name and stopped above another name. Li Mu coughed again. The tip of the brush continued to slide down. Cough. 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 After several coughs, when the tip of Zhou Yi's brush stopped at the last name, Li Mu finally stopped coughing. Zhou Yi circled the 2 words, Lu Qing. Li Mu smiled and said, "Your Majesty is wise. Although Lu Qing's qualifications are somewhat lacking, he does not form cliques and does not pursue personal interests. This can prevent one clique from controlling the court through the Ministry of Personnel and causing chaos in the court." After Zhou Yi circled Lu Qing's name, he handed the brush to Li Mu and said, "You can choose the rest." Li Mu took a step back and said, "Your Majesty, you cannot do this. If others know, they will think that your subject is taking advantage of your favor and interfering in the government. Your Majesty should choose." Zhou Yi glanced at him and said, "You are one of my people. Your thoughts are my thoughts. Tell me what you think." Li Mu no longer hid anything. He walked to her side and said, "Your subject knows that your Majesty does not want to be emperor and does not want to be trapped in the imperial palace. However, your subject believes that if your Majesty wants to leave the court, the first thing your Majesty should do is take control of the court. For these important positions, your Majesty should consider placing officials loyal to your Majesty and not officials from the old or new cliques." Zhou Yi said lightly, "Right now, I feel that there is nothing bad about being emperor." Li Mu lowered his head and glanced at her. Right now, she felt that being emperor was not bad because he had helped her do the things that an emperor should do. He had also helped her worry about the things that an emperor should worry about. Apart from showing her face at the morning court every 3 days, had she ever fulfilled any of the duties an emperor should have? Li Mu dared to complain about this in his heart. If he said it out loud, the Empress might come to find him in his dreams tonight. Li Mu cleared his throat and said, "As for these candidates, I can give your Majesty some suggestions. The Minister of Personnel is Lu Qing. As for the 2 assistant ministers, one can be given to the Wang family. As for the other, I recommend Zhang Chun. Sir Zhang has always kept himself clean and has never been associated with the old or new cliques. As long as your Majesty gives him a house with 5 courtyards and a few maids, he will work for your Majesty. As for the Assistant Minister of Justice, I recommend the former Minister of Justice, Yang Lin. Although he seems to be from the old clique, there is still room to rope him in. Letting him be the Assistant Minister of Justice can also appease the old clique and lessen their unbalanced mentality of losing the Ministry of Personnel. Finally, the Minister of Works. Although this position is not as important as the Minister of Personnel, it is best to have it in the hands of one of our own. For this position, I recommend the North County Governor, Qin Jingyuan. After Zhou Zhong's matter, the 6 important positions were empty. This affected the hearts of countless people in the imperial court. To quickly calm the hearts of the people, the Secretariat immediately recommended a batch of officials to become the candidates for those important positions. Amongst them, who the 3 officials of the Ministry of Personnel would end up in was something that both the old and new cliques cared about. The final result would affect which party would control the Ministry of Personnel in the future and influence the imperial court to the greatest extent. The Secretariat did not have to wait for long before the Jianghu Palace had a result. The current Assistant Minister of Rights, Lu Qing, was moved to the Minister of Personnel. Zhang Chun, Imperial Clan Temple Governor, was moved to the left Assistant Minister of Personnel. At the same time, he held the positions of Imperial Clan Temple Governor and Imperial Clan Temple Governor. Wang Xing was moved to the Ministry of Personnel as the right Assistant Minister. The Minister of Justice, Yang Lin, was promoted to Assistant Minister of Justice. The person who was chosen to be the Minister of Works was even more surprising. It was the North County Governor, Qin Jingyuan. Very few people in the imperial court knew this name. Apart from the selection of the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice as expected, the final selection of the other important ministers were all shocking. The Secretariat. Looking at the name list that returned from Jianghu Palace, the names behind the few important positions were actually the officials that Li Mu used to make up the numbers. Xiao Ziyu and Zhou Xiong reacted at the same time. Not good. We fell into a trap again. Chapter 374. Xiao Ziyu and Zhou Xiong looked at each other. Only when they saw the name list did they realize that Li Mu had set a trap for them from the very beginning. He was best at hiding his true intentions. On the surface, he seemed to be doing it for the good of everyone, but behind his back, he had a secret that no one knew. When everyone was discussing the imperial examination system, Li Mu had made a huge contribution. Everyone thought that he was working for the Empress. No one expected that his series of actions, which seemed to be preparing for the imperial examination, was actually to trick the Assistant Minister of the Secretariat, Cui Ming. Judging from the result, Li Mu was not trying to mediate between the two at all. His true motive was to promote his people to high positions and weaken the power of the two parties at the same time. I was careless. I forgot. This little fox is cunning. How could he do such a thing without a motive? At this moment, the two of them, who belonged to different camps, felt a sense of sympathy for each other and shared a common hatred for the enemy. However, in the next moment, the two of them snorted coldly at the same time and walked out of the Secretariat. Not long after, in the southern park, Duke Manor of Nanyang. The veins on Duke Nanyang's forehead throbbed. He gritted his teeth and said, "That damned Li Mu. He won't let us have what he can't have." Xiao Ziyu thought for a while and said, "The most important thing is that the position of Minister of Personnel was not taken advantage of by the Zhou clan. Perhaps we can try to rope in Lu Qing. As far as I know, he hasn't been roped in by the Zhou clan. That's because the Zhou clan can't rope him in." Duke Nanyang said in a deep voice, "Do you think we haven't tried to rope in Lu Qing? When he was promoted to Assistant Minister of Rights, we tried to rope him in, but he ignored us. In the past 9 years in the imperial court, he has always been a loner and doesn't get close to anyone. He goes straight home after leaving the court. I invited him to banquets several times, but he rejected me." Xiao Ziyu shook his head and said, "Such a person can actually become the Minister of Personnel." An important position like the Minister of Personnel had always been fought for by different factions. For an official who had no faction and no backing, it was already a stroke of luck for him to become an assistant minister. It was almost impossible to be promoted to a minister based on luck alone. The position of Minister of Personnel could no longer be forced. He could only helplessly say, "Fortunately, nothing has happened to the Ministry of Justice. The Department of Worship is also under our control." At the same time, in the study of the Zhou family's minister Zhou Zhong, the 4 Zhou brothers fell into silence. The Zhou family didn't suffer too many losses this time. Among the 6 ministries, the Ministry of Works had the least power. Thus, whether it was Zhou Ting's resignation as assistant minister or Zhou Chuan's dismissal, it didn't affect the Zhou family too much. The Shao clan, on the other hand, had lost the Ministry of Personnel. Their lifeline had been cut off. However, this was not entirely good news for the Zhou family. In the past, the Empress didn't care much about the fight between the old party and the new party, and she wouldn't intervene. But now, she was deliberately suppressing the new party and the old party. This time, she appointed several important official positions, avoiding the officials of the new party and the old party. She intended to cultivate her own forces, which was more significant than suppressing the other two parties. Could it be that she's really cultivating her own forces? Zhou Chuan's face was full of doubt. He asked, in the past, she only wanted to condense the next strand of Emperor's qi as soon as possible and pass down the throne. She didn't care much about the fight between the two parties. Could it be that her thinking has changed? Zhou Ting said indifferently, it's very possible. Ever since she began to favor Li Mu, she's changed more and more. Zhou Xiong said with incomparable certainty, I'm very sure that Li Mu must be behind Her Majesty's actions. This time, from the beginning to the end, was a trap set by him. I suspect that he wants to support his own party. No matter what, Li Mu must be taken seriously, the Ministry of Rights. In the assistant minister's office, Lu Qing was packing his things. From tomorrow onwards, he would take up his post at the Ministry of Personnel as Minister of Personnel. The Minister of Rights walked into the office and clasped his hands in greeting. Congratulations, Lord Lu. Lord Lu's promotion speed is really fast. Rather complicated emotions flowed in the depths of his eyes. In the short span of half a year, he had personally witnessed Lu Qing rise from a small minister counselor of the Ministry of Rights to a physician, assistant minister, and now, Lu Qing had become the Minister of Personnel. He held real power in his hands, and his status was firmly above his own. As Lu Qing's superior, he had mixed feelings. Lu Qing also sighed emotionally. Yes, I also didn't expect this place to rise so quickly, Northern Court. Li Mu stood at the entrance of his house, watching Zhang Chun move in. This time, not only had old Zhang been promoted, his residence had also been changed from 3 entrances to 4 entrances. In addition, the Empress had also rewarded his family with 2 servant girls and 2 servants. The distance between the Zhang residence and the Li residence had also become closer. At the housewarming banquet, he patted Li Mu on the shoulder and said, between us, there's no need to say anything unnecessary. Come, let's drink this cup. There weren't many people at the banquet. Other than Zhang Chun's family, there were also Zhang Shan, Li Si, Li Mu, and Li Qing. Since the last time he came to Luoyang, Zhang Shan hadn't gone back. He had never been to Luoyang before and was shocked by the prosperity of the streets. He had already asked Lu Hanyan for permission to open a branch here. Coincidentally, Lu Hanyan also had the same idea, so he stayed for the time being. After a few cups of wine, Zhang Shan looked at Li Qing and asked, Boss, what do you plan to do next? Will you continue to stay in Luoyang? Li Si kicked him under the table, but it was too late. Li Qing was silent for a moment, then said, in 2 days, I should return to Mount Baiyun. Li Si's lips moved slightly. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't speak. He poured a cup of wine and said to Li Mu, here's to you. The wine cups clinked. He gave Li Mu a meaningful look and said, you guys have gone through a lot of trouble to get to where you are today. You must cherish the people in front of you. Zhang Shan raised his wine cup and said, that's right. You and the shopkeeper have gone through a lot of trouble to get together. You must cherish her in the future. Li Si poured another cup of wine and said to Li Qing, here's to you, boss. I hope you can think carefully before you make a decision in the future. Don't regret it in the future. Zhang Shan agreed and said, that's right. If you hadn't killed those corrupt officials, this matter would have been much simpler. You wouldn't have to stay in the Imperial Clan Temple. They would still be beheaded in the end. Ever since Li Qing came to the house, Li Mu had been sleeping in the study with Xiao Bai in his arms every day. Not only that, on the second day after Li Qing came to Luoyang, Lu Hanyan removed all the festive decorations inside and outside the Li residence, including the big red lanterns at the door. According to the customs of Luoyang, the lanterns with the word happiness on them had to be hung for 3 months for the wedding celebration. He knew what Lu Hanyan meant. She was taking care of Li Qing's feelings. Li Qing's family had just passed away. For Li Qing, she chose to sacrifice herself. At night, Li Mu was about to enter the study when he saw a figure standing outside the room. Li Mu walked forward and asked in confusion, "Boss, why aren't you sleeping yet?" Li Qing said softly, "I wanted to tell you that I'm going back to Mount Baiyun to cultivate tomorrow." "I'm sorry to have disturbed you for so long." Li Mu looked at her and said, "What's there to disturb? This is your home. I'm going to ask Her Majesty to let her bestow this residence to you again." Li Qing shook her head gently and said, "I don't have a home anymore. I think that if father knew in the underworld that the one living in the Li residence was someone like him, he would be relieved." Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "Lord Li hasn't been avenged. I'll let you see with your own eyes that they receive the punishment they deserve." Li Qing finally looked nervous. She grabbed Li Mu's wrist and said, "You've done enough. Let's stop here. Father doesn't want anyone to avenge him. He only wants someone to be like him and do something for the people." Li Mu was about to explain to her, but he felt something and looked back. In front of the moon gate, a figure stood there quietly. Li Qing was stunned for a moment, then she let go of Li Mu's hand with a pale face and said, "Senior sister." Lu Hanyan walked over and shook her head. "Junior sister, you don't need to explain. I heard everything." Li Qing lowered her head and said, "I hope senior sister can persuade him." Lu Hanyan glanced at Li Mu and said to Li Qing, "Junior sister should also understand him. He won't change his mind so easily." Li Mu said, "Don't worry." Her Majesty agreed. "There won't be any danger." Lu Hanyan said to Li Qing, "With Her Majesty protecting him, junior sister doesn't need to worry." Li Qing looked at Li Mu and didn't say anything. She said softly, "Then I'll go back to my room first. You should rest early." Lu Hanyan suddenly said, "Junior sister, wait a moment." Li Qing turned around and asked, "Senior sister, is there anything else?" Lu Hanyan said, "There's a question I want to ask junior sister." Li Qing said, "Senior sister, ask away." Lu Hanyan looked at her and asked, "Does junior sister also like Li Mu?" Chapter 375. Li Mu had already prepared to return to his room to sleep. When he heard Lu Hanyan's words, he suddenly quivered and hurriedly said, "What are you talking about?" Lu Hanyan glanced at him and said, "Men shouldn't interrupt when women are talking." A trace of nervousness and panic flashed in the depths of Li Qing's eyes. However, after she met Lu Hanyan's gaze, that trace of panic gradually turned into calmness and indifference. She remembered what Li Si said before she left Yangqiu County. Li Si said that in terms of relationships, it was always easier to take a step back than to take a step forward. If she took a step back now and regretted it in the future, she would have to take more than one step forward. By the time she regretted it, someone would have already walked in front of her. In fact, she regretted it, but it was already too late because someone had already walked in front of her. Li Qing looked at Lu Hanyan and said calmly, "Yes, I have liked him since a long time ago. However, senior sister, don't worry. I won't fight with you for anything. I will leave tomorrow morning." She wanted to deny it against her will, but if she denied it this time, she would never have the chance to say it again. Li Mu looked at Li Qing with an indescribable feeling in his heart. Lu Hanyan sighed softly and said, "Actually, the one who should leave is me. This is your home. The person he liked in the beginning was also you. I just took advantage of the situation." Li Qing shook her head and said, "This is my own choice. I should also bear the consequences. The person who has always been by his side is you. This is no longer my home. Its owner is you. I hope that the two of you can be united and grow old together." Lu Hanyan asked, "What about you?" Li Qing thought for a moment and said, "I will stay in Baiyun Mountain and repay the sect's kindness." Lu Hanyan was silent for a moment and said, "The one you should repay the most is not the sect, but a certain someone." Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan. For a moment, he couldn't figure out her routine. Li Qing nodded and said, "If you need me to do anything, I won't refuse." Lu Hanyan looked at her and said, then give yourself to me. Li Qing looked at her with a stunned expression. Li Mu looked at her, dumbfounded. Li Qing came back to her senses and said in disbelief, what are you talking about? Lu Hanyan's expression was melancholy, and her tone was somewhat helpless. She continued, although I don't want to share my husband with others, it's not that I can't accept it if that person is you. After all, you're in front of me. A man can't forget the first woman he likes in his entire life. While he's with other women, he still has to think about an outsider. Why not let him think about his own sisters? You're not the first, and you're not the only one. Li Qing's lips moved. Her thoughts were in a mess. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Qing and said, of course, you can also refuse. That way, I won't feel guilty towards you at all. It's not that I stole your husband. It's you who didn't want him, and you didn't want him twice. In the future, don't go around telling people that I, Lu Hanyan, am not moral. After Li Qing came back to her senses, her pale face had turned red. She whispered, give me some time. After saying that, she quickly turned around and hurried into her room. Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan in front of him and opened his mouth. Lu Hanyan glanced at him and said, I'll give you an hour at most. Then come to my room. Seeing her turn around and leave, Li Mu was stunned for a long time. In the end, he pinched his thigh to make sure that what had just happened was not a dream. If this was not a dream, then happiness came too suddenly. After coming back to his senses, he slowly walked to the door of Li Qing's room. Her door was not closed. Li Mu walked in and saw her sitting on the edge of the bed with her head bowed. Li Mu did not say anything. He just silently walked to her side and sat down. The two of them sat in silence. After a while, Li Qing slowly leaned her head on Li Mu's shoulder. This was the closest she had been to Li Mu since they met. Li Qing softly said, actually, when we were in the Imperial Clan Temple, I wanted to lean on you like this. Li Mu put his arm around her shoulder and said, you can lean on me for a lifetime. Li Qing did not say anything else. She quietly leaned on him for a while and then said, go to senior sister's place. Right now, she needs you more than I do. Li Mu nodded slightly and said, I'll watch you rest. Li Qing lay on the bed and covered herself with the quilt. She looked at Li Mu and said, go. Li Mu walked out of her room and helped her close the door. Li Qing, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened her beautiful eyes and softly said, Father, Mother, did you see that? Qing also has someone to rely on. Li Mu walked into Lu Hanyan's room. Lu Hanyan was sitting on the bed. She did not raise her head and asked, she agreed? Li Mu did not answer. He walked to her side and asked, why did you? Lu Hanyan unhappily said, if I don't ask her, should I wait for you to ask her? At that time, the one who will be angry will be me. So why don't I ask her myself? Li Mu said, what I mean is, why did you suddenly do this? Lu Hanyan looked at him and said, it's not sudden. From the day she appeared in Chengdu, I thought about it. Your feelings for her are not something I can compare to. If you run away with her one day, what should I do? Li Mu said indignantly, what are you talking about? You are my legal wife. How can I run away with someone else? Lu Hanyan asked, so, if you had to choose between her and me, who would you choose? Li Mu thought for a while and asked tentatively, can I have them both? Hey, don't bite me. After a long time, Lu Hanyan leaned into Li Mu's arms and said, anyway, I already have Wan Wan and Xiao Bai. It doesn't matter if she has one more. If it was someone else, she could forget about marrying into the Li family. But she is Li Qing. She buried her head in Li Mu's chest and said, let me tell you, I have already married Li Qing for you. You can't abandon me for any reason in the future, As she spoke, her voice became softer. The calmness and confidence she had when facing Li Qing just now had disappeared. Li Mu's clothes were wet from her tears. At this moment, Li Mu finally understood what she had been worried about these days. The experience of being abandoned by her parents when she was young had caused her trauma. Even now, it had not healed. Li Mu hugged her tightly and said seriously, I will never abandon you, never, Jianghu Palace. Zhou Yi read several memorials. Suddenly, she raised her head and asked, where is Li Mu? Didn't he go to the minister's department today? I didn't see him in the morning court. Mr. Mei said, I really didn't see him today. Zhou Yi thought for a while and put down her brush. She said, he didn't go to court for no reason. I want to see what he is doing. She flicked her finger and a picture appeared in front of her. In the picture, it seemed to be a street in Chengdu. The street was full of people. There was a beautiful woman on each side of Li Mu. He was holding the woman on the left and the woman on the right. Mr. Mei looked at the picture in front of him and said in surprise, isn't that woman Li Yi's daughter? He and Li Mu, Zhou Yi snorted and said, I knew it. Their relationship is not that simple. He goes to Zongjing Temple every day more frequently than he comes to Jianghu Palace. He didn't want the palace maids I gave him before. I thought he didn't like women. Now it seems that all men in the world are the same, Mr. Mei said awkwardly, he is so outstanding. Naturally, there are more people who like him. It's understandable that both parties are willing. Zhou Yi waved her hand to disperse the picture. She was a little annoyed. Li Mu had another wife. This meant that he would come to Jianghu Palace less often. It was only the first day, and he didn't even go to court. On the streets of Chengdu the people looked at the three figures in front of them and whispered. Isn't that Li Yi? Who is he with? The one on Li Yi's left is Madame Li. The one on the right seems to be Li Yi's daughter. Why is Li Yi holding her hand? Is there a need to ask? Li Yi overturned the case for Li Yi and saved Miss Li from prison. She was touched and wanted to marry him. It's normal, this is also a good story. It can be written into a play. They are a perfect match, no wonder Li Yi said he wouldn't let Li Yi have no descendants. So this is what he meant. Now, Li Yi really has a descendant. Chapter 376. In the past 3 days, Li Mu had developed a feeling that life was more beautiful than this. He even thought of resigning from his position and living in seclusion. Returning to Baiyun Mountain, he could focus on cultivation and enjoy the happiness of having 2 wives. Wouldn't that be perfect? The reason why he gave up on this idea was because he thought of the Empress. Even if he were to leave, it would be after helping the Empress clear all obstacles and repaying her for recognizing his worth. Of course, he also wanted to take revenge on his father-in-law. Although the case had caused a stir and the whole country knew about it, the outcome was not satisfactory. The main culprits were all pardoned by the death exemption medallion. Only one of them received the punishment he deserved. As for the other accomplices, the 3 provinces only fined them a few months of their salary to maintain the stability of the court. It seemed that the price of framing a 4th-rank official was only a few months of salary. As far as they were concerned, this matter was already over. But for Li Mu, it was just the beginning. He stretched out his hand. The ring on his finger flashed and a booklet appeared in his hand. It was the evidence of the crimes of some of the officials of the old party that Zhou Zhong had collected over the years. Most of these people were the ones who joined forces to frame Li Yi. As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice and deeply trusted by the old party, it was easy for him to use his position to collect the evidence. The crimes of these people varied. Li Mu took out a piece of paper and wrote down a series of names. After thinking for a while, he circled one of them. Wang Luan, who was the minister of the Ministry of Personnel at that time, was the one who submitted many memorials asking for Li Qing to be severely punished. Li Mu was not holding a grudge, but there were so many people that he had to start with. He left the secretariat, walked out of the palace gate, and walked toward the Ministry of Justice. In the assistant minister's office of the Ministry of Justice, Yang Lin leaned comfortably on a chair and sighed in his heart. He had thought that he would have to endure for many more years to reach the position of assistant minister before he retired. But who would have thought that the Ministry of Justice would undergo such a great change? Countless people were eyeing the position, but in the end, he took advantage of it. Yang Lin's gaze inadvertently looked out of the window. A figure flashed by outside the window. Yang Lin immediately stood up from his chair and walked to the door. Lord Li, do you have any instructions for the Ministry of Justice? Although his rank was already higher than Li Mu's, in the imperial court, rank did not represent everything. In front of Li Mu, he still maintained his respect and humility. Li Mu handed him a document and said, "There is a case here. The Ministry of Justice should deal with it as soon as possible." The Central Secretariat had to do with national policies or important decisions. They needed to be reviewed by the Minister of Ceremonies and the Minister of Ceremonies to guide the 6 ministries in their implementation. For such small matters, the Central Secretariat officials had the power to directly order the Ministry of Justice. Yang Lin took the document. After reading it, he said in shock, "This is the Ministry of Personnel's physician, Lord Wang Luan." Li Mu looked at him and asked, "Why? Does the Ministry of Justice's handling of cases vary from person to person?" Yang Lin quickly replied, "Of course not." Li Mu said, "I believe that Lord Yang will be a good official. Otherwise, I wouldn't have urged His Majesty to let you be the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice." Yang Lin was stunned. He had thought that his appointment as the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice was due to the efforts of the old faction. He was still puzzled as to why the old faction did not get a single official position in the Ministry of Personnel, but he succeeded in the Ministry of Justice. Only now did he know that his promotion was not because of the old faction, but because of Li Mu. He immediately clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, Lord Li." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me. His Majesty felt that Lord Yang was not too far off the path and wanted to give you a chance." Yang Lin stood where he was. His gaze gradually became hesitant. He knew that at this moment, he was faced with an important choice in his life. Should he continue to work for the old faction, or should he completely side with Li Mu? The old faction was controlled by the Shao clan, and the Shao clan was the legitimate royal family of Great Zhou. Even though the Zhou clan was extremely powerful, they were not the legitimate royal family. Many officials in the court and the people of Great Zhou were inclined towards the empress returning the throne to the Zhou clan. Therefore, even though the old faction had been suppressed by the new faction in recent years, they were still powerful and did not lack supporters. He worked for the old faction because he believed that the Shao clan would regain power sooner or later. However, what reason did he have to work for Li Mu? His Majesty could not pass the throne to Li Mu, or Li Mu's children. Yang Lin did not dare to make a rash decision when it concerned his future and even his life. He looked at Li Mu and probed, "Lord Li, may I ask if His Majesty intends to pass the throne to the Zhou clan in the future?" Li Mu glanced at him and asked, "Is this something that you and I, as subjects, can discuss?" Yang Lin looked troubled. Li Mu knew what he was worried about. He said, "Are you afraid that the Shao clan will come after you if His Majesty passes the throne to the Shao clan?" Yang Lin said, "Lord Li, I have elders and children to take care of. I cannot afford to gamble. If I gamble wrongly, the lives of my family." Li Mu asked, "When do you think His Majesty will pass the throne to the Shao clan?" Yang Lin shook his head and said, "I don't know." Li Mu said slowly, "His Majesty is a powerhouse of the 7th realm. He can live for at least 3 decades. She is in her prime now. Even if the throne is to be passed, it will be decades or even centuries later. Do you think you can live until then?" Yang Lin thought for a moment and felt that Li Mu's words seemed to make sense. By that time, he would have retired and returned to his hometown to enjoy the rest of his life. It would have nothing to do with him who would inherit the throne. However, he still did not dare to gamble. He asked Li Mu nervously, "His Majesty won't pass the throne early, right?" Li Mu glanced at him and said, "Do you think His Majesty will suddenly pass the throne?" Yang Lin looked at Li Mu in a daze, seeming to understand something. If it was said that His Majesty had such thoughts in the past, he would not find it strange. In the past, His Majesty did not care about the court at all. He did not care about the struggles between the old and new parties. He let nature take its course. However, the appointments of the officials from the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Justice showed that His Majesty was already deliberately suppressing the old and new parties and taking back power. Could it be that His Majesty had other thoughts? Li Mu looked at him and said, "I know that it is very difficult for Lord Yang to make a decision. I will give you 3 days to think about it. After 3 days, whether we are friends or enemies will depend on your choice." Yang Lin's expression was bitter. Did he have any other choice? Although Li Mu did not have many friends in the court, he was really good to his friends. In just half a year, Zhang Chun had been promoted from the Divine Capital Commandant to the left Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel. He was a real minister with real power. The residence he lived in also went from 2, 3, and now 4. He was about to live in a large residence with 5 entrances. For Yang Lin, who lived in a small house with 2 entrances for 3 generations, a residence with 5 entrances was an unattainable dream. On the other hand, Li Mu's enemies were either dead or demoted. Those who were lucky enough to survive lost their positions and reputation. Yang Lin did not doubt that if he became Li Mu's enemy, he would not even be able to live in a small house with 2 entrances in less than a month. The prison of the Ministry of Justice was perhaps the best outcome. If it was a little worse, he might only have a few coffin planks to block the dirt. After careful consideration, Yang Lin let out a long sigh. Then, his expression gradually turned solemn. He looked at Li Mu and said seriously, "From now on, this humble official will follow Lord Li's lead." Li Mu did not misjudge him. The person he supported did not disappoint him. Not long after, a few constables from the Ministry of Justice hurried out of the Ministry of Justice's main gate. They came to a certain entertainment market and grabbed a certain noble from a brothel. "Which yamen are you from? How dare you arrest me? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? The Ministry of Justice, the current Assistant Minister of Justice, is my father's friend. Let me go. Once you get to the Ministry of Justice, you will suffer." The noble made a lot of noise along the way. The constables from the Ministry of Justice could not take it anymore and used a rag to gag his mouth. The people along the way found out that the noble had been summoned by the Ministry of Justice because of an old case. "This is the son of Lord Wang of the Ministry of Personnel. Why is the Ministry of Justice arresting them? Aren't the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Justice on the same side?" That was in the past. Now, the Minister and Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel have changed. The Ministry of Personnel's Assistant Minister hasn't changed. He has some ties with the current Assistant Minister of Justice. Could it be that their relationship has broken? The people always like to watch the drama between officials and nobles. They followed along the way. Ministry of Personnel. It was lunchtime. A few officials from the Ministry of Personnel walked out together and prepared to eat at a restaurant. When they passed by the Ministry of Justice, they saw a large group of people gathered outside the Ministry of Justice. They were discussing and pointing inside. One of the officials from the Ministry of Personnel lamented, "The Ministry of Justice is really busy. They can't even rest during lunchtime." Another official from the Ministry of Personnel said, "When we were on our way here, we heard from the people that some official's son was arrested. The Ministry of Justice took him out of the brothel directly. It seems like the crime is not small." When they heard that some official's son had committed a crime, the officials from the Ministry of Personnel were instantly interested in watching the drama. The Ministry of Personnel's physician Wang Luan chuckled and said, "I wonder which family's son is from. He keeps causing trouble for his elders. It's time to teach him a lesson." He looked into the Ministry of Justice's main hall and saw a figure kneeling in the hall. The figure looked so familiar. One of the officials said in surprise, "Lord Wang, isn't this your?" Wang Luan was stunned for a moment. Then, his face gradually darkened. He did not expect that he would be involved in the drama. Chapter 377. Under the curious gazes of several officials from the Ministry of Personnel, Wang Luan strode into the Ministry of Justice. He met Yang Lin at the Assistant Minister's office. Wang Luan looked at Yang Lin and frowned. "Lord Yang, what's going on?" Yang Lin said helplessly, "You'll have to ask young Master Wang. 3 years ago, he pursued a married woman. In order to force the woman to submit, he beat her husband until he was severely injured. In the end, he even used his power to fabricate a crime and sent her husband to prison. Today, the Ministry of Justice has ordered the Ministry of Justice to reopen the case. After the Ministry of Justice investigated, they found that it was true." Wang Luan gritted his teeth. "Wasn't the case from 3 years ago already closed?" Yang Lin said, although the case from 3 years ago was closed, the Ministry of Justice felt that the Ministry of Justice had handled the case unfairly and requested a retrial. I couldn't do anything about it. Wang Luan asked, can't the original verdict be upheld? Yang Lin shook his head. No. The Ministry of Justice was dissatisfied with the original verdict, so they decided to reopen the case. If the Ministry of Justice still doesn't change it, then I'll be the unlucky one. Wang Luan said angrily, why do you have to reopen the case from 3 years ago? Yang Lin looked at him. You'll have to ask Lord Wang about this. Wang Luan was stunned. Ask me? What's wrong with me? Yang Lin sighed and said, that day, I told you not to meddle in that matter, but you sent several memorials in a row, insisting that Li Yi's daughter be killed. Now, that woman has become one of Li Mu's lovers. If he doesn't take revenge on you, who else can he take revenge on? Wang Luan said, I didn't follow the royal prince's orders. Yang Lin said, that's why your son is here today. Wang Luan took a deep breath and asked, then what will happen to my son? Yang Lin shook his head. It's hard to say. He caused serious injuries, slandered and framed innocent people, and sent them to prison. He'll be punished for several crimes. Your Wang family might have to pay a lot of money. You won't be able to avoid prison, Wang Luan said, I know that the law can be bent. Lord Yang, with our relationship, you have to help me. Yang Lin thought for a moment and said, you can ask Manager Wei to defend your son. He is the most familiar with the law and the Ministry of Justice. Perhaps he can help your son fight for a reduced sentence. A moment later, in a certain office of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Luan held Wei Peng's hand and said, Manager Wei, I'll leave my son to you. After the matter is completed, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Wei Peng nodded and said, I'll try my best. With that, he slowly walked into the courtroom. Wang Luan asked Yang Lin, how will the Ministry of Justice judge him this time? Yang Lin thought for a moment, then said, inflicting serious injuries and setting someone up to be imprisoned for 3 years. The fine is at least 200 taels of silver, and this is under the condition that the other party is willing to forgive you. In addition, at least 5 years of imprisonment is unavoidable. As for how much you can reduce, it will depend on Manager Wei's performance. About 15 minutes later, Wei Peng slowly walked out of the court. Wang Luan asked, what were the results? Wei Peng said, forget it. Wang Luan was pleasantly surprised. His sentence has been waived. Wei Peng said, the fine is waived. He was only sentenced to 20 years of imprisonment. Wang Luan was stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, he grabbed Wei Peng's collar and said through clenched teeth, what did you say? Just how did you argue? Yang Lin hurriedly said, Lord Wang, watch your actions. Your actions. He had just finished speaking when several figures walked into the Ministry of Justice. They looked at Wang Luan and asked, are you the director of the Ministry of Personnel, Wang Luan? Wang Luan was furious. He said unhappily, I am. Who are you people? Crack. 2 of them pressed down on Wang Luan's arms. Another person put shackles on his wrists and said, the Imperial Clan Temple has investigated. In the past few years, you have abused your power for personal gain many times. When evaluating officials, you were severely unfair. In addition, in order to get your son off the hook, you used your position as the director of the Ministry of Personnel to put pressure on the Ministry of Justice. This is also a serious violation of the law. Come with us to the Imperial Clan Temple. Wang Luan said in horror, what are you saying? I am an official of the Imperial Court. You have no right to do this. You still know that you are an official of the Imperial Court? The official from the Imperial Clan Temple glanced at him. He waved his hand and said, knowingly breaking the law. This is an additional charge. Take him away. Seeing Wang Luan being taken away, Yang Lin sighed and said, I told you long ago not to stand up for others when you shouldn't. You just wouldn't listen. Outside the Ministry of Justice, the officials from the Ministry of Personnel were dumbfounded. Everything was fine in the morning. They had just come out for lunch and the director was taken away. The onlooking commoners were also discussing. This family, both the father and son, were arrested. What a sin! The father committed a sin, and the son committed an even greater sin. They could have been released after a few years as compensation. Now, they have been locked up for 20 years. When will they be released? Manager Wei's defense is really amazing. This is nothing. Just last month, there was a murderer who was sentenced to be banished to the army. His family spent a lot of money to hire Manager Wei to defend him. Guess what happened? What happened? He was just executed yesterday. In a room on duty in the Ministry of Justice, Wei Peng was writing a file. Yang Lin stood in front of the table and asked, "You have a grudge with Wang Luan's son, right?" Wei Peng nodded and said, "We had a conflict before." Yang Lin said, "Be careful in the future. It's best not to bring personal grudges into official matters." Wei Peng said, "This official understands." Yang Lin shook his head and left. Because of the delay just now, the brush in Wei Peng's hand had been suspended in the air for too long. A drop of ink fell onto the half-finished file and quickly dyed it red, leaving behind a blob of ink. Wei Peng looked at the blob of ink and said in a low voice, "Come back." The blob of ink on the file quickly shrank and formed a blob of ink. It floated in the air and landed back on the brush. The paper was as clean as new. Compared to the demotion of the Minister of Personnel and the left and right assistant ministers, the imprisonment of a mere director of the Ministry of Personnel did not attract much attention. However, to the officials of the old party, this matter was worth paying attention to. Times had changed. In the past, they were in charge of the Ministry of Personnel. However, the director of the Ministry of Personnel was now the highest-ranking official in the Ministry of Personnel. Losing one of the two directors of the Ministry of Personnel was a great loss to them. In a certain residence in the southern courtyard, a secret meeting was taking place. Why did something suddenly happen to Wang Luan? I've asked Yang Lin. He's under the orders of the Secretariat. It should be Li Mu who's behind this. Wang Luan once received my order to persuade the imperial court to execute Li Mu's daughter. Now, I heard that Li Yi's daughter is living in Li Mu's house and is very close to him. Perhaps she has already become his woman. He's taking revenge. After a long silence, someone sighed and said in an unwilling tone, "In my opinion, we shouldn't provoke Li Mu for the time being. He has the Emperor's protection and doesn't reveal any flaws. We can't do anything to him and there's no need to fight to the death with him. Don't forget that we only have one opponent. As long as we defeat the Zhou family, no one will be a threat to us." Someone sighed and said, "Now, I'm afraid it's not about whether we should provoke Li Mu or not, but whether he should provoke us. If Li Yi's daughter is already his woman, then Li Yi is his father-in-law. It's very likely that he wants to avenge Li Yi. Hasn't he already overturned the verdict for Li Yi? Overturning the verdict is not revenge. Judging from Wang Luan's case, this person will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Since he took action against Wang Luan so quickly, I'm afraid he won't let the others off easily." As soon as he finished speaking, someone knocked on the door from outside. He walked over and opened the door. A servant whispered a few words to him. When he walked into the room, his face was very gloomy. He said, "In addition to the left physician of the Ministry of Personnel, Wang Luan, the right physician of the Ministry of Personnel, Shui Yan, was also taken away by the people of the Imperial Clan Temple, Pa. Preposterous." Commandery Prince Nanyang slapped the table and stood up abruptly. He said angrily, "What is he trying to do?" In the Li residence, Li Mu held Li Qing's hand and said, "Those people from back then, don't even think about escaping." Lu Hanyan glanced at Li Mu and coughed softly. Li Qing let go of Li Mu's hand in a panic. Although the three of them had reached a tacit understanding on some matters, she was much more thin-skinned. In a situation where there was a third person present, she was still not used to being intimate with Li Mu. Li Mu held Li Qing's hand in his left hand and Lu Hanyan's hand in his right. It was not easy to enjoy the happiness of having two wives. If they could not be impartial, it was only a matter of time before the harem caught fire. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Qing and asked Li Mu, "When do you plan to officially welcome her into the Li residence?" We have to prepare in advance. Li Qing shook her head and said, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Although Lu Hanyan and Li Qing were both women, their understanding of marriage was completely different. Lu Hanyan's heart was still that of a secular woman. She hoped to have a romantic and ritualistic wedding. Li Qing entered the Fulu school when she was very young. She had the carefree and casual nature of a cultivator. When cultivators practiced dual cultivation, as long as the two of them were willing, they could enter the bridal chamber at that time and skip all the tedious procedures. Lu Hanyan shook her head and said, that won't do. If others know, they will think that I have mistreated you. Li Qing insisted, there's really no need. As long as the three of us can be together forever, that's enough. 3. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Qing and seemed to realize something. She looked at her with a strange expression and asked, Junior sister, you don't think that Wan Wan and Xiao Bai are just our maids, do you? Chapter 378. Li Qing went back to her room alone to calm down. Lu Hanyan had a gloating expression on her face. Li Mu smacked her butt and said, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Lu Hanyan smiled and said, I just wanted her to experience my feelings. Besides, she will find out sooner or later. If I don't tell her, will you tell her yourself? The eldest madam of the Li family did it for revenge. Because of Li Qing, she had cried a lot in the past. Li Qing had wronged her, so she wanted to use Wan Wan and Xiao Bai to take revenge. She was still the petty Lu Hanyan. But she was also the Lu Hanyan that Li Mu liked. For many things, it was more appropriate for her to speak to Li Qing than Li Mu. After thinking this through, Li Mu put his arm around her and rubbed the place where he had just hit her. He said, does it hurt? Lu Hanyan blushed and slapped his hand away. She said, behave yourself. Wan Wan and Xiao Bai are still over there. Li Mu looked over. The two girls who were sitting together on the swing immediately covered their faces with their hands. Their eyes peeked through the gaps between their fingers. Li Mu moved his hand away and said angrily, children shouldn't poke their noses into adult affairs. I'm not a child anymore. I'm not a child anymore. Wan Wan and Xiao Bai tried to defend themselves. Li Mu waved his hand and said, go back to your room to play. Although they were not young in some areas, they were still under 18 years old. As long as they were not over 18 years old, in Li Mu's eyes, they were different from Lu Hanyan and Li Qing. Li Mu could hold Xiao Bai's original body, but as long as she transformed, he would feel guilty. Wan Wan was the same. She had not changed much in the past 2 years. She was still greedy and playful. The only change was that her eyes were more seductive. As long as one looked into her eyes, one's soul would be sucked in. Little White and Wan Wan were soul seducers and soul catchers respectively. When the two beauties worked together, even Li Mu could not withstand them sometimes. Li Qing was alone in the room. Lu Hanyan was full of satisfaction after getting her revenge. She went to the great music bar to find her friends. She planned to buy the whole place and was discussing the price with the owner. Li Mu had nothing to do, so he watched Wan Wan and Xiao Bai play aeroplane chess in the courtyard. Before the game, they had agreed that the loser would have to warm the bed next time Li Mu slept in the study. Li Mu watched for almost an hour. They were still playing aeroplane chess. While he was bored to death, something in the space of the flask heavens suddenly moved. Li Mu stretched out his hand, and the spiritual snail appeared in his hand. Come to the Jianghu palace. Only this sentence came from the spiritual snail, and then there was no more sound. In the past few days, he couldn't even take care of his family. He was immersed in his women and completely forgot about the Empress. 15 minutes later, Li Mu appeared in the Jianghu palace. He bowed and asked, Your Majesty, what are your orders? The Empress threw him a token and said, From now on, you are the deputy commander of the bamboo guards. You will be in charge of the bamboo guards together with Ali. The Empress had 4 internal guards. Their names were Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu. The 4 guards had different names, and their functions were also different. The Mei guards were in Chengdu. They were in charge of monitoring the officials. The commander was Mr. Mei. The Lan guards were scattered in various counties. Their job was to monitor the local officials. Li Mu had never seen their commander before. The Bamboo Guards were a special operation organization. They were in charge of carrying out special tasks, such as investigating rebels under the Empress orders. The commander was Shengguan Li. The Jew Guards were the most mysterious of the 4 guards. It was said that they were in charge of intelligence. They had spies in the demon nation, the ghost realm, and even the demon sect. Li Mu took the token and didn't waste any time. He said, "Yes, Your Majesty." He was very clear about his position. He was a brick. He would be wherever the Empress wanted him to be. However, the Empress had inexplicably summoned him here and only gave him a token. After that, there was nothing else. She could have asked Lord May to pass this token to him. There was no need for her to make a special trip. After taking the token, Li Mu didn't stay for long. He walked out of Jianghu Palace and said to Shengguan Li, "Commander Shengguan, I have other things to do during this time. I'll need you to take care of the Bamboo Guards." Shengguan Li said lightly, "When you're not here, I'm the only one in charge of the Bamboo Guards." Since Shengguan Li didn't have any objections, Li Mu could focus on his own matters. After leaving Jianghu Palace, he went straight back to Jianghu Palace. Zhou Yi looked at the pile of memorials on the table and said, "Look, there's only one more woman by their side, and they don't even care about national affairs. They don't go to the imperial kitchen, and they don't come to Jianghu Palace. I should forbid them from taking concubines." Seeing that the Empress's attitude towards Li Mu was becoming more and more strange, Mr. May's face was bitter, but he couldn't say anything. In the Imperial Secretariat, Li Mu sneezed for no reason and crossed out 2 names on the list on the table. Lu Yi walked in from outside and put a few oranges on the table in front of Li Mu. He smiled and said, "Sir Li, these are oranges from my hometown. Although they're not as sweet and delicious as the tribute oranges, they still taste pretty good. You can take them back and try them." Zhongjuan didn't produce oranges. In the past, there were people who transplanted them and used their mana to carefully cultivate them. However, the fruit was small and bitter, so no one tried it again. This kind of fruit was usually transported from the southern counties. The price was ridiculously high, and it wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. Li Mu smiled and said, "Thank you, Sir Lu." Lu Yi had eaten Li Mu's tribute oranges before, so he only came to return the favor. He said, "You're welcome." He was about to leave when he saw a piece of paper on Li Mu's table. He asked, "What's this?" Li Mu said casually, "Oh, this. I have nothing to do, so I practice writing. Sir Li is really elegant." Lu Yi smiled and complimented him. He left Li Mu's office, but he couldn't help but be curious. Who would practice writing using a person's name? Wang Luan, Qian Long, seemed to be the left and right doctors of the Ministry of Rights. The names after that, Ai Tong, Wu Sheng, Chen Guang, sounded familiar. They seemed to be the officials of the Imperial Court, Morning Court. A few days ago, the Imperial Court was in turmoil, and there was a big change that hadn't been seen for many years. Today, the change that affected countless officials finally calmed down. The Morning Court regained its tranquility. But soon, some officials found that the court today seemed to be too quiet, as if there were suddenly a lot of people missing. Some of the officials looked around and saw that there were indeed some empty seats in front, behind, left, and right. In the Ziwei Palace, the positions of the officials were fixed. The 3 provinces, 6 ministries, and 9 temples. The ministers, assistant ministers, doctors, ministers, and junior ministers all had their own positions. These positions were fixed. Every morning, it was clear who was absent. Today, there were many gaps in the neat line of officials. There were no empty seats for officials above the 4th rank in front of the palace. But starting from the middle of the palace, there were more empty seats for officials. There was almost 1 empty seat for every 2 people. In total, there were more than 20 officials who didn't come to the morning court today. Even if they asked for leave, it was impossible for 20 officials to ask for leave at the same time. Moreover, the officials in those officials' offices didn't have the approval of their superiors. What's going on? Where did Lord Ai go? Why didn't Lord Wu come? Lord Shen just took a concubine yesterday. Did he get up late? Lord Wang and Lord Xian didn't come. Lord Wang and Lord Xian were arrested yesterday. What happened to the others? Were they arrested too? Ai Tong, Wu Sheng, Chen Guang, Lu Yi stood in front and listened to the officials' discussion behind him. He was a little confused. The names of these absent officials sounded familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere. Soon, he remembered where this inexplicable sense of familiarity came from. Weren't these people the officials Li Mu used to practice calligraphy? But even if Li Mu used their names to practice calligraphy, it shouldn't be to the extent that they disappeared. Could it be that he wasn't practicing calligraphy, but using a divine ability? He had never heard of a divine ability that could make people disappear just by writing their names. Combined with the strange situation in the court, Louis quickly understood. That piece of paper wasn't used by Li Mu to practice calligraphy. It was a list of names. On that list were the names of the former Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Gao Hong, the former Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Duke of Nanyang, Xiao Yun. Louis finally realized something and was shocked. He turned around to look at Li Mu. Li Mu grinned at him. Louis immediately turned around and broke out in cold sweat. His mind was racing. His name didn't seem to be on that list. It shouldn't be. He even treated Li Mu to oranges. Southern Court. Gao Residence. Early in the morning, the gatekeeper of the Gao residence was taking a nap in the side room. Ever since his master was stripped of his official position, although fewer people came to the residence, he no longer needed to attend morning court. In the past, he would have to wake up early to open the door at this time. It wasn't like today, where he could still laze around and take a nap at this time. To him, it was a good thing that his master was in trouble. Being able to sleep in the morning made life even better. Bang, bang, bang. While he was daydreaming, there was a sudden rush of knocking on the door. The gatekeeper was pleasantly surprised. After a shiver, he was no longer sleepy. He walked to the door and shouted angrily, "Why are you knocking so early in the morning when someone died in the house?" This person was extremely rude when knocking on the door. Normal people would pay attention to the gentle knocks and pauses when knocking on the door. Only those who were announcing a death would knock so quickly. The knocking stopped and a voice came from outside, "I'm here to visit Lord Gao." Hearing the words "I'm here," the gatekeeper was already looking down on him. His anger hadn't subsided and he asked coldly, "Do you have something to say?" The person outside was stunned for a moment, then said, No," the gatekeeper said coldly, "If you don't have an appointment, bring the invitation when you do." The person outside said, "But I really have something urgent," the gatekeeper said, "No matter how urgent it is, you still have to make an appointment. This is Lord Gao's rule." The person outside the door said, "Can you make an exception?" The gatekeeper said rudely, "I can't make an exception." The person outside the door finally became angry and said coldly, "If you can't make an exception, then forget it. Men, prepare the explosive talismans." Chapter 379. Boom. The 2 explosive talismans pasted on the gates of the Gao mansion exploded under the control of his transcendence energy. With a loud bang, the 2 gates of the Gao mansion collapsed. The gatekeeper of the Gao mansion stood in the courtyard and stared at the collapsed gates in a daze. His mind was blank. His master was a respected figure in the fairy's capital. Even if he was no longer the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, he was still the elder brother of concubine Gao, a relative of the royal family. Who would be so bold as to blow up the gates of the Gao mansion? Zhang Chun stood outside the gate and waved at the officials of the imperial clan temple. "Follow me in and arrest the guilty official." The loud noise at the gates had already alerted the people of the Gao mansion. In a split second, more than 10 maids and servants rushed out from various places. As soon as they arrived at the front courtyard, they saw the collapsed gates of the Gao mansion. The former Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Gao Hong, rushed out of the inner court. Seeing that the main gate of his residence had been blasted open, he was enraged. He glared at Zhang Chun, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets as he snapped, "Zhang, what are you doing?" Gao Hong hated Zhang Chun to the core. Not only because Zhang Chun took his position as the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, but also because Zhang Chun was Li Mu's #1 lackey. If you hated someone, you would naturally hate everything about that person, including his lackeys. Zhang Chun looked at Gao Hong and said calmly, "There is a case that requires you to go to the Imperial Clan Temple. However, your gatekeeper refused to cooperate, so I can only take forceful measures." The gatekeeper of the Gao mansion hid in a corner, trembling and not daring to raise his head. Gao Hong held back his anger and asked, "What case?" Zhang Chun said, "You'll know when you get there." Gao Hong said coldly, "No matter what, I'm still the royal uncle. You don't have the right to summon me. If you want to summon me, show me the official seal of the Imperial Clan Temple." Zhang Chun looked at a minor official of the Imperial Clan Temple and asked, "Is there such a thing?" The minor official nodded and said, "Lord Gao's sister is the son of the former emperor's concubine Gao of the Western Palace. To summon a member of the royal family or a relative of the emperor, you need the seal of the Imperial Clan Temple Master. Indeed, Lord Gao does not have this authority." Zhang Chun looked at Gao Hong and said, "You want the abbot's seal, right? Wait a moment. I'll be right back." Gao Hong's face darkened as he watched Zhang Chun leave with his men. Since Zhang Chun dared to come knocking on his door, he must have gotten hold of something that could be used against him. He couldn't figure it out at the moment. As he walked out of the main gate of the Gao mansion, Zhang Chun looked back and said, "Before I return, you are not allowed to go anywhere. If you leave the Gao mansion by 10 feet, you will be considered a fugitive. The Imperial Clan Court can arrest you or execute you." Gao Hong's face darkened, but he still retracted his foot. He walked back to the Gao mansion and said to a servant, "Go to the royal prince's mansion of Nanyang and inform the royal prince of this." On the way back to the Zongjing temple, Zhang Chun muttered, "The Gao manor doesn't look small. There should be 5 entrances, right?" A minor official beside him said, "The Gao residence is a standard 7-section mansion." 7. Zhang Chun thought about how his mansion only had 4 entrances, and there were only 2 maids and 2 servants. Just now in the Gao residence, there were almost 20 maids and servants who rushed out in an instant. Zhang Chun's heart was filled with envy. At this moment, the minor official continued, "That's nothing. The royal prince of Nanyang's mansion is the bigger one. It has 10 entrances and 10 entrances. He has 13 wives and concubines, and each of them has their own independent courtyard. Each of them has a senior maid and 4 junior maids. There are artificial mountains, ponds, and beautiful pavilions in the mansion." Zhang Chun thought about his dream of living in a 5-section mansion before he retired. He shook his head and said, "The layout is too small." The group walked through the palace gates and returned to the Zongjing temple. They didn't know that the imperial court was in an uproar. The number of officials in the imperial court was mysteriously reduced by more than 20. The morning court could no longer be held. Some officials even guessed that the powerhouses of the demon sect had sneaked into the fairies' capital and killed these officials to create chaos in the imperial court. After that, Mr. May clarified that the demon sect had nothing to do with this. Last night, it was the Zongjing Temple's deputy minister, Zhang Chun, who led the Zongjing Temple's people to arrest the guilty officials. He told the officials not to worry. It would have been better if Mr. May didn't clarify. After he did, the officials became even more worried. What? These officials were all arrested? More than 20 people were all arrested and sent to the Zongjing Temple? What's going on? Are we in trouble too? 20 officials of the imperial court had been arrested in one night. Without knowing the reason, all the officials in the Great Hall felt threatened, especially those who were close to these 2. They were even more frightened. At some point, an official seemed to realize something. He mumbled, these people are all accomplices in Li Yi's case." His words woke everyone up. The officials counted the people who were absent today and were shocked to find that all of them were related to Li Yi's case. A few days ago, when Li Mu overturned Li Yi's case, they were accomplices. However, they didn't receive any heavy punishment. They were only fined a few months to a year's salary. Everyone thought that it was the end. They didn't expect that it was just the beginning. Without any warning, those officials were all caught in one fell swoop overnight. Zhang Chun, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, who was also the Zongjing Temple's deputy minister, did it himself. There was no need to guess who was behind this. Zhang Chun was Li Mu's #1 henchman. He always fought for Li Mu in the imperial court. He must have been allowed to do this by Li Mu. Obviously, Li Mu didn't just want to overturn Li Yi's case. He also wanted to avenge Li Yi. As for the reason, everyone knew very well. Everyone in Fairy's capital knew that Li Yi's daughter was one of Li Mu's lovers. Not only did she live in his house, but they often walked hand in hand when they went out. They were very close. Li Mu overturned Li Yi's case because Li Yi was wronged and died. He wanted to avenge Li Yi because Li Yi was his father-in-law. Everyone's gaze shifted to where Li Mu was, only to find that there was no one there. Li Mu didn't even come to the imperial court today. Nonsense, this is simply nonsense. The left servant walked out and said in a deep voice, "What is the imperial court trying to do by arresting more than 20 officials for no reason?" Many people looked at Prince Shou in front. Prince Shou shook his head and said, "Don't look at me. I don't know anything." Some people in the imperial court shook their heads and sighed. Prince Shou was a prince and the head of the imperial court. He couldn't even control a minister. He was useless, Mr. Mei said. Yesterday, before Zhang Chun brought people to arrest them, he said that the imperial court has enough evidence. The left servant said with a dark face, "What evidence does he have to arrest more than 20 officials?" Mr. Mei said faintly, "The inner guards don't interfere with the imperial court. If you want to know, you just have to summon Zhang Chun to the imperial court." He turned to look at Sheng Guanli. Sheng Guanli walked to the curtain and came out after a while. She said, "Summon Zhang Chun." Crepe Myrtle Palace was only a few hundred steps away from the imperial court. He quickly walked into the imperial court in half a cup of tea's time. Mr. Mei looked at the left servant and said, "If you have any questions, you can ask Lord Zhang directly." The left servant looked at Zhang Chun and asked coldly, "Assistant Minister Zhang, you arrested more than 20 officials in the middle of the night and caused chaos in the imperial court. Shouldn't you give His Majesty and the imperial court an explanation?" Zhang Chun said, "The imperial court has evidence to arrest people. May I ask what explanation you want?" The left servant said in a low voice, "What crime did the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue, Ai Tong, commit that you want to arrest him?" Zhang Chun said, "The minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue, Ai Tong, took advantage of his position to embezzle taxes from the imperial treasury. What's wrong with me arresting him?" The left servant was shocked. He asked, "Do you have evidence?" Zhang Chun said, "The evidence is conclusive." The left servant said, "Minister of Imperial Treasury, Wu Sheng." Zhang Chun said, "Minister of Imperial Treasury, Wu Sheng, used his power to threaten and sleep with young girls. The youngest of those girls was only 8 years old. Shouldn't he be arrested?" The left servant moved his lips and said, "Then the Minister of Imperial Treasury, Chen Guang." Zhang Chun continued, "The Minister of Imperial Treasury, Chen Guang, allowed his younger brother to commit crimes and invade private residences. He bribed the Ministry of Justice to get his younger brother released and exonerated, breaking the law. What's wrong with me arresting him?" He looked at the left servant and said loudly, "There's also Wei Chong from the Taichung Temple, Wang Ning from the Taichung Temple, and Zhuo Xian from the Ceremonies Department. As officials of the Great Zhou, these people acted as a protective umbrella for criminals who trafficked women and children. Shouldn't they be arrested?" He listed the crimes of these more than 20 people one by one. The officials in the court were shocked. They had never heard of such things before. Since Zhang Chun dared to arrest them, then the Imperial Clan Temple might really have evidence of the crimes of so many officials. But how did they find out about these hidden things? Among the officials, some of them realized something. They lowered their heads and squeezed out 2 words from between their teeth, Zhou Zhong. Chapter 380. In the Imperial Kitchen. Ever since Lu Hanyan and Li Qing opened their hearts to each other, Li Mu didn't want to go home. He didn't want to leave home. Of course, because of this, he came to the palace less often, and he hadn't been to the imperial kitchen for a long time. When it was only Lu Hanyan and the Empress, Li Mu could still take care of them. But when Lu Hanyan came to Shen, Du and Li Qing moved in, the number of people who needed to be with him increased from 1 to 3. Li Mu was a little busy. This made him realize that he still had a lot of shortcomings in terms of time management. Mr. Lu Sun once said that time was like water in a sponge. If he could make use of the time he spent standing in a daze in the morning court, he could at least cook a bowl of piping hot noodles for the Empress after the morning court. Mr. May once mentioned by accident that the Empress liked to sleep in, so she often didn't eat breakfast in the morning. After the court, it was still early before breakfast time, so she might as well eat something to fill her stomach. Li Mu knew why the Empress liked to sleep in. It was because she couldn't fall asleep at night, so she would cook conch porridge with Li Mu in the middle of the night, or enter his dreams to teach him how to cultivate. As a cultivator in the upper 3 realms, she wouldn't feel tired even if she didn't sleep for a month. But cultivators were still people, and nothing could replace the joy and happiness brought by sleeping. Of course, that was in the past. At that time, Li Mu and she were both single. Now, Li Mu had his wife in his arms every night. Unlike the Empress, who had nothing to do during the long nights, he couldn't sleep beside Lu Hanyan and talk to another woman all night, even if that woman was Lu Hanyan's idol. While he was cooking the noodles, several imperial chefs were watching. Finally, one of them couldn't help but ask, "Lord Li, is there some secret to your cooking? Why can't we use the same ingredients and the same steps to make your dish taste the same?" Regarding this point, Li Mu also did not know. With the same ingredients and steps, the food made by these imperial chefs would definitely be better than his. Perhaps the Empress was used to eating the food and liked his taste. After cooking the noodles, Li Mu calculated the time and arrived at Jianghu Palace just as the morning court session was about to end. Soon, a figure walked out from the back of the hall. Zhou Yi looked at Li Mu and said, "Is it because I spoil you too much that you are becoming more and more unruly? You even dare to sneak out of the morning court. What's that smell?" Her throat moved, and her tone instantly softened as she asked, "Did you cook noodles?" Li Mu said, "I guess that your Majesty probably didn't eat breakfast today, so I went to the imperial kitchen to cook a bowl of noodles." Zhou Yi slowly sat down, thought for a moment, and said, "You are the deputy commander of the bamboo guards and also responsible for internal affairs. If there is an emergency in the morning court session, you can leave first. I won't blame you. Okay, give me the chopsticks." Watching the Empress eat the noodles in small bites, Li Mu asked, "Your Majesty, how is the situation in the court?" Zhou Yi slowly finished a mouthful of noodles, and then said, "You don't know what the result of the trouble you caused will be. The court officials are all in danger, and the court is in chaos. The trouble was caused by you, so you are responsible for pacifying it." Li Mu said, "These more than 20 guilty officials deserve to be punished. Although it will cause chaos for a short period of time, as long as it's properly arranged, it won't affect the court too much. Your Majesty, you can quickly promote some experienced officials without any background to replace their original positions in the departments of those guilty officials. This way, the impact can be minimized and the normal operation of the Yamen can be maintained. At the same time, Your Majesty can also publicize the crimes of these officials, and use this to win over the people. After Lord Li Yi overturned the case, the people of the 36 counties will greatly increase. After punishing these corrupt officials, Your Majesty's reputation will reach the peak, and you will not be inferior to the previous wise emperors of Great Zhou. It will only be a matter of time before you surpass Emperor Wen." Zhou Qiong didn't seem to be interested in Li Mu's pancake at all. Her mind was completely focused on the bowl of noodles in front of her. She was puzzled. The same noodles and the same side dishes. Why was it that the imperial chef's dish didn't taste as good as Li Mu's? She waved her hand and said, "Just do as you said. Go and arrange it." Walking out of Jianghu Palace, Li Mu's heart was slightly heavy. He was a little worried. If the Empress favored him so much and let him make all the decisions, the court officials might be jealous and label him as a favored official who caused chaos. They might band together and get rid of him. No, he had to go back and fix the law bell as soon as possible. If the worst happened, the safety of his family would be guaranteed. When the time came, as long as the law bell covered the Li residence, there would be time to slowly shake people off. Li Mu returned to the secretariat. Lu Yi was about to leave the assistant minister's office, but when she looked up and saw him, she subconsciously retracted her foot. At the same time, in the Zongjing temple not far from the secretariat, Zhang Chun looked at Prince Shou and said, "Prince, without your seal, it won't be easy for me to catch people." Prince Shou shook his head and said, "If I give you my seal and let you catch our people, wouldn't I be in a difficult position?" Zhang Chun said, "According to the law, Gao Hong should be arrested." Prince Shou shook his head and said, "Whoever wants to arrest him can do it. In any case, I'm not arresting him." Zhang Chun gritted his teeth and said, "Then you are bending the law for personal gain. The next time I go to the imperial court, I will report you in the Golden Palace. As an official of the Zongjing Temple, you are bending the law for personal gain and shielding your accomplices. Your crime is not light." Prince Shou said angrily, "Are you threatening me?" Zhang Chun said indifferently, "This is persuasion." Prince Shou suddenly sighed and said, "You are threatening me with impeachment. If I arrest Gao Hong, they can't blame me. Show me the official document and my seal." Not long after, Zhang Chun brought people out of the Zongjing Temple and came to the southern courtyard, in front of the Gao residence. The morning court had already ended, and Gao Hong had already received news that Zhang Chun was not targeting him. Last night, more than 20 officials in the imperial court were arrested by the Zongjing Temple. Without exception, these 20 people were all officials of the old party. Gao Hong found it hard to believe that the Zongjing Temple had something on all of them. Even the Empress's internal guards did not have this ability. There was no doubt that there was a traitor among them. As for who the traitor was, it couldn't be any more obvious. Gao Hong gritted his teeth and said, "Zhou Zhong, you should be hacked into pieces." As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Zhou Zhong had gained their trust over the years. The Ministry of Justice had also become a shelter for the old party officials. No matter what crimes they committed, they could be cleared of any crimes through the Ministry of Justice. Zhou Zhong had helped the old party officials time and time again, and his status in the old party had also risen. At the same time, Zhou Zhong also had many things on them. Facts had proven that the more they valued someone, the deeper they were hurt. In just a month, Zhou Zhong had betrayed them twice. Previously, when he turned himself in and overturned Li Yi's case, he had already caused the old party to lose an arm. This time, although the officials he targeted were not high-ranking, the scope was huge. The old party would probably suffer another blow. However, this was not necessarily a bad thing. After this, the higher-ups would probably not tolerate Li Mu anymore. Even if it went against the emperor's will, they would resolutely get rid of him. Before that, he just needed to wait for news. Gao Hong did not receive any news, but Zhang Chun did. Looking at the official seal of the Imperial Clan Temple, Gao Hong said in disbelief, "You stole His Highness's seal." "Bullshit." Zhang Chun glared at him and said, "Do I need to steal it? I just need to tell him that you, Gao Hong, are guilty." If he didn't seal it, he would be bending the law for favoritism and covering up for his accomplice. "I will have the Imperial Court impeach him, and he will confess everything." Gao Hong's lungs were about to explode. He gritted his teeth and said, "Coward." Zhang Chun waved his hand and said, "If you want to scold him, go to the Imperial Clan Temple and scold him in front of him." "Lord Gao, do you want to leave by yourself, or do we have to escort you?" Gao Hong snorted and said, "I'll leave by myself." He looked coldly at Zhang Chun and said, "Just you wait. Li Mu won't be able to jump around for long. When the time comes, the first one to die will be you." Zhang Chun glanced at him and said, "You might not be able to wait until that day." After having two people send Gao Hong to the Imperial Clan Temple, Zhang Chun waved his hand and said to the others, "Go to the next house." A moment later, at the Commandery Prince Mansion of Nanyang. The people of the Imperial Clan Temple knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. A low-ranking official helplessly retreated and said, "Lord, there's no one." Zhang Chun said indifferently, "Put on the explosive talisman." The two low-ranking officials stuck a few pieces of fulu on the door of the Commandery Prince Mansion of Nanyang. Zhang Chun used his magic power to control the fulu from a distance, and a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from the pieces of paper. However, as soon as the wave of spiritual energy was produced, a wave of water appeared on the door of the Commandery Prince Mansion of Nanyang. Wherever the wave of water passed, the waves of spiritual energy produced by the fulu were easily wiped out. A low-ranking official said, "The protective formation." He walked to Zhang Chun and said, "Lord, the protective formation here is too strong. We can't break it." Zhang Chun asked, "How did the imperial clan temples solve this kind of problem in the past?" The low-ranking official said, "We would send an official document to the Ministry of Personnel and ask them to send a high priest from the High Priest Department." Zhang Chun thought for a while and said, "Let's go back to the imperial clan temple first. I'll write an official document for you to send to the Ministry of Personnel." The low-ranking official looked at him and reminded, "Lord, you're the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel." Zhang Chun slapped his head and said, "How could I forget about this? Come, follow me to the Ministry of Personnel." Soon, there was no movement outside the Commandery Prince Mansion of Nanyang. Outside the door, the Commandery Prince of Nanyang waved his sleeves and snorted, "You're courting death." Without this incident, perhaps the higher-ups would continue to tolerate Li Mu. After this incident, getting rid of Li Mu was a top priority. At the same time, in a deep house in the southern court, there was a sound of gnashing teeth. Li Mu can't be kept alive anymore. This person's threat is even greater than Li Yi's back then. We must get rid of Li Mu, but His Majesty. With His Majesty's protection, it's impossible to get rid of him through the imperial court. If we want to get rid of Li Mu, we must restrain His Majesty and use special means. I'll go to the 100 Rivers Academy and meet the Dean. I'll go to the Myriad Scrolls Academy. Chapter 381. The four major academies had always held a special position in the Great Zhou. Although they did not directly participate in the politics of the imperial court, the academy presidents could restrict the emperor in the name of righteousness. Back when the former emperor was still on the throne, it was because of his arbitrary actions that the Great Zhou was plagued with internal and external troubles. The atmosphere was foul, and the faith of the people fell to the lowest point in the past century. At that time, the four major academies worked together. First Seventh Realm powerhouses suppressed the imperial court in an unparalleled manner and completely took away the former emperor's authority. Now, the empress's special favor for Li Mu had repeatedly caused unrest in the imperial court. The four major academies had enough reasons to restrict the empress and stabilize the imperial court. If Li Mu had obediently been her favored official, it would have been fine. The old party would not take the risk of offending the empress and attack him just because she doted on him. However, his existence had already greatly damaged their vitality and strength. If this continued, even if the old party did not perish at the hands of the Zhou clan, they would perish at the hands of Li Mu. Li Mu must be eliminated. For this, they did not hesitate to force the emperor to abdicate. 100 Rivers Academy. A middle-aged man in luxurious clothes looked at Vice Academy President Chen and said, "I want to see the Academy President." Vice Academy President Chen asked, "The Academy President is currently in seclusion." "What is the matter, Your Highness King Ping?" King Ping said solemnly, "This is a matter of great importance. The Academy President must come out of seclusion." Vice Academy President Chen said, "What exactly is the matter? Can you tell me first?" King Ping said in a deep voice, "The favored official Li Mu has bewitched the emperor and caused chaos in the imperial court. His Majesty has been bewitched by him and indulged him in every possible way, allowing him to wreak havoc in the imperial court. If this continues, the consequences will be unimaginable. I would like to ask the Academy presidents to persuade His Majesty to punish the demonic official Li Mu and return peace to the imperial court." Vice Academy President Chen glanced at him and shook his head. However, what the Academy sees is not so. Li Mu is called Xing Tian by the people of Fairy's capital and is extremely loved by the people. Outside, he single-handedly dealt a heavy blow to the 10 demonic sections. Internally, He overturned the case of the favored official who was wrongly killed more than 10 years ago and punished the lawless officials in the imperial court. Because of what he has done, the people's faith in the great Zhou has reached its peak in 50 years, far surpassing the time of the emperor. It is inevitable that His Majesty's favor. Although he is a favored official, Your Highness. King Ping opened his mouth and said, there is one thing that I hope Your Highness can understand. Vice Academy President Shen looked at King Ping and said slowly, the Academy is the Academy of the Great Zhou, not the Academy of the Shao clan. If the Emperor is muddle-headed, the Academy should work together to support him. This is our duty. If the Emperor is wise, the Academy should do its best to assist him. This is also our duty. Whether His Majesty is wise or muddle-headed, it is not up to you to decide. It is up to the people to decide, King Ping said, but the Imperial Court, Vice Academy President Shen said, without destruction, there can be no construction. A piece of good wood will not go bad just because a few worms have crawled on it. However, if they are allowed to gnaw on it, the good wood will eventually turn rotten one day. This is all I have to say. Take care of yourselves. With that, he put his hands behind his back and slowly left. King Ping stood where he was and his expression changed for a while. Finally, he revealed a helpless expression. After a while, he left the 100 Rivers Academy and returned to King Ping's residence. Several people who were waiting in the residence immediately came up to him and spoke. How was it? What did the dean say? Brother Wang, say something. King Ping looked at everyone and sighed. Let's drop this matter. Don't mention it again. Why? Could it be that the Academy doesn't agree? While everyone was asking, another figure walked in from outside. The Duke of Jianghu had just walked into the courtyard when he shook his head and said, I didn't see the dean. I don't think we can count on the Thousand Scrolls Academy. Among the 4 great academies, the White Deer Academy belonged to the Ministry of War and could never be counted on. As for the other 3 great academies, the 100 Rivers Academy and the Thousand Scrolls Academy supported the Shao clan. The Azure Cloud Academy stood on the side of the Zhou clan. If even the 100 Rivers Academy and the Thousand Scrolls Academy could not be won over, then there was no need to mention the Azure Cloud Academy. At least 3 deans were needed to persuade the Empress. Even if they managed to win over the Azure Cloud Academy, it would be useless. One of them looked at the Duke of Jianghu and asked, what did the Thousand Scrolls Academy say? The Duke of Jianghu shook his head and said, they said that the Academy is not a tool for us to fight for power. They only want to ensure the continuation of the Shao clan's royal family. If the Empress wants to pass the throne to a disciple of the Zhou clan, they will do their best to stop it. Apart from that, the Academy will not participate in any court battles. After saying that, he looked at King Ping and asked, what did the 100 Rivers Academy say? King Ping said, they told us to take care of ourselves. No one spoke again. The courtyard fell into a long silence. The meaning of take care of ourselves was that the 100 Rivers Academy would not help them this time. All along, they had thought that the Zhou clan only had one advantage over the Shao clan, and that was that the Empress's surname was Zhou. Regardless of whether it was the control of the imperial court, the local area, or the number of academies behind them, they were stronger than the Zhou clan's new faction. In fact, if it was not for the former emperor's incompetence that caused the wrath of the people and made the Azure Cloud Academy's dean extremely disappointed in the Shao clan, there might be 3 or even 4 academies behind the Shao clan. It was only now that they realized that although the 2 academies behind them were inclined to let the Shao clan return to the orthodox lineage in the future, that was a matter for the future. At present, they still acknowledged the Empress. In fact, it was not just the academies. Even everyone present was convinced by the current Empress. She had shown great talent in cultivation since she was young. Otherwise, she would not have been valued by the former emperor and become the crown princess and empress. The fact that she could be acknowledged by the emperor's qi and successfully advance to the 7th realm proved this point. At that time, no one in the Shao clan could withstand the emperor's qi and forcefully break through. The royal clan would not have an additional 7th realm powerhouse, but a useless person whose foundation was destroyed. One had to know that she was only 25 years old back then. Since ancient times, no one in the Shao clan had been able to inherit the emperor's qi and advance to the 7th realm at the age of 25. Obviously, the academies would not stand against the empress for this matter. The Duke of Jianghu asked, "What do we do now?" After a long silence, King Ping shook his head and said tiredly, "Let's leave it at that." Although he did not say much, everyone could hear the intention to retreat from his words. The Shao royal clan did not retreat when facing the new faction that was at the peak of their power. Now that they were facing a lone official, they had the intention to retreat. After failing to defeat Li Mu after using countless methods openly and secretly, they chose to avoid him. The Li residence. Li Mu had just learned from Zhang Chun that the Duke of Nanyang's residence was covered by a powerful formation and the officials of the ancestral temple could not enter. As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, he mobilized the consecrated department to help, but was rejected by the consecrated department. The consecrated department was a special department in the imperial court. It was not an official office. The consecrators in it were powerhouses recruited from all over the country at great cost by the imperial court. Their relationship with the imperial court was a cooperative relationship, not a subordinate one. The consecrated department existed in the previous dynasty and had always been under the control of the old faction. Ever since someone tried to assassinate Zhou Zhong in the consecrated department, Li Mu decided to find an opportunity to reorganize the department. However, he had been busy with other things these days and delayed this matter. Now, he was almost done with the matters at hand and could start to clean up the consecrated department. Before that, he had to help Zhang Chun solve the current problem. There were not many powerhouses in the ancestral temple. They could not be compared to the consecrated department and could not break the formation of the Duke of Nanyang's residence. Li Mu walked out of the residence and said, "Let's go. I'll go with you to take a look." The Duke of Nanyang's residence. The Duke of Nanyang observed the situation outside the door through a mirror. Several officials of the ancestral temple stood there, but Zhang Chun had disappeared. This time, Li Mu suddenly went crazy and let Zhang Chun capture so many officials of the old faction. This really surprised the Duke of Nanyang. After the surprise, he was delighted. The reason why the higher-ups tolerated Li Mu was that although Li Mu had damaged the interests of the old faction, it was not to the extent that they would completely fall out with the Empress and get rid of Li Mu at all costs. Now it was time. Because Li Mu's actions had shaken the foundation of the old faction in the imperial court. The entire old faction did not hesitate to ask the academy for help and restrain the Empress in order to get rid of Li Mu, a thorn in their flesh. In the end, Li Mu was killed by his arrogance. What the Duke of Nanyang had to do was wait. He was waiting for the higher-ups to make a move. When Li Mu died, Zhang Chun and the others would be like chickens and pottery dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. While the Duke of Nanyang was waiting, he saw the figures of Zhang Chun and Li Mu appear in the mirror. When he saw Li Mu, a trace of impatience appeared on his face. He gritted his teeth and said, "Why haven't you made a move yet?" Then, he saw Li Mu and Zhang Chun outside, trying all kinds of methods to break the array of the Duke of Nanyang's residence. The Duke of Nanyang sneered. This array was set up by the array masters of the Spirit Array sect. Even a 6th realm expert would have to spend some effort to break it. Li Mu and Zhang Chun were overestimating themselves. Outside the Duke of Nanyang's residence, Li Mu also discovered the extraordinariness of this array. This array could absorb attacks from the outside world and even turn the attacks or the spirit qi in the Fulu into one's own. It was not an ordinary defensive array. It might have been set up by an array master. Although Li Mu had the memories of the 1,000 illusions venerable master, he knew that most of those arrays were evil arrays. He did not have a deep understanding of the orthodox arrays. This almost eliminated the possibility of him using ingenuity to break this array. Since he could not use ingenuity, he could only use brute force. Li Mu whistled, and the Dao bell flew out of his ear. In the blink of an eye, it grew to the height of a human. Li Mu pointed at the array outside the Duke of Nanyang's residence and said, "Crash into it." Buzz, the Dao bell responded with a buzz. Then, it flew high into the air and swooped down, crashing heavily into the defensive array. A burst of light flowed on the array. It resisted stubbornly for a few breaths before the light on it quickly dimmed. Zhang Chun strode forward and slammed the door a few times. He shouted, "Xiao Yun, Duke of Nanyang, the Imperial Clan Temple is handling a case. Hurry up and open the door. Don't hide inside. I know you're at home. Hurry up and open the door." Chapter 382. Zhang Chun pounded on the door like he was announcing a funeral, but no one responded. He channeled his mana into his palms and slammed them down. The two doors collapsed inwards, and Xiao Yun, the Duke of Nanyang, appeared in front of him with a gloomy face. Zhang Chun stared at the Duke of Nanyang unhappily and asked, "The Imperial Ancestral Temple has summoned you to close your residence. Are you resisting arrest?" The Duke of Nanyang, the former Minister of Personnel, had fallen to the point where his residence was broken down and humiliated. The Duke of Nanyang could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to kill Li Mu and Zhang Chun. Thinking that the two of them would not last long, he forcefully used his mana to suppress his anger. He looked at Zhang Chun and said coldly, "Why would the Imperial Ancestral Temple come to my residence for no reason? I thought it was a bold bandit who attacked my residence." Zhang Chun said indifferently, "Whether it is for no reason or not, you will know once you follow me to the Imperial Ancestral Temple." The Duke of Nanyang said, "Do you have the official document from the Imperial Ancestral Temple?" Zhang Chun took out the official document with the seal of the Imperial Ancestral Temple and waved it in front of him. He asked, "Is this enough?" The Duke of Nanyang said calmly, "If that is the case, let's go." Even as a duke, he could not openly resist the Imperial Ancestral Temple, because it was equivalent to resisting the Imperial Court. However, this did not mean that he would submit to Zhang Chun and Li Mu. King Ping and the others had already gone to the academy to discuss with the dean. Eliminating Li Mu was already the top priority of the Shao clan. Perhaps at this moment, Baichuan and the two deans of the Myriad Scroll Academy had already taken action to restrain the Empress. The experts that King Ping and the others had arranged to clean up the Empress and kill Li Mu were already on their way here, Baichuan Academy. In the northeast corner of the academy, there was a bamboo forest that was green all year round. The students of Baichuan Academy would not easily approach this place. Everyone knew that this was the place where the dean cultivated. The dean of the academy was one of the few experts in the Great Zhou. He was deeply respected and loved by the students, and no one would disturb his cultivation place. In the depths of the bamboo forest, in front of a bamboo house, a hearty laughter could be heard. Beside the stone table in front of the bamboo hut, the man in white put down a word and said with a smile, "Zhao Qingsong, I haven't seen you in 2 years. Your chess skills are getting worse." The middle-aged man opposite him waved his hand, and the black and white chess pieces on the chessboard quickly flew up and returned to their respective baskets. He looked at the man in white and said, "What is there to show off? I was just careless and distracted. Otherwise, you would have lost 15 minutes ago." The man in white asked, "What can distract you?" The middle-aged man said, "I don't know if this change in the Imperial Court is good or bad." The man in white thought for a moment and said, "You mean that young man named Li Mu?" The middle-aged man said, "Who else could it be?" The man in white nodded and said, "Indeed. At such a young age, he has such a natural disposition. He has gathered the faith of the people in Shindu, can communicate with the heavens and earth, and can achieve the Tao with his words. He is also extremely talented in the Fulu Tao, and made the Fulu school bet its future on him. He can be said to be a hero of his generation. What kind of people are the Shao clan that you support? Why do they have to go against him instead of keeping the Zhou clan in check?" The middle-aged man looked at him and said, "The Zhou clan that you support is not much better than the Shao clan." The man in white crossed his arms and said calmly, "I just can't stand Xiao Jing's actions. If Emperor Qing knew that the crown prince he chose was even more muddle-headed than him, and almost caused the Great Zhou to be doomed eternally, he might as well smear that essence on the wall." The middle-aged man coughed softly and said, "Jing Xingchui, you are the head of a school after all. You should at least show some respect to the late emperor and Emperor Qing." The man in white waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about those disappointing things. Li Mu is favored not only because he is handsome. His method of stabilizing the hearts of the people is really useful. In less than a year, the faith of the people in the various counties has surpassed the peak of the reign of Emperor Cheng and the late emperor. If this can continue, in the next 10 years, the glory of the reign of Emperor Wen may be reproduced. The middle-aged man seemed to think of something and murmured, could it be that he is also one of the descendants of the extinct 100 schools? There seem to be many among the 100 schools who cultivate with the faith of the people. He has always been trying to reform the law. Could it be the school of legalism? Establishing a heart for heaven and earth, establishing a life for the people, inheriting the lost knowledge of the past saints, establishing peace for all ages. The man in white whispered a few words and said, "It sounds more like the Confucian school. He has the ambition of ruling the world and is full of righteousness. It is very likely that he is a descendant of the Confucian school." The middle-aged man put down a chess piece and rubbed his chin. He said, "The Confucian school has always been active in the court and respected etiquette. However, his actions are bold and radical, seeking change. It is not like the Confucian school, but more like the school of legalism." The man in white put down another chess piece and said, "Whether it is the Confucian school or the school of legalism, those who can rule the country are righteous. Let him be, the Zongjing Temple." The prison of the Zongjing Temple, which had always been cold and cheerless, was especially lively today. More than 20 court officials were locked together, all frowning. Most of them had been brought from their homes by the people of the Zongjing Temple last night. Some of the officials had their doors blown up by Zhang Chun while they were eating dinner. Some of them had been pulled out of their beds while they were being intimate with their concubines. At first, everyone was panic-stricken, but after arriving at the Zongjing Temple and seeing so many familiar colleagues, they slowly calmed down. When they saw the former Assistant Minister of Personnel Gao Hong and the Duke of Nanyang being arrested, they were even more reassured. Of the two of them, one was a relative of the imperial family and the other was a member of the imperial clan. The higher-ups would definitely not let them stay in the Zongjing Temple. When the time came, they would be able to save them along the way. After calming down, they began to curse the main culprit. "This damned Zhou Zhong. I've really misjudged him all these years. He doesn't have many days left and he still wants to drag us down with him." Gao Hong did not curse like the others. He knew very well that Zhou Zhong had been sitting in the position of the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice all these years and had a lot of information on them. He no longer had the golden ticket of exemption from death and was no longer the Assistant Minister of Personnel. Once those crimes were confirmed, it was enough for him to die several times. In the cell next door, the Duke of Nanyang was meditating with his eyes closed. At a certain moment, he opened his eyes and glanced at Gao Hong. He said indifferently, "Why are you panicking?" Gao Hong strode over and asked, "Duke, are you sure that the higher-ups will make a move on Li Mu?" The Duke of Nanyang said, "Li Mu has already forced them into this situation. Do you think they will continue to tolerate it?" Gao Hong said uneasily, "But it's been so long. Why hasn't there been any movement at all?" The Duke of Nanyang said indifferently, "What's the hurry? Perhaps they are already on their way." Gao Hong was still worried. He walked out of the cell and said to a jailer, "Go and invite His Highness Prince Shou here." Hearing this, the jailer quickly walked out of the prison. Although the prisoners in the cell were all criminals, they still had a higher status than the jailers. As a lowly jailer, he did not dare to disobey these people. After a while, Prince Shou walked in from the outside. He looked at the two of them and said, "What's wrong with you? Why are you caught again?" Gao Hong said, "Isn't it because Zhang Chun took the official document with your highness's seal?" Prince Shou frowned and said, "Why? Are you blaming me? Zhang Chun threatened me. If I didn't do it, I would be bending the law. He even said that he would impeach me in the Golden Palace. What can I do? All of you didn't clean up after what you did and now blame me. Are you still human?" Gao Hong quickly said, "That's not what I meant." Prince Shou said angrily, "Then what do you mean?" The Duke of Nanyang finally opened his mouth and said, "Now is not the time to talk about this. We want to ask your highness Prince Shou to go out of the palace and ask about the situation. Why haven't they made a move on Li Mu?" Prince Shou glanced at them and said, "Wait here. I'll go and ask." Half an hour later, in the southern court, Prince Ping's residence. Prince Shou sipped his tea and looked at Prince Ping. He asked, "What about the Duke of Nanyang, Gao Hong and the rest? Should I let them go?" Prince Ping stretched out his hand and said, "No." Prince Shou was stunned and asked, "Then what should I do?" Prince Ping took a deep breath and said, "According to the law, those who should be demoted will be demoted and those who should be killed will be killed." Prince Shou spat out his tea and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. He asked, "Then what about the Duke of Nanyang?" Prince Ping shook his head and said, "Without the death exemption token, he can't be saved." Prince Shou was stunned and said, "Aren't you going to join forces with the academy to make a move on Limu?" Prince Ping said, "Limu is not our enemy. The Zhou family is. There's no need to take the risk." Prince Shou said, "But that's not right. If Limu makes a move, Xiao Yun will die." Prince Ping leaned on the chair and slowly let out a sigh of relief. He said, "He asked for it. 36 dukes. Even if one is gone, there are still 35, smack." Prince Shou stood up abruptly and pointed at Prince Ping. He said angrily, "How can you do this? Do you have any humanity left? Those are our beloved friends." Prince Ping also stood up and said coldly, "What do you know? We're looking at the big picture." Prince Shou stared at him for a long time and finally sat back down. He leaned weakly on the chair and said, "The blood flowing in his body is the same as ours." Prince Ping said, "It's because the blood flowing in his body is the blood of the Xiao family. When necessary, he should sacrifice himself for the Xiao family, ancestral temple." After 2 hours, Prince Shou reappeared in the heavenly prison. Gao Hong and the Duke of Nanyang were already anxious from waiting. The Duke of Nanyang was still able to maintain his calm while Gao Hong grabbed the bars of the cell and looked in a certain direction. When he finally saw the chubby figure of Prince Shou, he asked anxiously without waiting for Prince Shou to come closer, "Your Highness, how is it?" Prince Shou patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, it's fine." Gao Hong let out a long sigh of relief. Then, excitement appeared on his face as he asked, "When will Limu die?" Prince Shou let out a sigh of relief and said, "When I save you." Gao Hong finally relaxed and sat down slowly. He leaned against the wall and said, "I can't wait any longer." Prince Shou was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he looked at the two of them and said, "Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? I'll get someone to send it in." Chapter 383. The officials who were locked up in the Zongjing Temple lived a life of luxury at home. Naturally, they weren't used to the food of the Zongjing Temple. As the head of the Zongjing Temple, Prince Shou took this into consideration and sent them food from the restaurant outside the palace. In the prison, the officials were eating heartily. "This pork shoulder is from the Wafting Fragrance restaurant. It's definitely from the Wafting Fragrance restaurant. The smell of the wine can't be wrong. The food of the Zongjing Temple is really hard to swallow. The Wafting Fragrance restaurant is the best. Thank you, Your Highness." Prince Shou. Other than having their freedom restricted, the 20 officials didn't suffer much in the Zongjing Temple. Prince Shou arranged a single cell for each of them and changed the bed sheets. In order to protect their privacy, he even had people separate the cells with curtains. 3 meals a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. 2 hours in advance, the prison guards would send the menus from the various restaurants in the divine capital. Each of them could order 4 dishes, 1 soup, and a pot of wine. If they were hungry in the middle of the night, they could even order supper. For this, Prince Shou specially invited the chefs of the Wafting Fragrance restaurant to the Zongjing Temple to be on standby. Even if these officials had more needs in the middle of the night, the chefs would have to crawl out of bed to satisfy them. In terms of food, the food these officials usually ate at home wasn't as good as the food in the Zongjing Temple. Not only that, Prince Shou even considered their physical needs and used his sedan to secretly bring the girls from the brothels outside the palace into the Zongjing Temple to comfort these officials at night. This made the officials in the prison change their impression of Prince Shou. Other than his stupidity and cowardice, Prince Shou still had his shining points. Despite the risk of being impeached by the censor, he still took care of these criminal officials meticulously. This wasn't something that anyone could do. It was really good to have one of their own in the Zongjing Temple. In the courtyard of the Zongjing Temple, Zhang Chun watched as the prison guard sent the food made by the wafting fragrance restaurant's chefs into the prison. He looked at Prince Shou and said slowly, "Your Highness, isn't this a little too much?" "Too much?" King Shou glanced at him and said, "How is this going overboard? When you took special care of Li Yi's daughter, did I say anything overboard? Why are you like this?" Zhang Chun was stunned. "I just covered her cell with a curtain and changed her bed." King Shou said, "I also covered up their cells and changed their beds." Zhang Chun looked at the busy figures in the kitchen of the Zongjing Temple and said, "But you brought the chef of the restaurant into the palace. Isn't that too much?" King Shou said, "Is this too much? This is not too much at all. Let me tell you what is too much. Li Mu used His Majesty's imperial kitchen to cook for other women. This is what is too much." Zhang Chun was stunned and said, "But you can't let them drink. The Imperial Ancestral Temple strictly forbids prisoners from drinking." After that, he waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about the wine you gave to those guilty officials. You even found women for them. What do you think the Zongjing Temple is? A restaurant or a brothel?" King Shou glanced at him and said, "Ordinary prisoners have to eat a full meal before they are executed. Are you in charge of the Zongjing Temple or am I?" Zhang Chun said angrily, "You." Then, he seemed to realize something and looked at King Shou in shock. King Shou sighed and shook his head. Zhang Chun silently shut his mouth. After thinking for a while, he said, "Even if you want to find women from the brothel, Your Highness' taste is too unique. You don't let them enjoy, but let them suffer. I know of a brothel in Luoyang. The women there are very beautiful." King Shou said indignantly, "What's wrong with my taste? They are fat and chubby. Aren't they good?" In the prison, two officials had just finished their sweet and sour fish. As they picked their teeth with the fish bones, they complained, "Everything about His Highness King Shou is good, but I really can't agree with him when it comes to women. I can't even bear to touch the women he finds." King Shou walked in and said, "If you're not satisfied, I'll give you a beautiful one tonight." The official smiled and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." King Shou walked to the innermost cell and asked Commandery Prince Nanyang, "Are you used to it?" Commandery Prince Nanyang said, "Not really, but thank you for taking care of me." At first, Commandery Prince Nanyang looked down on King Shou. Although King Shou was one of the 7 one-word princes and his status was much higher than his, everyone in Luoyang knew about King Shou's cowardice and incompetence. Now, although his evaluation of King Shou's cowardice and incompetence did not change, he did not hate him as much. King Shou squatted at the door of the cell and said, "Nanyang County is such a good place. Why did you come to Luoyang in the first place?" Commandery Prince Nanyang smiled and said, "Nanyang is good in every way except for one thing. It's not Luoyang." King Shou murmured, "Luoyang, what's so good about Luoyang?" Commandery Prince Nanyang said, "Power, wealth, women, cultivation resources. Luoyang has everything you want. It's thousands of times better than Nanyang County." King Shou sighed and said, "Although Luoyang is good, it's also dirty." Commandery Prince Nanyang did not hear what King Shou said clearly and asked, "Brother, when will you let us out?" King Shou said, "You know what you've done. If I let you go just like that, I won't be able to answer to the people and the imperial court. Instead, the new party will have something to use against you. Therefore, we still have to put on a show." Commandery Prince Nanyang asked, "How do we put on a show?" King Shou said slowly, "You'll still be sentenced to death. Then, you'll be sent outside to be executed. Of course, this is all an act. The executioner's knife won't really cut you down. The dean will use his great power to create an illusion to make the people think that you're really dead. After that, you'll have to appear in Luoyang with a new identity." Commandery Prince Nanyang frowned and said, "So troublesome?" King Shou said helplessly, "Do you think what you've done is a small matter? According to the crimes that Zhou Zhong has confessed, each and every one of you will be beheaded. This is the only way to save your lives. From today onwards, Commandery Prince Nanyang is dead. You'll have a new identity. At that time, we'll find a way to let you enter the imperial court again. After that, you'll get back everything you've lost." Commandery Prince Nanyang had a thoughtful expression as he carefully considered King Shou's words. Indeed, since Li Yi's case was overturned, Commandery Prince Xiao Yun was no different from a dead man in the Great Zhou. His official position was revoked and he would never be employed by the imperial court again. Instead of using the useless identity of Commandery Prince Nanyang, he might as well change his appearance and start a new life. If King Shou really let him go so easily, Commandery Prince Nanyang would be suspicious. Li Mu and the Zhou clan were watching. If he let them go, King Shou wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. However, his plan was so meticulous that it wasn't possible for him to be deceived. It was most likely a decision made by the higher-ups. At this moment, King Shou continued, "I need all of you to act out this scene. Don't mess it up. Otherwise, all your previous efforts will be wasted and no one will be able to save you." Commandery Prince Nanyang no longer had any doubts. He nodded and said, "I understand." King Shou patted him on the shoulder and said, "Remember, even if a knife is placed on your neck, you must remain calm. This is because the executioners this time are all our people. Oh right, remember to tell the others. Otherwise, if they mess it up, everyone will be implicated and Li Mu won't be able to get rid of them." Commandery Prince Nanyang said, "Don't worry. If anyone dares to mess it up, I'll take their life." In the court of the Zongjing Temple, Zhang Chun looked at the few guilty officials kneeling before him. He picked up a document and read it aloud. Minister Councillor Ai Tong of the Ministry of Revenue. During his reign, he coveted a huge amount of tax from the national treasury. According to the law of the Great Zhou, he is sentenced to death by beheading. Minister Wu Xing of Guanglu Temple. According to the law of the Great Zhou, he is sentenced to death by beheading. Wei Chong, Wang Ning, and Zhuo Xian. As officials of the Great Zhou, they participated in the trafficking of women and children and acted as a shield for evil forces. They are sentenced to death by beheading. Minister Chen Guang. They are sentenced to death by beheading. When Zhang Chun announced the sentence, there was no fear on the faces of the officials in the court. Some of them even looked at each other and laughed. It wasn't that they weren't afraid of death. It was just that King Shou had already made it clear to them that this was just an act. When the time came, not only would they not die, but they would also usher in a more glorious life with a new identity. The death penalty documents of these officials had already been reviewed multiple times. After Zhang Chun announced the sentence in the court, more than 20 people were escorted to the execution ground. King Shou stood outside the Zongjing Temple and nodded at all the guilty officials who walked out of the temple. After receiving that hint from King Shou, everyone felt more at ease. They rushed to the execution ground without any fear, looking quite resolute. On the execution ground. Screens surrounded the execution ground. The people below the execution ground couldn't see the specific situation on the execution ground. This time, those who were to be executed were all officials of the imperial court. There were even relatives of the emperor. The scene of their execution couldn't be seen by the people. Li Mu held Li Qing's hand and stood in the crowd. The main culprits and accomplices who framed her father back then were almost all here. Li Mu promised her that all the culprits of the case back then would receive the punishment they deserved. Behind the screens, more than 20 people knelt there. There was still no fear on their faces. Some of them even looked back at the executioner with a smile. Even though the executioner was used to big scenes, he still felt goosebumps from the strange gazes of these people who were about to die. Zhang Chun sat at the executioner's seat. He looked up at the sky, grabbed a bunch of sticks, and threw them out. He said, "The time is up. Start the execution." The executioner's knife was raised high and quickly brought down. Looking at the heads rolling next to him, one of the officials sighed in his heart. A seventh realm cultivator was indeed a seventh realm cultivator. This kind of realistic illusion almost fooled him, let alone the people. There were also a few people whose expressions changed when they noticed the blood of the people next to them splattering on them. However, the executioner behind them didn't give them time to think. With a slash of the knife, the heads were separated from the bodies and their souls scattered. Before and after the execution ground was completely silent. In the past, before the execution, the prisoners would cry and howl. This was probably the quietest execution that the people of the fairies' capital had ever seen. King Shou stood outside the execution ground and sighed deeply. He muttered, "In your next life, be a good person." Chapter 384. The execution was very strange. Even the people outside the execution ground could tell that something was wrong. They had seen executions in the past. It was normal for the prisoners to cry and scream before they died. There were also many who yelled and cursed. However, this time, there were no cries and no cursing. The execution platform surrounded by screens was silent. More than 20 people were calmly going to their deaths. It was so quiet that it was eerie. Soon, the cheers of the people drowned out the silence. Good execution. They are all criminals who wronged Lord Li back then. These people deserve to die. Lord Li can rest in peace now. At the front of the crowd, Li Qing held Li Mu's hand tightly and said, "Let's go." The two of them turned around. The people took the initiative to open a path for them. They walked slowly. The people behind them watched them leave. They clasped their fists and said, "I wish Lord Li and Miss Li a long and happy life together, grow old together, may you have a child." More than 20 guilty officials were beheaded, and the people all clapped their hands in joy. These people were not only accomplices in framing Lord Li Yi, but they themselves were also guilty of many crimes. Their death was a good thing for the country and the people. After the execution, some of the commoners even spat on the execution platform as they left, their faces filled with joy. King Shou sighed and said to a servant beside him, "Don't remove the screens yet. Inform their families to come and collect the bodies." The servant nodded and said, "Yes." King Shou put his hands behind his back and shook his head as he walked away. He said softly, "It's good that they're dead. There's no more trouble after they die." Zhang Chun walked behind him and said, "These people have committed countless crimes. It's too easy for them to die like this." Although these criminals were dead, they still thought that it was a trap. After today, they would reappear in the divine capital with a new identity. Although they died in the end, at least they didn't feel fear or pain before they died. King Shou said casually, "In life, there are some things that shouldn't be taken too seriously. It's fine if it's not too bad." The news that more than 20 officials from the old party, including Commandery Prince Nanyang and the elder brother of the concubine dowager, had been beheaded at the street corner quickly swept through Luoyang and shocked countless people. Are they really dead? No one saved them? The Shao clan hasn't done anything. Are they just going to be abandoned like that? What are they afraid of, and what are they afraid of? You still don't understand. They're obviously afraid of Li Mu. At the Zhou family's banquet, Zhou Chuan's face was pale. Qin Jian was dead, Gao Hong was dead, and the Duke of Nanyang, Xiao Yun was dead. Of the 7 main culprits back then, only he, the Duke of Zhongyong, and the Duke of Peace and Peace were left. Li Mu didn't even spare the accomplices, so how could he spare the main culprits? In particular, the death of the Duke of Nanyang had made him even more terrified. Even the Shao royal family could not escape Li Mu's punishment, let alone him. Zhou Chen lowered his head to eat, but his forehead was full of cold sweat. He knew what his father was worried about. The Duke of Nanyang and those people were dead. Perhaps his father would be his next target. More than half a year ago, Li Mu was still a small official in a remote county. Unexpectedly, in just half a year, he had grown into an existence that even the old party did not dare to provoke. The Shao royal family was not as fearful of the Zhou family as they were of Li Mu. Just before he came to Luoyang, Zhou Chen had tried to send an assassin to finish him off, but it had ended in failure. If Li Mu knew that he was the one who sent that assassin, wouldn't he be reduced to the same fate as those people this morning? In the Zhou family, while Zhou Chuan and his son were in shock, Li Mu was also hesitating in the Li residence. Until today, most of the people involved in the case back then had received the punishment they deserved. No accomplices had escaped, and there were still 4 main culprits in Luoyang. These 4 people were the Marquis of Zhongyong, the Earl of Ping'an, the Marquis of Yongding, and Zhou Chuan of the Zhou family. The first 3 bigwigs of Luoyang were involved in Zhou Zhong's scheme. They had no enmity with Li Yi. Zhou Zhong knew that he could not change the overall situation, so he deliberately lured them into the trap in order to get the 3 death exemption tokens in their hands. Before Zhou Zhong lured them in, Li Yi's fate was already sealed. These 3 people were just Zhou Zhong's pawns. Although they had bad records, there was no need to kill them. As for Zhou Chuan, although Li Mu wanted him to pay the price, there were 2 problems in front of him. First, the booklet that Zhou Zhong gave him contained evidence of the crimes of the old party officials. There was nothing about Zhou Chuan, so Li Mu could not overthrow him through the law. Second, Zhou Chuan was the Empress's uncle. Li Mu had already killed one of her younger brothers. He did not know how the Empress would feel if he killed another of her uncles. Even though she had left the Zhou family, the blood that flowed in her body was the same as the blood of the Zhou family. The Empress cared about him so much, so Li Mu could not ignore her feelings at all. He pondered for a long time and walked into the courtyard. He said to Lu Hanyan and Li Qing, "I'm going to the palace. You don't have to wait for me to eat today." After informing them, Li Mu left the Li residence and went to the palace. He first went to the imperial kitchen and made a few dishes that the Empress liked. Then, he took the food box and went to Changle Palace. In Changle Palace, Zhou Yi looked at the unusually sumptuous meal on the table. Finally, he looked at Li Mu and said, "What's the matter? Speak." Li Mu shook his head and said, "Nothing." Zhou Yi picked up his chopsticks and said, "I'll only give you one chance." Li Mu said, "Among the people who killed Lord Li Yi, the former Minister of Works, Zhou Chuan, was also an important mastermind." Zhou Yi was silent for a long time. Then, he said lightly, "If you have evidence of his crimes, you can punish him according to the law. I will not protect him just because he is my uncle. If one day, the one who breaks the law is you, I will not protect you." Li Mu cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." He walked out of Changle Palace and sighed in relief. Zhou Chuan was different from the others. No matter what, Li Mu could not go around the Empress and make a move on him. So, he needed to ask the Empress's opinion first. After getting the Empress's approval, there was only one problem left to solve. That was how to collect evidence of Zhou Chuan's crimes. The new party had only been established for 3 years. Moreover, the officials of the 2 parties were very different. The old party consisted mostly of influential officials, while the new party consisted mostly of new officials. In comparison, the influential officials had more misdeeds. Collecting evidence of the old party officials' crimes was easier than collecting evidence of the new party's crimes. Moreover, compared to the old party, the new party had stronger restrictions on the officials. This was also one of the reasons why Zhou Zhong had not been able to collect evidence of Zhou Chuan's crimes for so many years. Li Mu did not think that Zhou Zhong would be able to do something that Zhou Zhong had not been able to do for so many years. He walked out of the palace gates and stood outside for 15 minutes. Then, he walked toward the northern courtyard. This time, he did not go home. Instead, he stopped in front of another tall gate. Li Mu walked up and knocked on the door knocker. Soon, the gate opened a crack. A servant poked his head out and asked, "May I ask who your excellency is and why you have come to Zhou Mansion?" Li Mu looked at Zhou Mansion's gatekeeper and said indifferently, "Please go in and inform them that Censor Li Mu of the Secretariat has come to visit." A moment later, Zhou Chuan frowned and anxiously paced around the hall. He muttered, "Li Mu, what is he doing here? I won't see him. Let him go back." Zhou Xiong stretched out his hand and said, "No, if word gets out, outsiders will think that our Zhou family is afraid of Li Mu. Let him in." Zhou Chuan said, "Second brother, but it's fine. Let's see what he wants first." Zhou Xiong waved his hand and said, "His target might be you. Third brother, you should leave for now." After Zhou Chuan left, Zhou Ting said, "I'll leave as well." His only son had died at the hands of Li Mu. He could not face Li Mu calmly. A moment later, under the guidance of a servant, Li Mu passed through 2 doors, walked through several corridors, and arrived at a hall. Zhou Xiong was the only one in the hall. Li Mu walked into the hall. Zhou Xiong said indifferently, Lord Li, please take a seat. There's no need for that, Li Mu shook his head and said, I'm here today to tell you one thing. Zhou Xiong picked up his teacup and asked, what is it? Li Mu said, Zhou Chuan of the Zhou family was one of the main culprits who framed my father-in-law. Zhou Xiong said in a deep voice, that case is over. Li Mu said, that's what Duke Nanyang and Gao Hong thought too. Duke Nanyang and Gao Hong had just been executed. This was a blatant threat. Zhou Xiong slammed his teacup on the table and said loudly, Li Mu, what are you trying to say? Li Mu said indifferently, let Zhou Chuan ask to be exiled and this matter will end here. Zhou Xiong was stunned for a moment before he became furious. He stood up and gritted his teeth, you're dreaming. Li Mu shook his head and said, if it weren't for His Majesty, I would do it myself. At that time, it won't be as simple as being exiled. Don't force me. Zhou Xiong wanted to throw his teacup at Li Mu's face. He came to the Zhou family and asked the Zhou family to ask to be exiled. Who was the one forcing who? Zhou Xiong said angrily, what right do you have to say that? Li Mu looked at him and said, when I was in the northern county, I was assassinated. Don't think that I don't know that the mastermind behind the assassination was Zhou Chuan's son, Zhou Chen. Crash. Zhou Chen, who was eavesdropping in the back hall, was shocked when he heard Li Mu's words. He couldn't help but take a few steps back and knocked over a chair. He picked up the chair with a pale face and his body trembled slightly. In the front hall, Zhou Xiong said flatly, you're slandering me. Li Mu smiled and said, whether it's slander or not, you'll know when you get to the Imperial Clan Temple. I still have a lot of evidence of your Zhou family's crimes. At that time, it won't just be Zhou Chen's case. Zhou Chuan, Zhou Ting, and the other officials of your new party won't be able to escape. The fate of those officials on the execution ground today will be your fate. Zhou Xiong's face turned red. He pointed at him and said angrily, you. Li Mu looked at Zhou Xiong and said calmly, Chen Jian's grave is already covered in grass. Gao Hong and Prince Nanyang's bodies have just turned cold. I only asked Zhou Chuan to be exiled because of His Majesty. I have no interest in the fight between the old and new parties. However, if I don't punish Zhou Chuan and avenge my father-in-law, I won't be able to answer to my wife. Zhou Chuan's request to be exiled is my limit. I'll give you 3 days to think about it. Chapter 385. After saying those words, Li Mu turned and left the Zhou family. After he left, a few figures walked out from the back hall. Zhou Xiong looked coldly at Zhou Chen and asked, is what Li Mu said true? Zhou Chen nodded and said fearfully, but back then, when I hired the assassin, I did not reveal any of my identity. Zhou Xiong sat in his chair and said weakly, how much leverage does he have on the Zhou family? Most of the conflicts in the imperial court could not be seen in the open. These conflicts in the dark were filled with blood and filth, and could not be shown in front of others. With the Shao clan's existence, the Zhou family could not avoid such filthy matters. Once they were exposed and seriously investigated, there was no doubt that the fate of the old party officials would be the fate of some of the new party members. Zhou Chuan said, I'm guessing that Li Mu is lying to us. Even the old party does not have any evidence. How would Li Mu know? Zhou Xiong looked at him and asked, what if? He looked at Zhou Chuan and said, even if he does not have more leverage, just the crime of assassination is enough to send your son to his death. Zhou Chen trembled and hugged Zhou Chuan's thigh. He said fearfully, Father, I don't want to die. I'm your son. You have to save me, Pa. Zhou Chuan slapped him away with a gloomy face and did not say a word. Li Mu's request for Zhou Chen and the other members of the new party to be spared was that Zhou Chuan himself had to request to be banished to the army. The place of banishment was either the demon nation or the ghost realm. Any sinner who went to such a place would have a slim chance of surviving. Some would even die 10 times out of 10. This unfilial son wanted him dead. At that moment, Zhou Chuan regretted giving birth to this son for the first time. At that moment, a figure slowly walked in from outside. Zhou Xiong stood up and said, Big brother. Zhou Jing said, I know. Zhou Xiong thought for a moment and asked, Big brother, can you divine if Li Mu is bluffing? Does he really have leverage on us? Zhou Jing shook his head and said, he has a magic treasure that can shield him from the heavenly secrets. I can't calculate anything related to him. Even if I didn't have that item, I might not be able to calculate these things. Zhou Xiong sat back down and asked worriedly, what should we do now? If Li Mu had come to the Zhou family to spout nonsense without any basis, there was a 90% chance that he was bluffing. However, he had directly pointed out the secret things that Zhou Chen had done, which made Zhou Xiong feel uncertain. If what Li Mu said was true, then they would have to give up on Zhou Chuan and be banished to the army. If they don't do as Li Mu said, Zhou Chen will die. Not only that, there is a certain possibility that the other officials of the new party will also be implicated. If Li Mu really has something on them, within the scope of the law, Li Mu could do whatever he wanted. This was something that everyone in Luoyang was aware of. How arrogant was the Shao royal family? They were even capable of doing things like forcing the emperor to abdicate the throne. However, in the end, they still had to watch the heads of over 20 officials from the old faction fall to the ground. Even the Duke of Nanyang could not be saved. Once Li Mu made public the evidence in his hands, the new party would probably follow in the footsteps of the old party. If Zhou Chuan did not leave, Zhou Chen would definitely die. Perhaps even more people would die. If Zhou Chuan asked to be banished, only 3 of the 4 brothers of the Zhou family would be left. This was a dilemma that only the head of the family, Zhou Jing, had the right to make. In the hall, everyone's gaze was on Zhou Jing. Zhou Chuan could not help but say, even if Li Mu really has something on us, can we trust what he says? What if he goes back on his words? Zhou Jing looked at him and said, no matter what decision you make, the Zhou family will agree. Zhou Chuan's voice gradually became softer as a bitter smile appeared on his face. If his eldest brother was not threatened by Li Mu, he would have clearly told him that the Zhou family would not be threatened and would not agree to Li Mu's request. Other than that, any decision he made would actually lead to another choice. Sacrificing him in exchange for the stability of the Zhou family and the new party. It turned out that he had been abandoned like the commandery prince of Nanyang. Zhou Chuan took a deep breath and said, let's do as Li Mu says. For the Zhou family, for the new party, and for our great cause. Zhou Jing was silent for a moment before he said, the family will prepare some things for you so that you can protect yourself. When the time is right, you can return to Luoyang. Zhou Chuan cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, thank you, eldest brother. The third of the 4 brothers of the Zhou family, the former Minister of Works, Zhou Chuan, felt guilty for framing Li Yi. Although he had been pardoned by the death exemption medallion, he still asked to be sent to prison and left Luoyang. This became another eye-catching event after the execution of the commandery prince of Nanyang and the others. Back when they framed Li Yi, they were all sentenced to death. Later, they were all pardoned by the death exemption medallion. The common people thought that this would be the end. They did not expect that it was only the beginning. After the commandery prince of Nanyang, Xiao Yun, and old concubine Gao's elder brother, Gao Hong, were pardoned by the death exemption medallion, they were sent to the execution ground for other crimes. In the end, they could not escape death. Although Zhou Chuan did not die, the crime of being sent to prison was not much different from delaying the execution of the death penalty. It was just that he would die a little later. At this point, all the main culprits and accomplices in Li Yi's case had paid the price with their lives. The other 3 fish that escaped the net, the Marquis of Zhongyong, the Earl of Pinghan, and the Marquis of Yongding, disappeared from Luoyang overnight after hearing and witnessing these things. Someone saw them leave Luoyang with their family the night before the execution of the commandery prince of Nanyang. Li residence. After Li Mu heard these things, he heaved a long sigh of relief. He pulled Li Qing into his arms and whispered in her ear, it's all over. Li Qing was silent. Not long after, a wet mark appeared on Li Mu's chest. After 14 years, the injustice of the Li residence was finally redressed. Those people who had inflicted suffering on them back then had finally received their overdue judgment 14 years later. Li Qing could only completely let go of certain things that she had been carrying in her heart at this moment. Li Mu hugged her. After a while, when he lowered his head, he realized that Li Qing had fallen asleep in his arms. He carefully carried her back to her room and placed her on the bed. He kissed her forehead gently and left the room. Zhou Chuan had volunteered to be banished. Li Mu had no intention of continuing to fight the Zhou family to the death. Firstly, he did not have anything on the Zhou family. He could trick them once, but he might not be able to trick them a second time. Secondly, 2 of the 4 brothers of the Zhou family had already died at the hands of Li Mu. Zhou Chu had even died at his hands. If he continued to be aggressive, he might be driven into a corner. Most importantly, he had to consider the Empress. After all, that was the family that had raised her. Even if this family had betrayed her and made her watch helplessly as the Zhou family was destroyed at the hands of Li Mu, it was still a form of torture for her. He had used less than a year to go from a nameless minor official to a person that both the new and old parties feared. In less than a year, too many changes had happened in Luoyang. As Li Mu walked on the streets, he no longer saw numb faces. The people's backs were straight, their eyes were bright, and they smiled from the bottom of their hearts. All of this showed that the Luoyang of today was no longer the Luoyang of the past. An old woman with a walking stick was walking on the street. She accidentally fell. A young man and a young woman passed by, quickly helped her up and helped her to the side of the road to rest. The old woman rested for a while, then leaned on her walking stick and slowly walked on the street. When she reached the corner of the street, she saw a beggar in ragged clothes. She thought for a moment, then took out a few copper coins from her sleeve and threw them into the beggar's bowl. The beggar kowtowed in gratitude. He took 2 copper coins and bought a bun from a bun shop by the street. He saw the shop assistant from the shop next door struggling to carry a box onto the carriage. He held the bun in his mouth and went forward to help carry the box onto the carriage. The shop assistant took a deep breath. Just as he was about to thank the beggar, he realized that there was no one behind the box. At this moment, a man in green walked over and asked, "Brother, may I ask where Restaurant Rui is?" The shop assistant smiled and said, "I happen to have something to do near Restaurant Rui. Follow me." The man thanked him and followed the shop assistant to Restaurant Rui. He happened to see a young man and a young woman's kite hanging on a tree. The 2 of them stood under the tree and waited. The man leaped up and easily plucked the kite. He smiled and handed it to the young man and the young woman. He said, "Go over there and fly it in an empty place." Li Mu was greeted by the people along the way. He could clearly feel the changes in Luoyang half a year ago. Li Mu was not the only one who could feel the changes. The people of Luoyang could feel it too. In the past, there was no good or evil in Luoyang. There was no right or wrong. It was chaotic and dark. Until half a year ago, a ray of light shone through the darkness. From then on, good and evil were separated in Luoyang. The officials and nobles who broke the law were punished the same as the common people. Be it the hedonistic sons of rich parents, the students of the academy, the important officials in the court, the nobles of Luoyang, or even the descendants of the royal family, they could no longer trample on the law and oppress the common people. This ray of light allowed the common people to walk out from the darkness and into the sunlight. Looking at the figure walking slowly on the street, countless people had reverence in their eyes. That was the light in all of their hearts. Chapter 386. Walking on the streets of Chengdu, Li Mu found that he seemed to be more and more fond of the human world. Especially after witnessing the changes in the people in the past half a year, the achievements and joy he got from it were far from what he got from cultivation. In this state of mind, his heart was empty. Even without the clear heart technique, he could still maintain absolute peace in his heart. Somehow, he even had a kind of enlightenment. Establishing a heart for the heavens and earth, establishing a life for the people. As long as he could practice these 2 words with himself, one day, he could rely on the hundreds of millions of people in the Great Zhou to advance to the upper realm. Now, he didn't have to do anything deliberately and could continue to absorb psychic power from the people. He was like a walking temple. He walked slowly on the street. What he saw and what he heard was the ecology of Chengdu, only a duck-like voice was mixed in it, which seemed a little out of place. Fortune-telling, fortune-telling, infertility treatment, ensuring the birth of a fat baby. You're not allowed to be free, you're not allowed to be free. This voice was a little familiar. Li Mu looked in the direction of the voice and saw a sloppy Taoist priest squatting at a corner of the street. In front of him was a Bagua diagram, and beside him was a flag with the words, Divine Strategy, written on it. The Taoist priest's spiritual sense was very sharp. The moment Li Mu looked over, the Taoist priest raised his head and looked at him. When he saw Li Mu, the Taoist priest was stunned for a moment. Then, he jumped up from the ground and said in amazement, "Why is it you again?" Li Mu walked over, smiled at him, and said, "Senior, we meet again." The Taoist priest scratched his head and said, "Why do I always run into you wherever I go?" That's not right." As he spoke, his tone suddenly changed. He grabbed Li Mu's wrist and said in shock, You have a good fortune." Li Mu said, "In the past few months, I encountered some opportunities." The old man let go of his hand and muttered, "Bullshit opportunity. Why can't I encounter such an opportunity?" Thinking back to more than a year ago, when he first met the young man in front of him, he was just a mortal who had lost his 7 souls and didn't have long to live. When he saw him for the second time, he was already in the omnipotent realm. Only half a year had passed, and when he saw him again, he was already in the creation realm. This made the scruffy Taoist priest doubt his life. At this rate, in another year or so, wouldn't he be inferior to him? He returned to his original position and waved his hand at Li Mu. Go. Let this old man be alone." Li Mu glanced at him and then turned to leave. When he met an old friend, he only went up to greet him out of politeness. To Li Mu a year ago, peak 6th realm cultivators were unreachable. But now, he was in close contact with 7th realm cultivators every day. In his eyes, 6th realm cultivators were just so. It wasn't until Li Mu's figure disappeared that the scruffy Taoist priest raised his head and looked in the direction he left. His heart was bitter and indescribable. He muttered, "Thief. God, this is not fair, not fair." Li Mu quickly forgot about the scruffy Taoist priest. Although he had avenged Li Qing, there were still some leftover problems. As the Great Zhou FBI, some of the priests in the Department of Worship enjoyed the cultivation resources provided by the Imperial Court, but they didn't do anything for the Imperial Court and didn't listen to the orders of the Ministry of Personnel. They even became the private soldiers of the old party, disobeying imperial orders and doing whatever they wanted. Li Mu had thought of cleaning up the Department of Worship a long time ago. The Department of Worship was nominally under the command of the Ministry of Personnel, but it wasn't an office under the Ministry of Personnel. Before the Empress ascended the throne, the Department of Worship was directly responsible to the Empress. After the Empress ascended the throne, because she couldn't subdue the Department of Worship controlled by the old party, she established the internal guards. The bamboo guards of the plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum guards were used to replace the Department of Worship. Of course, whether it was strength or resources, the internal guards were far inferior to the Department of Worship. The Department of Worship was supported by the Great Zhou's national treasury. Every year, large amounts of spiritual jade, fulu, talismans, and other cultivation resources were allocated from the national treasury. The internal guards were subsidized by the Empress herself. The highest cultivation of the internal guards was only 5th realm. In the Department of Worship, there were 2 great priests who were both 6th realm cultivators. There were also dozens of 5th realm priests. In Chang'e Palace, when he was eating with the Empress, Li Mu told her about cleaning up the Department of Worship, but the Empress was a little absent-minded. Zhou Yi didn't answer Li Mu's question. Instead, she asked, "Tell me, what's so good about being the Empress? Why can they disregard other people's lives and even their own for this position?" Zhou Chuan had already been sent away from the Immortals' capital today. Li Mu wasn't surprised that the Empress would feel this way. To the Empress, there was indeed nothing good about being the Empress. She wasn't keen on power, nor was she greedy for beauty. She didn't have anyone in her harem, and she didn't want to review memorials. To her, this position was a prison. But to others, controlling the life and death of hundreds of millions of people and becoming the ruler of the most powerful country in Zhou province was already a fatal temptation. Moreover, after becoming the empress, she could legitimately replenish her harem. If Li Mu was the empress, he could legitimately make Lu Hanyan empress and Li Qing noble consort. Wan Wan and Xiao Bai would be fair consort and virtuous consort. No one would have to be jealous of anyone. It was only natural for the empress to take in concubines. Just thinking about it made one feel that it was wonderful. There would no longer be a fire in the harem or an azura field. Zhou Yi glanced at Li Mu and said, "I'm asking you a question." "What are you laughing at?" Li Mu no longer fantasized. He withdrew his smile and said, "Your Majesty, not everyone is like your Majesty who doesn't like power. To them, becoming the emperor above hundreds of millions of people is a fatal attraction." Zhou Yi asked, "You too?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "This isn't my dream." Zhou Yi continued to ask, "Then what is your dream?" Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "This subject's dream is to take my wives to travel all over the 10 continents and 3 islands, see all kinds of sceneries, and finally find a quiet and secluded place. When I'm not cultivating, I'll raise flowers and vegetables and live the life of an ordinary person." Zhou Yi glanced at him and calmly asked, "You want to leave the imperial court?" Li Mu heard the fluctuation in her tone. To prevent her from thinking that he wanted to run away, he added, "Of course, not now." Zhou Yi asked, "Then when?" Li Mu said, "After I've helped your Majesty clear away all obstacles and solve all problems." Zhou Yi said indifferently, "I feel that the Yao Kingdom, the Ghost Realm, and the Demon's Sect are the biggest obstacles and troubles in my heart. I won't keep you for long. Once the Demon's Sect is destroyed, the Ghost Realm is subdued, and the Yao Kingdom is pacified, I will let you go." Li Mu was dumbfounded. The Yao Kingdom, the Ghost Realm, and the Demon's Sect. Which of these 3 powers hadn't existed for as long as the Great Zhou? Even if the Great Zhou perished, they might not necessarily perish. To put it bluntly, she wanted him to work for her for the rest of his life. Even when the Jade Emperor made things difficult for Sun Wukong, he didn't go so far. It was better to wait for the chickens to finish their rice, the dogs to finish their noodles, and the fire to burn out the logs. This way, Li Mu would at least have something to look forward to. At this moment, he had already decided to stick to his original plan. After helping her condense the next strand of Emperor Qi, he would take Lu Hanyan and the others and run away. There was a wider world outside, and he didn't want to waste his life on the Empress. Zhou Yi glanced at him and asked, "What, you're not willing?" Li Mu squeezed out a smile and said, "I'm willing to go through water and tread on fire for your Majesty. Not to mention destroying the Demon Sect, subduing the Ghost Realm, and pacifying the Yao Kingdom. When I'm strong enough, I can even go to the Eastern Sea and catch a dragon to be your Majesty's mount." Li Mu had long since figured out the Empress's personality. Ordinary women also liked to hear nice things, but the Empress wasn't an ordinary woman. She liked to flatter and praise even more. Regardless of whether she could do it or not, she had to get through this hurdle first. Zhou Yi asked, "Is what you said true?" Li Mu nodded and said, "Everything I said came from the bottom of my heart." Zhou Yi said indifferently, "Then swear to the heavenly Tao." Li Mu stared blankly at the Empress. He didn't expect that she wouldn't play by the rules. If he had said this to Lu Hanyan and Li Qing, they would definitely have covered Li Mu's mouth before he swore to the heavenly Tao. Then, either coquettishly or angrily, they would say, "Who told you to swear? I don't want you to swear," and so on, and forget about this matter. But the Empress, it was fine if she didn't stop him, but she actually took the initiative to make him swear? Was an oath to the heavenly Tao something that could be casually sworn? Li Mu felt that the trust between humans was gone. "What, you're not willing?" Zhou Yi looked at Li Mu and asked, "Could it be that everything you said just now was false?" Li Mu wanted nothing more than to slap his own mouth. But it was obviously too late. Looking at the Empress' serious eyes, Li Mu slowly raised his right hand, bent his thumb, and pointed to the sky. He gritted his teeth and said, "I, Li Mu, swear to the heavenly Tao that only after the Demon Sect is destroyed, the Ghost Realm is subdued, and the Demon Country is pacified, can I leave your Majesty. If I violate it, I will not have a good ending." Zhou Yi said, "Also, I really want to have a dragon as a mount." Li Mu's lips moved and said, Your Majesty, how about we forget about this? The dragon race has a fishy smell, and it's slippery. It's not suitable to be a mount. Zhou Yi glared at him. Hurry up. Chapter 387. Walking out of Changle Palace, Li Mu had to admit that he had been careless this time. He had been forced by the Empress to swear an oath to the heavens that he would only leave her after helping her destroy the demon sect, subdue the ghost realm, and pacify the Yao kingdom. Fortunately, Li Mu was quick-witted and changed a phrase when he swore. He said that he would not leave her until he finished these things, and not Shendu or Great Zhou. If he could abduct the Empress, then it would not be considered leaving her. Whether or not the Great Zhou could destroy the demon sect, subdue the ghost realm, and pacify the Yao kingdom was a matter for the Great Zhou court. In any case, Li Mu had fulfilled his oath to the Empress. Didn't she like to plant flowers? When the time came, he would open a garden for her next door to where he, Lu Hanyan, and Li Qing lived in seclusion. As long as she did not feel bored, she could plant flowers for the rest of her life. Li Mu looked back and twitched the corner of his mouth. If she wanted to trick him, she would have to cultivate for a few more years. After swearing the oath, he once again brought up the matter of purging the office of consecration. What made Li Mu feel helpless was that, at some point in time, the Empress had handed over all the things that should have been done by her to him. She did not even hand it over to Li Mu. Instead, it was Li Mu who raised the problem and solved it himself. Now, she wanted Li Mu to be her slave for the rest of his life. If she had not given him so much and treated him so well, Li Mu might have gone back to inherit the Fulu school long ago. What really made Li Mu feel that he owed her was that the Empress had always stood by his side when facing the Zhou family and himself. She had also given him the greatest trust and the greatest freedom to reverse the verdict and take revenge for Li Qing's father. If he ran away like this, it would be too heartless. For a woman to treat him like this, even if Li Mu could not repay her with his body, he could not be so heartless. Consecrated office. Lord May of the Inner Guards had just arrived. He left behind an imperial edict and then floated away. The contents of the imperial edict made countless consecrators angry and dissatisfied. From today onwards, the consecration department would be under the management of the Bamboo Guards. Although they did not need to be merged into the Bamboo Guards, the Bamboo Guards Vice Commander Li Mu would be in charge of the consecration department. The Department of Offerings had always been a special existence in the imperial court. They were not from the academy, nor were they officials of the imperial court. Their relationship with the Great Zhou court was more like cooperation than subordination. The imperial court provided the consecrators with cultivation resources, while the consecrators worked for the imperial court. Both sides took what they needed. The Department of Consecration had always been an independent department, never under the jurisdiction of an official of the court. Even the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs could only request for a consecrator and not order them to do so. This imperial edict shook the position of the consecrated division. For cultivators, a country was already a vague concept to them. What cultivators pursued their entire lives was supreme strength and the ethereal heavenly path. Most cultivators despised becoming a lackey of the imperial court, or rather, a lackey. However, the path of cultivation was not something that could be achieved by one person alone. Cultivation required resources, and cultivation resources were not easy to obtain for most cultivators without any background. In order to obtain cultivation resources like spiritual jades more easily, some cultivators with some strength would put down their pride and choose to become a consecrator of the imperial court. But this did not mean that they were willing to be under the jurisdiction of the imperial court. After becoming a consecrator, these people were still more unruly than the officials of the imperial court. They would submit to the strong, but would not submit to official rank. What is the Empress thinking? She actually let a brat control us? Although his talent is not bad, his cultivation has only just reached the 5th realm. What right does he have to command us? He killed more than 20 people from the old faction and forced Li Mu to ask for exile. Has Li Mu's hand finally reached the Department of Offerings? I don't know if you can tolerate it, but I can't. We must express our stance in protest. Everyone, don't come to the Department of Offerings tomorrow. Doesn't he want to be the master of the Department of Offerings? Just let him be the master of the Department of Offerings. Most of the consecrators in the Department of Offerings were opposed to this matter. If the Empress let a sixth realm cultivator take charge of the Department of Offerings, it would be fine. But Li Mu was only at the fifth realm, and had just reached the fifth realm. Any random consecrator here was stronger than him. To make them listen to the orders of a weakling was something that was very difficult to accept. Of course, among them, there was also a large portion who had long been bribed by the benefits of the old faction and harbored enmity towards Li Mu. Under this enmity, there were very quickly people who began to incite the other consecrators to take Li Mu down a notch. A group of people noisily left the Department of Offerings. Two elders with similar appearances stood in the courtyard with their hands behind their backs. The elder on the left said, "What do you think?" The elder on the right thought for a moment and said, "Killing him a little is good for his spirit. We have to let him know that the Department of Offerings is not a place where he can behave atrociously." The Empress temporarily placed the Department of Offerings under the Bamboo Guards. As the deputy commander of the Bamboo Guards, Li Mu naturally became the direct superior of the Department of Offerings. A few days ago, he had done a detailed search for information on the Department of Offerings. Currently, there were two sixth realm cultivators in the Department of Offerings. Both of them had just reached the sixth realm several years ago, and they were a pair of twin brothers. For the imperial court, fifth realm consecrators were easy to recruit, but sixth realm high consecrators were very difficult to recruit. When one's cultivation reached this level, they could already be considered one of the few powerful cultivators in the world. Whether it was out of dignity or the pursuit of a higher realm, they would not be willing to be the imperial court's lackeys. This also led to the imperial court having to pay a huge price every time they recruited a sixth realm cultivator. Not only did the imperial court have to provide them with large amounts of spiritual jades every year, but they also had to satisfy their various requests. After Li Mu saw the benefits of the two high consecrators, even he wanted to become a high consecrator himself. Li Mu could do what they could do, and Li Mu could do what they could not. He could guarantee that it would be worth more than the cost. If the imperial court gave him the resources given to these two people, Li Mu could guarantee that he would be able to create even greater value for the imperial court than them. Most importantly, these two people did not make much of a contribution every year. Li Mu even killed several dozen elders of the demon sect. The contributions of these two high consecrators to the imperial court were greater than the contributions of the entire Department of Offerings. However, other than the Empress's love, he did not receive anything else. This made Li Mu feel very unbalanced. He walked into the Department of Offerings and found it abnormally quiet. There were about 100 or so consecrators in the imperial court. Not everyone was at the Department of Offerings every day, but no matter the time, there should be at least 10 people on duty here. However, Li Mu went through all the duty rooms and did not see a single person. He found an old man cleaning in the backyard. After asking, he found out that there were usually at least 20 consecrators in the Department of Offerings, but today, there was not a single one. It was obvious that they were targeting him. The entire Department of Offerings was more united than Li Mu had imagined. There was no one in the Department of Offerings, so there was no point for Li Mu to stay here. He said to the old man cleaning, "Tell them that in 3 days, all the consecrators in the divine capital must report to the Department of Offerings. Those who do not make it in 3 days will be expelled from the Department of Offerings." Before leaving the Department of Offerings, Li Mu took a list of consecrators with him. On the list, it was clearly written which consecrators were out on missions and which ones did not have missions to stay in the divine capital. It was also very simple to inform them. The consecrators were treated very well. There was an entire square in the divine capital dedicated to consecrators. Among them, only Realm 4 consecrators could be allocated a courtyard with 2 entrances. Realm 5 consecrators lived in residences with at least 3 entrances and 3 entrances. The 2 great consecrators' residences both had 5 entrances and were fully staffed with servant girls and servants. When he learned of this news, Li Mu even cried out on behalf of old Jianghu for a while. In truth, when he had first arrived in the divine capital, he would not have had to work so hard if he wanted to live in a larger residence. He only needed to resign his official position and join the Department of Offerings, and he would immediately be given a courtyard with 2 entrances or even 3 entrances. The imperial court treated these outsiders much better than the officials. Li Mu's request that all the consecrators in the Department of Offerings must report to the Department of Offerings within 3 days was quickly made known to all the consecrators. What does this mean? If we're expelled from the Department of Offerings within 3 days, can he expel everyone if none of us go? I'd like to see what he'll do when he's the only one left in the Department of Offerings. That's not good. Li Mu is not to be trifled with. Look at all the things he's done in the past. Which one of them wasn't serious? What if he really expels all of us? Heh, would a Department of Offerings with only him still be called a Department of Offerings? When the time comes, the one to be expelled will only be Li Mu. He'll have to invite us back in the same way he expelled us. Since that's the case, let's not go. After leaving the yamen, Li Mu passed by the Department of Offerings on his way home and swept his gaze over it. Tomorrow was the 3-day deadline. He wasn't sure what the outcome would be tomorrow. But he was clear that a new official would make 3 sweeping fires. The first fire had to burn brighter. If he couldn't establish his authority, he wouldn't be able to mingle in the Department of Offerings in the future. The current problem was that the Department of Offerings had as many experts as there were clouds. That place was not the imperial court, and the offerings were not officials of either party. Any sort of open or secret schemes were useless. In that place, absolute strength was the only thing that mattered. Unfortunately, Li Mu's own strength was not great, and he was also a commander without any reliable helpers. Just by himself, how could he contend against a group of experts of the same level? Fortune-telling, treating infertility, guaranteeing the birth of a fat child. As he walked down the street, a familiar voice once more sounded by his ear. Li Mu looked in a certain direction and suddenly thought of a plan. At the corner of the street, the slovenly Taoist priest was currently soliciting customers. In front of his divination stall, a shadow suddenly appeared. He raised his head and glanced at Li Mu, then waved his hand as if he was swatting away a fly. Quickly leave. This old man doesn't want to see you. This time, Li Mu did not leave. Looking at the Taoist priest, he said, Senior's cultivation is so high. To be a fortune teller is a waste of talent. I don't know if Senior wants to become a offerings in the imperial court. Offerings? The Taoist priest jumped up from the ground, glaring angrily at Li Mu. Gritting his teeth, he said, what kind of person is this old man? This old man doesn't even care about the 6 great sects. What is the Great Zhou court? You actually want this old man to be a dog of the imperial court. If this wasn't the divine capital, this old man would definitely turn you into a dog first. Li Mu continued, with Senior's cultivation, if you join the Department of Offerings, you can become a great offering and live in a 5-sectioned residence. The imperial court will also provide you with maids and servants. The Taoist priest looked at Li Mu and said, before this old man changes his mind, you'd best leave quickly. Li Mu shook his head, saying, Senior probably doesn't want the heavenly fortune talisman either. Just as he turned around, someone grabbed his wrist. The Taoist priest grabbed Li Mu's hand and said seriously, whether it's the heavenly fortune talisman or not isn't important. The main thing is that this old man wants that big residence. You're still young, so you don't understand. After drifting for a lifetime, when you get older, what you seek is a stable place, a place that can shelter you from the wind and rain. Oh right, you mentioned the heavenly fortune talisman just now. What? Is it a heavenly fortune talisman if you join the Department of Offerings? P.S. Recommending the Book of the Old Days by the Bear Wolf Dog. The world is about to be in chaos. Demons are emerging in an endless stream. Chu Qiguang is guarding his territory. Looking at the demons working peacefully and the old employees who have just turned into zombies, he shouted, how dare you call the sun and moon to change the sky? Chapter 388. From the sloppy Taoist priest's reaction, Li Mu knew that he had made the right bet. All 6th-level cultivators would eventually face a problem, their lifespan. Without reaching the upper 3 realms, their lifespan would not be able to break through the limits of mortals. 260 years, or 120 years, was their life and death moment. If they were mortals, then it would be fine. Although 260 years was a long enough lifespan, mortals could not escape from old age, sickness, and death. Most people could not even live past 160 years, so naturally they would not encounter a situation where their lifespan ran out. But cultivators were different. As long as a 6th-level cultivator did not seek death like the Thousand Illusions Venerable Master or the Nether Saint, they would not die so easily. The only thing that could kill them was time. A heavenly secret talisman could buy them 10 years of lifespan. In these 10 years, as long as they broke through to the 7th level, they would immediately gain another 60 years of lifespan. Thus, there was no need to be envious of these 6th-level cultivators, especially those at the peak of the 6th level. Although they were incomparably prominent in front of others, they might not have many years left in their lifespan. Although their cultivation was not as high as theirs, from now on, they could live longer than them. Li Mu looked at the sloppy Taoist priest and said, "The imperial court has always been generous to the offerings. As long as Senior joins the offerings department, I guarantee that you will receive a heavenly secret talisman within a year." Although the materials for the heavenly secret talisman were precious, if the imperial court wanted to gather them, they could also gather a few sets. After the excitement just now, the old man had already calmed down. He glanced at Li Mu and said, "Kid, don't try to trick me. The heavenly secret talisman is a saint-level Fulu. Even those old fellows in the Fulu school could not draw it. Who in the great Zhou court can draw a saint-level talisman?" Seeing was believing. Li Mu stretched out his hand and swiped at the air in front of him. An illusory image of a Fulu covered in mysterious runes appeared before the Taoist priest's eyes. He could easily reproduce the Fulu that he had once drawn. Taoist priest looked at Fulu on the screen, and his eyes lit up. "Saint level, it's really a saint level." Then, his face was filled with smiles again as he said, "To be honest, although this old man has spent most of his life traveling outside, this old man was born in the Great Zhou dynasty and can be considered a citizen of the Great Zhou dynasty. It is only right for me to do something for the Great Zhou dynasty. This old man will enter the Department of Consecration." Li Mu cupped his hands and said, "Senior is truly righteous. Tomorrow morning, you can directly report to the Veneration Department." After bidding farewell to the Taoist priest, Li Mu finally felt at ease. In the end, the consecrated office was a place where strength spoke. Without a super powerhouse holding down the fort, Li Mu did not have the confidence to speak. Speaking of which, exchanging a divine secret talisman for a powerhouse at the peak of the 6th realm was a very good deal. Unfortunately, the materials needed for the saint-level Fulu were very precious, and this talisman could not be mass-produced. Otherwise, as long as the Empress announced to the world that she would give a divine secret talisman to any 6th realm powerhouse who joined the consecrated office, the Department of Consecrated Office of the Great Zhou would be the most powerful force in the 10 continents and 3 islands. What 6 schools and 4 sects? Even the demonic path would not be able to compete with them. The divine secret talisman was not only useful for 6th realm powerhouses, but also for 7th realm powerhouses. Although the divine secret talisman did not increase the lifespan of powerhouses above the transcendent realm by that much, every year of lifespan increased the chances of advancing. Every time one advanced a level in the upper 3 realms, their lifespan would increase by 60 years. If they made the right bet, their lifespan would be extended by 60 years. Who would not be tempted? As long as there were enough materials, he could let the Empress visit him every few days. With the help of her talisman, Li Mu was confident that he could turn the consecrated office into a retirement home for the super powerhouses of the continent. Of course, even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. This plan, at present, could only be imagined by Li Mu. Early the next morning, Li Mu arrived at the consecrated office a quarter of an hour later than the usual time. Inside the consecrated office, it was quiet. Apart from the old man sweeping the floor, there was no one else in the entire consecrated office. Li Mu moved a chair and sat in the courtyard of the consecrated office. The old man sweeping the floor obeyed Li Mu's instructions. He took an incense burner, inserted an incense stick, lit it, and placed it in the courtyard of the consecrated office. Li Mu looked at the incense stick and said, "Tell them, before this incense stick burns out, if they do not report to the consecrated office, they will be expelled from the consecrated office, and all the rewards bestowed by the imperial court will be withdrawn. From now on, they will no longer enjoy the treatment of a consecrated. The old man walked out of the consecrated office and walked briskly towards a nearby market. Jianghu Square. There were hundreds of markets in the Immortals' capital, each with its own function. Jianghu Square was a residential market, located in the core area of the Immortals' capital. Although it was a residential market, the people who lived in the market were not commoners, officials, or nobles. They were consecrated members recruited by the imperial court. The consecrated members were the same as the officials of the imperial court. They ate the salary of the imperial court, and their treatment was even better than the officials. Every person had a house bestowed by the imperial court, and all the maids and servants in the house were available. In a certain house in Jianghu Square, 10 or so consecrated members were gathered together. Expelling them from the consecrated office in less than the time of an incense stick. Who is he trying to scare? Expelling everyone from the consecrated office, how will he explain this to the imperial court? This morning, not a single person went. I want to see how he will deal with this. After discussing for a while, they decided to continue staying here. In some other houses in the square, there was also hesitation in the eyes of some people. Should we go or not? Li Mu is not someone to be trifled with. The Empress also favors him so much. How many people have fallen into his hands? If he really expels us, where will our future cultivation resources come from? Why don't we just forget about it? The Shao family has not given us any benefits. We have no need to oppose Li Mu. Li Mu sat in the consecrated office. Ever since the incense stick had burned halfway, consecrated members had begun to walk in from outside. After clasping their hands to Li Mu, they returned to their respective duty rooms. There was also a portion of people who stood outside the consecrated office, chatting and laughing with the people beside them. They were all consecrated members of the consecrated office, but they did not walk in. Their gazes would occasionally glance at the incense stick, as if they were waiting for something. Only when the last stick of incense had burned out did they walk into the consecrated office. If they were frightened by Li Mu on his first day at the consecrated office and obediently returned to the consecrated office in less than the time of an incense stick, then they could forget about having a good life in the future. The reason they had waited until the incense stick had burned out before walking into the consecrated office was to give Li Mu a show of strength. They had to let Li Mu know that the consecrated office was not the same as the imperial court. However, when the incense stick had burned out and the first person outside the door wanted to walk into the consecrated office, a figure blocked their way. That fifth realm consecrated looked at Li Mu, raised his eyebrows, and asked, "Lordly, what are you doing?" Li Mu said indifferently, "This is the consecrated office." That consecrated said, "Could it be that we consecrated members cannot enter the consecrated office?" Li Mu said, "In the past, yes, but not now. Before the incense stick has burned out, everyone who did not report to the consecrated office has already been expelled from the consecrated office. I will give you all 1 day to move out of Jianghu Square, and henceforth do not act in the name of consecrated members of the Great Show." That consecrated did not expect that Li Mu would actually dare to do this. His face darkened as he said, "Lordly, this is your first day at the consecrated office. Are you going to be so ruthless?" As he spoke, a fierce aura emanated from his body. The consecrated behind him also had an invisible aura rising from his body. Under the pressure of this aura, a few strands of hair by Li Mu's ears were blown up, and his clothes also fluttered loudly. A piece of the green brick under his feet was crushed by his foot. The next moment, Li Mu took a step forward. Boom! An even more powerful aura erupted from his body. The dozen or so consecrated at the entrance of the consecrated office retreated several steps under this aura. The fifth realm consecrated could still barely hold on, but several fourth realm cultivators directly fainted under the impact of that aura. Li Mu looked at them and said indifferently, "From now on, you are no longer consecrated members of the imperial court. The consecrated office is an important place of the imperial court. Those who trespass into the consecrated office without permission will be expelled, and those who trespass repeatedly will be killed without mercy." Several fifth realm consecrated members struggled to resist Li Mu's aura pressure, their hearts extremely shocked. They did not expect Li Mu to be able to release such an aura when he had just advanced. In that instant, they even felt as if they were facing a sixth realm cultivator. Li Mu's strength was far stronger than they had imagined. They originally wanted to show him their strength, but now they were the ones who could not step down. Just as these people did not know how to deal with it, a gentle force swept over them. The aura emanating from Li Mu collided with this gentle force and cancelled each other out. Two elders with similar appearances slowly walked to the entrance of the consecrated office. The head consecrated is here. Greetings, head consecrated. Seeing the two old men, the crowd seemed to have found their backbone and bowed to greet them. The elder on the left glanced at them and said, "What are you all standing here for? Hurry up and go in." The head consecrated spoke, and these people heaved a sigh of relief. The leader was about to enter, but just as he took a step into the consecrated office, he was suddenly hit in the chest by a golden light, and his entire body was sent flying. After sending one person flying, the Tao bell shrunk to the size of a palm and floated on Li Mu's shoulder. Seeing this, the few consecrated who were about to enter immediately stopped in their tracks. They never would have thought that Li Mu would not even give face to the head consecrated. The elder who had spoken just now had a dark expression and asked, "Lord Li, what is the meaning of this?" "Nothing." Li Mu looked at him and said calmly, "I have said before that those who do not last 5 minutes will be expelled from the consecrated office. These people are standing outside the consecrated office and dragging their feet until the incense burns out. Clearly, they do not want to be consecrated anymore. The consecrated office is an important place of the imperial court. Not just any random person can casually enter." The elder looked at him and asked slowly, "The two of us are also late. Does Lord Li want to expel the two of us from the consecrated office as well?" Sixth realm cultivators were not easy to recruit. Li Mu did not have this authority. Although Li Mu really wanted to expel them to save resources for the imperial court, if he really did expel them, the imperial court would probably also put pressure on the empress. Li Mu looked at him and said, "Seeing that you are the head consecrated, I can make an exception this time. There will not be a next time. There is no need to wait for a next time." The elder who had not spoken all this time snorted and said coldly, "If you want to expel them today, then the two of us will voluntarily resign. You can expel us as well while you are at it." Li Mu looked at this elder in shock. There was actually such a good thing? He was just worrying about how to expel them. With the sloppy Taoist priest, who was at the peak of the sixth realm, there was no need for the two of them. Wasn't this just a waste of the imperial court's resources? Li Mu looked at the two of them in surprise and said, "Words are no guarantee. Why don't the two of you make an oath to the heavenly Tao?"
Chapter 363. The Second Watch. Lei Wu Bei's pitch-black silhouette soared into the sky along with the billowing silver-white saber wave. It seemed as if a fountain had suddenly gushed out of a dark green sea. It seemed as if the sun was shining brightly, and it was radiating thousands of rays of light. It seemed as if it would destroy everything in its path. It seemed as if there was no turning back as it brazenly soared into the sky. The real decisive battle has officially begun, someone said in a low voice. Everyone present focused their attention at the same time and looked over without blinking. Jun Moxie's eyes were solemn as he looked at the battle. He had even forgotten about the pain he was feeling. The Snake King and the cold-blooded Great Master had changed their moves. They had advanced and retreated. They had dodged and turned around. They had been slowly replayed in his mind. He had been comparing their moves with his own, and had been learning from their strengths to make up for their weaknesses. Bear Mountain and Long Crane stretched their necks on the Tian Fa's side. Jun Moxie could clearly feel Venerable Mei pinching the soft flesh of his waist from behind. Jun Moxie's soul was trembling in pain. Motherfucker. Why is he pinching and twisting people? Why is he using this method like a woman? However, Jun Moxie suddenly realized, could it be that the Snake King is in danger while facing Lei Wu Bei's earth-shattering move? Otherwise, why are the three Beast Kings so nervous? But I can only see that the Snake King is coping with this with ease. He should be able to get through this. Jun Moxie opened his eyes wide as he thought of this. He couldn't care less about the pain. Suddenly the Qian Sun Serpent Queen shouted. Her slender body rotated, and the green sea on the ground suddenly disappeared. Then a bright green beam of light soared high into the sky. A round silver-white blade tower wrapped in a vague black silhouette appeared. It whistled sharply, and it seemed as if it would tear the world apart. It seemed as if an angry dragon had broken free from its shackles. It scuttled out of the ground and chased after the body like a shadow. It was as dazzling as Ho-E shooting the sun. The incomparably strong light shone on the ground, and the faces of the onlookers turned deathly pale. One with a saber. Furthermore, it's not just the ordinary fusion of man and saber. Jun Moxie exclaimed in his heart, this is a powerful saber art that combines the essence, chi and divine saber into one. I didn't think that the cold-blooded master Lei Wu Bei would have such a trump card. However, Jun Moxie changed his train of thought. Lei Wu Bei is one of the 8 great masters. So, it's reasonable for him to have such a trump card. But that little girl is really in danger. High up in the sky, the Snake King raised his head and roared angrily for the first time. His voice was sharp and piercing through the clouds. Thousands of mystical beasts in the vicinity lowered their heads in unison. Then she somersaulted in the air and suddenly turned into a huge cold star rushing down. They were like distant meteors that set off from 2 different places, but at this moment they were about to collide in the sky here. The whistling wind caused the millions of spectators below to hold their breaths. A melodious and clear cry was heard, and an oppressive roar was heard at the same time. The 2 balls of light fiercely collided with each other with a loud bang. Then a continuous sound of collision resounded. It sounded like the unceasing roar of a rocket. The ground trembled unceasingly, and the sky was filled with splendid fireworks. It seemed as if the entire sky had sunk into darkness at this moment. Only the magnificent lights in the sky were emitting 7 colored lights, and were swaying in all directions. Jun Moxie was carefree and happy. It seemed as if he had returned to his previous life on Earth. It was the Lantern Festival, a draw. Lei Baoyu, Bu Kuangfeng, Venerable Mei, and the others on the ground had come to this conclusion at the same time while they were still colliding in the sky. A loud bang was heard as the 2 crossed each other. The silver-white saber continued to soar into the sky like a comet, and rushed out with a long tail. The cold black light suddenly rushed towards the ground. The sky was filled with a bloody rain at the same time. Countless pieces of the snake's body were as thick as chopsticks, and were falling down with a crackling sound. A thick layer of blood had gathered on the ground. Only God knew how this delicate Snake King had managed to bring these things up into the sky, and then sprinkle them on Lei Wu Bei. Then she staggered back a dozen steps before she finally stabilized herself. A trace of light purple blood slowly flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Her complexion was pale, and her green clothes had become tattered. Moreover, there were cuts all over her body. Her snow-white and proud arms were exposed in front of everyone. However, her wide sleeves had already turned into green butterflies that filled the sky. And they fluttered in the air one after another and disappeared without a trace. Lei Wu Bei slowly fell with a schwa sound. His feet touched the ground and his legs went soft. He forced himself to stand up. His appearance was even more distressed. His black robe was covered with countless fragments of snake heads. He had long been bitten to pieces, and there were many tears on his robe. It seemed as if he had been cut by a weapon. His hair was disheveled and he looked like a beggar. A wisp of dark red blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and couldn't be controlled. His emotionless face was as red as a rock. It seemed as if he was drunk. Then his face turned snow-white and then red again. His complexion changed back and forth several times. They were evenly matched. The 2 men stood facing each other for a long time. Lei Wu Bei clenched his teeth and said, "What a good Snake King. He's really amazing. The cold-blooded great master deserves his reputation. He's worthy of being called a great master." The Qiansun Serpent Queen smiled tenderly. But blood was still dripping from the corners of her mouth. She was laughing so hard that blood was splattering everywhere. However, this didn't diminish her beauty. In fact, she looked even more pitiful and beautiful than before. I wonder what Venerable Mei thinks of this battle as a draw? Lei Baoyu took a step forward and asked with a smile on his face. A draw? Venerable Mei kicked Jun Moxie's buttocks again. Then he looked at Lei Baoyu and spoke in a meaningful tone. Suddenly he smiled and said, "Very well. Let's call it a draw." Lei Baoyu's face couldn't help but turn red. It seemed that they were evenly matched. In fact, Lei Wu Bei even had a slight advantage over the other 2. However, Lei Baoyu knew that the Snake King had achieved such a result in his human form. He hadn't revealed his true form yet. It could be said that he hadn't used all his cards yet. Lei Baoyu believed that Lei Wu Bei wouldn't be so relaxed if he were to fight to the death in his human form. However, the Snake King wouldn't have an easy time even if Lei Wu Bei were to die here. She wouldn't have been buried with him. But her vitality would have been severely damaged. In fact, it was likely that she wouldn't have the ability to transform into a human for the rest of her life. In fact, her strength would have regressed to that of a level 7 or 8 Shen beast. This was tantamount to mutual destruction. Therefore, it wasn't a bad idea to call it a draw. Lei Wu Bei stood upright. His face still had that unchanging expression of a corpse. It was as cold and detached as a block of iron. However, the cheers of the crowd had already started to resound. Their cheers resounded through the sky. Lei Wu Bei hadn't won at this moment. But he had successfully leveled the score. This was tantamount to a revival for the continent's allied forces. They had just lost the first battle. Lei Wu Bei was a cold-blooded master. Everyone was afraid of him. However, he had become a true hero of the continent at this moment. He was a hero of mankind. They had suffered a crushing defeat in the first battle because of a wrong strategy and a despicable plot. Their defeat had been extremely unsightly, and they had been thoroughly defeated. But the second battle had been an open battle. It had been a hand-to-hand battle. They hadn't been able to achieve a complete victory. But they had still managed to force the Chen Sun Serpent Queen into a draw. This was tantamount to taking a breather. Many people believed that they wouldn't have lost if the Shuihun Manor and the Silver Blizzard City hadn't come up with a rotten idea in the first battle. Moreover, they would have been assisted by Jun Wui's outstanding command. The enemy had dispatched the Snake King in this battle. The solitary eagle was the great Master Falcon. The allied forces hadn't dared to count on him. But they hadn't done much research in the field of poisons. Therefore, they didn't have any confidence in dealing with the King of Poisons, the Snake King. Fortunately, Lei Wu Bei had done a lot of research in the field of poisons. This was the main reason why the people of Jianghu had called him the cold-blooded master. But they hadn't expected that he would achieve such a feat. Therefore, the key point was the third battle. Venerable Mei wanted to use his own strength to fight against all the great masters of the allied forces. No one believed that Venerable Mei had such formidable strength. After all, they still had 4 great masters on their side. The two people cupped their hands in obeisance. Lei Wu Bei said, "I was lucky." Chen Sun Serpent Queen snorted. Then she turned around and walked away. It seemed that she was brooding over the fact that she hadn't achieved the victory she had expected. Lei Wu Bei smiled faintly as he slowly walked back. His arm trembled slightly. He was well aware that his treasured blade had been bent. In fact, there were many fine cracks on the blade's body. It could still be used, but it wouldn't be able to deal with a great master-level battle. Chen Sun Serpent Queen was extraordinary. She had used her strange hidden weapons and they were either dead or alive. Moreover, they were filled with deadly poisons. It was a headache-splitting headache. These two people seemed to have sustained serious injuries on the surface. But their injuries weren't serious. In fact, they didn't even affect their ability to fight. In fact, the two of them were well aware of what was going on. In the last move, the two of them had chosen to move away from each other to maintain such a situation. However, if they were to continue, it would only result in mutual destruction. Therefore, although the two of them were somewhat unconvinced, they both heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. The ground, which was originally green and gritty, had already turned black, and there were small potholes all over the place. Moreover, some places were still emitting white smoke as they slowly continued to sink. Nothing would be able to grow in this area for at least 100 years. The Snake King's poison was indeed the best in the world. A silhouette flashed, and Venerable Mei appeared in the middle of the field. She then spoke in a loud voice, "This is the final battle to decide the winner. All the great masters on the other side can come out now." Lei Baoyu was about to speak. But he swallowed his words and smiled bitterly. However, everyone had a feeling that Venerable Mei's spirit was different this time. He had been somewhat manic and unstable a moment ago. But now he was calm and composed. It was as if he had become a Buddha. His face couldn't be seen, but the aura around his body had calmed down a lot. Jun Moxie touched his buttocks on the sidelines and cursed. This big brother's buttocks became 4 times bigger in exchange for this achievement. Chapter 364. A great battle is imminent. Solitary Eagle snorted and took the lead to step forward. He then cupped his fists and said, "Venerable Mei, I, Solitary Eagle, have come to ask for advice." His voice was as sonorous as metal. Solitary Eagle was ranked last amongst the great masters. However, he was the most combative person in his life. Moreover, he had experienced an even more frightening aura from a mysterious expert. Venerable Mei's strength was equally astonishing. Solitary Eagle was amazed, but he didn't feel much fear. In fact, his state of mind was above Yu Ren's. The great master of life and death, Shi Changshao, followed closely behind. He smiled warmly, Venerable Mei, I am sure Changshao. Lei Wu Bei had just retreated. He stood there for a moment with a calm face. Then he slowly walked forward and spoke with a cold face. Venerable Mei, I don't think I need to introduce myself, right? Very well. Are there only 3 of you? Venerable Mei snorted. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. These 3 men's combined strength was equivalent to that of the Crane King, the Bear King, and the Snake King's combined strength. In fact, they were even weaker. So they weren't a match for Venerable Mei. In fact, they could barely contend with him. Wait. This old man will also participate in this battle. A sorrowful and indignant roar resounded. Li Ju Tian trembled as he stood up. Li Ju Tian had sustained serious injuries. But he was still one of the 8 great masters. He had endured the humiliation and had endured the pain. He hadn't left just for this moment. Li Ju Tian only had this one opportunity to regain his reputation against Venerable Mei. In fact, it might even be his last opportunity to redeem his reputation. He could only rely on the strength of the other 3 great masters to defeat Venerable Mei in one fell swoop. Only then could he wash away his shame. In fact, he could even go one step further. Li Ju Tian knew that it would be impossible for him to fight alone if he missed this opportunity. Therefore he had received serious injuries. Many of his bones had been fractured, and his internal injuries weren't light either. However, he had managed to restore his broken bones to their original positions during the fight between the Snake King and Lei Wu Bei. Then he had forcibly activated his self-mutilating secret technique, the art of defying the heavens. He had sacrificed his life to restore his body to its optimal state. Moreover, he had used his exquisite Xian Qi to firmly control his broken bones. This battle was Li Ju Tian's last. He would have to cut off all means of retreat. No matter what, they had to achieve the most brilliant results in this battle and display the most awe-inspiring might. Venerable Mei, as the saying goes, every dog has its day. Let me return the favor you gave me a few days ago. Li Ju Tian gasped for breath as he fiercely glared at Venerable Mei. It seemed as if he was looking at his mortal enemy. In fact, the enmity between the 2 of them was so great that they couldn't live under the same sky. In fact, there was no room for reconciliation. Venerable Mei hadn't reached this point since he was the victor. But Li Ju Tian would never be able to get rid of this shame and humiliation in this life unless he could defeat Venerable Mei. Li Ju Tian, are you planning to fight me? Venerable Mei was able to see how Li Ju Tian had managed to stand up from his serious injuries. So she couldn't help but feel pity for him. She knew that Li Ju Tian was completely innocent. However, he had been caught in the crossfire twice when her temper had been at its worst. In fact, he had been caught in the crossfire like an innocent bystander. And these 2 times had been the most depressing, painful, and indignant moments of her life. So she had urgently needed someone to vent her anger on. And Li Ju Tian was the 2nd great master. So he had taken up the responsibility. Li Ju Tian was the most suitable candidate at that time, whether it was his status or his Xian cultivation. Therefore Li Ju Tian's tragedy had befallen him. And he had unwittingly brought this tragedy upon himself. That's because a scholar can be killed but not humiliated. Venerable Mei naturally understood this truth. But he had grabbed Li Ju Tian's neck and slapped him in front of the eyes of tens of thousands of people. And he had thoroughly destroyed Li Ju Tian's reputation as the 2nd great master. It would be the strangest thing if he didn't fight him to the death. Based on his actual strength, it was originally hopeless for him in this lifetime. Yet, there was such an excellent opportunity to join hands with a supreme martial artist. How could he let go of this last chance? Is it worth it? Venerable Mei looked apologetic as he reminded Li Ju Tian. Li Ju Tian, you should be very clear about the price you have to pay to use the art of defying the heavens. You've sacrificed so much in one go. So, do you really not want to reconsider? You only need to disperse your strength if you regret it now. Then you can recover in 3 to 5 months. There's still time. No. It's too late. It's too late. Li Ju Tian's eyes blazed as he spoke in a mournful tone. Venerable Mei, are you afraid? You should know that it's already too late the moment your slap fell on my face. I, Li Ju Tian, am a man of prestige. There's only one way to wash away this humiliation. There's no other way. Oh? Afraid? I'm afraid of you? You want to wash away this humiliation? Are you planning to take my life? Venerable Mei smiled in a relaxed manner. His black robe gently swayed in the wind. That's right. Li Ju Tian spoke up in a serious manner. Venerable Mei, please don't be stingy with your head for the sake of this Li's reputation. Don't be stingy with your head? Li Ju Tian, you're advising me not to be stingy with my head. But you're stingy with your insignificant reputation? Do you know that your reputation isn't worth mentioning in my eyes? My advice to you was a pity and charity for a weakling. It's rare that I'm in a good mood. But you've misunderstood it as fear. I shouldn't have called you a frog in a well or a naive one. Venerable Mei couldn't help but laugh mockingly. He then shook his head and said, Li Ju Tian, I'll give you my head if you have the ability to do so. I'm afraid that you'll be the one to lose your head. Venerable Mei, it's still too early to make a conclusion about who'll be the one to lose his head. Li Ju Tian snorted, Venerable Mei is right. My reputation may not be worth much in Venerable Mei's eyes. But it's more important than my head. I'm afraid that the rankings of the 8 great masters will change after today's battle. Venerable Mei's entire body was shrouded in a black robe as he spoke up in an indifferent manner. He seemed disappointed and frustrated. I've been apprehensive about the great master Bu Guangfeng's reputation for so many years. The divine swordsman of the fierce Gale Feng Wanyun's cultivation has been sufficient for a long time. But he hasn't been able to become a great master. The 8 great masters will be vacant after today. So, Feng Wanyun won't be able to retreat even if he wants to. Bu Guangfeng smiled from afar. The title of Great Master Fierce Gale no longer belongs to me. Venerable Mei, you're looking down on me with your words. Venerable Mei snorted and smiled. But, this cold-blooded great master still has the guts to besiege me after the battle. So, he's probably here to die as a scapegoat, right? I really don't know what position he's coming from. Do you really think that I won't kill? Venerable Mei's psychological attack could be said to be very powerful. He had attacked Li Ju Tian, and had hit the nail on the head by pointing out the real reason why the divine swordsman of the fierce Gale Feng Wanyun couldn't become a great master. His purpose was to attack Solitary Eagle's fighting spirit. He's willing to be on the same level as you. In fact, he's even willing to take a step back. It's not that he's inferior to you. He could have become a great master a long time ago. But you've taken advantage of him because he's a great master. It had to be said that Solitary Eagle's heart was shaken as he heard these words. Then Venerable Mei turned his attention to Lei Wu Bei. He pointed out that Lei Wu Bei was injured. Lei Wu Bei wouldn't be able to make up the numbers even if he were to come forward. Moreover, he would be sacrificed as a shield by the other great masters. These words might not have had such an obvious effect on other people. But Lei Wu Bei had always been a very suspicious person. Lei Wu Bei thought that everyone in the world was his enemy. So these words had touched the bottom of his heart. In fact, they had gone straight to his heart. This was the reason why he had hesitated earlier. The competition between the great masters was also very fierce. He could have sacrificed Lei Wu Bei to save himself in a time of crisis. He could have eliminated his competitors. Moreover, he could have taken advantage of the situation to create an opportunity for himself. And he could have become famous in one fell swoop. Wouldn't that be a wonderful thing? However, Lei Wu Bei had obtained the halo of the continent's hero. So, he had no choice but to come forward even if he knew that it would be risky. However, Lei Wu Bei's complexion changed as soon as Venerable Mei's words left Solitary Eagle's mouth. The halo of the continent's hero was certainly glorious. But, it was only an inconspicuous decoration for a dead man. Venerable Mei's psychological attack is very incisive. I admire it. But I'm afraid that Venerable Mei has chosen the wrong target. Shi Changshao chuckled and said, the 4 of us are veterans of hundreds of battles. And any one of us can be said to be the originator of psychological attacks. But isn't Venerable Mei underestimating us by using this trick in front of us? Moreover, the 4 of us are of one mind. And we're shouldering the responsibility of millions upon millions of people of the continent. So, how can we fall for Venerable Mei's provocation? Let me ask you, if Venerable Mei really had such great confidence in herself, would she have wasted her breath like this? The other 2 men came to their senses as soon as he said this. Li Ju Tian ferociously shouted and said, words are useless. Let's see who's the real deal. Today, let the 4 of us experience the power of the so-called Lord of Tian Fa, the 10,000 Beasts Venerable One. He laughed loudly and took the lead to rush out despite his serious injuries. Someone had to make the first move in a battle between 5 people. And the first person to make the first move would often be at a disadvantage. So he would be met with a head-on attack. But it would create an opportunity for the others. Shi Changxiao's words had dispelled Venerable Mei's psychological attack. But the 4 great masters weren't afraid of Venerable Mei's tyrannical methods. So they had no choice but to fight at the moment. Moreover, the other 3 great masters wouldn't feel bad even if they were to lose this battle. But Li Jutian couldn't. Half of his Shuihun Manor strength had been destroyed in the war between the humans and the beasts. Moreover, he had been humiliated by Venerable Mei. Moreover, he had disregarded the safety of the continent's people, and had schemed against Jianghu. His reputation had been swept to the ground, and he had been deserted. So, everything would vanish if he couldn't defeat Venerable Mei. Chapter 365. Second watch of the 30th, Shi Changxiao, Solitary Eagle, and Lei Wu Bei didn't dare to neglect Li Jutian's charge. They quickly shifted their positions and took up their positions in a split second. Then they attacked in sequence. They hadn't discussed any strategy beforehand, but which one of them wasn't a veteran of 100 battles? Everyone's position was the best for coordinating with the other two. Moreover, it was the best position for Li Jutian. Li Jutian's figure gradually faded as he rushed forward. He had attacked at the fastest speed possible. Venerable Mei snorted and punched out. Li Jutian's body shrank and arrived in front of Venerable Mei. But he slid to the side like a loach and retreated diagonally. Then two fists suddenly shot out from his original position, and collided with Venerable Mei's fist. Solitary Eagle soared into the sky at the same time. He unleashed his eagle agility technique at full speed and swooped down from the sky. 9 claws of the ghostly eagle. First move. Lei Wu Bei's black blade shone once again. It drilled out from under Shi Changxiao's ribs, and pierced towards Venerable Mei's chest. It enveloped a radius of 5 feet around his upper body. This was a battle of honor and life. So, he had to fight even if he was stingy with his treasured blade. Meanwhile, Li Jutian's retreating figure turned around at a high speed like a spinning top. He changed the momentum of his retreat, and returned to launch another fierce attack from Li Jutian's side. The 4 men attacked first and then followed. But, their coordination could be said to be seamless. Their attacks were aimed at Venerable Mei's vital points. Moreover, each of their attacks was strange and unpredictable. On the surface, it seemed as if the 4 of them were using simple punches and kicks. But, Venerable Mei was well aware that no matter which one of them she faced, it would turn into a torrential torrent of complicated attacks. And she would be entangled by the other party in a very short time. As for the other 3's true trump cards, they would be unleashed the instant he was entangled in the battle. Venerable Mei didn't dare to be careless in the face of the 4 great masters. He let out a long roar and spun his body to avoid Shi Changxiao's fists. His black robe whirled and deflected Lei Wu Bei's blade. Then he turned around and moved his body sideways. He hadn't retracted his fist, but it was still aimed at Li Jutian. Then he raised his left hand, and threw out a powerful cannonball to meet Solitary Eagle. Venerable Mei didn't panic even though she was being besieged by 4 great masters at the same time. In fact, she had calmly neutralized their attacks in an instant. Moreover, she hadn't shown any weakness in her counterattack. Li Jutian clenched his teeth, and increased his speed. He knew that one of the 4 men would have to sacrifice his strength to fight against Venerable Mei. Then the other 3 would be able to take advantage of this opportunity to surround him. The other 3 didn't have the courage to do so. And they wouldn't do so. Moreover, Li Jutian's injuries wouldn't last long. So he had no choice but to do it himself. Li Jutian's hatred for Venerable Mei had pushed him to make this crazy decision. His knuckles crackled and a faint layer of green energy shrouded his fist. It was evident that he had put all of his strength into this punch. He wanted to fight against Venerable Mei without any tricks. He had calculated that Venerable Mei would have been like an arrow at the end of its flight after he had forced the other 3 men to retreat. So he would have had no choice but to fight against him. Li Jutian would have had only one choice if he had been in Venerable Mei's position. Venerable Mei's complexion turned cold. She withdrew her fist in the time it takes for a spark to fly off of a flint. Then she punched again and met Li Jutian's attack with the void-splitting fist. Then she roared and kicked her legs 49 times in a row. Her entire body rose into the air and soared into the sky like a cannonball. The 3 people below were still distracted by this attack. But the sound of firecrackers had already been heard in the sky. Venerable Mei and the Solitary Falcon had exchanged 7 or 8 moves at lightning speed. 2 shadows flashed at the same time. Solitary Eagle somersaulted in the sky. Venerable Mei descended in a beautiful trajectory. However, he suddenly turned upside down as he fell. Then he extended his wide sleeves and abandoned Shi Changxiao and Lei Wu Bei. Then he ferociously pounced towards Li Jutian. Anyone could see that Venerable Mei was advancing with an indomitable momentum. It was clear that he wanted to take advantage of Li Jutian's serious injuries to get rid of this abominable and troublesome guy. Li Jutian shouted and retreated at lightning speed. He had hoped to fight against Venerable Mei, but it was extremely irrational to do so at this time. Venerable Mei had shaken off the others. So, it was tantamount to a one-on-one fight. Li Jutian had also lost his balance. His strength had been exhausted and he hadn't recovered yet. So, Venerable Mei could easily dodge his attack even if he were to risk his life. Moreover, the solitary eagle had been struck in the sky. So, the threat in the sky had been temporarily eliminated. Therefore Li Jutian could only retreat. Oh no! Lei Baoyu and Bu Guangfeng slapped their thighs as they watched the fight from afar. Li Jutian retreated. But, he was surprised to find that Venerable Mei hadn't chased after him. In fact, he hadn't even moved out of inertia. It seemed as if his body was being pulled by a string in the sky. He flew straight toward Shi Changxiao. His body hadn't even reached him when his legs suddenly kicked like a storm. Venerable Mei's real target wasn't Li Jutian. It was the great master of life and death, Shi Changxiao. Shi Changxiao was the biggest threat to him on the ground. He was the only one among the three on the ground who hadn't sustained any injuries. It was clear that Venerable Mei wanted to give this uninjured person the same treatment as the other two. Shi Changxiao's face turned misty. His eyes seemed to have turned petrified. Even his black pupils seemed to have turned white. He shouted loudly and punched out with both his fists. It was a head-on collision. Shi Changxiao couldn't retreat because Lei Wu Bei was standing behind him. Lei Wu Bei would have suffered if he had retreated. In fact, Lei Wu Bei had just been injured. So, he wouldn't have had the strength to fight back if he'd been hit by this move. Venerable Mei's two kicks had caused the air to vibrate and ripple. They weren't ordinary kicks. The four-man battle formation would be broken if Lei Wu Bei were to be knocked out of the fight. Then, the three of them would be defeated. Therefore, Shi Changxiao could only choose to face it head-on. Bang! Venerable Mei's first kick landed on Shi Changxiao's fist. Shi Changxiao's entire body shook. He hastily withdrew his fist. He wanted to disperse the force of the kick. He wanted to throw another punch. However, Venerable Mei's second kick landed on Shi Changxiao's fist before he could withdraw it. Shi Changxiao was startled. He hastily raised his left fist, and took advantage of the fact that his body hadn't been knocked back yet. However, Venerable Mei's third kick had already landed on his right fist before his left hand could reach its target. It was accompanied by a thunderous force. It was still the same fist. There was almost no pause in between these three consecutive kicks. It seemed as if Venerable Mei had grown 3 feet to attack at the same time. Moreover, each kick was stronger than the previous one. Shi Changxiao's body was on the verge of collapse. He couldn't help but take a step back. His left fist finally arrived at this moment. However, Venerable Mei's left leg, which had been waiting for a long time, also kicked out. Venerable Mei's body hadn't yet landed on the ground. Bang! His left fist and Venerable Mei's left foot collided with each other. A loud sound was heard. Then the scene of his right fist replayed itself. He kicked 3 times in succession. Venerable Mei's legs were separated like a pair of scissors. However, each of his kicks was as heavy as a mountain. Shi Changxiao felt a sweet taste in his mouth. He felt as if his internal organs had been shaken. He staggered back. He felt an itch in his nose. Then a thin wisp of blood spurted out. I finally sustained internal injuries. Lei Wu Bei didn't disappoint the opportunity that Shi Changxiao had created by risking his injuries. Lei Wu Bei's body flashed like a ghost. The long blade in his hand pierced through Venerable Mei's black robe with an irresistible force. Lei Wu Bei didn't have the time to rejoice at the success of his attack. However, he suddenly discovered that there was a feeling of emptiness after he had pierced through the robe. Lei Wu Bei's heart stirred. However, he felt as if something had blocked him. Then he saw Venerable Mei's left hand stretch out of the black robe. His palm firmly grasped the blade's edge. Then he ferociously pushed it forward. Her hand gripped the blade of the godly weapon. She grabbed the serrated edge of the blade. However, it didn't seem as if there was any hindrance to it. Then Li Jutian and the solitary falcon pounced forward in a frenzy. One of them was in front and the other was behind. Venerable Mei grasped the blade with her left hand. She took advantage of the fact that Lei Wu Bei was trying to cut her hand by twisting the blade. She bent her index finger, and flicked it 3 times against the direction of the force of the blade. Then Venerable Mei's body fell to the ground. Her black robe fluttered behind her like an oversized iron plate. Then she pushed it towards Li Jutian's back. Her 2 hands changed into thousands of palm shadows in an instant. The wind and clouds whistled as 100 palms converged to form a lustrous white triangle. It seemed as if they were carrying a vast and mighty momentum. Then the solitary eagle was hit high into the sky. Venerable Mei had used her fingers to flick Lei Wu Bei's blade 3 times. However, Lei Wu Bei felt as if his heart had been struck by 3 loud bangs. It felt as if someone had taken an iron hammer and pounded it 3 times on his chest. Lei Wu Bei's vision blurred and he fell into a trance. However, he couldn't control his body. Venerable Mei's strong wind had pushed him to one side, and had blocked Shi Changzhao's way. Lei Wu Bei's treasured blade had turned into a pile of broken pieces of iron. Then, a crisp sound was heard as it fell to the ground. Only the hilt of the blade was left in Lei Wu Bei's hand. This godly weapon was hard to find in the world. But it had turned into a pile of scrap iron because of the strength of a few fingers. Lei Wu Bei's heart was grief-stricken. He was dumbfounded. This blade had already started to show some slight cracks during the fight with the Snake King. Lei Wu Bei knew about this, but he didn't care too much about it. He felt that he could easily repair the blade as long as he could survive this battle with the help of his Shen cultivation. Chapter 366. On the 31st. I don't know if I'll be able to write in the next few days. So, I've decided to put the 2 chapters on the 31st in the wee hours of the morning to give myself some pressure. In any case, I can't just play around on the last day of the month. I'll write as much as I can in addition to these 2 chapters. As for the first, I'll work overtime. The saber hadn't been completely destroyed by Venerable Mei's hands. In fact, Venerable Mei had joined forces with Lei Wu Bei's Shen art to destroy it in one fell swoop. This was because Venerable Mei's left hand had turned to the right when she had flicked those 3 fingers. But Lei Wu Bei had turned to the left against her strength. So, Venerable Mei's finger had been imbued with a supreme Shen strength, and she had flicked it 3 times at the right time. The strength of a venerable master and a great master had been applied to the saber at the same time. What kind of heavenly weapon could resist the joint pressure of these 2 forces? The answer was, none. At least Lei Wu Bei's saber couldn't. 3 forces had been applied to one point at the same time. Therefore the saber had turned into scrap metal. Therefore the cold-blooded great master's saber had been destroyed by the joint forces of Venerable Mei and him. Venerable Mei clenched his left hand into a fist. A thin line of blood flowed down his fist. His hand was a Shen beast's body. So, it was exceptionally tough. But he was still made of flesh and blood. So, he had been holding the saber's edge the entire time. So, he had sustained some injuries. However, this injury was insignificant compared to the price that Shi Changzhao and Lei Wu Bei had paid. It was too insignificant. That was because this blow had sealed the victory. Lei Wu Bei had been in a daze for only a moment. But Venerable Mei's body had quickly fallen to the ground. So he had managed to avoid Li Jutian's all-out attack. Then he had slid towards Lei Wu Bei like a slide. Then he had ruthlessly kicked Lei Wu Bei's shins. Lei Wu Bei would have had to change his name to the Crippled Great Master, if that kick had landed on him. He could definitely break both of his legs. Lei Wu Bei turned pale with fright. He lifted his right foot and his body spun twice. Then he flashed 3 feet away. But he immediately regretted it. Because behind him was Shi Changzhao, whom he had just blocked. Venerable Mei had chased away Lei Wu Bei with his 2 kicks. But he had then welcomed Shi Changzhao. His movements were similar to that of a black dragon twisting around a pillar. Then his legs shrouded Shi Changzhao like raindrops. Shi Changzhao was startled by this sudden attack. His line of sight had been blocked by Lei Wu Bei a moment ago. He knew that the situation was urgent. But he didn't know that Venerable Mei was close at hand. Lei Wu Bei's dodge had exposed him to Venerable Mei's attack. He was in a fluster as he tried to parry the attacks. He was about to throw caution to the wind. However, he saw that Venerable Mei had stood up at some point in time. Then her palm came crashing down like Mount Tai. He didn't have enough time to urge his martial power. Moreover, he couldn't retreat. Shi Changzhao clenched his teeth. He closed his eyes and went forward to meet the attack. A burst of explosive sounds were heard. Then 2 bangs were heard. Shi Changzhao's shoulders were hit, and he was sent rolling like an embroidered ball. Venerable Mei retreated at lightning speed. He crossed the distance of 8 feet in a flash. Solitary Eagle's attack fell on empty air. Then he arrived in front of Li Jutian. Then he clashed with the red-eyed Li Jutian 3 more times. He blocked Li Jutian's possible escape routes. He clashed with his 3 palms. This was simply bullying. Venerable Mei hadn't suffered any injuries. Li Jutian, on the other hand, had sustained serious internal and external injuries. The consequences of these 3 palms could be imagined. Li Jutian's body was sent flying like an embroidered ball. Blood spurted out of his mouth like a fountain. Li Jutian's broken bones had been forcibly sealed by his Shen strength. But they had completely disintegrated. He looked like a human-shaped blood hedgehog. Thin arrows of blood were shooting out of his pores. Venerable Mei raised her long sleeves, and a black cloth wrapped around Li Jutian's severely injured body like a bolt of lightning. Then she threw him up into the air. Her movements were perfect, and coincided with the Solitary Falcon's third move of the 9 stances of the Phantom Falcon. This move was Solitary Eagle's most powerful killing move. It was also the move that Solitary Eagle had the most thorough understanding of. He was about to take advantage of this move. But he hadn't expected that Li Jutian would be thrown into his hands in grief and indignation. Li Jutian opened his mouth, and spat out an arrow of blood towards his face. Solitary Eagle was shocked. He hastily withdrew his move and dodged the arrow of blood. Then he caught Li Jutian's body with both hands. He moved 30 feet in the air like a bolt of lightning to avoid Venerable Mei's next move. Venerable Mei had thrown Li Jutian into the air. So, how could he not have a purpose? Therefore, Solitary Eagle understood that he had to dodge as quickly as possible. However, Solitary Eagle hadn't thought that his reaction would be so quick. But he was still a step too late. He felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. Venerable Mei had struck him with 3 palms. 2 of them had missed, but the third one had missed. Solitary Eagle let out a strange cry, and flew away like a kite with its string cut. He fell to the ground and his face flushed red. He tried to control himself but failed. He spat out a mouthful of blood and spat it on Li Jutian. Moreover, the Solitary Falcon's Qinggong had exceeded Master Mei's expectations. However, the Solitary Falcon's Xianqi had backfired when he had forcibly retracted his attack to catch Li Jutian. Moreover, his Xianqi protection had dropped to a very low level. Moreover, the Solitary Falcon's Xianqi hadn't been profound to begin with. Therefore, the Solitary Falcon's Xianqi had been severely injured even though he had only been grazed. Venerable Mei had fought a good battle. So, how could he let go of such a good opportunity? His body flashed and disappeared. He was already in front of Lei Wu Bei when he reappeared. Then he launched a barrage of attacks. Solitary Eagle was flying at an angle at this moment. Li Jutian's injuries had worsened. Shi Changxiao was 15 feet away. So, it would be tantamount to fighting the cold-blooded Great Master Lei Wu Bei alone for the next few breaths. Lei Wu Bei had just been injured. And his treasured saber had just been destroyed. So, his fighting spirit was at its most dispirited. He couldn't help but be frightened when he saw that Venerable Mei wanted to fight him alone. So, he desperately tried to resist and quickly retreated. Bang, 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 bang. The ground was suddenly covered in dust. It was so dark that one couldn't even see his own fingers. Shi Changxiao had just arrived and wanted to help. But he could only see 2 blurred figures in the thick fog. Moreover, these 2 people were wearing black clothes. So, it was impossible to tell which one was Venerable Mei, and which one was Lei Wu Bei. He hesitated for less than half a second. Then the sound of a beating was heard. Then Lei Wu Bei let out a muffled groan of pain. Then a person's shadow spun and fell down. It was Lei Wu Bei. Blood was gushing out of Lei Wu Bei's mouth. His right arm was strangely bent at a right angle. It was obvious that the fracture of his right arm was quite serious. Venerable Mei had been merciful and hadn't killed him. Lei Wu Bei's arm would have been turned into dust if she hadn't been merciful. Who knew where it would have flown away to? The outcome of the battle was clear at a glance. The 4 great masters had been defeated by the Lord of Tianfa. It could be said that Venerable Mei's victory had been exceptionally clean. In fact, the 4 great masters hadn't even had time to use their ultimate moves. But the outcome had been clear. In fact, any one of these 4 people would have been able to change the outcome of the battle if they had used their ultimate move. They wouldn't have been able to defeat Venerable Mei. But it would have been a lot better than the current outcome. That was because Venerable Mei's world cage could only be used against one person at a time. And it would have been even more difficult to use it against a great master. Therefore, the moment he used the Heaven and Earth cage, although the enemy he was facing couldn't move, it was the most dangerous moment for him. Therefore, Venerable Mei couldn't use the world cage. In fact, he didn't dare to. But people cherish their lives. Moreover, this battle was only a battle of victory and defeat. It wasn't a battle of life and death. And the price of losing wasn't very high either. The only one who would have had to pay a painful price was the Shuehan Manor. And it didn't have much to do with the other great masters. Li Jutian wasn't willing to sacrifice himself to the enemy. So, how could the other 3 great masters do the same? Therefore, this kind of result was not too surprising. Venerable Mei waved her long sleeves. Then she rolled up like a cloud. A gust of wind rose up, and the dust in the field disappeared without a trace. Venerable Mei's tall figure was revealed. She was wearing a large black robe. She stood in the middle of the field. Her black robe fluttered in the wind. She was looking at the field with disdain. Suddenly, a person in the crowd took a deep breath and cried out in shock, "Look, look at that field." Everyone hastily looked. And they couldn't help but take a deep breath. The entire field was made of the strongest granite. And a layer of it had been shoveled off within a radius of 10 feet. In fact, it was 3 feet high. It wouldn't be difficult to shovel off such a layer. In fact, any great master would have been able to do it. But the problem was that they hadn't seen any rocks fluttering in the air. So, how did this layer of rocks disappear? Did they grow wings and fly away? They didn't know that the 5 great masters weren't fighting for their lives. But they were using their strongest skills. And their supreme Shen techniques were surging in all directions. So, they were scraping off layer by layer. And more rocks were being scraped off as the fight became more and more intense. Furthermore, all of them had silently turned into mist and disappeared. And this was the result of Venerable Mei trying her best to control it. Otherwise, this small mountain would have been flattened if the Shen power of the 5 great masters had been allowed to develop at full strength. Lei Baoyu and Bu Guangfeng sighed at the same time. They had foreseen this outcome. But they hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Even Solitary Eagle Lei Wu Bei and Shi Changshao hadn't expected this. Shi Changshao and Lei Wu Bei stood in a daze. Their expressions changed. Solitary Eagle placed Li Ju Tian on the ground. He then turned around and walked a few steps. He wanted to say something. But he didn't say anything in the end. His face had suddenly turned red. The 4 great masters had besieged them. But they had suffered such a crushing defeat. How could these 4 great masters, who boasted that they were at the peak of the world, accept such a result? Today's battle hadn't only represented the complete defeat of the allied forces of the continent. Moreover, the prestige of the 4 great masters had also suffered a huge blow. Chapter 367. How many people will know who Venerable Mei is once today's matter gets out? Not many people in the entire continent know this name. But the 4 great masters are well known in the world. Won't they be ridiculed wherever they go in the future? Look, this is the guy with an undeserved reputation. He's usually arrogant and looks down on people. But the 4 of them were defeated by a nobody. The 3 great masters almost wanted to dig a hole in the ground and hide in it. We can't afford to lose this face. We admit defeat in today's battle. Venerable Mei's Shen skills are unrivaled. We are convinced. No one spoke for a long time. Finally, Lei Baoyu took a deep breath and broke the awkward silence. Admit defeat? No problem. But don't forget my 3 conditions. From today onwards, Tianfa Forest is a forbidden area for you people. Venerable Mei stretched out his hand and pointed at the people from all the influential families in the continent. He snorted and said, "If one of them comes in, I'll exterminate his entire family. Then I'll bring 10,000 people with me. I want to see if anyone has the guts to do so." Since we've lost, the 3 conditions that Venerable Mei had mentioned must be fulfilled. Lei Baoyu's smile gave the crowd a feeling that this Zijin protector of the elusive world of immortals did not care about the outcome of this battle. He continued, "But there's one more thing that I must inform Venerable Mei since the outcome of this battle has been decided." "What is it?" Venerable Mei Lengling asked. 3 years later, on the night of the full moon in the 7th month, the battle will be held in the 3 Holy Lands. Our palace master is looking forward to the Tianfa Saint King's presence. Lei Baoyu laughed and said, "For the past 500 years the Tianfa Forest has always been ranked last, and the Holy King has also been in closed-door training for 500 years. I think it's about time for him to come out. I hope Venerable Mei can tell me about this. In addition, our palace lord asked me to bring a message to Venerable Mei. If the Tianfa Saint King does not appear this time, and the Tianfa Forest is defeated again, then from now on, the name Tianfa Forest will be removed. From now on there will only be 3 Holy Lands. There will be no more Tianfa Forest." Venerable Mei shuddered. He gritted his teeth and said, "Is this the real reason why you're here today? What judge? It's all an excuse. Is that hypocrite of your palace master finally running out of patience? Don't forget that the war for seizing the heavens is coming. At that time, without the Tianfa Forest, will your palace lord be able to bear the responsibility? This matter will be decided by the palace lord." Bu Guangfeng narrowed his eyes. 2 rays of Lengling's cold light shot out from his eyes. "Venerable Mei, do you think that with the current strength of Tianfa, you will be able to play a role in the war for seizing the heavens without a Saint King? No matter how useless we are still better than the two of you trash. Venerable Mei was so angry that his emotions were somewhat unstable. He didn't want to talk nonsense with them anymore. He waved his hand and said, "Let's collect some interest first." A clear cry of a crane was heard in midair. A black shadow descended at a speed faster than the speed of sound, and rushed into the midst of the Shuehun Manor's troops like lightning. Judging from his position, he must have been hiding in the sky for a long time. Jun Moxie suddenly realized why he hadn't seen Long Crane since the start of the war. So that's how it is. Li Tingyun was squatting in front of his father with tears and snot streaming down his face. He was panic-stricken and didn't know what to do. He had always relied on his father's prestige to run amok. So, it seemed as if the sky had collapsed when he saw that his father had sustained such serious injuries. He didn't know what to do for a moment. Li Jutian was seriously injured and couldn't move. But his life wasn't in danger. His breathing was weak and he closed his eyes to rest. He had already lost face. So, preserving his life and restoring his strength as soon as possible had become his top priority. However, a powerful wind-breaking sound was suddenly heard, and a black shadow came down with a schwa sound. The remaining experts of the Shuehun Manor cried out in alarm, and attacked at the same time. However, that shadow didn't try to dodge and took everyone's attack head-on. Then it grabbed Li Tingyun with its huge claws and soared into the sky without stopping. It flew dozens of feet in an instant, and a few iron-like feathers fluttered down from the sky. Li Jutian's eyes widened in anger. He suddenly sat up despite his serious injuries and shouted, "Yunhu!" Everyone cried out in alarm, "Crane King!" It was the third king of the Tianfa forest, the Crane King Long Crane. He had revealed his true form at this time. He was holding Li Tingyun with his sharp claws and was floating in the air. Li Tingyun had been given a good name ever since he was born. But he had never been able to soar in the clouds. However, he had truly soared in the clouds today. However, he had always lived a life of luxury. He had always done things his own way and had always been domineering. So, when had he ever experienced such a thrilling experience? He had indeed soared in the clouds. But he was so scared that his lower body became anxious. He could only cry out, "Father, save me?" Then he couldn't control himself. His front part spurted out and his back also spurted out. The entire sky was filled with a stench in an instant. The people below covered their noses and dodged. Li Jutian's heart turned cold. He suddenly remembered the bet he had with the Tianfa forest. He couldn't care less about his serious injuries. He couldn't care less about his face either. So he turned to Lei Baoyu and shouted, "Brother Lei, for the sake of this Li's feelings, and for the sake of this Li's tireless efforts for the Immortal Palace, I ask Brother Lei to save my son." He was the second great master of the Tianfa forest. So, saying these words was no different from kneeling down and begging for mercy. Lei Baoyu hesitated for a moment. He looked at the Venerable Mei but didn't open his mouth to speak. He had thought that the matter was over. And he had already offended the Venerable Mei with his words. So, how could he put down his face and plead for leniency? His nose would be smeared in the face if he were to open his mouth. So, how could Lei Baoyu afford to lose face in front of the world's heroes? Moreover, he represented the Supreme Hermitage. And that was even more unacceptable. Li Jutian's eyes slowly turned into despair. It seemed as if he had aged a few decades. The once illustrious second great master of the Tianfa forest hadn't been so disheartened even when he had suffered a heavy blow from the Venerable Mei. In fact, he had only shown grief and indignation. But his only son's life was in the hands of others. And he was powerless to do anything about it. Lei Baoyu, you went back on your word. You promised that you'd protect my son. Li Jutian let out a soft groan. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and spoke in a fierce tone, "I swear to the heavens that I'll slaughter everyone here if my son meets with misfortune today. I'll exterminate his entire family." A long and loud cry was heard in the sky. Long Crane laughed and said, "My 3-month wish has finally been fulfilled today." Suddenly he waved his right wing and Li Tingyun screamed. His blood swirled in the air. Li Tingyun's legs were severed from his thighs and fell to the ground. Li Jutian's blood flowed out of his liver as he screamed. It was unknown where he got the strength from, but he suddenly turned over and stood up. "My Li Jutian's old tears streamed down his face. But who could be blamed for this? Li Tingyun wouldn't have been able to act so tyrannically and domineeringly if Li Jutian hadn't been so arrogant and willful. He had even tried to snatch someone else's wife. How could a young master of an aristocratic family do that? Moreover, Li Ju Tian was aware of his son's unbearable behavior. But he hadn't tried to stop it. Instead, he had blindly aided the tyrant, and had vowed to fulfill his son's wishes. In the end, Li Ju Tian had to bear the greatest responsibility for Li Tingyun's miserable fate. Is the second great master that amazing? Is there really no one in this world who dares to provoke him? Li Tingyun's blood-soaked thighs had revealed Li Ju Tian's biggest mistake to the world. Suddenly at this moment, a strange change occurred. A golden light flashed, and two exquisite throwing knives suddenly appeared in front of Li Ju Tian. One was aimed at his throat, and the other was aimed at his heart. There were many experts present at the scene. But no one was able to find out where those two flying knives had come from. Moreover, no one was able to find out the identity of the person who had thrown those knives. However, everyone understood the intention of the person who had thrown those knives. Li Ju Tian must die. The throwing knives arrived in front of Li Ju Tian's eyes in the blink of an eye. Li Ju Tian roared in anger as he raised his hand to block. One of the throwing knives was deflected, and the other pierced deep into the muscles of his arm. He was a famous great master of his generation. He had copper skin and iron bones and was invincible. No one in the world could stop him. However, the remaining strength in his body wasn't enough to evade a small throwing knife. Who? Li Ju Tian faced upwards and roared, "Who wants to kill me? Come out if you have the guts." This was the question that everyone present wanted to ask. Who wants to kill Li Ju Tian? Who released those throwing knives? It was undeniable that there were many people present who wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Li Ju Tian. Li Ju Tian had shouted, "I, Li Ju Tian, swear to the heavens that I will slaughter everyone here if my son suffers any misfortune today. I will exterminate his entire family." These words were a threat to everyone present. Perhaps everyone had the intention to kill Li Ju Tian. But no one dared to take action in front of so many people. Moreover, no one dared to kill Li Ju Tian in front of so many people. After all, the remaining strength of the Shuehun Manor was very weak. However, it was still much stronger than an ordinary force. Not many people would dare to rashly poke the hornet's nest. So, they could only do it secretly if they wanted to. However, the person who had brazenly released those throwing knives was obviously impatient. Or perhaps, he didn't put the heroes of the world in his eyes. Along with a deep and heavy pressure that was as shocking as a mountain, everyone's heart trembled. Chapter 368. I'm at Jinan Airport, just got off the plane. I'll upload these 2 chapters first, lest the brothers get anxious. Li Ju Tian, I want to kill you. The black-robed man stood in the air as he spoke up in a heavy tone. Then he stretched out a leg and from a height of several hundred zhang, as though he was walking down a flight of stairs, he walked down step by step with his hands behind his back and his head slightly raised. Everyone was shocked. Walking in the air as if walking on flat ground. Even the Beast King of Tian Fa, the Flying Beast King, Long Crane doesn't have such a miraculous ability. This person's Shen Qi had obviously reached an indescribably profound level. Li Ju Tian's eyes darkened, and he fell to the ground with a thump. He had jumped up like the last radiance of a setting sun. Now that he had seen such a shocking and unparalleled technique, he knew that even if he had a complete victory he would still be no match for his opponent. This person in front of him was even more terrifying than Tian Fa's venerable Mei. Much more terrifying. Li Ju Tian had lost his will to fight. He lowered his head and asked in a low voice, "Why? What? Are you asking for a reason? Didn't you always say that those with bigger fists are right?" The mysterious black-robed man snorted coldly and said, "There are some people you can't afford to offend. I can't afford to offend you. If you anger him, you will have to pay the corresponding price. Understand?" "Understood." Li Ju Tian raised his desolate head and spoke in a low voice, "I don't expect to live. But I want to know who I've offended." "Who did you offend?" The mysterious black-robed man laughed coldly and said, "Do you know why Tian Fa's Shen beasts would ruin your plans? Why didn't they attack the person you wanted to harm? Don't you find it strange that so many unreasonable things have happened recently?" "It's you? So it was you who stopped the Shen beast tide from attacking Junwui?" A light flashed in Li Ju Tian's mind and he immediately guessed it. But he didn't dare to believe it. So he was tongue-tied as he asked, "The Jun family? You did this for the Jun family?" As soon as these words came out, everyone present burst into an uproar. Even the Jun family's Junwui was among them. His mouth was also wide open. Since when did our Jun family have such a powerful backer? How come I didn't know about it? However, the other people were looking at Junwui with only one kind of expression in their eyes. I'm so jealous. It turns out that the Jun family, which has always kept a low profile, actually has such an earth-shattering character hidden behind them. I can't provoke from the Jun. I can't. The Jun family, a puny Li Ju Tian can't afford to provoke them. Ah, 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 ah. The mysterious black-robed man's sharp eyes slanted as he finished speaking. He then looked at the people from the Silver Blizzard City. Xiao Buyu and the others suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. The black-robed man laughed coldly and said, "As for the rest of you, there's no need to panic. As long as you don't make me unhappy, I don't have much interest in finding trouble with you. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor." Ah! The black-clothed masked man laughed sinisterly as he looked at Xiao Buyu and the others. There was a clear warning in his eyes. Xiao Buyu forced a smile and said, "Your Excellency clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. This Xiao admires you." The black-robed man snorted and said, "Clearly distinguishing between gratitude and grudges? Not necessarily. Watch me play a little trick." Li Ju Tian stood motionless in the void. However, a mass of pitch-black flames emerged from his body and wrapped around Li Ju Tian's body. The black-robed man chuckled and spoke in a nonchalant manner, "Li Ju Tian, you're a failure as a great master. But you're undoubtedly a success as a great master." Everyone could vaguely hear the formerly glorious second paragon let out a short, terrified shriek. Then the black-robed man waved his hand and picked up something. Then a golden light flashed and 2 throwing knives fell into his hands. Venerable Mei suddenly shouted, "Wait!" She could see that the black-robed man was holding the Panther King Xian Dan. However, she suddenly realized something after she had shouted. The Xian Dan was inside Li Ju Tian's body. So, why was it suddenly taken out? And why is it in the hands of this black-robed man? Could it be? The black-robed man snorted and ignored her. Then he looked around with a sharp gaze. It seemed as if he was giving a warning. It seemed as if he was bidding farewell. Then he turned around and took a step forward. His entire body suddenly disappeared as he took that step. He disappeared just like that. It seemed as if there was an invisible door in front of him. He took a step forward and the door disappeared again. Then no one in the world could see him anymore? But how is this possible? The tens of thousands of people were left speechless. In fact, even the drop of a needle could be heard. Lei Baoyu and Bu Guangfeng looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Then someone suddenly shouted after a long time, "Li Ju Tian he." Everyone was startled. They gathered around and saw that there was nothing left of Li Ju Tian's original position. There was only a small pile of ash left behind. The great master Li Ju Tian had turned into a pile of ashes in the blink of an eye due to the burning of that strange black flame. What kind of skill is this? Even Venerable Mei was so shocked that her eyes were wide open. She hadn't even noticed that the Snake King had arrived in front of her. "Big brother." The Snake King looked at her bashfully and said, "That man? His butt was very big." Venerable Mei was startled. She asked, "What?" "His butt is very big." The Venerable Mei didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she shook her head. Then she jokingly said, "Snake King, that's a man. Why are you so concerned about his butt?" The Snake King's face turned red. He snorted and turned away. The Venerable Mei smiled and no longer thought about this matter. But she was very puzzled. What is the origin of this mysterious black-robed man? I don't have any impression of such a strong person in my memory. But how can this person be a nobody if he possesses such a world-shaking power? She racked her brains but couldn't figure it out. So she couldn't help but feel at a loss. However, she couldn't imagine that this mysterious man who had suddenly appeared and intimidated everyone was the same Jun Moxie who had been spanked by her a moment ago. And the reason why the Qiansun Serpent Queen could see that this man's butt was different from an ordinary person's was because Venerable Mei had spanked it himself. So how could it not be abnormal? The power of the world cage that had surrounded Jun Moxie disappeared after the Venerable Mei had gone into battle. So Jun Moxie had finally regained his ability to move. So he took advantage of the fact that everyone was paying attention to the fight between the 4 great masters and the Venerable Mei. So he couldn't wait to move. Then he quietly slipped into the Hongjun Pagoda. The first thing he did was to rub his buttocks anxiously. It was very painful, especially in such an indecent place. However, he saw that Li Ju Tian and the others had been defeated. Jun Moxie hadn't expected that things would happen so quickly. He had activated the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune. But the swelling on his buttocks couldn't be removed in such a short time. So he had no choice but to drag his cumbersome buttocks and flee. He had gotten rid of Li Jutian in a few words. Then he had fled in a panic. However, the Snake King had also noticed the abnormality of his buttocks because of her sharp eyes. Jun Wuxia had not expected that his domineering appearance this time would leave such an unforgettable impression in the hearts of these experts. Most of the people present here were the great masters and Xin Xian. Tian Xian's Earth Xian cultivation was a minority. Most of the people present here were at the Gold Xian level, Yu Xian's level, except for the great masters and Xin Xian. Such a level could be considered as an expert in the secular world. But they had been reduced to ants today. They were truly ants. Each and every one of these experts was a legend. And each and every one of them was a character that they had to look up to. They had felt that they were unreachable when they had first arrived in the southern Heaven City. And they had felt that this trip had been worthwhile. However, the four great masters had been defeated by someone else even though they had joined hands. Moreover, two of the great masters had appeared at the same time. They were world-shaking swordsmen, the great masters of the storm and the storm. What a resounding name, but it turned out that he had gone to the elusive world of immortals to be a protector. The name Hermitage had suddenly appeared in front of everyone. But this was the first time that most of them had heard of this name. No one had ever heard of such a legend before. And this had made everyone even more puzzled. This mystery had made everyone feel as if they were in a fog. They didn't understand, but they knew that this Hermitage was the pinnacle of strength in this world. This could be seen from Li Jutian's attitude. Moreover, the two great masters were Hermitage's protectors. So what did this mean? Of course, the Venerable Mei had defeated the four great masters. So, everyone thought that he was the embodiment of the world's strongest expert. However, they hadn't expected that a mysterious black-robed man would appear at such a critical juncture. This man seemed even more powerful than the Venerable Mei. Moreover, he had killed the great master Li Jutian with a snap of his fingers. These events had happened in succession in a very short period of time. And they had repeatedly attacked everyone's psychological endurance. In fact, it was almost too much for their eyes to take in. There's always a higher mountain. The same thought emerged in everyone's mind at the same time. It didn't matter if they were the people who had wandered the world, lived in seclusion in the mountains, or belonged to the aristocratic families. However, they were shocked at this moment. Moreover, they had been complacent and proud of their status. They were ashamed of themselves. What do I count as in front of these people? It seems that I'm not even a joke. I'm a frog at the bottom of a well. Another thing was that most of the people present at the scene, Li Jutian and Li Tingyun of the Shuihan Manor had plotted against Jun Wui. But most of them had secretly participated in it, so they had turned a blind eye to it. However, the Jun family situation had turned around. Not only had no one died, but this mysterious man was obviously the Jun family's backer. What does this mean? Lei Baoyu and Bu Guangfeng didn't dare to provoke this man. Even the Venerable Mei had misgivings about this man. But this man was the backer of the Jun family that everyone had plotted against. Everyone panicked as this thought emerged in their minds. What if the Jun family retaliates? Suddenly, everyone had the same thought in their minds. We must be on good terms with the Jun family. We must report this matter to the family once we return. We must come up with a plan as soon as possible. Then we will rush to the Tianxiang city and strive to gain the Jun family's favor. Don't retaliate against us. We can't afford to provoke you with your strength. Of course, there were still some thick-skinned people who had begun to make friends with Jun Wui. The third master Jun pondered for a moment. Then a large group of people swarmed around him like a group of flies. All kinds of flattering words came one after another. And all kinds of praises and flattery poured into Jun Wui's ears in an endless torrent. The straightforward Jun Wui felt a headache coming on as he listened to them. But he had no choice but to deal with them carefully. It had to be said that such a shocking news would cause a huge shock if it were to spread out. The Jun family's status and safety could be said to be unshakable at this time. No one was willing to risk the wrath of such a powerful expert to deal with the Jun family. It didn't matter who it was. However, the Xiao family from the Silver Blizzard City were the most panic-stricken. Xiao Buyu's face sank. He had suddenly felt an enormous pressure. Will the Silver Blizzard City be able to withstand the revenge of that mysterious man with its strength? I can't say for sure. That man had said that every debt has its debtor. But how could Xiao Buyu not understand the meaning of that warning and the flavor of hatred from his decades of experience? The current situation was that the mysterious man wanted Jun Wu Yi to seek justice on his own. Everyone could understand this layer of meaning. But the problem is, what will the Xiao family do if Junwui comes to seek revenge? Every debt has its debtor. The saying, every debt has its debtor, would be effective if Junwui were to get rid of him by accident. Then it would be the turn of that mysterious man? But, do you think that you'll have to treat Junwui like a baby in the palm of your hand? Do you think that he'll melt in your mouth? Do you think that he'll melt? What the fu *k is this? Xiao Han looked at the encircled Junwui, and he suddenly felt suffocated in his heart. In fact, it felt as if he was about to die. This mortal enemy, this person that he hated, this person that he dreamed of killing, this enemy that was like a toy in his heart, had now reached such a glorious moment. Even if he wanted to deal with him, his family would definitely reconsider. Even without the strict order from the city lord, his family would probably not offend the mysterious black-robed man for him. Then what should he do? Yao, oh, that's mine. Mine. Xiao Han's eyes were filled with madness. Suddenly, his body swayed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He stubbornly stood there, his eyes fixed on Junwui. His gaze became colder and colder, crazier and crazier. Junwui, I don't care what backing you have, I'm going to kill you. I will kill you. Long Crane let go of Li Tingyun's crippled body, and he cried out in alarm as he fell from a height of more than 100 meters. However, Li Tingyun had fallen from a height of over 100 meters. The people below scattered in all directions with a loud bang, and created a large open space. At least 1,000 people would have rushed forward to catch Li Tingyun if he had fallen earlier. But Li Tingyun had become a hot potato now. Who would dare to catch him? Who would be willing to catch him? Bang! Li Tingyun's body fell heavily on the stone ground, and a large amount of blood splashed out. His entire body had turned into a pile of meat paste. One of his arms had been smashed, and his bones had been sent flying. Even his fingers were still attached. This miserable scene caused everyone's heart to pound wildly. Venerable Mei waved his sleeves, turned around and shouted, "Everyone remember today's conditions. I'll take my leave now and we'll meet again someday." He didn't mention any names and he didn't say it to anyone. But Lei Baoyu and Bu Guangfeng knew that these words were meant for the two of them. He spoke in a solemn manner, "Venerable Mei, don't worry. A man's words carry enormous weight. He must accept the consequences of his defeat since he has lost. He won't go back on his words." Venerable Mei sneered and said, "Who would dare to go back on his words?" His threat was evident in his words. Lei Baoyu and Bu Guangfeng looked at each other and forced a smile. Venerable Mei turned his gaze back, and found that Jun Moxie's shadow had disappeared from the place where he had been standing. It seemed that this guy had slipped away like a mouse once he had eliminated the power of the world cage. She thought for a moment, and then suddenly turned around and walked towards Junwui. The people who were surrounding Junwui saw her fluttering black robe, and avoided her as if they had seen a ghost. Junwui finally heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that his body was sweating. He hadn't changed his expression in the face of a mountain of swords, a forest of swords, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. But he felt that he couldn't breathe in the face of a tide of flattery. He felt that dealing with these people who had looked down on him in such a short period of time was more tiring than fighting a battle. Seeing that Venerable Mei had come over, Junwui smiled and cupped his hands. "Venerable Mei, what brings you here today? Your nephew's bones are clear and he is very talented." Venerable Mei did not beat around the bush and directly said, "I wish to take him as my disciple. What do you think, General Jun?" Although Junwui was prepared and had guessed her intention, he couldn't help but be surprised when he heard this. Then he became happy, but he remembered Jun Emosia's strange temper, so he smiled and said, "It's the kid's fortune that the Venerable Mei has taken a liking to him. I naturally have no objections. However, the Jun family has always been open-minded, and Emosia has always been rather self-disciplined. Moreover, he has his own opinions. If Venerable Mei really wants this, as long as Emosia agrees, the Jun family will definitely not have a problem." Rather self-disciplined. Venerable Mei seemed to be stunned for a moment, as if he didn't understand this sentence. There was an obvious sense of disbelief in his tone. Then he seemed to grit his teeth and laughed, not bad, very good. Rather self-disciplined, that's good?" He wanted to curse in his heart. That despicable and shameless kid's actions could actually be called rather self-disciplined? Where did this come from? If that's the case, I have my own ways. Venerable Mei was a little disdainful in his heart. This great general actually dared to lie through her teeth. To think that you would praise your nephew so much. But I wonder where your nephew is? Venerable Mei was very solemn. It was only because she was about to scold the legendary, honest and decisive, blood general in front of her that she forcefully suppressed her temper, or else she would have scolded him. Emosia. Jun Wui only remembered after the words left his mouth. Wasn't Emosia by your side just now? Your nephew wasn't there when I returned? Venerable Mei's face didn't even blush as he replied. I had a pleasant chat with your nephew. Lei Baoyu and Bu Guangfeng had already arranged for everyone to evacuate while the two of them were talking. Everyone kept quiet out of fear when they saw that the great evil star Venerable Mei and Jun Wui were having a pleasant chat. They admired the Jun family even more. They didn't dare to disturb them, so they quietly left one after another. The mountaintop had already been emptied by this time. The Xian beasts in the Tianfa forest had also retreated a long time ago. Only a few beast kings were left to look at Venerable Mei with concern. The sound gradually faded away, and the mountainous area between the mountain and forest regained its tranquility. Lei Baoyu chuckled, cupped his fists and said, Venerable Mei, beast kings, we will meet again in the future. We two brothers will take our leave now. We will return to the palace to report on our mission. Venerable Mei nodded slightly. He was about to speak when a majestic figure suddenly rushed out from behind him and shouted, Hermitage Protector Zijin, you're amazing. It won't be too late to leave after you eat my fist. At the same time, the sound of wind rustling in the sky turned into a thunderstorm and fell down. A sharp voice, with a sonorous murderous aura, shouted, I would also like to experience the power of the elusive world of immortals guardian Zijin. Bear King, Bear Mountain and Crane King, Crane soars to the heavens. Everyone on the scene knew that the two kings didn't want to detain or kill Lei Baoyu and Bu Guangfeng. They only wanted to stir up a dispute. How much worse would their Shen cultivation be compared to the legendary Zijin protectors of the elusive land of immortals? In other words, how would the strength of the subordinates of the Tianfa forest compare to that of the Hermitage protector? Lei Baoyu and Bu Guangfeng had the same thought after they heard Lei Baoyu's inexplicable words. So, how could they let go of this opportunity when they saw that Lei Baoyu and Bu Guangfeng were about to leave? A gentle and graceful silhouette appeared with a whistling sound. It was the Qiansun Serpent Queen. Lei Baoyu and Bu Guangfeng looked at each other and smiled. They didn't make any moves. The purple gold treasured sword on their waists didn't seem to have moved. But two dazzling rays of light flashed. Suddenly the sky was filled with specks of starlight. It seemed as if a rainstorm had suddenly started. Then a strange whoosh sound was heard. It seemed as if a gale had suddenly started to blow. Sand and stones were flying everywhere. The attacks of the three beast kings were sharp. But they found it difficult to move in this rainstorm and gale. The two world-shaking swordsmen, the rainstorm and fierce wind duo. Lei Baoyu and Bu Guangfeng were worthy of being called the great masters of the previous generation. Their Shen skills were extremely profound, and their coordination was flawless. Moreover, their power had increased by several times. Long Crane rushed to the sky with a clear sound. He then burst into laughter and praised, You're worthy of the rainstorm and fierce wind duo. I admire you. A whistling sound was heard from Bu Guangfeng's mouth. He then said, The Tianfa forest has a well-deserved reputation. We'll meet again after 5 years. Farewell. His voice had already traveled a mile away when he had said the word farewell. The five had only exchanged one move. Then they had already retreated. It seemed that the five of them were fighting 2 against 3. So, it seemed that they were evenly matched. However, the three beast kings were well aware that the initiative was in the hands of the other party. Hermitage is very powerful. The three of them were somewhat surprised. But Venerable Mei had already anticipated the outcome of this battle. So he didn't care about it. He frowned and paced back and forth. He was thinking in his heart. Where did that little bastard Jun Moxie escape to? Why can't I find him with my spirit sense? What's the reason? Chapter 369. Jun Wui, Dongfang Wenqing, Xikong and Yi, and the others had also come to bid their farewells. Venerable Mei nodded absent-mindedly. In her eyes, an ordinary Xin Xian and Tian Xian expert was only a San or a C, that's all. Venerable Mei didn't want to blow up this matter if it wasn't for the fact that Jun Wui, the 3 Dongfang brothers, and Jun Daxiao were involved in this matter. And the Venerable Mei didn't want to make a big deal out of it. She would have been embarrassed if that had happened. So, she wouldn't have even nodded in agreement. So, how could she pay attention to what they were talking about? Her heart was still unsettled. She waited for a long time and then raised her head. Her eyes were filled with the starry river and the bright moon in the sky. It's already nighttime. I didn't even realize that such a long time has passed. What was I thinking about that made me so absent-minded? This has never happened before. Why is this happening? She turned her head again, and noticed that there were only 3 people left by her side. All the Shen beasts had quietly retreated under the leadership of the Tiger King and the Lion King. However, she could faintly see dust rising from the depths of the forest. It was the dust that had been stirred up during their retreat. I've been too absent-minded. The retreat of such a large number of Shen beasts would have been accompanied by loud noises even if it had been quiet and orderly. But I hadn't even noticed it. I've never been in such a state of absent-mindedness in the last 100 years. The Venerable Mei didn't pay much attention to the allied human forces. They had also retreated by now. Even the corpses on the ground had been taken away. The only exception was Li Ju Tian and his son. One had turned into white ash and the other had turned into minced meat. The allied forces had simply buried them and piled them up into a small mound. That small mound was illuminated by the setting sun. Only a piece of white wood that had been cut from a tree was conspicuous. There were some words scribbled on it, the tomb of Li Ju Tian and his son. There were no other words apart from that. A supreme being of a generation, how glorious was he in the past? How arrogant was his way of doing things? In the end he actually ended up in such a miserable state. It wasn't until he saw the wooden plaque that Venerable Mei finally came to his senses. He looked at it for a moment, then smiled bitterly and murmured, "So, the second paragon is just like any other beggar who's been frozen or starved to death. He's a nobody." Sighing, he looked around. Only the 4 of them were left in the vast forest. After more than a month of fighting and killing, the gratitude and grudges had finally come to an end. The heroes of the world who had gathered here finally dispersed and went their separate ways. Everything returned to normal, but some people were missing. The faint smell of blood still lingered in the air, adding a sense of desolation to this large open space. You just fought with Lei Baoyu and Bu Guangfeng. How do you feel? You've already fought against the 4 great supremes who are here today. How does their strength compare to that of the 8 great supremes? I want to know how you feel about our Tianfa forest and the hermitage. Venerable Mei folded his hands behind his back, and looked into the distance as he asked in a leisurely manner. He had asked 3 questions in a row. It seemed like a very ordinary question, but the 3 Shen Beast Kings felt an enormous pressure. Those 2 men are very powerful, very powerful. Long Crane carefully recalled the situation of the battle. Then, he flattened his long mouth and said, "The strength of any one of them surpasses that of the 4 great supremes who are here today. In fact, they are much stronger than the strongest of the 4 great supremes, Li Ju Tian. The 2 of them have joined hands and their swords have combined in harmony. So, their might has multiplied. The 3 of us can't defeat them. Even if we were to fight with our bodies, we'd still lose. Moreover, this is an assessment based on the strength they've shown so far." I agree with Third Brother's opinion. Moreover, the Hermitage has revealed the tip of the iceberg in terms of Lei Baoyu and Bu Guangfeng's strength. I'm afraid that their overall strength is slightly higher than our Tianfa. Qiansun Serpent Queen gently stroked her long hair. Her beautiful face had a dignified look on it. Slightly higher than us? That's too conservative. I don't dare to have such an extravagant hope. I think that they're not just higher than us. In fact, they're far higher than us. Venerable Mei slowly turned around and spoke up in a bleak tone, "Your progress is too slow. I'm very disappointed." Long Crane and the other 2 Shen Beast Kings lowered their heads with red faces. One of the 3 Holy Lands is an extremely dangerous place. Tianfa Forest has declined too much in recent years. Perhaps, it will be stripped of the title of an extremely dangerous place in the near future. That kind of humiliation. Big Bear Long Crane. Venerable Mei sneered and said, "You 2 have already guaranteed the loss of the Tianfa's sacred fruit. So you know what to do if there's no news of this matter after 3 years." Venerable Mei's tone had become extremely stern. Long Crane and Bear Mountain stood up straight. Their faces were solemn as they said, "Don't worry, big brother. We 2 brothers will take responsibility if something goes wrong." Venerable Mei snorted and said in a low voice, "Do you 2 think that your heads are worth a lot of money?" Everyone was left speechless. How could the heads of the 2 Shen Beast Kings be worthless? But, what would be the point of chopping off their heads if the situation were to change? In fact, they would only be wasting their strength for no reason. So, they didn't know what to say about these 2. Venerable Mei raised his head and pondered in silence. The Tianfa is unsought, and the Shen Beast Kings return to their roots. Tianfa's 10,000 years depends on one person's success or failure. What profound meaning is contained in these 4 sentences? The Tianfa's Shen Beast tide had already passed. But the Tianfa's side was still shrouded in fog, except for the phrase, "The Tianfa is unsought." Venerable Mei had thought that the Xian Beast Kings would suffer great losses this time. And he had thought that the Xian Beast Kings would return to their roots. But it seemed that this wasn't the case. The Tianfa's 10,000 years depends on one person's success or failure. It was even more shrouded in fog. I can't understand it. What does it mean? Boss. That brat, since you want to take him as your disciple, why don't you? Snake King asked. I naturally have other ways. Venerable Mei looked into the distance and said slowly, how can I let him escape from my palms so easily? If I don't teach him how to be a good person, wouldn't it be too easy for him? The last few words were extremely cold and gloomy. In fact, it sounded like he was gnashing his teeth in hatred. The three Xian Beast Kings had known him for many years. So, how could they understand their boss's character? They couldn't help but shiver at the same time. They looked at each other in dismay. Does boss want to take a disciple or take revenge? Why does he have such a gloomy and vengeful tone? I'm already on the verge of breaking through. Today's battle has given me an epiphany. If I want to break through the final barrier in one fell swoop, blindly practicing is not the best strategy. I must travel the world. That's the best choice. Venerable Mei smiled and said, Bear King and Crane King, the two of you guard the Tianfa forest well. Don't go out for a while. Chen Sun and I will go out and have a look in the next 2 years. She sighed after she finished speaking. Venerable Mei's limpid eyes were filled with confusion and contradiction if one could see through the black cloth that covered her face. Venerable Mei's eyes were as limpid as the autumn waters. Bear Mountain and Long Crane bowed in acknowledgement. Venerable Mei stood there quietly. The curtain of night slowly fell and the biting cold mountain wind started to blow. Venerable Mei didn't use her Xian Qi to protect her body. She just stood there on the peak of the mountain. Her black robe fluttered behind her and outlined her curvaceous and exquisite figure. Her figure was infinitely beautiful. One could only vaguely see her silhouette from the side. But it was enough to make anyone feel a certain feeling of peerless elegance, because this vague silhouette alone was enough to make all the women in the world who called themselves beauties feel ashamed of their inferiority. Even though she did not reveal her true appearance, just by standing in the wind, her peerless beauty and elegance had already caused the bright moon in the sky to lose its splendor. The entire sky had turned completely dark. On the peak of the mountain, a graceful and elegant figure was still standing there motionlessly, allowing her peerless elegance to sway in the night wind. A long time passed. Then someone sighed softly and a low voice drifted in the wind. What should I do to you? The sharp night wind whistled and carried away the lingering sound of those words. That outstanding and peerless figure seemed to flash for a moment, and then the entire world was filled with darkness. It was as if the sky had already lost its last bit of brightness. Although the sky had already turned dark before this, as long as that figure was here, it would be the dazzling green lotus at the peak of the snowy peak. Now that she had left, she had finally taken away the last bit of scenery high up in the sky. The majority of the people who had returned to the southern heaven city had gradually dispersed. After all, the Allied forces had suffered a crushing defeat. The Shuehun Manor was the strongest force on the continent. Even the second great master Li Jutian had been defeated and killed. However, the Shuehun Manor's beasts had returned to the forest. So they wouldn't cause any harm to the continent. Therefore the Allied forces had achieved their primary objective. So no one was idle. So, everyone had their own matters to attend to. However, Jun Wui and the others who had been in the limelight during this battle were frowning. Jun Moxie has disappeared. Da Xiao has mysteriously disappeared. This startling turn of events has made these people very anxious. Solitary Eagle, Dongfang Wenqing, and the others searched everywhere, but couldn't find a trace of him. Jun Wui had no choice but to postpone his return and rest for a few days. What he didn't know was that during the few days he had been resting, the Jun family's reputation had soared to the peak in one fell swoop. Countless Xianqi experts who were interested in attending the meeting had spread the news of the Jun family's power and influence in just a few short days. The Jun family could be considered as a prestigious family. But their greatest prestige came from their military prestige. So, the Jun family couldn't be provoked lightly in the eyes of the ordinary families of the pugilistic world. But that didn't mean that they couldn't be provoked. This was especially true for those families with Sky Shen experts, or even Spirit Shen experts. There weren't many forces that couldn't be provoked. Only the Silver Blizzard City, the Shuehun Manor, and a few others. Chapter 370. Inside the tent, Guan Qinghan supported her chin with her hand. She stared blankly at the flickering candlelight in front of her, and heaved a long sigh. Sister Guan, are you thinking of Brother Wuxia? Dugu Xiaoyi quietly sat on one side. She hadn't seen this innocent and beautiful girl for a few days. She had obviously lost some weight. Moreover, there was an inexplicable worry on her face. She was inexplicably startled after saying this sentence. Do I want Sister Guan's answer to be yes or no? Moreover, she recalled that she had called Guan Qinghan, Sister Guan, and Jun Moxie Brother Wuxia. Wouldn't that make them a pair? She hastily corrected herself. Are you really thinking of Wuxia? Guan Qinghan turned around and smiled warmly. Xiaoyi, why do you ask? What do you want my answer to be? Dugu Xiaoyi pouted and said, of course. Jun's third uncle wants you two to be a pair. If you don't think of him, who else would you think of? No one was optimistic about him in the beginning. I was the only one who chose him. Why is everyone trying to snatch him now? After saying this, she suddenly felt a heartfelt grievance in her heart. Her eyes turned red. Guan Qinghan's bright eyes flickered as she said, Sister Xiaoyi, don't worry. But he has been gone for such a long time. It's really worrying. It's the kind of worry that a sister-in-law would have for a brother-in-law. It's really not for anything else. Dugu Xiaoyi pouted even more and said, but you're not his sister-in-law now. You're family. You're close to him. Of course you don't need to think too much. Oh, this guy casually disappears. When he comes back I'll make sure to. Suddenly she rolled her eyes and thought of a brilliant idea. She immediately stopped talking and her face turned red. The more she thought about it, the more she couldn't sit still. After a moment of bashfulness, she hurriedly stood up and said, I'll go out first. I have something to do. As she spoke, she ran out as fast as she could. Guan Qinghan looked at her hurried back in confusion and finally couldn't help chuckling. After laughing, she immersed herself in her own thoughts and sighed again. She looked at the candlelight in confusion and murmured, what should I do? What should I do? I am really sinful. While everyone was worried about Jun Moxie, Jun Dashao was also in a huge crisis. Jun Moxie had taken a risk and used the flame of primal chaos to deal with Li Ju Tian. His attack had been successful and the results had been incredible. In fact, it had turned the second great master Li Ju Tian into ashes in one fell swoop. However, the backlash from the flame of primal chaos had left Jun Moxie to suffer a fate worse than death. Jun Moxie had killed Li Ju Tian at the time. Li Ju Tian didn't have the strength to fight back. However, Jun Moxie was well aware that his every move was being closely watched by the three strongest experts present: Venerable Mei, Lei Baoyu and Bu Kuangfeng. It wouldn't be difficult to kill Li Ju Tian at that time. But the difficulty lay in the fact that he would have to kill Li Ju Tian under the watchful eyes of so many people. Moreover, such a method would expose his true identity at any time. As long as his methods were not in line with his identity as a super powerhouse, the three of them would not hesitate to make a move and expose his identity. And the Jun family would face a true calamity if that happened. Moreover, there would be no way to save them. However, any effective method would have a high risk of being exposed. Therefore, Jun Moxie had decided to take the risk and use the flame of primal chaos. Jun Moxie had thrown caution to the wind in order to get rid of the Shuehan manor. Dashao had been prepared to bear the backlash of the flame of primal chaos. But he hadn't expected that it would come so quickly. Moreover, it would be so intense. Even his incomparably tough nerves were almost unable to bear it. Jun Moxie had always boasted that his bones were hard. He believed that no punishment could make him say anything he didn't want to say. He was confident that he could withstand any kind of torture. In fact, he would die at worst. In his previous life, when he was training to resist torture, he had endured all the punishments. Under his unyielding character, any kind of punishment was nothing more than a life experience. Therefore, Jun Moxie didn't care about any kind of physical or mental pain. Therefore, he acted as he pleased. He would do whatever he wanted. He would laugh, curse and play around with life. Or he would frown and be aloof. He would do whatever he wanted. Because in this world there is no longer anything that I fear or dread. Therefore he was able to talk and laugh with His Majesty the Emperor even though he was a debauchee. Moreover, he dared to curse a supreme expert even though he was a Jade Shen expert. What can you do to me? Even if you can do anything to me, so what? I've endured the most extreme pain in the world. Moreover, I'm not afraid of death. So, what else can I be afraid of? Just like acting tough, one also needed to have strength. Only with strength and good mental fortitude can you act tough. Without strength and good mental fortitude, acting tough is just a joke. A prince could show off to his heart's content in front of the county or the common people. A billionaire could also show off to his heart's content in front of the middle class and the poor. They had no scruples at all. Why? Because no one can threaten them. So they aren't afraid. Even if they want to brag, they don't need to worry about it. But, can a beggar act tough in front of Supermanly? That's simply unimaginable. Wuxia naturally had the capital to back up his pretentious act. I'm not afraid of anything. I don't care about anything. So why can't I? I have the Hongjun Pagoda. Even if all the experts in the world attack me together, they won't be able to kill me. I have such a strong backing. So why can't I act tough? I've only cultivated for 3 months. That's comparable to other people's 10 years of hard work. I have such a strong backing. So why can't I act tough? If I say that I'm the second genius in the world, then who dares to say that they're the first? Therefore, Moxie had always been arrogant. He had always looked down on everyone. He even felt that there was nothing in the world that could threaten him. There was nothing that he needed to be afraid of. He didn't need to have any scruples. But now he knew that he was wrong. In fact, he was ridiculously wrong. Because there was some pain that even the soul couldn't bear. Not to mention a living person. Moxie believed that he would be able to laugh calmly at the pain of his physical body, even if his hands and feet were broken, or his bones were scraped to cure poison. However, the pain of his soul was something that could even torture a great principal golden immortal to the point of collapse. For example, right now. It was the backlash of the flame of primal chaos. He was wrapped up in the thick aura of the Hongjun Pagoda. He was holding his head and rolling on the ground in agony. He had never imagined that the backlash of the flame of primal chaos would be so overbearing. There were some things that one shouldn't try, even if one had a reason to take the risk. Moxie hadn't felt the slightest bit of discomfort when the flame of primal chaos had first launched its attack. In fact, he had even felt a kind of faintly discernible feeling of floating in the air. However, Moxie had felt his world turn upside down the moment he had killed Li Jutian and absorbed the flame of primal chaos back into his body. This included the world of his soul and the world of his consciousness. This kind of extreme pain was so intense that even the Hongjun Pagoda's heaven and earth aura, which could heal any kind of pain, was completely useless against it. That was because the flame of primal chaos was the origin of the world's fire. And it was burning the core of his soul at this moment. Moxie clenched his teeth in agony. His facial muscles had contorted. He felt as if his soul was being pulled out of his body inch by inch. Then it burned away bit by bit. It seemed as if there was a small flame burning in his heart. It was burning his fragile heart. It was slowly roasting and roasting. But it was still keeping him alive. He was clearly experiencing the cruelest and most unbearable torture. It felt as if there was a fire in his brain that had been extinguished a long time ago. But it had suddenly reignited. Moreover, it had started to burn faster and faster. In fact, it had started to boil in his brain. But he was still conscious. His nerves of pain had been magnified 1,000,000 times. The black robe on his body had been rolled into a ball and stuffed into his mouth. He had chewed it to a pulp. He wanted to faint, but he didn't dare to do so. That was because he would lose consciousness if he fainted. Then he would suffer the backlash of the flame of primal chaos. And he would end up like Li Jutian. That would be akin to shooting oneself in the foot. Therefore, the only thing he could do at this moment was to hold on. He was stubbornly holding on to the last bit of clarity in his mind. Moxie would cease to exist in this world once that bit of clarity disappeared. Moreover, he would cease to exist in any world. Compared to the burning of the flame of primal chaos, the tiger stool, chilly water, 20 poisonous bamboo sticks stuck in the fingers, these kinds of punishments were simply like a drizzle. In fact, it could be said that he had been bitten by a mosquito. And the backlash this time would have been equivalent to having one of his legs smashed. The disparity between the two was enormous. Sweat flowed out of his body like a small river. Then it evaporated and turned into a cloud of mist. Ah! Moxie faced upwards and let out a long and loud scream. He stood up and then fell back down. His entire body was stiff like a zombie. Then his body twisted and contorted on the ground. In fact, it had already violated the limits of the human body. This kind of pain continued for an entire day and night. The dark flame of primal chaos danced cheerfully under the furnace of good fortune. It seemed as if it was cheering for Moxie's suffering. Only the art of unlocking the heavens' fortune persistently operated. It flowed through Moxie's meridians again and again. The thick aura of the Hongjun Pagoda poured into his meridians like a whale. It washed away the impurities in his meridians again and again. The amount of aura that had entered his body this time was far greater than any of the previous times. In fact, it was comparable to the total amount of aura that had entered his body in the past. The rich milky white aura in the air seemed to be being sucked in by a powerful whirlpool. It issued a continuous whooshing sound as it continuously rushed into Jun Moxi's body. It seemed as if there was no end to it. Chapter 371. Most of the spiritual qi entered from Da Xiao's Baihui point, and then flowed out from Jun Moxi's Yongquan point, disappearing without a trace. It was as if Da Xiao's body was just a passageway for the spiritual qi to pass through. The only difference was that the spiritual qi would clean this passageway over and over again, striving to make it perfect without any impurities. But Jun Moxi was completely unaware of all this. That was because he was still immersed in endless pain. Jun Moxi had taken the risk to use the flame of primordial chaos, and as expected, he had triggered the backlash of the flame of primordial chaos. He had suffered an unimaginable pain, a pain that an ordinary person would never experience in their entire life. This kind of pain could be said to be the pinnacle of pain. If Da Xiao's state of mind was not outstanding and he was able to maintain his last bit of clarity, if not for Da Xiao's small success in unlocking the heaven's fortune, if not for the massive amount of spiritual qi nourishing Da Xiao's body, Jun Moxi would still have died, and his soul would have scattered, never to be able to transcend. How could the backlash of the flame of primordial chaos be a small matter? But fortune and misfortune always go hand in hand. This saying was not false at all. It was precisely because Da Xiao had endured an unbearable pain that ordinary people could never endure, that he had also achieved a realm that ordinary people could never achieve. And he had also obtained benefits that ordinary people could never imagine. If one wanted to feel good, one had to pay a high enough price. But after bearing the price of one's actions, one would be reborn and reach a new shore. In fact, everything in the world was like this and there were no exceptions. After suffering comes happiness. If one is not extreme, then comes happiness. Jun Moxi had triggered the backlash of the flame of primordial chaos. This was an almost heaven-defying punishment, and he had to stick to his heart in order to survive this punishment. Of course, the benefits that he would obtain after this punishment were also abnormally huge. This kind of huge difficulty was actually the toughest test. But the price of this test was real. One was in heaven and the other was in hell. Otherwise, how could an existence like the flame of primordial chaos appear in the insignificant second level of the Hongjun Pagoda? Everything exists for a purpose. On this path to the pinnacle, existence was the most reasonable. Moreover, it would definitely be useful. When he first obtained the Hongjun Pagoda, his body had already undergone the cleansing of his meridians and marrow. It could be said that his physique had already far surpassed that of an ordinary person. However, it was still within the realm of an ordinary person. This time, after going through the continuous cleansing of such a huge amount of spiritual qi, his body had completely changed. For example, if one were to say that Jun Moxi's body was a garbage bag of meat before his transmigration, then after his transmigration, his body would be a genius body after the transformation of the Hongjun Pagoda. Although it was outstanding, it was still within the recognition of many experts. It was within the range that humans could understand and accept. However, Jun Moxi's body could no longer be described with the word body. To put it more exaggeratedly, Da Xiao's body was basically equivalent to Tang Sanzang, who went to the Western paradise to obtain Buddhist scriptures. The reason why it was said to be basic wasn't to say that eldest young master was inferior to monk Sanzang, but that eldest young master was stronger than monk Sanzang. To put it bluntly, monk Sanzang's flesh was an ordinary person's body that contained an unimaginable amount of spiritual energy. But eldest young master's body, in addition to containing a frightening amount of spiritual energy, was far superior to ordinary people. Whether it was his temperament or his soul, his muscles and bones were strengthened, his meridians were all unobstructed, and his body was filled with abundant spiritual qi. Even his internal organs had been completely transformed because of this opportunity, becoming brand new. The young master's original cultivation speed was already abnormal enough. But after this time he believed that his cultivation speed would be several times faster. Moreover, the path was smooth and there was no possibility of him going berserk. Because there was no chance of him going berserk. Every meridian in his body had been completely opened because of this change. Moreover, they had all been expanded to the maximum limit that a human body could reach. Jun Moxi's subsequent cultivation was just a process of accumulation, nothing more. For example, if the capacity of an ordinary person's meridians and dantian was a well, then Jun Moxi's capacity was a large lake. It was just that there was very little water in this large lake. But once this empty lake was filled up, it would become a vast expanse of mist, and the water would connect the sky and the earth, boundless. Of course, this would be a very long process of accumulation. After one day and one night, Jun Moxie finally slowly recovered. Slowly opening his eyes, Jun Moxie's heart still had some lingering fear. That terrifying feeling of 18 levels of hell opening up on him at the same time really made this arrogant and fearless evil monarch feel a chill in his heart. It was really too painful. He tried to move his fingers, but he found that he was completely powerless. Every muscle in his body seemed to have turned into cotton. Apart from the strength to breathe, he didn't have any other strength to use. It was like a person who clearly felt that his entire body's functions were normal, but inexplicably became paralyzed. Exerting himself to take a deep breath, Jun Moxie's mind moved, and the art of unlocking heaven's fortune slowly began to move. After one circulation, he suddenly opened his eyes wide in shock. This was completely unimaginable. Before this, the art of unlocking heaven's fortune would need at least a few breaths of time to complete one circulation. But now, in almost an instant, the art of unlocking heaven's fortune had already circulated through all the meridians in his body and returned to his dantian. This was simply an astonishing speed of lightning. Such a godly speed had one biggest advantage: he never had to worry about lacking Shen-Qi and never had to worry about losing strength. In other words, if he was in a battle, as long as Jun Moxie was willing, he could fight endlessly. Until forever. As long as he did not starve to death or get beheaded by a super expert. What did this mean? This meant that Jun Moxie was originally a genius, but now he had completely turned into an inexplicable monster. Jun Moxie was ecstatic. Now, even if he did not have any common sense, he knew that this time he had truly been reborn. Forcefully suppressing the excitement in his heart, Jun Moxie began to revolve the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. After all, his body's functions were not under his control, and getting rid of this state was the most important thing. If he was still in this paralyzed state, then even if he had an outstanding body, what use would it be? Fortunately, as the Shen-Qi revolved, the strength controlling his body also recovered bit by bit. Every time the Shen-Qi revolved, he would feel thoroughly refreshed. Now, training had become a form of enjoyment, not a form of agony or suffering. As his strength returned bit by bit, Jun Moxie's heart was jumping with joy. This time, he had circulated the Shen-Qi for a total of 72 circulations. As the last circulation of the Shen-Qi stopped, Jun Moxie could clearly feel that his entire body was filled with explosive power. As long as he willed it, he could absolutely destroy anything. Jun Moxie straightened his back and slowly sat up from the ground. Then he flipped over and stood up. With a single thought, he immediately cut the Shen-Qi into the Shen-Qi circulation channel, and waved his hand without cheating. A pale blue light violently shot out, and was turned into nothingness by the Hongjun Pagoda's spiritual qi. Jun Moxie sat on the ground. This time he was 100% shocked. Oh my god. How could it be pale blue? I'm going crazy, am I dreaming? Before I was ravaged by the flame of primal chaos, I was only at the peak of the Yushen level. How did I reach the Tianshan level in such a short period of time? Even if I'm riding a rocket, it can't be this fast, right? This huge surprise was a complete accident. After being stunned for a long time, Jun Moxie finally remembered. Still doubtful, he waved his palm again as if he was dreaming. That's right, it was pale blue and its power was enormous. Tianshan level, this is definitely right. But, how is this possible? Don't tell me that using the flame of primal chaos can have such a good effect? Jun Dashao couldn't help but feel complacent. He had completely forgotten that his soul had almost flown away and dissipated a moment ago. One must know that the flame of primal chaos was the best flame to use in alchemy, but it was also the source of all flames in the world. It was also the most destructive flame in the world. The flame of primal chaos existed in the Hongjun Pagoda, and the Hongjun Pagoda existed in Jun Moxie's consciousness. If he wanted to use the flame of primal chaos, he had to bring it out from the Hongjun Pagoda, and let it exist directly in his sea of consciousness. Everyone knew that the so-called consciousness existed in the brain, and not in the buttocks. To extract such an extremely dangerous thing from the brain, and then turn it into a physical object through the meridians to injure someone, this was definitely more dangerous than a person who didn't know any martial arts and walked on a tightrope on a precipice. Although Jun Moxie knew that this was a risky move, he didn't understand the true power of it, and recklessly did this stupid thing that he absolutely shouldn't have done. Furthermore, because of the miraculous effects of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, he was actually able to successfully draw it out of his body. Furthermore, with the help of the Hongjun Pagoda and the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, it protected Jun Moxie's weak meridians, and prevented him from dying on the spot. All these conditions couldn't be omitted. It has to be said that although our protagonist's ignorance of cultivation has reached such a terrifying level, his luck is equally good to the point of being invincible. It was like a person who was about to die of poverty, wandering around in a desolate place without any toilet paper and casually grabbing a stone. It turned out to be the only gold nugget within a 3,000-kilometer radius. Right now, young Master Jun was equivalent to this person's luck. Jun Moxie was astonished, but he was already a Tianxian level beginner. This was an indisputable fact. A 17-year-old Tianxian level beginner. A Tianxian level beginner who had only cultivated for 4 months. 4 months ago he was a mere 3rd level Shenqi rookie, and 4 months later he had become a genuine Tianxian level expert. This kind of terrifying progress was like riding a rocket, and it even had the ability to jump through space. Chapter 372. Waha, this is really cool. Jun Moxie took a few deep breaths and crazily somersaulted a few times with the pure energy of his body. He roared to his heart's content and vented the excitement in his heart. Only then did he stabilize his excited state of mind and enter the path of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. In times of great joy and great sorrow, he must vent. If he forcibly held it in and forced himself to stabilize his state of mind, it was very likely that he would overreach himself and extreme joy would turn into sorrow. Jun Moxie understood this very well. So although he was very anxious to know what kind of situation he was in, he didn't rush to use the art of unlocking heaven's fortune to check. Instead, he did that crazy action just now to vent the excitement in his heart. After venting, whether it was physically or mentally, there would be a subtle psychological hint that, I've already vented it. During practice, this aspect of inner demons would be greatly reduced. If he could get rid of this inner demon at such a time, what else could he do? Therefore, Jun Moxie's cultivation process was very smooth. Almost as soon as he raised his spiritual chi, the circulation speed of the cultivation technique reached its limit. Then he opened his inner vision and carefully examined his own situation. Once again Jun Moxie's jaw dropped. Fuck. A series of vulgarities burst out like a machine gun. Apart from this word, Jun Moxie had no idea what else to say. He didn't know what to say either. His mind was a mess and the only thing left was this extremely vulgar word. This is fuck. Jun Wuxia shouted wildly. He suddenly extended his hand and slapped his chest a few times. It seemed as if he was showing off his strength like a black bear. It could be seen that the young Master Jun was ecstatic. And in any case it was inside the Hongjun Pagoda. No one could see it and no one would know. At this moment, Jun Dashao's entire body was clean and smooth. There was not a single thread of clothing on his body. Dashao's clothes had long been torn to shreds because of the pain and torture he had suffered earlier. Jun Dashao was thoroughly shocked. Because he suddenly discovered that in his meridians, there was a substance that looked like mercury flowing clearly. In fact, the substance itself had a kind of sparkling feeling. Although it looked thin, it contained an inexhaustible amount of energy. At the first level, the chi was formless and intangible. When he reached the second level of the art of creation, it had already turned into a fog that was the same color as the spiritual chi in the Hongjun Pagoda. But now, the flow of spiritual chi had disappeared, and a substance had appeared in his meridians. Without a doubt, this was the transformation of spiritual chi. Only when the amount of spiritual chi had reached a certain level would such a qualitative change occur. This was the Shen technique that he had transformed into a substance. This thin silver line indicated that Jun Moxie had already taken one step into the threshold of the third level of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. Finally, he was about to break through again. Jun Moxie once again calmed his mind. He focused all of his attention and once again threw himself into the circulation of the Shen technique. Over and over again the speed became faster and faster. That thin silver line within his meridian seemed to be emitting a rapid shio-shio sound, as if it was violently trembling and emitting an unwilling hum. 1 step, 2 steps. Finally, on the peak of the second level, he had taken another step forward. Jun Moxie felt that there was a thin layer of paper in front of him. He only needed to use a little bit of force and he would be able to pierce through it. At that time it would be a whole new realm. Jun Moxie slowly exhaled and slowly inhaled. He maintained a calm state of mind. With a slow but increasingly rapid speed, he gradually attacked the bottleneck over and over again. He didn't think of gathering all of his strength to forcefully break through in one go, because success was the right way. And now it was obvious that the time had come for success. Being too hasty would not be ideal. Therefore, Jun Moxie wasn't in a hurry. Moreover, he didn't dare to take any more risks. Who knew if there would be any adverse side effects if he forcefully broke through in one go? Or the danger of some violent impact, just like this time's Flame of Primal Chaos incident. it had to be said that after experiencing the backlash of the flame of primal chaos, Jun Moxie had truly become much more cautious. Finally, Jun Moxie clearly felt that this thin layer had already been slowly pushed back by the impact of his spiritual energy. Then it slowly became thin and slowly became transparent. Finally, it sounded like an extremely weak sigh. The barrier of the third layer finally opened up a tiny hole. It was like a balloon that had been pricked by a needle, but it still burst in the end. Jun Moxie still didn't advance rashly. He continued to steadily push his spiritual energy, and slowly injected it bit by bit. Slowly, more and more spiritual energy entered, and finally, bang! Jun Moxie only felt a loud sound in his mind. It was as if the world had turned upside down. For a moment he felt as if the entire Hongjun Pagoda was spinning. The furnace of good fortune in front of him was sometimes on his left, sometimes on his right, and sometimes on top of his head. The flame of primal chaos was also moving along with it. Jun Moxie was completely unmoved. He once again steadied his mind and resolutely stepped forward. Finally, a huge force suddenly rushed over. This force was so huge that it had far exceeded Jun Moxie's imagination. Jun Moxie only felt the meridians in his body suddenly bulge and then shrink. Without any warning, an illusory stone door suddenly appeared in front of him. The illusory stone door swayed a few times and slowly stabilized, becoming a real door. Jun Moxie stood in front of this door. He felt the spiritual energy in his body emit a cheerful sound like a tsunami. It was as if it had its own spiritual nature. Jun Moxie suddenly felt moved from the bottom of his heart. He had finally reached the third level of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. He had finally opened the third level of the exquisite Hongjun Pagoda. Jun Moxie recalled the pain he had just experienced. It was more painful than the 18 levels of purgatory at the same time. Jun Moxie involuntarily smiled. One can only become a superior person after experiencing the bitterness of suffering. This sentence was not false. Of course, it was just like Jun Moxie's perseverance. This kind of pain wasn't something that everyone could endure. In fact, the vast majority of people couldn't bear it. And if they couldn't bear it, their souls would scatter, and they would never be able to reincarnate. Fortunately, Jun Moxie had successfully endured it. Since ancient times, the number of people in both worlds who had been able to survive this ordeal could be counted on 5 fingers. It was enough to be proud. The evil monarch's perseverance were the source of his wild and evil confidence. They were also his true capital. In a trance, a pithy formula suddenly appeared in Jun Moxie's mind. There is a path in the clear sky, but time is not lost. Raise your eyes and there are jade trees. The heart is full of spiritual mountains and the mind is full of celestial lakes. The soul moves 9 times and the Tao of alchemy can be entered. The third level of the Hongjun Pagoda, she roaming between heaven and earth. He had finally broken through. From the first level of illumination to the second level of guarding heaven and earth, his Shen cultivation had crossed 9 levels in one go. And this time he had broken through from the peak of Yu Shen to the beginner of Tian Shen. This was a direct leap of 4 levels. The progress was even more shocking and terrifying. Although it was only 4 ranks, the improvement this time was much greater. As everyone knew, the higher the cultivation of Shen Qi, the more time it would take, and the levels were clear. There were 4 major difficulties. The first was breaking through 9 levels, which was the dividing point between ordinary people and Shen cultivators. The second was Yu Shen, which was related to the starting point of a person's lifetime achievement. After Yu Shen's realm, even if it was just a small level, if the person's aptitude was slightly insufficient, he or she might not be able to make any progress in his or her life. The younger one was to reach Yu Shen's realm. In addition to showing that he or she had outstanding aptitude, it also meant that he or she might have a higher desire for achievement in the future. Therefore, although Bailey Luo Yun was only at Yu Shen's realm, he had attracted the attention of countless experts. And the third obstacle was to advance from the peak of Earth Shen to Tian Shen, which was a huge divergence in the strength of a Shen cultivator. The difference between the strength before and after the breakthrough could not be calculated with reason. In addition to talent and countless efforts, it also took a lot of time. For an ordinary Tian Shen cultivator's progress, it was almost equivalent to the total amount of time it took to advance from the first level of Shen Qi to the peak of Earth Shen. As for the fourth and final obstacle, it was the Shen Shen realm. Generally, if a Tian Shen cultivator could live for more than 30 years, he or she would definitely be able to advance to the Shen Shen's realm. However, when an ordinary Tian Shen cultivator reached the Tian Shen's realm, most of them had already reached old age. Another 30 years to advance to the Shen Shen's realm was often insufficient. As for the realm above the Shen Shen's realm, it was not a level that a cultivator could reach. Only geniuses with great luck could touch it, but they could not enter these 4 obstacles. In summary, the eldest young master had suffered extremely great hardships this time, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had narrowly escaped death. However, the rewards he obtained were extremely generous as well. The advancement this time was absolutely an extraordinary leap. Not only was such a rate of advancement unprecedented, it was believed that no one would be able to surpass him in the future. Jun Moxie silently recited the newly obtained pithy formula, and couldn't help but think of the pithy formula of the previous 2 levels. He still remembered that when he was at the first level, there were 2 sentences in the pithy formula: 9 refinements of the soul, do not fall into the yellow springs. When he was advancing to the second level, there was a sentence: 9 transformations of the soul, the Dan heart is stable. And when he reached the third level as expected, there was another sentence: 9 movements of the soul, the Dan Dao can be entered. In these 3 levels of pithy formula, other than the word soul, there was also the number 9. Jun Moxie silently nodded, thinking in his heart, there should be a deeper meaning behind this, right? 9 was the extreme number. The Hongjun Pagoda had a total of 9 levels, and the art of creation was also divided into 9 levels. Now, in the pithy formula of each level, there was the number 9. Although he had not advanced to the higher levels, but Jun Moxie could imagine that the pithy formula of the higher levels would also have the word 9. Could it be that this was actually hinting at something? Chapter 373. Jun Moxie pondered for a while but couldn't find an answer, so he decided to stop thinking about it. Instead, he felt the surging and vigorous aura in his body. It was unprecedentedly active. This made Jun Moxie very excited. I'm no longer a weak little shrimp from this moment on. The initial stage of the Sky Profound Realm. Although it wasn't very powerful in this continent where experts were as common as trees in a forest, it was still an unattainable level for an ordinary Shen practitioner. Not to mention that he had many methods that transcended the boundaries of his cultivation. I have the strength to do things openly. I have long wanted to do things, but I don't have the strength to do them. I don't need to rely on my mysterious identity and the Hongjun Pagoda to intimidate people. After all, my fist is the only thing that matters. I still like the feeling of being pretentious, but that isn't my true strength. If there was a day when his true strength could reach that level, what would the situation be like? Jun Moxie's eyes revealed a trace of longing. The mysterious art of unlocking the heaven's fortune has always brought me many surprises. This time I've reached the heaven realm. What will happen next time? I still remember the few times I watched television in my previous life. I saw those martial arts experts flying in the sky and burrowing into the ground. They could flatten a small mountain with a single palm, and kill hundreds of people with a single slash of their swords. But I felt that it was pure nonsense. How can there be such abnormal martial arts in this world? I, the king of assassins, can't do it. So who can? But look at Venerable Mei, Li Ju Tian, Lei Baoyu, Bu Guangfeng, and even the beast kings of Tian Fa. I can flatten a small mountain with a single palm. I can even flatten a large mountain. This is the real world that I've personally experienced. It's not fictitious. So what's impossible? Jun Moxie smiled self-deprecatingly. Sure enough, there are limits to one's thinking in any world. Jun Wuxia put away his messy thoughts and stepped into the room. He stepped into the third level of the Hongjun Pagoda. There should be a magical gift for him here, right? The first level was the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, the second level was the flame of primal chaos, the furnace of good fortune, the yin-yang escape art. Then what about the third level? What kind of surprise was waiting for him? As soon as he entered the door, Jun Moxie immediately felt a sense of awe, an awe that came from the bottom of his heart. It was a unique coldness that could only be felt when facing a peerless treasured saber. It was as if his body was about to be chopped into 2 by a divine weapon. A wisp of gold floated in the air. The moment Jun Moxie walked through the door, it was like a ghost that had been drifting for thousands of years had suddenly found a host. With a whoosh, it flew over like a bolt of lightning and burrowed into Jun Moxie's forehead without any hesitation. At the same time, another wisp of cyan light floated over silently and drilled into Jun Moxie's glabella. Jun Moxie suddenly felt his whole body overflowing with vitality, followed by a burst of cold killing intent, quickly fusing with the huge killing intent in his body. At the same time, 2 messages suddenly appeared in his mind. The first message was, turning ordinary iron into wondrous gold, cutting everything into nothingness, the power of gold of the 5 elements. The second message was, with a flick of the fingers, the sky and the earth are covered in an instant, The power of wood of the 5 elements. Power of gold? Power of wood? What was this? Jun Imosia's head was filled with confusion. How do these two things work? But they were not as simple and clear as the yin-yang escape technique. This was really strange. As he was thinking in a daze, all the spiritual energy in the 4th level of the pagoda rushed into Jun Moxi's body at the same time. In an instant it was full. Jun Moxi slightly revolved it, but found that this power was completely different from the energy flow in his body. It seemed a little special. Could it be that this was some kind of special ability like the yin-yang escape technique? Jun Moxi tried to revolve it and suddenly understood. This was because when he circulated this aura, his mental strength became unprecedentedly active. Moreover, it was many times stronger than before. It felt as if it was as mighty as the Yangtze River. With a thought, his spiritual energy violently surged out, and Jun Moxi instantly understood. This was a spiritual attack. The power of spiritual energy. Closing his eyes, he quietly digested the harvest this time. Jun Moxi opened his eyes and they flashed. From now on, I will raise my eyebrows to fight the world, and wave my hand to control the winds and clouds. I truly have the capital to fight head-on. Inside Tiannan City, Dugu Xiaoyi unconsciously paced back and forth in her tent. Her pretty face was sometimes bright and sometimes gloomy. Suddenly, she clenched her teeth and said to herself, "Humph! This lady has been eyeing him for a long time. No one will fight for him. I was the first one to discover Emosia Gich. How can I retreat like this? Humph, even if it's a favorable position. So what? This lady naturally has a way." Suddenly, she clenched her teeth and made up her mind. Then she shouted, "Someone come. Call the Dugu family's guards. This lady has an important matter to tell them." After a short while, the guards hurriedly rushed over. They all had an anxious look on their faces. The little princess had never issued any orders before. But she had taken the initiative to summon them this time. Moreover, she seemed to be in a hurry. Could it be that something big has happened? The people of the Dugu family didn't care what they were doing. They immediately dropped what they were doing, and hurriedly rushed over to stand in front of Dugu Xiaoyi. Dugu Xiaoyi pretended to be calm as she faced the Dugu family's guards. She pretended to be dignified, and her beautiful eyes swept around in a serious manner. Then she coughed twice and cleared her throat. She then said, "I've called you here because there's a problem with the medicine I've been researching." The guards were confused. They looked at each other in dismay. Since when did the little princess start researching medicine? One after another they said, "What matter does the little princess have? Don't hesitate to tell us. We will obey. But do you want us to test the medicine? You're thinking of something." Dugu Xiaoyi rolled her eyes. She then nodded her small head in a serious manner and said, "Listen to me. I've been studying the medicine of ancient yellow without eating or sleeping. And I've made great progress in this period of time. But I suddenly thought of something that one of my sisters had said in the capital today. And I'm deeply worried about it. So I've called you here to discuss it." "I don't know what the little miss is talking about." The leader of the guards was a 40-year-old middle-aged man. So, he couldn't help but become cautious when he heard the seriousness of Dugu Xiaoyi's words. The little miss's words spanned too much. She was talking about researching medicine a second ago. And she's talking about something else in the next second. Could it be that this matter has something to do with researching medicine? Actually, it's not a big deal. But, this, that. Dugu Xiaoyi rolled her eyes. She didn't know how to phrase her words. But she finally made up her mind and said, "A few of my sisters have said that there's a kind of medicine in this world that can cause great harm to women. And it's very likely that it will cause a lifetime of regret for women. Or it might cause a beautiful woman to die young and commit suicide out of anger. I'm very worried about it. I'm preparing to create an antidote for this kind of medicine. When the time comes, if it's widely disseminated, it can eliminate the thing that women in this world fear the most. It can also be considered as a great good deed." Dugu Xiaoyi tried her best to put on an expression that showed that she was worried about the country and the people. She put on a dignified expression and said seriously, "I want to do my best for the world." Unfortunately, before she could finish her words, her little face had already turned red. Hearing this, everyone seemed to be deep in thought. They seemed to have vaguely guessed Dugu Xiaoyi's intention. But they didn't dare to believe it. The leader of the family guards was sweating profusely. He braced himself and said, "I wonder what Miss is talking about. What kind of medicine is it?" What other kind of medicine could it be? It's that kind of medicine." Dugu Xiaoyi's face turned red. She was a little embarrassed. That kind of medicine? The leader of the family guards was a little confused. He scratched his head, but he still didn't dare to confirm it. So he asked carefully, "What kind of medicine is that? Miss, please tell us the name of the medicine." "You're really stupid beyond redemption." Dugu Xiaoyi was about to flip out. She roared with a red face, "It's an aphrodisiac. Do you understand now?" The 10 or so family guards of the Dugu family were all dumbfounded at the same time. They never thought that their little princess could actually say such a thing. What? Aphrodisiac? Oh my god, this is the taboo of the taboo in the martial world. Only those lowly perverted thieves would use such filthy methods. This audacious little girl, how did she come up with such an idea? Damn it. Dugu Xiaoyi's face was red. She pouted and said angrily, "Why are you all looking at me with that expression? I'm doing this for the thousands of sisters in the world. For the common people. I'm asking you, do you have it or not? If you do, quickly hand it over to me. I'll study it for a while so that I can concoct the antidote as soon as possible." What? Everyone was speechless. Aphrodisiac. Even if they had it, who would dare to take it out openly? Do they still have any shame? Even if they could put down their pride, were they going to give that thing to the little princess of their family? If something were to happen, including themselves, would their entire family and 9 generations be able to survive? Besides, you said that you're studying it, but who knows what it's for? If you were to eat it and personally experiment with it, that would be the end of us. Moreover, it would be the end of the 10 or so people. This matter isn't something to be trifled with. My great aunt, everyone was complaining incessantly in their hearts. As for making an antidote, we've never heard of this thing needing an antidote. There's only one kind of antidote for this thing. Men. We've never heard of any other method apart from this. Everyone knows that pouring cold water over the body and the like won't work. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. It seemed as if they were ducks that had been struck dumb by lightning. You don't have it? Dugu Xiaoyi's long and shapely eyebrows stood up. You're a man, but you don't have an aphrodisiac with you? Are you still men? It had to be said that Dugu Xiaoyi's words were too bold. Chapter 374. How can a man carry an aphrodisiac on him? What kind of logic is this? We have wives and concubines and we still have money in our pockets. Nowadays, brothels are quite common. Where can't we solve our physiological needs? Is there a need to carry an aphrodisiac? That's a tool used by perverts. If someone were to take out an aphrodisiac, wouldn't that be blatantly telling everyone, I'm a perverted pervert? How can I live in the future? Don't I have any shame? For a moment, the dozen or so burly men opened their mouths and stared blankly. They didn't know how to respond at all, much like wooden and clay statues. I'm only using this to research the antidote. It's really out of kindness not to do anything bad. Do you guys need to look like this? Dugu Xiaoyi had a guilty conscience, but her mouth was still stubborn. She continued to persuade them, patiently guiding them. Besides, if I research the antidote because of you guys taking out an aphrodisiac, all the women in the world will no longer have to worry. I don't know how many sisters will be grateful to you. You guys are the biggest contributors to this war. Everyone's face darkened, not saying a word. Of course you're not going to do something bad because even if you want to do something bad, you don't have the ability. In this matter, it seems that other than being taken advantage of, there's no other way for you to take advantage of. Hand it over, just hand it over. Dugu Xiaoyi stretched out her hand, her face full of eagerness. Reporting to Miss, we don't have it. The leader of the guards said. We can have it now, at most you give it to me, I won't tell anyone that it's yours. The little girl's expression became more and more amiable. We really don't have it, we really don't have it. The leader instantly broke out in a cold sweat. If we get an aphrodisiac from me, we'll be immediately dismissed when we return. Moreover, there's no guarantee that there won't be suspicious people torturing us. Even if you beat me to death, I won't give in, not to mention that we really don't have it on hand. We don't have it either. The 10 or so people replied righteously, standing ramrod straight. Everyone was very clear about this point. What's more, they were out on a regular military operation. They didn't even have time to abstain from sex, yet they were still doing those things. Were their brains really moldy? Fuck. Dugu Xiaoyi scolded in a crisp voice, causing the mouths of the dozen people to twitch. They didn't expect this young lady to scold them in such a direct manner. So many men, why didn't you bring a single one? The 10 or so people nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice. Since none of you have, then let's all be punished together. Guards. Dugu Xiaoyi ordered with a murderous look, drag these 12 fellows out and give each of them 100 strokes. Everyone was dumbfounded. We didn't bring any aphrodisiac with us. We were just honest men at home. How could we have committed a crime? Not only are we good men, but we are also soldiers. Soldiers on the battlefield, is it wrong not to think about that thing? What kind of logic was that? Heaven, earth, give us a place to reason things out, please? Following Dugu Xiaoyi's order, a few ferocious guards immediately came in. These people were Jun Moxie's personal team. They were selected from the 250 people to take care of Dugu Xiaoyi. Every one of them was skilled in martial arts. They didn't care whether the little lass's order was reasonable or not. They just followed her orders and dragged these people out to carry out the military law. Wait. The leader of the guards broke out in cold sweat. If the 100 strokes were to really hit them, the dozen or so of them would probably be wiped out here. At this point, it was better to comply with the little princess's wishes. After that, they would go and report to Miss Guanqing Han and ask her to take good care of the little princess. Presumably, nothing would happen to her. If they really lost their lives because of this matter, it would be too unjust. Oh? Do you have it now? Dugu Xiaoyi waved her hand to dismiss the guards and asked excitedly. Skinny monkey, you should have it on you, right? I remember that you had some stashed away when we first left Tianxiang. So take it out. The leader of the guards stared at the thinnest man in the group and said in an indisputable manner. The man called Skinny Monkey blinked his eyes pitifully. He didn't know what to say. He hadn't expected that his boss would sell him out under the threat of 100 strokes. You what? Quickly take it out. The leader of the guards rebuked. He then bitterly scolded, You good-for-nothing guy. But I took it for myself. I thought that this trip to the southern heaven city wasn't a real military operation. So, I was planning to relax on the way back. Skinny Monkey looked at his boss with a pitiful expression. His skinny face had turned red. In fact, he was so embarrassed that he couldn't show his face. Someone couldn't help but giggle. Explaining is covering up, and covering up means that it's true. What kind of man would carry aphrodisiac with him? Everyone knew the answer to this question without asking. Is it for men to eat? Dugu Xiaoyi's eyes lit up. That's good. That's barely acceptable. Quickly hand it over. I'm anxious to study it. Skinny Monkey was depressed and ashamed. He trembled as he fished out a small paper package from his bosom. He held it in his hand and wanted to hand it over. But he had some misgivings. He had clearly seen the strange look in his companions' eyes as they looked at him. So, he wished that he could dig a hole, jump in, and bury himself in it. This is embarrassing. I don't know how much money I'll have to spend to shut these guys' mouths. It's not a big deal if only these guys know that I'm his brothers. But I'll have to take a knife to my own throat if these people spread the word that I'm not good. Dugu Xiaoyi became impatient when she saw that guy's shyness. She suddenly jumped over and snatched the package. She laughed happily. Then she remembered that she had to keep a straight face. She asked seriously, This thing, how do I use it? Skinny Monkey's face and neck turned red. He struggled and said, You just need to pick up a fingernail, dissolve it in wine and drink it. A few people behind him couldn't help but burst out laughing. Then they hurriedly covered their mouths with their hands and coughed. Their bodies spasmed and the muscles on their faces twisted. Oh? Dugu Xiaoyi nodded in understanding. She had the appearance of an expert. She asked, What's the reaction after using it? Will it harm the body? This won't. As for the reaction, this reaction. Sweat as big as soybeans fell from Skinny Monkey's face. He really didn't know how to answer. His face had almost turned sallow. Everyone behind him moved in the same manner. They covered their mouths with one hand and covered their stomachs with the other. Then their bodies started to tremble. Oh, I know. There's nothing else for you to do. You can all go. Dugu Xiaoyi's face turned red. She seemed to have realized that her question was inappropriate. So she waved her hand. Everyone felt as if they had been pardoned from a crime. They hastily turned around and walked out. But they heard Dugu Xiaoyi shout, Wait! This matter is a secret. Do you understand? This matter concerns the happiness of millions of women. So it must not be leaked. Dugu Xiaoyi spoke in a dignified manner, especially my brothers. They can't know about it. Do you understand? Well, I'm afraid that they'll steal it. Yes, I'm afraid that they'll steal it. What can we do about it? What? Afraid that they'll steal it? Do the Dugu family's Dashao need to steal it? Everyone's complexion became extremely strange. Dugu Xiaoyi's brothers would have vomited blood and fainted if they had heard these words. We're very normal, Dugu Xiaoyi glared at them, so they can't know about it. If someone told them, I'll pour the entire packet into someone's stomach. Do you understand? Yes, we understand. Everyone hastily retreated. They hadn't gone far when they suddenly threw themselves on the ground. They then started to roll on the ground while laughing. In fact, they were laughing so hard that they couldn't stop. You. Skinny Monkey was angry and ashamed. His eyes were wide open. His cheeks didn't have much flesh to begin with, but he was also trembling. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Skinny Monkey is such a resourceful person. It's really unexpected. No wonder this guy always runs far away whenever we go to a brothel. Ha ha ha. These young masters also steal it? I'm so proud. Several people held their bellies and started to roll on the ground. They were laughing so hard that they started to roll on the ground. Skinny Monkey's face turned purple as he trembled. He suddenly hugged a tree and ferociously hit his head against it a few times. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. The leader of the family guards coughed a few times after laughing enough. He then said, I've laughed enough. So, I must tell everyone that no one is allowed to divulge today's matter. I believe that everyone knows the consequences of this matter once it gets out. And none of you will have a good time when that time comes. Today no one has received 100 strokes of the stick. So, I'm sure that no one wants to be punished by military law in the future. Do you understand? Everyone nodded and indicated that they would keep this a secret. I must go and see Miss Guan. I must ask her to take good care of the little princess. But we mustn't cause a disaster. The leader of the family guards hurriedly left. In the tent, Dugu Xiaoyi carefully wrapped the small paper bag with her handkerchief. She then put it in her bosom and guiltily looked left and right. Then she exposed a complacent smile. Humph humph humph. Dugu Xiaoyi was very happy. She wanted to sing. She smiled and revealed a pair of small canine teeth. Then she bounced over to the mirror and carefully examined her face. She then muttered to herself, I'll see where you can run to. Humph humph, June Moxie, I'm going to force myself on you. I'm going to cook the raw rice into the cooked rice and you're going to run away. Humph, Sister Guan, don't blame this little sister for being disloyal. Hee, let's see how you're going to snatch it now. Dugu Xiaoyi beamed with joy as she thought of this. Then she made a funny face. Chapter 375. Because Dugu Xiaoyi had once heard someone say, if a man and a woman made rice out of raw rice, then they would never be separated again, at least the man would have to be responsible for the woman. Of course, how did raw rice become cooked rice? Dugu Xiaoyi really didn't know. As for the effects of the aphrodisiac, Dugu Xiaoyi was even more clueless. The only thing she knew was that this aphrodisiac was a necessary tool to make rice out of raw rice, and that was why such a big show had been created today. Brother Emosier is mine alone, humph humph. Dugu Xiaoyi opened her luggage and rummaged through her clothes and then, one by one, she gestured at her body as if considering which clothes to wear would be the most effective in making this pot of raw rice of June Moxie into a fragrant cooked rice. At this time, the young Master June, who was currently in the Hongjun Pagoda, would never have imagined that he had already been treated as a pot of rice by a certain little demoness. Furthermore, she was currently rubbing her palms together, preparing to cook him. If he had known, perhaps there would be no need for Dugu Xiaoyi to cook him, he would have cooperatively been cooked, and there would be no need for such a strenuous effort, and it would definitely be a soft landing. Dugu Xiaoyi was humming a little tune as she searched for clothes, when the curtain behind her suddenly lifted, and an elegant fragrance assaulted her, but it was Guanqing Han. It turned out that the leader of the family guards had gone to look for Guanqing Han, but of course he didn't dare to say that it was about the aphrodisiac and only stammered, saying that there had been some abnormalities in the past few days, and that her mood wasn't quite right, and that he and the other family guards were worried that something had happened, and said that it was some old illness, and so on. The more he hemmed and hawed, the more worried Guanqing Han became. She really thought that Dugu Xiaoyi had some strange old illness. Finally, after hearing what he had to say, she hurried over. Little Sister Xiaoyi, what happened to you? Do you feel uncomfortable there? Guanqing Han asked worriedly as soon as she entered the room. The sudden question made Dugu Xiaoyi, who was immersed in a sweet dream, jump in fright. She screamed and turned around. Panicking, she asked, Elder Sister Guan, why are you here? Do you also want that medicine? Medicine? Me? I'm not sick, why would I want that thing? Guanqing Han was sure that Dugu Xiaoyi was really sick. Otherwise, why would she take medicine? And he's even urging me to eat too? Oh. Dugu Xiaoyi heaved a sigh of relief. She patted her chest in shock and said with lingering fear, I thought you were here to compete with me for cooking. So it's not like that. Thank goodness you're not. Cooking? What kind of cooking? Guanqing Han cried out in surprise. The worried look on her face deepened. She reached out her hand to touch Xiao Yi's forehead. Little sister Xiao Yi, what happened to you? Why are you speaking so incoherently today? Yes, just now she asked me if I wanted medicine, and now she's saying that I'm competing with her for cooking. This is a military camp. Why do we need to cook? Besides, does Dugu Xiaoyi know how to cook? What's with all this nonsense? I'm fine. I'm really fine. Nothing happened to me. Ha ha ha, Dugu Xiaoyi laughed dryly. She looked a little flustered. She touched the small cloth bag in front of her chest with a guilty conscience. She felt a little calmer in her heart. She raised her head and secretly looked at Guan Qinghan. Then she stammered, by the way, elder sister Guan, is he back? Not yet. A worried look appeared on Guan Qinghan's face. She comforted her, don't worry. It's okay. He's so powerful and has so many tricks up his sleeves. What could happen to him? I think he'll be back in a while. Dugu Xiaoyi chuckled and said with relief, that's right. This guy is very capable. He'll definitely be fine. I'm still waiting for him to come back. I need something from him. You're waiting for him to come back? Why are you looking for him? Guan Qinghan thought. Could it be that Xiao Yi is overly worried about Wuxia and has lost her mind? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. She couldn't help but become even more worried. I'm waiting for him to come back to cook. Dugu Xiaoyi had almost let the cat out of the bag. So she hastily said, I'll go out and take a look. Why hasn't little White returned yet? I haven't seen that little cutie for several days. I really miss him. She lowered her head with a red face and kneaded the corner of her clothes. Then she hurriedly walked out. She blamed herself as she walked. Dugu Xiaoyi, why can't you keep your cool? What if the plan is leaked and elder sister Guan finds out about it? She'll strike first to gain the upper hand. What should I do then? Guan Qinghan secretly made up her mind. It seems that Xiaoyi has a real problem. Otherwise she wouldn't look like this. She's talking incoherently, and her actions are even more abnormal. I must keep a close eye on her. So she also followed her out. It was already noon of the third day by the time Da Xiao came out of the Hongjun Pagoda. He had been pondering non-stop on his way back to Tiannan City. These new powers of metal and wood are very magical. But it's a pity that I don't know how to make use of them. That, turning ordinary iron into wondrous gold, cutting all things into nothingness. Does it mean that I can turn ordinary iron into a divine weapon as long as I use this magical power? This is the only way to cut all things into nothingness. However, Jun Moxie secretly cursed himself as he thought of this. Damn. How can there be such a good thing in this world? Isn't this the same as turning stone into gold? No, it's even more abnormal than turning stone into gold. It's a legendary immortal technique. Poor Jun Daxiao. He still doesn't know that all the techniques he's practicing are actually immortal techniques. Moreover, they're the highest level and ultimate techniques. For such a person to be able to cultivate smoothly all the way until now, it was truly an anomaly that had never been seen since ancient times. Moreover, the speed of his cultivation was so fast. This was a strange matter that no one could understand no matter how hard they racked their brains. Jun Moxie calculated the time. He realized that he hadn't shown up for 2 days. The third uncle must be getting anxious. Maybe the third uncle is better off. After all, the third uncle knows his methods. But the 3 uncles must be very anxious. So he didn't dare to delay. He went straight back. He had just entered Tiannan City when he bumped into Dongfang Wenjian. He was scolded by this uncle. Then he was escorted into Jun Wui's tent. The news of Jun Moxie's return naturally reached the ears of Guan Qinghan and Dugu Xiaoyi. Guan Qinghan finally let out a sigh of relief. Her heart was filled with joy. Dugu Xiaoyi suddenly blushed. Her heart was beating fast. She didn't recover after a long time. Who knows what that little girl is thinking? After dealing with Jun Wuyi's barrage of reprimands, the young Master Jun's skin was thicker than the walls of the city. So he laughed and ran away like a wisp of smoke and ran back to his tent. Sitting on the chair, Jun Moxie thought about his new ability. He finally took an ordinary steel knife that was hanging in the tent. He held it in his hand. He wanted to test out his new magical power. Jun Wuxia took a deep breath as he looked at the blade. He then closed his eyes and activated the power of gold in his body. It passed through his meridians and moved to his palms. Then it passed through his fingers and slowly reached the blade in his hand. The cold light of the blade flickered in his hand. In the blink of an eye, something strange happened. A faint golden light flickered. It was as if the blade of the steel knife was reflecting a sky full of stars. It emitted a dreamy brilliance. Suddenly the light brightened. Then it disappeared without a trace. A faint green smoke appeared. Jun Moxie opened his eyes. He looked at his hand. He was stunned. Oh my god. The big knife that was half the length of a man in his hand had disappeared. And now what existed in his hand was only a small knife, the size of a toothpick. Perhaps it couldn't be called a knife anymore. It should be called a needle. It was just a slightly bigger needle. But it was 10 times heavier than a normal needle. Moreover, this needle was in the shape of a knife. It was the same as what Jun Moxie had imagined. When Jun Moxie had activated this power, he had imagined the shape of a knife. It was this small knife in front of him. The only difference was that it had shrunk by a few thousand times. That was all. Jun Moxie didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After all, Jun Moxie had come to realize that the phrase, transforming ordinary iron into wondrous gold, really existed after he had experimented with it. Moreover, this cultivation technique truly possessed such a heaven-defying ability. However, it wasn't that the whole piece of iron could be turned into magical gold. Instead, the ordinary iron had to be compressed to the highest degree. Then, the most essential part of the iron would be preserved and extracted. Then, it would form the shape that he wanted. Then what about the rest of the iron? Where did it go? Did it evaporate into thin air? Jun Moxie was puzzled. He went out and brought in another knife. He activated the divine power again and concentrated on observing the transformation process. Only then did he see it clearly. It turned out that he had guessed correctly. It had really evaporated. After the faint gold flashed for a while, there was a burst of dazzling light. Then it disappeared. Along with this burst of light, a faint smoke rose from the knife. It emitted a strange smell that made one want to vomit. As the smoke rose, the big knife in his hand disappeared. It turned into a pocket-sized knife that was as small as a toothpick. Jun Moxie smiled bitterly. If he wanted to forge a saber with the same length and thickness as the 2 sabers he had melted, he would probably need a small mountain's worth of fine iron to do so. Moreover, this toothpick-sized thing actually weighed close to 2 taels. If he used this material to make a knife like that, wouldn't it weigh a few hundred kilograms? The divine weapon was indeed a true divine weapon, but who could wield it? Jun Moxie loosened his hand. The 2 small toothpick-sized knives slipped through his fingers. He heard 2 chi-chi sounds, and an unbelievable thing appeared in front of him. The willow table in front of Jun Moxie had actually been pierced with 2 small holes. The 2 toothpick knives pierced through the table like a hot knife through butter, but did not stop. With 2 so-so-so sounds, the knives directly drilled into the ground. In fact, the handles of the knives could not be seen. Chapter 376. Today's explosion. 3rd update has arrived. 4th update is in progress. Oh my god. Jun Moxie's eyes were perfectly round. He hastily reached out his hand and picked up the 2 small toothpick knives from the ground. He discovered that the hilt of the knives had penetrated at least 2 feet into the ground. Moreover, they were still continuing to fall. This is too awesome. Jun Moxie sized up the 2 toothpick knives. He couldn't bear to part with them. Jun Moxie knew that the knives had fallen when he had loosened his grip a moment ago. So, he hadn't used even the slightest bit of strength when he had held them. The 2 toothpick knives had pierced through the 5-centimeter thick willow wood table like a hot knife through butter. Moreover, they had effortlessly pierced through the air, as if they had pierced through the air. What kind of concept was this? What kind of level of sharpness had these 2 knives reached? This was the ultimate godly weapon that everyone yearned for even in their dreams. Wouldn't it be tantamount to elevating their Shen cultivation to an exaggerated level if I were to use this method to forge such a sword for my grandfather, 3rd uncle, and the others? In fact, it would be even more abnormal. A good weapon can increase a person's strength by a considerable amount. An average person wouldn't be able to wield such a weight. But a weight of 300 or 400 pounds wouldn't require much effort for his grandfather, who was at the peak of Tianxian, and his uncle, who was at the middle level of Tianxian. Even if they weren't used to it at first, they would be able to familiarize themselves with it after 10 or so days of practice. I believe that even a great master or a Shen beast king with tough skin wouldn't be able to resist such sharpness. Lei Wu Bei's treasured knife would have been a godly weapon if he had made it that day. Then the outcome of the battle against the Snake King would have been different. In fact, the battle against the Venerable Mei would have been even more unpredictable. I'll use this thing as a secret weapon. Jun Moxie laughed in an unusually lascivious manner. His eyes shone. He had already thought of countless ways to deal with his enemies with this thing. Good stuff, really good stuff. At least, from now on, his flying daggers were truly invincible. What kind of expert in the world could resist a divine weapon of this level? The answer was, absolutely no one. Some might be able to dodge it, but no one would be able to withstand it. Kill God if you meet God, kill Buddha if you meet Buddha. Jun Wuxia chuckled mischievously a few times. Only now did he feel weak all over his body. He was about to return to the paralyzed state he was in when he used the flame of primal chaos. He hurriedly took in a breath of spiritual energy and slowly began to recover. Sighed, there's no such thing as a handout in this world. Even refining 2 small toothpick knives actually requires so much energy. What Jun Moxie didn't know was that he had used this ability twice in a row after obtaining it. Moreover, he was afraid that he wouldn't have enough power each time, so he used all his strength. It was already not easy for him to hold on for so long. This ability was similar to the power of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. It also needed to be cultivated step by step. How could there be such a good thing in this world if he wanted to become a fatty in one bite? Even a top-notch immortal cultivation technique wouldn't be enough. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as Jun Moxie moved 2 steps forward. He then leaned against the chair as he circulated the art of unlocking heaven's fortune faster and faster. His physical strength was gradually recovering bit by bit. Brother Wuxia, you're back. Are you inside? Dugu Xiaoyi's sweet voice came from the door. She sounded a little shy and embarrassed. Then the door curtain was lifted and Dugu Xiaoyi came in sneakily. She was holding an exquisite wine gourd. She stuck her head out and sneakily walked in. Could it be that the Overlord has come to draw the bow? Dugu Xiaoyi felt a little guilty at the moment. In fact, she was even a little annoyed. That was because Jun Moxie had come back at the wrong time. He had come back in the morning. Why couldn't he have come back in the evening? This made Dugu Xiaoyi, who was preparing to cook, very disappointed. But she tilted her head and pondered for a long time. Then she decided to sound him out first before deciding on her next move. I won't cook him if Jun Moxie can give me a definite promise. Humph, humph, I won't be able to say anything if he still refuses. I'll cook him on the spot. I've prepared both ways to appease an overlord. Of course, Dugu Xiaoyi had also prepared the medicinal wine in case she needed it. My father always said that only by being prepared can we win every battle we have ever fought. Therefore, Dugu Xiaoyi had thought of every possible way to get rid of Guanqing Han. Then she had quietly slipped away. Elder sister, why are you here? Jun Moxie waved his hand weakly. He had only recovered a little bit. He was barely able to move his hands and mouth. But that was already his limit. So, he had to make the best use of his time in order to recover faster. Oh, I've come to cook. No, I just wanted to ask you, Humph, you still have the nerve to ask me why I've come? You've been out for so long but you didn't say anything. And you've come back so sneakily. Don't you know that someone is worried about you? Dugu Xiaoyi pursed her lips. She hadn't even realized that her tone had already become like that of a housekeeper. The little girl was also very careless. She only noticed that Jun Moxie looked very weak after she had finished speaking. So she was shocked and threw herself at him. What's wrong with you? Why do you look so pale? Did you get injured on this trip? Jun Moxie snorted and said, It's nothing. Don't make a fuss. Just give me a glass of water. Then he remembered that he hadn't drunk a drop of water for 2 days. And he had sweated a lot when he was suffering from the flame of primal chaos in the Hongjun Pagoda. No wonder his body was so weak. It was already very fortunate that he wasn't dehydrated. After he had broken through, his spirit had been in a state of high excitement. Moreover, he hadn't returned for 2 days. Moreover, he was in an unfamiliar place. Moreover, he was in the midst of a chaotic war. So, the third uncle must have been very anxious. So he had hurried back. After he had finished explaining things to the third uncle, he became curious about his newly acquired ability. So, he had forcibly used his new ability to transform ordinary iron into wondrous gold twice. This had completely consumed all the energy in his body. No wonder he was so tired. Jun Moxie smiled bitterly in his heart. It would be strange if he wasn't tired now. Such a low-level mistake had actually happened to him. It seemed that things had been going too smoothly for him during this period of time. This kind of careless mentality was absolutely unacceptable. Jun Moxie had always been like this. On the surface he had always been arrogant. However, his heart was extremely meticulous. Especially towards his own shortcomings, he would never conceal them. He would only find them at the first moment and then correct them to ensure that he wouldn't repeat them. This was also one of the major trump cards that allowed him to ascend to the throne of the King of Assassins in his previous life. Living in a dangerous state where he could lose his life at any time as an assassin, being cautious had already become his instinct. Dugu Xiaoyi turned around anxiously. She casually placed the wine gourd in her hand on the table in front of Jun Moxie. Then she almost ran to pour some water. Jun Moxie's eyes couldn't help but brighten up when he saw the gourd. Was this girl stupid? Obviously there was an excellent drink here. Why did she give up what was close at hand to fetch water from afar? He grabbed it and unscrewed the lid. He smelled the fragrance of the wine. It was the time when he was the most thirsty. How could Jun Moxie care so much? He raised his head and took a big gulp. Then he directly stuffed it in his mouth and drank it all up. Jun Moxie didn't drink much of the wine in this world. In addition, the wine in this world didn't have any other advantages except for the strong fragrance. Otherwise, how could it cover up the earthy smell of the wine? It couldn't be helped. The wine craftsmanship in this world was relatively poor. Jun Moxie was also very thirsty. Moreover, he was in his own tent in the military camp. Who would think so much? Therefore, Jun Dashao really didn't taste anything. Instead, he felt that there was a sweet taste of honey. It was really not bad. Little did he know that in order to make this wine more delicious, Dugu Xiaoyi added a lot of honey in it. This greatly reduced the possibility of Jun Moxie discovering something fishy. What a pity. The evil monarch of a generation had been careful for 2 generations. Yet, he fell into the hands of a girl who was usually very careless. Could it be that even a wise man would make a mistake? Or perhaps it was fate making a fool out of people. Jun Moxie had just drunk the whole gourd of wine. He felt that it wasn't enough. He even felt more thirsty. Dashao didn't take it to heart. Wine wasn't used to quench thirst. It was common for the more he drank, the more thirsty he became. At this time, Dugu Xiaoyi had just returned with a cup of water. When she turned around, she saw that Jun Moxie had already drunk the whole gourd of wine in the blink of an eye. He even put the empty gourd on the table. This was no small matter. Completely unprepared, the cup fell to the ground with a "pa" sound. The quality of the cup was obviously not up to standard. Naturally, it directly shattered into pieces. I haven't even thought about whether I should start cooking now. Why did he drink that? What should I do? What is this? Should I cook or not? The little girl stared blankly at Jun Moxie. Her eyes were wide open, and she had completely lost her composure. She didn't know what to do next. The so-called forcing yourself on the bow was just a way of saying it. The little girl was completely clueless as to what to do. So, she didn't know what to do. Jun Moxie's throat was still dry after he finished drinking the gourd of wine. But, his body had recovered a lot of strength. At least, it didn't affect his normal activities. He was surprised to see that the little girl had broken the cup. But he knew that Dugu Xiaoyi had a rash temperament. So he didn't take it to heart. He stood up with a "hey" sound. Then he walked over to Dugu Xiaoyi's side. Then he took the water bag from her back and drank to his heart's content. He put down the water bag after he had drunk enough. Then he panted in satisfaction. I'm a bit dehydrated. But my body has recovered a lot after drinking the water. He saw that Dugu Xiaoyi was looking at him as if she had been struck by lightning. Her eyes were wide open, her eyebrows were raised, and her rosy lips were slightly open. She looked very cute. So he couldn't help but stroke her head in amusement. He then asked, "Little girl, what are you looking at? You're really something. You dropped the cup of water on the ground. It's fine if it dropped. Why are you so scared? Are you afraid that I'll scold you?" Dugu Xiaoyi blinked her eyes twice. Then she came back to her senses. She ignored Jun Moxie and rushed to the front of the table. Then she grabbed the wine gourd and shook it with all her strength. The wine gourd didn't have the weight of a moment ago. So, it didn't emit any sound even though she had shaken it with all her strength. Chapter 377. Dugu Xiaoyi wanted to cry but had no tears to shed. What should she do now? That was a big bag, a whole big bag. Just like that, in such a short amount of time, it had all melted into the gourd. Heavens, I only wanted him to drink 1 cup. Really, I only wanted him to drink a small cup. No one would have thought of this mistake. Normal people would have a certain amount for everything, but this brat Dugu Xiaoyi of the heavenly way was extremely careless. Dugu Xiaoyi had actually poured the whole bag into the gourd. Even if it was drugging, there was no way to do it this way, right? Anyone who saw this would shake their heads. Not to mention 1 Jun Moxie, even 3 Jun Moxies wouldn't be able to stop this amount. This was going to cost them their lives. The problem was, whose life would it cost in the end? Dugu Xiaoyi didn't have a single thought in her head right now. Brat, what's wrong with you today? Seeing Dugu Xiaoyi's strange expression, Jun Moxie asked curiously. No, nothing. Dugu Xiaoyi was flustered. She looked at Jun Moxie from head to toe. She scanned him from head to toe. She scanned him up and down several times. However, he didn't seem to have any abnormalities. Dugu Xiaoyi felt that something was wrong. The amount was definitely not small. Dugu Xiaoyi cautiously asked with hope in her voice. Are you all right? What can I be? Oh, I was a little dehydrated just now. But I'm fine now that I've drunk enough water. Wuxia was a little baffled. In fact, he couldn't even make head or tail of the situation. I just drank a lot of water in one go. How can something like that happen? He thought that the little brat was asking about his abnormal behavior earlier, so he naturally had to explain a little. Pretty good? Really pretty good? Don't you feel very hot, like you're being cooked? Dugu Xiaoyi felt slightly relieved in her heart. She then asked in a scientific tone. The little girl's heart was filled with anticipation, but Dugu Xiaoyi would never have guessed that this anticipation would soon make her cry. The feeling of being cooked? No. Jun Moxie was even more puzzled. What was wrong with this girl today? Even the words he said were so strange. He was a living person and he wasn't going to be eaten. How could he be cooked? Jun Moxie reached out his hand to touch Dugu Xiaoyi's forehead. He repeated a few times to make sure that Dugu Xiaoyi didn't have a fever and wasn't sick. Only then did he say, "Lass, are you feeling unwell? Why are you acting so weird today?" That's good, that's good. It's good that you don't feel that way. That's good. Looking at Jun Moxie's reaction, Dugu Xiaoyi patted her chest and let out a long breath. Although she was looking forward to seeing Jun Moxie being cooked, the amount made Dugu Xiaoyi secretly worried. She was afraid that he would cause some trouble. But seeing that Jun Moxie's reaction was normal, Dugu Xiaoyi was more or less relieved. However, just when Dugu Xiaoyi was relieved, she thought of something. Suddenly, her face was full of anger and she secretly said in her heart, "That's too hateful. That brat actually gave me a fake one." Of course it couldn't be fake. But Dugu Xiaoyi, who had never seen these things, naturally wouldn't think in this direction. The medicinal effect also needed time to take effect. In this world, other than the imperial medicine that would kill once it entered the throat, how could other medicine take effect so quickly? Obviously, the little girl didn't understand the seriousness of the matter. Seeing that Da Xiao was not acting strangely, she let out a long breath and directly ignored the matter in front of her. Fake? What fake? Jun Moxie sighed helplessly. His fingers rubbed his temples as he thought about Dugu Xiaoyi's words. He vaguely guessed that this little girl was most likely doing something mysterious again. Thinking of this, Jun Moxie felt a little headache and said, "Little lady, what's wrong with you today? Why are you saying things that others can't understand? Can't you say something serious?" How could Dugu Xiaoyi care about Jun Daxiao's question? Her heart was full of the feeling that she had been deceived. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. The more she thought about it, the more vexed she became. Suddenly she shouted, "That's too hateful." She was about to rush out. Looking at her posture, if she rushed out this time, that skinny monkey-like guy would definitely not have the chance to take the medicine. At this moment, Dugu Xiaoyi was impulsive. What she had been looking forward to the most, Da Xiao was cooked, was finally going to happen. While they were talking, the medicine was taken. With such a delay, it began to take effect slowly. At first it wasn't fast and there wouldn't be a particularly strong effect immediately. With Jun Moxie's physique, he didn't care about this little difference at all. Then as time went on, the medicine flowed through his blood vessels to the whole body, and the increasingly strong effect would soon be experienced by Jun Moxie. Moreover, Jun Moxie was already an innate spiritual body, and he had some resistance to this kind of medicine with negative effects. If it wasn't for the fact that he was too thirsty and drank it in one gulp, and Dugu Xiaoyi's terrifying amount, Jun Moxie wouldn't be affected at all. At most, he would be excited for a while. But now it was different. Previously, Jun Moxie was so thirsty that he was almost dehydrated. He drank the whole gourd of wine in one gulp, and his dry blood vessels were instantly filled with this medicine. Moreover, this was a medicine that could stimulate a man's ability. Although it was a little strange, it wasn't poison. Therefore, the Hongjun Pagoda's spiritual energy was also helpless against it. Jun Daxiao already looked like he was going to be cooked. "Who's the hateful one? Tell me, I'll help you vent your anger." Seeing that Dugu Xiaoyi was about to leave, Jun Moxie reached out to stop her. "What a joke. I was just curious about this girl and you want to leave without explaining? Do you think you can leave?" Jun Wuxia wanted Dugu Xiao to get rid of all the tricks he had up his sleeves. "They're too hateful." Ah. Dugu Xiaoyi's face turned red, and she was unable to restrain her anger. "I just wanted to cook a meal, but they didn't give me the real thing. They're too much of a bully. Seeing that I don't understand this, they casually gave me something to fool me. Do I look so gullible to you?" Dugu Xiaoyi rubbed her palms together and her long, shapely eyebrows rose, and her murderous aura surged. But the little girl instinctively felt that something was wrong as she spoke. Dugu Xiaoyi raised her head and paused. She looked at Jun Moxie and blinked her eyes. Suddenly she said, Brother Imosia, what's wrong? Why is your face so red all of a sudden? Jun Imosia also felt that there was something wrong with his body when Dugu Xiaoyi asked this question. His whole body was showing signs of heating up. Moreover, there seemed to be a raging inferno burning in his dantian. His eyes slowly turned red, and he felt as if a volcano had erupted in his heart. Suddenly a primal impulse burst forth. What's going on? Jun Moxie was astute. Having lived 2 lives, he knew what this fire was. So, he gritted his teeth and lowered his head. He used his remaining consciousness to think about it. Then he cursed Dugu Xiaoyi 100 times in his heart. Girl, oh girl. You can play with anything, but you're playing with me. My innocence of 2 lives will be ruined by your hands. Thinking of his innocence, he looked at Dugu Xiaoyi in front of him. The more he looked, the more his blood boiled and he couldn't control himself. Jun Moxie struggled with the pain in his heart. His complexion became more and more ferocious. You. What's wrong with you? Don't scare me, you. The little girl started to be afraid and she retreated in panic. Dugu Xiaoyi looked at Jun Moxie's ferocious face. Her female intuition inexplicably sensed a great crisis. Now, the little girl didn't have the courage to cook anymore. Not to mention watching Jun Moxie being cooked, Dugu Xiaoyi had a strange thought in her heart. The drug is real. Look, he's being cooked. I want to go home. Jun Moxie's breathing became heavier. He tried his best to resist this innate male instinct. But he felt that he couldn't resist it anymore. The green-dressed Dugu Xiaoyi in front of him, and the faint fragrance of a girl, constituted a fatal temptation to him. An irresistible temptation. He didn't want to endure it anymore. It was too hard for him to endure. That wine gourd, was it you who put the drug in it? Jun Moxie approached her step by step. The air coming out of his nostrils was hot, as if it was on fire. Yes. I just want to cook you, I don't mean anything else. Dugu Xiaoyi looked at him pitifully. As Jun Moxie approached, she retreated step by step. She was at a loss of what to do, and her eyes darted around in panic. She was almost scared to tears by his ferocious look. You want to cook me? What do you mean? Even though Jun Imosia's mind was in a state of chaos, he was still stunned for a moment. After thinking for a moment, he understood that it was cooked rice. He couldn't help but laugh angrily. He couldn't help but have no more misgivings. Gritting his teeth, he teased, If you want us to cook rice, do you still need to drug it? I'll be cooked with just a wave of your hand. Why bother? But you're not cooked yet. Don't come over. Dugu Xiaoyi trembled and curled up. She had already retreated to the corner of the tent. There was no place for her to retreat. At this moment, Dugu Xiaoyi felt extremely wronged. What? He obviously drank the drug, but why does he still treat me like this? And he had become so frightening. I'm so scared. He looked so fierce now. Dugu Xiaoyi felt her whole body stiffen. When her eyes met with Jun Moxie's, she felt as if she was being electrocuted. The fear in her heart grew stronger. No matter how hard Dugu Xiaoyi tried to endure, she had finally reached her limit. She cried loudly, I'm wrong. Please let me go. I don't want to play anymore. I really don't want to play anymore. Now the little girl was truly regretful. But if she had known that this would happen today, she wouldn't have done it in the first place. You started it, but it's not up to you to decide how and when to stop. In such a short period of time, Jun Moxie had already endured quite unbearably. He had already reached the point where he had no choice but to release the arrow on the bowstring. However, the current situation was something that Dugu Xiaoyi had never expected. Moreover, it was completely out of her expectations. Sob, why didn't anyone tell me about this before? Seeing that a real fight was about to break out in the tent. Suddenly, Jun Moxie. What are you doing? A clear and melodious shout rang out. At this critical moment, Guan Qinghan, who had been keeping an eye on Dugu Xiaoyi's movements, appeared in the tent like a divine soldier. Jun Moxie. You're despicable. Shameless. Why haven't you let go of Xiaoyi yet? Guan Qinghan screamed in fear and turned around with a flushed face. Chapter 378. The 2 people in the tent were almost completely honest with each other. From the looks of it, it was obvious that Jun Moxie was using force. And Dugu Xiaoyi refused to comply, which resulted in such an awkward scene. Guan Qinghan was originally with Dugu Xiaoyi, but Dugu Xiaoyi sneakily took out a jade flute and asked Guan Qinghan to appraise it. Guan Qinghan's greatest interest in this life was the art of playing the flute, so she naturally complied and took it. Before she had time to appraise it, Dugu Xiaoyi suddenly held her stomach and said that she needed to go to the toilet, and then rushed out of the tent impatiently. Guan Qinghan didn't suspect anything. Moreover, she saw that Dugu Xiaoyi's face had turned red. It seemed as if she couldn't hold it in any longer. Guan Qinghan snorted and let her go. She held the jade flute and carefully looked at it. Then she tested the tone and waited for Dugu Xiaoyi to return. But after waiting for the first and second time, there was no sign of her, and after waiting for the third and fourth time, Guan Qinghan could not help but worry and finally came out to look for her. She asked the soldiers along the way if they had seen Miss Dugu. The soldier pointed. Guan Qinghan asked along the way, and then found out that Dugu Xiaoyi flew into Jun Moxie's tent. She could not help but feel funny, angry, and an indescribable feeling. She had clearly suggested that the two of them should accompany each other to see this guy, but she did not expect Dugu Xiaoyi to use this method to leave her alone and run over first. Since she was with Jun Moxie, there should be nothing wrong. So when Guan Qinghan arrived at the tent, she hesitated for a moment and wanted to go back directly, but then she heard something strange inside, and Dugu Xiaoyi actually shouted for help. How could this be? Guan Qinghan recalled Jun Moxie's image a few months ago, and her heart suddenly beat fast. Could it be? Dugu Xiaoyi's cries became more and more shrill, and she even started to cry. Guan Qinghan finally made up her mind and barged in. Who knew that after barging in he would actually see such an awkward scene? Guan Qinghan suddenly felt that something in her heart was broken. She was completely disheartened. Tears flowed from her eyes. Jun Moxie, you disappoint me. No matter how Guan Qinghan felt, Jun Moxie had lost his mind. He couldn't hear what she said at all. Even if he could, he wouldn't understand and wouldn't care. Big Sister Guan, please save me, boo-hoo. Dugu Xiaoyi cried and begged. She looked like a pear blossom in the rain, feeling wronged and pitiful. Guan Qinghan was furious. You bastard! Let go of me. She rushed forward and wanted to push Jun Moxie to the side. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't push him away. Dugu Xiaoyi, who was under Jun Moxie, finally bent her leg and kicked hard. Guan Qinghan cooperated and used all her strength to push Jun Moxie's body to the side, revealing half of Dugu Xiaoyi's body. It was sparkling and white, covered with little plum blossoms. It was the kiss marks that appeared on Dugu Xiaoyi's delicate skin under Jun Moxie's ravaging. Jun Moxie was still in a daze and didn't know how to use his own strength. Otherwise, even if there were 10 more Guan Qinghan, it would still be useless. Dugu Xiaoyi was ashamed and scared. She took this opportunity to get up and threw herself into Guan Qinghan's arms, crying loudly. What's going on? Guan Qinghan quickly grabbed Jun Moxie's cloak and covered her delicate body. Before Dugu Xiaoyi could say anything, Jun Moxie pounced on her again like a hungry wolf. Dugu Xiaoyi screamed. In a panic, she wrapped the cloak tightly around her and scrambled to escape. The little girl was really scared today. Jun Moxie was like an arrow on a bowstring, but he suddenly lost his target. How could he bear it? He didn't know that the girl in front of him had changed into another person. He pounced on her and hugged her. Guan Qinghan was so angry that her delicate body trembled. She shouted, Jun Moxie, you're crazy. You still want to... Before she could finish her words, she suddenly saw that Jun Moxie's face was flushed red. His eyes were bloodshot and his gaze was bewildered. He didn't have his usual clarity. It was obvious that he had lost his rationality. She couldn't help but be shocked. What was going on? Although Guan Qinghan was a virgin, she was older and knew more than Dugu Xiaoyi. Although she didn't notice it when she first came in, she could see the abnormality now. She also guessed what was going on with Jun Moxie. An aphrodisiac. And it looked like an extremely violent aphrodisiac. Otherwise it wouldn't be like this. Guan Qinghan wanted to pull out her sword to scare Jun Moxie. But her hesitation was too late. Jun Moxie pounced on her like a wolf and hugged her. Then he opened his mouth and kissed her. Guan Qinghan was confused, embarrassed, and anxious. She pushed with all her might. But how could her strength be compared to Jun Moxie? Moreover, when Guan Qinghan saw that Jun Moxie was obviously tricked, she couldn't bear it and didn't know what to do. With Jun Moxie's current state, if she went out and he couldn't vent, how could he bear the violent effects of the aphrodisiac? His brain would definitely be fried and his life might even be in danger. Guan Qinghan's face was usually cold and frosty. She had never been kind to Jun Moxie. But he was her brother-in-law after all. And he was the only descendant of the Jun family. Moreover, Jun Moxie had been wrong because of her. He had dared to become the enemy of the whole world in a fit of anger. And that image was still deeply engraved in her mind. Her heart, which had been lonely for more than 20 years, had also throbbed because of that. He was such an outstanding young man who was so affectionate to me. How could I just watch him be tortured like this? And there would be serious consequences. Jun Wuxia had dared to oppose the Shuihan manor for his own sake. In fact, the Shuihan manor was like the sun in the sky at that time. He hadn't flinched at all. So, how could she repay his deep friendship? The Jun family didn't care about my own family. In fact, they even wanted to send me away. But they were prepared to sacrifice themselves in order to protect me. How could she just watch the only descendant of the Jun family get tortured by an aphrodisiac? In fact, Jun Wuyi's adoptive father had been harassed by the Shuihan manor in every possible way for the sake of his own matters. He had even been framed by them and had almost died in the process. And he would have died in battle if someone hadn't helped him in secret. And all of this had been for her sake. Now that Jun Moxie has been poisoned, can I really walk away? Jun Moxie has had a good impression of me ever since I've arrived at the Jun family. In fact, he had even used his debauchee identity to express his feelings to me. So what? Only recently did she find out that his previous appearance was a complete disguise. Then why did he look like that? Why did he confess to me at that time? Now that I think about it, it's very rare. Was he really going to be completely indifferent to such a feeling? It's easy to find a priceless treasure, but it's hard to find a lover. What are the so-called geniuses of the so-called aristocratic families compared to Jun Moxie? I'm a free man now. But Guan Qinghan's heart was in turmoil for a moment. In fact, it seemed as if she had gone crazy. It had to be said that Jun Moxie's devotion was a one-sided misunderstanding of Guan Qinghan's own wishful thinking. There was no other reason than that this Wuxia wasn't the same Wuxia. Their bodies were the same. But their souls had been completely replaced by someone else's. The things that the previous Wuxia had done before couldn't be attributed to the current Jun Moxie. But it seemed that even his body was different now. It was undeniable that the current Jun Moxie had a good impression of Guan Qinghan. But his feelings for this cold-blooded assassin were far from passionate. In fact, they were far from discussing marriage. It could even be said that with Jun Moxie's current temperament, even though he was unrestrained, unscrupulous and unscrupulous, he would never take the initiative to confess his feelings. If it wasn't for the fact that a woman took the initiative to pursue him, or that the old man forced him to arrange a marriage, he might even grow old alone. Because the current mindset of Jun Moxie was still the mindset of the king of assassins in his previous life. Starting a family was an unbelievably extravagant thing for an assassin. Just as Guan Qinghan was hesitating, suddenly, she was shocked. She looked at Jun Moxie's eyes, which were burning with passion. Suddenly, her heart was filled with tenderness. Forget it? Let me use this life to repay the Jun family's great kindness to me. Guan Qinghan quietly closed her eyes. 2 streams of tears slowly flowed down her jade-like cheeks. She had already given up resisting. The little girl was panic-stricken. She quickly fled to her own tent. She changed her clothes and rested for a while. Then she calmed down. However, she still felt that her face and body were feverish. It's too scary. It's too scary. Oh my God. Dugu Xiaoyi patted her chest. She still had some lingering fear. She recalled Jun Wuxia's ferocious appearance. It seemed as if he wanted to eat her alive. In fact, it seemed as if he wanted to swallow her whole. It's all thanks to Elder Sister Guan. Ah, Elder Sister Guan. Dugu Xiaoyi suddenly stood up. Her beautiful eyes widened to the limit. I escaped. But how could I forget about Elder Sister Guan? Elder Brother Wuxia has already eaten the cooked rice medicine. If he were to hurt Elder Sister Guan, won't Elder Sister Guan suffer a lot? Wouldn't that be my sin? The more Dugu Xiaoyi thought about it, the more uneasy she became. She rushed out of her tent like a whirlwind. She disregarded everything else and used her lightness kung fu. Then she madly rushed towards Jun Wuyi's tent. Jun Wuyi, Solitary Eagle, and the 3 Dongfang brothers were discussing the matter of withdrawing the troops. Then they saw the tent's door open. Dugu Xiaoyi was gasping for breath as she rushed in. Third Uncle Jun, cough cough cough. Elder Brother Wuxia is in trouble. He's in his tent. Elder, please go and take a look. If you're late, Elder Sister Guan will be in trouble. 8 chapters in 2 days. I did it. This month's leaflets will be issued in the form of N times of the month. I don't know how many times I'll be able to do it. I wonder if I'll be able to surpass the 15 leaflets in September? Or even more. I've never issued a leaflet to ask for votes. This is my habit. It's also my insistence. However, as long as I break out, I'll issue a leaflet to ask for votes. This is also my affirmation of my own labor. Some brothers don't understand the timing of my publishing. They say that if you publish so many manuscripts at once, it will affect the effect of asking for votes. I'm helpless. I've never been a writer who writes quickly. Every time I break out, it means an all-nighter of overtime. I don't have a fast speed. I can only use time to accumulate it bit by bit. Last night, I wrote from 10 at night until 5 in the morning. After writing 10,000 words, I went to sleep with satisfaction. This afternoon, I woke up and went through the words I wrote last night. I revised every single sentence. Wrong sentences, typos, and even punctuation marks. I revised them all several times. Only when I fully approve of it will I upload it. This is not only my responsibility to everyone, but also my responsibility to myself. No one would want to read a book filled with typos and wrong sentences, right? I'm very confident that this book is definitely not the one with the fewest typos and cheating. However, it's definitely at the top. I'm very proud of this. After I finished editing, I began to upload the broken chapters. I won't say that it's been hard on you. I just hope that everyone can understand. Now that the second leaflet of the month is over, I'm reaching out to my brothers and sisters to ask for a few monthly votes. Everyone, please work together and lift up our evil monarch. Thank you, asking for monthly votes. Chapter 379. The little girl had been running all the way here. She was so anxious that she had forgotten to regulate her breathing. She was gasping for breath. She barely managed to finish her sentence. She couldn't express the urgency of the matter properly. Then she opened her mouth and stuck out her tongue. She was panting heavily. Her two small hands were placed on her knees. She was so tired that she was sweating profusely. What happened? Jianghu turned pale with fright. He stood up immediately. The other four also looked at Dugu Xiaoyi with an inquiring look in their eyes. Hurry. Go. Dugu Xiaoyi choked and coughed. She waved her hand anxiously. She looked weak. Go. As soon as the word left her mouth, the 5 people disappeared. Dugu Xiaoyi panted for a while. Then she walked towards them with her hands and feet trembling. The little girl was also very worried. She didn't know how they were doing. Did something happen to them? How hateful. That guy clearly said that he would be fine after eating this thing. But why does Brother Wuxia look so uncomfortable? He doesn't seem to be rational at all. If something really happened to him. Oh my god, Jianghu and the other 4 people were experts of the present age. So they covered the distance in the blink of an eye. Among them, Solitary Eagle's lightness skill was the best. He was far ahead of them. When Jianghu and the other 3 people arrived outside Jun Moxie's tent, they saw Solitary Eagle standing there with a strange expression on his face. He didn't move. He didn't say anything about going in or leaving. What was the meaning of this? Seeing that the 4 people were about to rush in, Solitary Eagle quickly moved to stop them. Don't go in. Why? The 4 people asked at the same time. But Solitary Eagle didn't need to answer. The 4 people immediately understood the reason. The commotion inside the tent was not small. The 4 of them were all experienced people, so how could they not hear the reason behind it? Immediately, all of them had black lines on their faces. Jianghu looked up at the huge sun in the sky and sighed with a red face. This nephew of his was really too preposterous. With this thought in mind, Jun Wuxia shouted, "Everyone listen to my orders. Everyone come out immediately. Bring them to the training ground in the center of the city for training. If anyone doesn't show up within the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, he will be punished according to military law and will not be tolerated." As soon as the order was given, the bugle sounded and everyone rushed to the drill ground. He didn't dare to delay the slightest bit. Solitary Eagle narrowed his eyes as he followed Jianghu and the others to a distant tree. He then sat down and sighed, "Third General Jun is really considerate. You even cleared the place for your nephew in this kind of matter. That Jun brat's extravagance is really not ordinary." Dongfang Wenqing and the other 2 burst out laughing. Everyone thought that Jun Moxie was committing lewd acts in broad daylight. It was indeed preposterous. But they didn't think of anything else. Jianghu's face turned red as he looked at Jun Moxie's tent from afar. He then frowned. Such a big commotion must have been heard inside. So why isn't there any reaction? Military orders must be obeyed. He shouldn't have. I would have also pretended not to hear it if I were in his place. Oh, by the way, isn't Wuxia still a virgin? Dongfang Wendao shrunk his neck in a vulgar manner as he laughed mischievously. You might be able to, but Wuxia shouldn't be able to do such a thing. He always acts with propriety. I've always felt that there's something strange here. But I can't tell what it is. Jianghu frowned as he pondered deeply. Dugu Xiaoyi finally arrived at this time. Young Lady Dugu was flabbergasted to see the 5 people standing at a distance with strange expressions on their faces. But she turned her eyes to see that Guan Qinghan was nowhere to be seen. So she immediately became angry. "Where's elder sister Qinghan?" Dugu Xiaoyi was both nervous and angry. "Didn't you rescue her? Elder brother Moc's situation isn't normal. Something bad might have happened." Dugu Xiaoyi was like an ant on a hot pan. She mumbled as she paced back and forth. "Xiaoyi, you're saying that the woman inside is Qinghan?" Jun Wui's complexion changed. This was no small matter. This matter would have become big if the woman inside was Guan Qinghan. He looked at the tent from afar and roared in anger. He then hatefully said, "That bastard. He's doing such a shameless and despicable thing. I won't forgive him." The bastard that Jun Wui was referring to wasn't Guan Qinghan. Instead, it was Jun Daxiao who was violently. But it was all too late now. How would Guan Qinghan survive if he were to rush in at this time? That wouldn't be saving Guan Qinghan. Instead, it would be forcing her to commit suicide. So he could only prepare for the aftermath. He could only hope that Guan Qinghan wouldn't commit suicide. Jun Wui had a big headache for a moment. He had thought that Jun Moxie wouldn't have caused any trouble even if he was acting preposterously. After all, who hadn't been frivolous in their youth? But he now understood the seriousness of the matter. How could Guan Qinghan have sex with Jun Moxie in broad daylight with her cold and reserved personality? Moreover, the two of them weren't that close. In fact, Guan Qinghan wouldn't do such a thing in broad daylight even if they were husband and wife. But this matter had clearly happened in front of his eyes. But how could he explain it? There could only be one explanation. Guan Qinghan had been forced to do it. From this point of view, all the mistakes were naturally placed on Jun Wuxia. So Jun Wui was seething with anger at this moment. This was a huge scandal. The fact that Guan Qinghan was a free woman hadn't been announced to the world yet. So if this matter were to spread out, then it would be obvious that this brother-in-law and sister-in-law were having an illicit affair. What should I do? Wouldn't the Jun family's good reputation be destroyed in a day? Jun Moxie, that little bastard. I must beat him to death. Jun Wui's face had turned purple. He couldn't restrain his anger. So licentious, so shameless, so corrupt of the family's reputation. He really deserves to die. I must beat him to death. At this moment, Jun Wui was like a beast trapped in a cage. He was pacing back and forth with a sinister and vexed expression on his face. If this matter were to spread out, breaking both of Jun Moxie's legs would be the lightest punishment. Even if both of his legs were broken, this matter wouldn't be over. The most taboo thing in the world was to abstain from lewdness. And now, not only had Jun Moxie violated it, but the target was his sister-in-law. Jun Wui could imagine how furious his father would be. "Brother Wu Yi, since things have already reached this point, it's too late to say anything. If it really doesn't work, we can let Mo Xie go to our Dongfang family to lie low for a while. Once old master's anger has cooled down, we can discuss this further." Dongfang Wenqing stroked his beard and made his suggestion. He was prepared to clean up his nephew's mess. He also understood old Master Jun's temper. The current situation was not optimistic. However, no matter what, the person involved was still his nephew. How could Dongfang Wenqing watch his nephew suffer? His little sister was already pitiful enough. That's right. Which man doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? What's so great about fooling around with women? It's just a small matter. Is there a need to be so hostile? Dongfang Wenqing's words were already siding with his nephew. Do you think it's worth it? You want to kill him? You really don't know how to react. Let's not talk about others. Even my eldest brother had more than 20 wives and concubines. Which one of them was legitimate? Not all of them were snatched. Before Dongfang Third Master could finish his kind words of persuasion, Dongfang Third Master's murderous gaze had already locked onto him. "You bastard! What kind of nonsense are you talking about?" Dongfang Wenqing's originally scholarly face immediately contorted in anger upon hearing his third brother's words. He looked at this guy who had no filter as if he wanted to eat him alive. His fists were clenched so tightly that they made cracking sounds. Dongfang Wenqing shrunk his head and took 2 steps back. He hid behind Dongfang Wenjin and fearlessly whispered, "What do you want to say? Tell me the truth. Who doesn't know about what happened to you back then? Other than snatching, you did it by force. Do you think I can't talk about what you did? Why are you saying that I'm a bastard? Why don't you talk about your own mess?" Everyone snickered. "Evil creature." Dongfang Wenqing shouted and pounced forward. "What's wrong? Why are you guys? Could it be that brother Imosia?" Dugu Xiaoyi blinked her big innocent eyes. Don't mention this evil creature's name. It's really infuriating. Jun Wuyi gasped for breath. Why are you blaming Brother Emosia? Especially third uncle, why are you scolding Brother Emosia? This matter has nothing to do with him. Why are you scolding him so harshly? Dugu Xiaoyi was bashful. Finally, she plucked up her courage and lowered her small head. What? It has nothing to do with him? The 5 experts were shocked again. It really has nothing to do with him. Dugu Xiaoyi lowered her head, but her tone was very firm. Oh my god, it's already like this and it still has nothing to do with him? Then what else can be considered as having something to do with him? Although the 3 Dongfang brothers were not familiar with the little girl, they knew that she liked her nephew very much. They reckoned that she wanted to help her nephew out of trouble. However, even if she liked him and wanted to help him out of trouble, she couldn't just turn the truth upside down. That kid had done such a heinous thing, and this little girl still said that it had nothing to do with him? Then who does it have anything to do with? The great Master Falcon was left speechless. This is a matter between a child and a daughter. However, the third Master Jun was extremely angry. But his extreme anger had made him extremely calm. So he spoke up in a gentle voice, Xiaoyi, do you know something? What's going on? Oh, this matter has nothing to do with Brother Emosia. In fact, it's me. Dugu Xiaoyi's face had turned red. She was kneading the corner of her clothes. She had lowered her head, and was so embarrassed that she wanted to drill into the ground. What's going on? Xiaoyi, tell me in detail. Speak slowly. Don't worry. Jun Wuyi's eyes lit up. Is there another reason for this matter? The third master was calm and astute. But how could an old man like him understand his daughter's thoughts? The little girl was bashful and unwilling to speak. But it wasn't because she was anxious that she couldn't speak. Instead, it was because she couldn't speak in front of him. That day, the third uncle said that he wanted to put elder sister Guan and brother Emosia together. So I got angry. Dugu Xiaoyi knew that she wouldn't be able to explain herself. So she decided to speak her mind. But she suddenly felt wronged as she spoke the word angry. So her voice suddenly became louder. I'm very angry. I'm very angry. Dugu Xiaoyi spoke up in a fierce manner. Chapter 380. I've set my eyes on Brother Emosia for a long time. I was the first one to like Brother Emosia. Brother Emosia is mine. No one can take him away. Dugu Xiaoyi angrily declared in a loud voice. She had forgotten what she was doing. She had also forgotten that she was the one who had caused such a big incident. It's yours, but... Jun Wuyi was sweating profusely. He nodded again and again in an attempt to appease this obviously agitated and violent little girl. Don't interrupt me. Listen to me. Dugu Xiaoyi excitedly commanded. Jun Wuyi was flabbergasted. So, I had to take measures to protect my brother Emosia from being taken away, so Dugu Xiaoyi's mind turned around as she spoke. She suddenly felt somewhat embarrassed. She had just said that she wouldn't allow others to interrupt her. But she couldn't continue. Jun Wuyi, Solitary Eagle, and the 3 Dongfang brothers were staring blankly at this intrepid little girl. They were waiting for her to continue. They were exclaiming in their hearts that the younger generation would surpass the older generation in time. So I. Dugu Xiaoyi's eyes fluttered as she stammered. The little girl had been indignant and confident a moment ago. But she had suddenly become speechless. She had become cautious and pitiful. Such a change had made the 5 experts' eyebrows twitch wildly. Strange. So, I wanted to cook the raw rice for Brother Emosia. Wouldn't he be unable to run away? And no one else would be able to take him away. Dugu Xiaoyi had steeled her heart. She had blushed as she closed her eyes and shouted. The 5 great experts were struck by lightning at the same time. Sweat, big sweat, waterfall of sweat, Genghis Khan. In the end, they all sat down on the ground without a care for their image. They stared at the valiant little girl in front of them, dumbfounded. I called the guards who were protecting me over and took the aphrodisiac from them. Then I gulped it down and went to look for Brother Emosia. It just so happened that Brother Emosia was very thirsty, so he drank it. Since she had already started, Dugu Xiaoyi might as well go on with her story. She didn't care about her shyness or embarrassment anymore. She had an imposing aura of someone who had already lost all sense of self. But, after Big Brother Emosia drank it, he didn't feel like it was cooked at all. He immediately went crazy. He actually wanted to molest me. I panicked and shouted. Then Big Sister Guan came in to save me. Then I escaped. It's all because of me. Big Sister Guan. Boo-hoo. This time the 5 experts were no longer sweating. It was as if they had been struck by lightning. They stared blankly at the same time, their mouths crooked and their eyes slanted. This kind of bizarre matter was really full of ups and downs when it came out from the mouth of this beautiful little girl who was like a pearl or a piece of jade. They had never thought that the cause of this matter would actually be this. What was this and what was this? She had planned to cook the rice herself, but she didn't allow others to cook when they wanted to. In the end she had even cooked the third party. She really cooked a good rice. The 5 experts made the same action at the same time. Their faces were filled with black lines and they were all speechless. They had originally known that this little girl was very tough. But they had never thought that they had still underestimated her. And they had still greatly underestimated her. This little girl had actually become tough to this extent. What was called a fierce girl? Wasn't this it? Because of jealousy she had actually drugged her lover with aphrodisiac, and wanted to cook the rice that was cooked. Not only that, but after she had successfully drugged him she was so scared that she had to run away. This kind of thing was really unheard of since ancient times. The standard example of running away after setting fire to the fire? The great Duguxiaoyi had once again opened up a new river in the history of the Shenzhen continent. This was definitely a magnificent feat that had never been done before and would never be repeated in the future. And it was a first-class huge feat. It was really too awesome. I am completely shocked. Little girl, tell me honestly, do you know what cooked rice means? Dongfang Wendao's mouth was wide open, and his eyes were wide open, and his eyebrows were twitching. Of course I know, cooked rice means that a man and a woman have a mutual understanding of each other's hearts, and will never be separated again. Duguxiaoyi pouted and stomped her feet. She then said fiercely, no one can snatch him away. The 5 of them had the urge to faint at the same time. The medicine that you drugged, cough cough, what was it called? How much did you put in? Jianghu swallowed his saliva with difficulty, and asked with a trace of hope. That medicine was called, something like lifting up 100 caddies. Duguxiaoyi tilted her head and thought for a while. She then said with some annoyance, what a strange name. It's very hard to pronounce, and if it wasn't for my good memory, I really wouldn't have remembered it. What? Lifting up 100 caddies. The 5 of them sighed and shook their heads at the same time. This was the best medicine for men, and it had an extremely strong aphrodisiac effect. Moreover, it could ignite a man's impulses to the maximum, to the point where he would lose his mind. It would be impossible to stop until the medicinal effect was completely released. The most terrible thing was that this medicine was quite tyrannical, and only a little bit was needed for it to be effective. Junwui's face turned pale when he thought of this and his lips trembled as he asked, this, cough cough Xiaoyi, don't talk about these useless things first. Tell the third uncle, how much medicine did you put in the wine gourd? How many nails? How many nails? The 3 Dongfang brothers and the solitary eagle had a strange expression on their faces. They didn't think that the blood general would actually know the correct usage of this medicine. This was really surprising. But they were all worried about Jun Moxie, so they didn't laugh. How many nails? I don't know, it's not that troublesome, it's such a big bag. Duguxiaoyi's eyes were wide open and she used her 2 hands to measure the size of the small bag and said, I put it all in, I wanted to let him drink a cup at that time. Maybe Brother Emosia was very thirsty, but in the blink of an eye, he drank the whole gourd of wine. He drank so fast. Put it all in. He drank the whole gourd of wine? The 5 of them exclaimed at the same time and looked at each other in dismay. Oh my God, things are really going to get serious this time? You little girl, why are you making trouble? You're really making trouble. Junwui was completely panic-stricken. With so much medicine, a person would explode from overeating. Suddenly he shouted in a stern voice, that family general of yours is too ridiculous. How could he carry aphrodisiac on the march? This is simply a disgraceful behavior. Violating military discipline is unforgivable. This is the typical behavior of a perverted bandit. Junwui was somewhat flustered and exasperated. In fact, it was obvious that he wasn't able to catch the rabbit and eat the dog. His face was somewhat malevolent and he was also somewhat afraid. So much weight of 100 kilograms is bound to lead to that. What if Emosia is really spoiled? Then what should we do? I'm counting on this one shot. Such a possibility is almost non-existent. Then wouldn't the Jun family have no descendants? There's also Qing Han. Qing Han is the daughter-in-law of the Jun family, but she's still a virgin. What if she dies because she can't bear it? What should we do? Dongfang Wenjian was also panic-stricken and said, how about we rush in and catch them? Then we'll circulate our martial arts and force out that aphrodisiac? This is an urgent matter and we don't have time to think too much. You're a pig. Aphrodisiac isn't poison. Poison can be forced out if it's in the blood vessels and meridians. But aphrodisiac has penetrated deep into the marrow, and is capable of evoking the most primal impulse in the human body. How can it be forced out? Jianghu seemed to have lost his reason, and started to rain curses on them. Besides, what will happen to Qing Han if we rush in like this? What will happen to Wuxia? You pig brain. This is an urgent matter *T. Jianghu was going crazy. However, Dongfang Wenjian didn't care. He understood Jianghu's feelings very well because he himself was feeling the same way. Solitary Eagle pondered for a moment and then comforted them. Everyone calm down and don't panic. Don't forget that Wuxia has inherited his master's legacy. He's a master of both martial arts and medicine, and his attainments are extraordinary. I believe that with his master's extraordinary skills, Wuxia will be fine. Jianghu sighed and his emotions slowly stabilized. His eyes were filled with worry as he said, I hope so. The three Dongfang Wenqing brothers suddenly became curious and asked, Wuxia's master? Who is that? Since when did Wuxia have a master? The three of them were most curious about the words Wuxia's master. They seemed to have some sort of magical power. Even Jianghu, who had sunk into a half-crazed state, suddenly sobered up. Why? You've seen his master. He's a real expert. Solitary Eagle's face was filled with admiration. The three of them could see that this respect came from the bottom of his heart. It wasn't an act. We've seen him? Who is he? How can we not have an impression of such an expert? The three Dongfang Wenqing brothers were shocked. It must be known that Solitary Eagle was one of the 8 great masters. Moreover, he was the most arrogant of them all. So, Dongfang Wenqing couldn't think of anyone in this world who was worthy of his admiration. Wuxia's master is the mysterious black-robed man who got rid of Li Juti on that day. Solitary Eagle said in an amazed tone. The 4 of them were left speechless. Even Jianghu had only found out that the mysterious and powerful black-robed man from that day was Jun Moxi's master. No wonder that Senior was so protective of the Jun family. Jianghu had finally uncovered the biggest doubt in his heart. So, he's Wuxia's master. Dugu Xiaoyi scratched her head as she saw everyone's reaction. So, she asked in a puzzled manner, what's wrong with everyone? Is the medicine not good? It's good? Jianghu looked at her powerlessly. The little girl's face was full of confusion and naivety. She was waiting for Jianghu to point out the right path for her. That medicine's not good. The key thing is, I say little girl, you've cooked the wrong rice. Dongfang Wendao grinned and said, you're the one who wants to cook the uncooked rice. You've already placed the rice in the pot, added water and lit the stove. But when the rice is done you left on your own. You cooked the rice but it was eaten by someone else. So you've worked hard for nothing. You've harmed yourself to help others. Dongfang Wendao sighed deeply, you've worked hard for someone else. But you've made wedding clothes for someone else. God makes fools of people. Ever since they found out that Jun Wuxia's master was a mysterious expert, everyone felt more at ease. Dongfang Wendao was also in the mood to make fun of Dugu Xiaoyi. Chapter 381. As an assassin in his previous life, Jun Moxi had never really been moved, let alone involved in love. If he wanted to satisfy his physiological needs, he would only occasionally use real money to buy a smile. Because he really couldn't afford love. Even the king of assassins couldn't afford it. If he loved someone he would have more fetters in his heart. If he had a family, then his opponents and enemies would have more targets to deal with him. Jun Moxi didn't know how many assassins had suffered because of their family. He wasn't afraid that his family would implicate him, but he was afraid that he would implicate his family. The pain of losing a loved one was an exceptionally painful torment, whether it was for himself or his family. Therefore he really didn't dare. Ever since he came to this world he had met a lot of beautiful women. Whether it was Qing Han, Dugu Xiaoyi, Princess Raimu, or the Silver Blizzard City's Princess Han Yanmeng, any one of these women was a peerless beauty that was hard to find. Some were cold and aloof, some were cute and naive, some were graceful and elegant, and some were intelligent. Could be said that each of them excelled in their own way. In fact, Jun Moxi appreciated them very much. In fact, he had a very good impression of them. But he had always restrained himself and hadn't crossed the line. He knew that Dugu Xiaoyi liked him to the bone, but Jun Moxi was still hesitant and couldn't make a decision. It wasn't that he was hesitant, but he had been weighing the pros and cons. Although he had always had a special feeling for Qing Han, Jun Moxie didn't reveal it. Because Jun Moxie didn't know whether he could bear the responsibility of a family. At least he wasn't ready in his heart. But never had he imagined that under a freak combination of circumstances, he would inexplicably seize Guan Qinghan's chastity under a situation where he was completely unconscious. He had his first woman in this world. Jun Moxie didn't care about women who were in love, no matter how beautiful and alluring they were. Even if he played with them and enjoyed himself, he could turn around and forget about them afterwards. But when it came to Guan Qinghan, he was determined not to. In fact, when he opened his eyes and found that Guan Qinghan was beside him, and after he figured out the cause and effect, Jun Moxie felt an inexplicable sense of responsibility and tenderness in his heart. Responsibility. Responsibility towards a woman. Jun Moxie knew this feeling very well. Although it appeared inexplicably, Jun Moxie did not reject this feeling. He even felt exceptionally warm. Although he didn't know what Guan Qinghan was thinking, Jun Moxie had already decided that this woman was his woman from now on. She was the first woman recognized by the evil monarch. Jun Moxie gently stroked Guan Qinghan's soft long hair that was scattered on the pillow, and he felt a trace of peace in his heart. It was like in this world, he finally had a companion and a trace of inseparable concern. This feeling was really wonderful. Actually, having a bond and a tender feeling isn't as scary as I thought it would be. The corners of Jun Mosie's mouth curled into a smile. He gently bent down and pressed his face against Guan Qinghan's forehead. He then said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, thank you." Then he stood up and walked out. Da Xiao's physical fitness was really amazing at this moment. The exhaustion from the previous extreme venting only took a moment to ease, and it had made him recover a lot. Even his strong mental strength had recovered. His divine sense had already noticed that there were 5 or 6 people outside, seemingly waiting for him to go out. Jun Mosie knew very well who it was and what it was for. After all, on this day the movement in the tent was not small, and it lasted for such a long time. It would be strange if the third uncle didn't take some measures. Jun Moxie smiled bitterly. He had already guessed what kind of storm he would encounter when he went out. After all, the third uncle Jun Wui had dissolved Guan Qinghan's marriage with the Jun family. This matter had not spread yet. The whole world only knew that Guan Qinghan was his sister-in-law, and his behavior this time was tantamount to eating his sister-in-law, but Jun Moxie didn't want to escape, nor would he escape. Eating was eating. What's the big deal? Since a man had done it, he was not afraid to admit it. Couldn't he bear a woman's happiness? How could he still be called a man? I can only face it. No matter how violent the storm is, I can bear it. Only I can bear it. As Jun Moxie walked out, Guan Qinghan's eyelids gently blinked and slowly opened. 2 lines of tears quietly fell from the corner of her eyes, but on her face, there was a faint smile of satisfaction. Is this the so-called feeling of home? Is this the feeling of having a husband? It turned out that this feeling was really, very good, very nostalgic. Although she really suffered a lot today and lost her face, she didn't have much regret in her heart. Moreover, she couldn't help but hesitate because of Jun Moxie's situation at that time. Could even be said that if she wanted to leave at that time she could totally leave. Therefore, no matter what the reason was, it could be said that she was willing to do what she did today, especially just now when Jun Moxie thought that she was still unconscious. That gentleness, that consideration, made her feel sweet, sincere sweetness. Because everything that Jun Moxie did, he thought that she was still unconscious. In other words, that was completely from the tender feelings in his heart. This man's tender feelings set off a huge wave in Guan Qinghan's heart. This was the feeling of being protected from head to toe. It was really warm, so warm that I want to cry. Guan Qinghan's tearful smile on her face was like a rose in the morning, wet with dew, blossoming into a beautiful smile. It was so moving, but when she thought of her current awkward identity, she suddenly felt sad. What should I do? This is really a sin. When Jun Moxie walked out, he was really in a cold sweat. This cold sweat wasn't because he ate Guan Qinghan today, but Jun Moxie could see that, although he was very uncomfortable, Guan Qinghan was afraid that it was even more uncomfortable than him. After all, he still had a strong physique in the effect of that damn drug. When he was unconscious because of the drug, that habitual action almost lasted for a whole day. How much did Guan Qinghan bear? Even he didn't know how violent he was at that time. After that, when he saw Guan Qinghan, she was almost dying. Fortunately, it didn't continue. Even if it continued for half an hour, perhaps Guan Qinghan would also die because of this. So dangerous. So dangerous. Fortunately, although Dugu Xiaoyi's drug was fierce, it was not too excessive. Also, fortunately, Guan Qinghan's cultivation wasn't weak. Since she had been practicing martial arts since she was a child, her physique had always been good, far surpassing that of ordinary women. Therefore, she was able to withstand this time's violence. Otherwise it would be really bad. However, Jun Imosia didn't know that Dugu Xiaoyi's drug wasn't too excessive. In fact, it was simply too excessive. That girl was afraid that the rice was not cooked well, so she did not show any mercy, leaving nothing behind in the whole packet. If not for Jun Moxie's special physique, and the huge effect of the Hongjun Pagoda's spiritual energy, while nourishing his body, it also dissipated a considerable part of the drug's effect. He was afraid that he would still be in the expedition now. Even if he could withstand it, what about Guan Qinghan? Jun Imosia had a bitter smile on his face as he walked out of the tent. He had somewhat recovered, but his feet were still limp. In fact, it felt as if he was walking on cotton. In fact, he felt as if he was walking on clouds and mist. In fact, his legs had turned soft as he walked. Damn, this thing is really exhausting, and I thought it was pretty good just now. Jun Moxie didn't think that he had been exercising non-stop for more than 10 hours. This kind of high-intensity, high-frequency and intense exercise, it was already a miracle that he could still stand up and walk. If you don't believe me, why don't you try doing push-ups for 10 hours without stopping? I guarantee that you won't be able to stand up. Jun Wui and the rest had a confused and depressed look on their faces as they watched Jun Moxie walk over with his legs swaying. They all had a strange expression on their faces, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The little girl, Dugu Xiaoyi, sat on the ground in a daze as she watched Jun Moxie walk over shakily. Suddenly, sorrow came from her heart, and she burst into tears. Her tears were filled with regret and sorrow. Jun Moxie was stunned. You drugged me and lit the fire, but you ran away by yourself and now you're crying? What's there to feel wronged about? But he didn't know that in Dugu Xiaoyi's heart, she had completely gone for wool and come home shorn. She had lifted a rock and dropped it on her own feet. The thing that she was most afraid of was created by herself. There was no need to mention that complicated feeling in her heart. Her original intention was to cook the raw rice and then monopolize it. Who knew that the rice was cooked smoothly, but she didn't eat it because it was too hot, and she took advantage of the person who didn't want to take advantage of it the most. Wouldn't she be depressed to death? Now that she saw Jun Moxie, she suddenly thought of Guan Qinghan who had taken advantage of inside. For a moment, the grievance, anger and unwillingness in her heart surged up at the same time. She wanted to say something but couldn't, so she simply cried out loud. Before Jun Moxie could walk forward, he saw Solitary Eagle suddenly give him a thumbs up. Then Dongfang Wenqing and the other two uncles looked at him with a strange expression. It was very ruminating, and somewhat meaningful. Jun Wui didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at his nephew's big black eye sockets. He asked impatiently, "You're out? How do you feel? How about Qinghan? How is she?" To be honest, Third Master Jun wasn't really concerned about Jun Daxiao. Although Daxiao looked weak, but he had still come out safely. He was more concerned about his adopted daughter, Guan Qinghan. Third Master Jun had analyzed that Qinghan had willingly endured the pain in order to help Daxiao get rid of the aphrodisiac poison. But Qinghan's temperament had always been unyielding. So, if she suddenly took things too hard and decided to commit suicide because she had lost her chastity, then that would be really bad. "Oh, I'm fine, but my legs are a little weak. Sister-in-law, Qinghan is still sleeping. She's also fine." Jun Moxie scratched his head and replied in an extremely awkward manner. He had habitually called her sister-in-law, but he had just remembered that Guan Qinghan was already his woman. So, how could he still call her sister-in-law? That was a very strange feeling. The young Master Jun wasn't used to the fact that he hadn't been scolded. His third uncle's temperament should have been uncontrollable. He should have started cursing at him. In fact, it wasn't impossible for him to break his legs on the spot. However, Jun Imosia was left scratching his head in confusion. Could it be that the third uncle was so angry that he became muddle-headed? After such a long time, even a man of steel's legs would have gone soft. Solitary Eagle rolled his eyes and said, "Kid, you can still walk out. Your body is really good. Good nephew. You're really good. 10 hours ah. A whole 10 hours ah. This waist strength, your third uncle, admire it from the bottom of my heart. It's really good." Dongfang Wendao grinned and patted Jun Moxie's shoulder. He smiled so widely that his eyes could not be seen. "You're indeed the son of the general in white. With this ability, in the future, your own children will be able to gather 10 tables of mahjong. The Jun family is really going to prosper. I have high hopes for you." Jun Moxie's body was weak, and he almost fell to the ground from the slap. When he heard this, he couldn't help but be speechless. What kind of words are these? These words are spoken by an uncle? What does today's matter have to do with the general in white? Sure enough, Dongfang Wenqing flew into a rage and shouted, "Third brother, when we go back, immediately go to the disciplinary hall to receive the family law. You're an uncle, how can you say such words? Do you have any shame? You're a bastard." Brother Wuxia. Dugu Xiaoyi burst into tears as she rushed over and hugged him tightly. "I'm sorry. I didn't know. I shouldn't have left." Dugu Xiaoyi was extremely sad. The rice that I cooked was eaten by someone else. However, Dugu Xiaoyi didn't know that Guanqing Han, who was older and had a stronger Shenqi cultivation, was barely able to withstand the dosage of the drug. But she wouldn't have been able to withstand it if she had been in her place. And that would have led to a real tragedy, and it would have been a great tragedy. The world would have changed. Just think about it, if old man Dugu were to find out that his precious granddaughter had died on the bed. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Jun Wuxia didn't have enough physical strength at this time. He didn't have enough time to dodge, and a young girl's body crashed into his bosom. He looked at Dugu Xiaoyi crying so hard that she couldn't even breathe. His heart couldn't help but soften. "Alas, I already know the cause and effect of this matter. I know that you didn't mean it. Let's leave it at that." Jun Wui's lips squirmed for a long time. But he felt that there was nothing to say in the end. So he flicked his sleeves. "It's good that you're all right. I'll write a letter to your grandfather about this matter. But I'll let your grandfather decide how to deal with this matter." He then turned around and walked away. But he had only taken a few steps when he suddenly turned around again. Then he clenched his teeth and said, "You little bastard, behave yourself for the next few days. I'll break your legs if you think about that nonsense again. Do you hear me?" The third Master Jun had called himself I, and his mouth was full of profanities. It could be seen how angry he was. Especially, the last sentence had been spoken in a very stern manner. Then he flicked his sleeves and left with an ashen face. Jun Moxie repeatedly complied. But his complexion was as awkward as it could get. "Oh my God. Dugu Xiaoyi has already confessed everything. No wonder I didn't get scolded. But this is such a ridiculous matter." The solitary eagle and his three uncles also disappeared with a whooshing sound. They only left behind a few words. "Take a good rest. Don't lose your kidneys by any means, elder brother Wuxia." Dugu Xiaoyi was still hugging him tightly. She then pitifully raised her head. You won't be angry with me, right?" Angry? In fact, Jun Moxie was a little angry. In fact, he was very angry. This was the first time in his 2 lives that he had been schemed against so miserably. Moreover, he had fallen into the hands of such a little girl. This was too shameful. But he couldn't deny that he was secretly delighted in his heart. "I'm quite popular. Didn't you see that this little girl didn't hesitate to drug me in order to get me? Moreover, if it weren't for this, Guanqing Han wouldn't have been able to get me. Does this count as a stroke of luck? A blessing in disguise?" Guanqing Han was 21 years old this year. She was 4.5 years older than Jun Moxie. Moreover, the marriage between the two families had just been dissolved by Jun Wui. Next, the two families would probably worry about Guanqing Han's marriage. After all, in this era, if a 21-year-old was still unmarried, she would be considered as an old lady. How could they not be anxious? But no matter what, Jun Moxie felt that he wouldn't even have the chance to be nominated. Because even if Guanqing Han dissolved the marriage, she was still Jun Moxie's sister-in-law in name. This was undeniable. With the old man's old-fashioned personality and the current public opinion, he would never allow such a thing to happen. He would rather break up an affectionate couple than to allow such a scandal to exist. Once it really happened, who knew what the others would say? What sister-in-law and brother-in-law, who had an affair before, who didn't abide by the virtue of women, and who was licentious and shameless? These were all things that had to be considered. Jun Moxie himself was evil and awe-inspiring. He didn't care about this at all. But did the two big families not care about it? Did Guanqing Han not care about it? So, it could be said that the two of them had no hope at all. Even if it was a fait accompli now, who knew how many difficulties they would have to overcome. But today, with the help of Dugu Xiaoyi's mischief, Guanqing Han, did that thing. In this way, no matter how many difficulties they would have to overcome, could this daughter-in-law still run away? What they had to consider now was not how to avoid it, but how to get through it. One was negative and the other was positive. They were worlds apart. They couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Although this process was a little unimaginable, it reduced a lot of variables in the future. Damn it. At most, I will do whatever I want. Who the hell dares to gossip about me? I can do whatever I want. Who can stop me? The opinions of others, the opinions of the secular world, in my eyes, are nothing but a fart. It's over once it stinks. Therefore Jun Wuxia was gloomy, but he was also secretly pleased. Thinking of this, he wasn't so angry anymore. Besides, Dugu Xiaoyi only wanted to protect him. She didn't want him to be taken away. Although she was young and ignorant and she did something wrong out of goodwill, but, as long as nothing happened, it didn't matter. Jun Moxie admitted that he couldn't scold or hit a girl who was deeply in love with him. But he couldn't let her go just like that. Ignorance wasn't a sin. But if it caused serious consequences because of ignorance, then it would be a sin. If he didn't teach her a lesson today, what would happen if this little girl made trouble again in the future? After all, the two of them almost went to hell together after today's incident. Not angry? Think about it. If it were you, wouldn't you be angry? Jun Moxie thought for a long time and said slowly, "But I, sob. I was wrong." Dugu Xiaoyi sobbed and wiped her tears. She cried out, "I should have eaten it myself," sob. "I'm very unhappy about what happened this time." Jun Moxie snorted. Lengling said, "I don't want something like this to happen again." Yes. I won't dare. I really won't dare. I will change." Dugu Xiaoyi nodded quickly. She was relieved, but there was also a trace of pain in her heart. After this incident, the little girl seemed to have grown up a lot. "Well, I will go back and learn from my mother. I will ask her. I'm really sorry about what happened this time." The little girl rubbed her clothes anxiously. Jun Moxie staggered and almost fell to the ground. He took a deep breath and almost suffocated. "This kind of thing, you want to learn from your mother? You're not angry anymore? Then you've been cooked by Sister Guan. Do you still want me?" Dugu Xiaoyi opened her big round eyes and asked persistently. Let's talk about this later." Jun Moxie's forehead was sweating. "I don't care. You're cooked by me." Dugu Xiaoyi's mouth flattened. "But Sister Guan ate me and took advantage of me." Sob. "It's all my mother's fault. She didn't tell me clearly. I really don't understand. Cooking a meal is like that." Jun Wuxia was sweating profusely. He didn't even have the mood to be angry anymore. He only wanted to run away as fast as he could. The sex education of this era was really too unworthy of praise. After a lot of persuasion, the weeping Dugu Xiaoyi was finally sent back. Jun Moxie was physically and mentally exhausted. He operated the art of unlocking heaven's fortune and staggered back to the tent. "This is a farce." After a moment of silence, a low voice came from the tree that the 5 experts had been leaning against. The voice was very soft, very cold, but also very gentle. It contained the aloofness of an icy peak, but also the grace of a disdainful person. Just by listening to this voice, one could tell that the person who had spoken was certainly a person who stood at the pinnacle of the world. "Yes, but the only person who has benefited from this farce is that June brat," another clear and melodious voice said. It was unknown when 2 people had been hiding in that tree. But the strangest thing was that the 5 experts had been under the tree a moment ago. But they hadn't noticed them at all. It was clear that the cultivation of these 2 people was very frightening. Benefiting from this? That may not be the case. However, from the information we've gathered, it's absolutely impossible for Guan Qinghan to walk together with this bastard. But now they're sleeping together. This is a variable that will make the Jun family very embarrassed. Let's see how the Jun family deals with this matter. The first voice said in a leisurely manner. But no matter how the Jun family deals with this matter, the impact of this matter will not be small. The clear and melodious voice seemed to be taking pleasure in the misfortune of the Jun family. Then she said, "Elder sister, since you intend to accept this brat as your disciple, why didn't you take action? You could have just captured him and brought him back." "Accept him as my disciple? He's dreaming. I only want to torture him." The first voice seemed to be gnashing her teeth. "This hateful bastard, if not for... I would have torn him into 1,000 pieces with my own hands." Chapter 382. Offend me? How could he offend me with his insignificant skills? I just don't like him, that's all. His previous voice actually sounded a little embarrassed, but he quickly recovered and said, "Don't you think that he's putting on an act with his playboy face? I think it's fake, I think it's disgusting, and I want to beat him up. Only by ruthlessly teaching him a lesson will you feel comfortable. Teaching him a lesson every day will you feel satisfied." The other voice didn't make a sound for a long time. It was obvious that it was shocked. "Is this the tone of our big sister?" After a long time, the second voice said, "Then, what are you going to do, big sister?" Anyway, the purpose of this trip is to travel the world. So, it's better to follow them for a while. Didn't you hear Dongfang Wenqing say that she's going to take him to the secret place of the Dongfang family? Presumably, we'll be separated from the Jun family's army. When that time comes, watch how I deal with him. It won't be too much as long as I don't kill him. The first voice snorted. Then, why didn't you stop Dugu Xiaoyi from doing such a ridiculous thing today, big sister? The clear voice was very puzzled. He was drugged. If we had stopped him at that time, he would have suffocated to death. Wouldn't that be more interesting? Suffocating to death is more interesting? These two women are really more ruthless than the other. These two mysterious and powerful women are really tough. Stop. Why should we stop? The cold voice that had spoken earlier once again had a trace of embarrassment in it. Chen Sun, although you and I are, but we've been women ever since we took human form. This kind of scandal, how can we stop it? Of course, killing him is as easy as lifting a finger, but stopping him. In any case, we can't do anything. You're right, big sister. I understand now. We really shouldn't have interfered. The clear voice belonged to the Chen Sun Serpent Queen. At this moment, she also thought of this and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Also, even though this person is hateful and needs to be taught a lesson, he still has some good points to learn from. Death is not necessary. The previous voice snorted and said, let's not talk about anything else. The matter of the sacred fruits pill transaction might fall on his shoulders. Didn't you hear Solitary Eagle say that the mysterious man who had suddenly appeared was his master? And according to the evidence you've presented, isn't that the person who vowed to exchange the spirit pills for the sacred fruit? Exactly. I almost forgot. The Chen Sun Serpent Queen's eyes lit up. Then we'll have a lot of assurance. But that mysterious man's strength is unfathomable. I still feel a lingering fear in my heart when I think about that astonishing strength. Even Big Sister may not be able to win against that man. Yes, I met that mysterious man that day and we didn't really fight. But the method he used to kill Li Jutian was very good. In fact, I can't even compare to him. I still can't figure out what kind of unique skill he used. Even the legendary Samadhi True Fire of the Celestial Beings is nothing more than that. It would be best if we don't make an enemy out of such an expert. But we only need to control this boy. And the spirit pills won't be able to run away from him because of his disciple. At the very least, we'll have a trump card in our hands. The person who had just spoken was the Venerable Mei of Tian Fa. So we mustn't be careless. I've heard that they're going to the Dongfang family for several matters. But one of them is the pledge of the Dongfang family. We're leaving Tian Fa. So, it's tantamount to breaking half of the Dongfang family's pledge. So the only thing left is the collapsing snow mountain. So we'll have to plan something. But this is still a very interesting matter. So that's how it is. So, Big Brother has thought of so many things. Big Brother is worthy of being called Big Brother? The Chen Sun Serpent Queen smiled. Then shall we follow him and watch the fun? Watch the fun? That's not necessarily true. Perhaps we'll have the opportunity to join in the fun. The Venerable Mei smiled gently. There was a moment of silence and the two of them didn't speak anymore. It seemed as if they had never existed. If anyone had been watching from the side, they would have been surprised to find that no one had appeared even though they had spoken. In fact, the branches of the trees hadn't even swayed from beginning to end. Right now Jun Moxie was in a very sorry state. He was in a very sorry state. The moment he entered the tent, he saw a slim figure standing in front of the bed in a daze. Just like a beautiful statue. Guan Qinghan. Guan Qinghan was expressionless. Her face was as cold as usual. She looked at the bed in a daze. She was holding a piece of cloth in her hand. It was the tattered clothes under her body. On it was the symbol of her chastity. She was wearing the white robe that originally belonged to Jun Moxie. It was rather loose and it made her slender waist look even more alluring. Her expression was a little complicated. It was sorrowful, shy, lost, and a little disappointed. Hearing that Jun Moxie had come in, Guan Qinghan's delicate body trembled slightly. Her face reddened, but she didn't turn around. Her face became exceptionally pale. Jun Moxie stopped behind her. For a long time neither of them spoke. They just listened to each other's breathing in silence. Although the two of them were only a foot away from each other, it felt like they were separated by the distance between heaven and earth. This pair of man and woman, who had just had the most intimate relationship, were like two strangers at this moment. The atmosphere in the tent suddenly became very oppressive, abnormally oppressive. After a long time, Jun Moxie suddenly chuckled. He abruptly sat on the wooden chair behind Guan Qinghan. Looking at Guan Qinghan's back, Jun Moxie seemed to be talking to himself. I know that your heart is very complicated now and you are also very confused. You don't know what to do in the future. You don't even know what to do next. Guan Qinghan's body trembled. Actually, I don't know what to do either. I'm really confused, Jun Moxie said slowly. Guan Qinghan's delicate body trembled. She couldn't help but turn her head. She wanted to turn around but she forced herself to turn back. You don't know what to do? Then what can a little girl like me do? Jun Moxie used a slow tone to explain the whole matter from the beginning to the end. Guan Qinghan finally understood why Du Xiaoyi's behavior was so strange these 2 days. She couldn't help but sigh when she heard the last part. This matter was really a freak accident. It was too coincidental. It turned out that she was just an innocent bystander. But Jun Moxie continued speaking. He seemed to have made up his mind. He said it all in one breath. But I only know that this matter was an accident. Although many coincidences came together, whether you are willing or not, there is only one fact. That is, no matter what your identity was before this and no matter whether you admit it now or not, you are now my woman. This is a fact that cannot be changed. This is something that cannot be changed. It will not be changed by the change of time and space. Jun Moxie said slowly and clearly. But it was also very domineering. But this unusual domineering didn't make Guan Qinghan feel disgusted. Instead, it made her feel inexplicably settled. It was as if she had received a promise. As Jun Moxie spoke, his voice gradually became firm. It may not be easy to be my woman. But as long as you are my woman, I will cherish, love and protect you at all costs. I will never let you suffer any grievances. Maybe you are not ready now. I can give you time to think about it. Jun Moxie said slowly, you and I both know that the engagement between you and my eldest brother is just a piece of paper. No, it's not even a piece of paper. Now you are no longer my sister-in-law. You are just my third uncle's adopted daughter. I hope you remember this identity clearly. There may be a lot of troubles when we are together in the future. There may also be a lot of rumors. But you don't have to worry about these. Jun Moxie smiled and said, these are all men's affairs. Even if the whole world is filled with such rumors and slanders, I can guarantee that not a single word of it will reach your ears. Not even a word. Do you understand? So, the thing that you are worried about doesn't exist. Guan Qinghan's shoulders moved a little. She seemed to have relaxed her body. After such a long time, I believe that you should understand my temper. I won't become a great hero. In fact, I am a very selfish person. In this world, there are not many people and things that I care about. I only care about my loved ones, my family, my women, and my brothers. As long as they are safe and happy, other things are not important. As for other things, whether it is the people's misfortune or happiness, it has nothing to do with me, Jun Moxie. I am not a noble person. Jun Moxie laughed mischievously. He continued to speak with fervor and assurance. If you hope that I can create some great achievements, I'm afraid that I will disappoint you. Because I am very selfish. I am not destined to become a hero. In fact, I am so selfish that nobody should think about bullying my people. Or making things difficult for my women. As long as there is such a thing, then no matter who he is, he will suffer the cruelest revenge from me, Jun Moxie. Including your Guan family. Because the list of people that I care about doesn't include them. Guan Qinghan finally couldn't hold back anymore. She suddenly turned around and bit her lips. Her eyes were sparkling with a complicated expression. She looked at Jun Moxie's calm face. Her lips moved for a while, but she didn't say anything. She had already thought about how her family would look at her if this matter was spread out. She knew what kind of supercilious looks she would have to endure. As long as she thought about all this, her heart would become unusually flustered. It was a kind of panic that she didn't know what to do. But as soon as Jun Moxie said these words in an unusually calm tone, Guan Qinghan suddenly felt a chill in her heart. Not only was she no longer worried about herself, but she was instead worried about them. She could imagine how Jun Moxie would react if someone from the Guan family was disrespectful to her. Moreover, the Shuihun manor had forced a marriage. It could be said that Jun Moxie's impression of the Guan family was very bad. Jun Moxie would not be lenient. Recommending a new book, Zhao Feng obtained a 5 elements devouring spirit pill, and thus embarked on an extraordinary road of martial cultivation. Zhao Feng was mistakenly regarded as a descendant of a demonic sect. Countless families, forces and empires sent their experts to hunt him down, and even encircled him. However, Zhao Feng didn't care. This guy was fierce, overbearing, cruel, cunning, lecherous and dissolute. He led a group of brothers who had gone through life and death with him. He occupied a large group of beautiful women. He killed people who stood in his way and killed Buddhas who stood in his way. After countless battles and endless killings, he finally stepped on piles of corpses to reach the pinnacle of martial cultivation in the mountain river mainland. Lonely Swordsman's new book, The Proud Smiling Mountain and River. Chapter 383. Today's outbreak. The first update has arrived. Today is the 7th and this is the 4th outbreak of this month. Brothers, please give me some face. I'll be very grateful for a few more tickets. All the major families were using their own methods to deal with this rumor. The other family candidates were very confident in themselves, but they were still somewhat anxious and uneasy. Although this rumor had disappeared in a flash, but they had begun to move in accordance with the principle that it was better to believe it than to not believe it. Therefore they had begun to move even more frequently. There were also some people who were aware that this rumor was false. But they still intended to take advantage of this opportunity to promote their sons or fathers to the top. Therefore they began to secretly play games. Each family appeared peaceful on the surface. But they were surging in the dark. Each of them came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Their footsteps were like the wind. They were extremely busy, but they also acted as if they were treading on thin ice. They were afraid that they would fall into someone's trap if they weren't careful. The only families that remained unmoved were the Jun family and the Dugu family. One of these two military families didn't have many descendants. So, it didn't matter whether this rumor was spread or not. So, it didn't affect them in any way. The other family was like a discus. Even if mercury were to pour down, it wouldn't be able to get through. However, even the two great clans that were not affected were only internally stable. Many of their former generals and former subordinates had dispersed because of this storm. Moreover, the treatment of the disciples of these two great clans was also very different from the treatment of other clans. They would only act when there was conclusive evidence. So, the two families wouldn't have the opportunity to reverse the verdict. So, they could only preserve their lives and be banished far away. The Murong, Meng, Song and Tang families were the giants of Tianxiang City. The elders of each family were bedridden because of this storm. The younger generations of their families appeared to be respectful and obedient on the surface. But they were secretly plotting against each other. This had caused the elders to expend a lot of effort. The other clan that was relatively peaceful was the Li clan. With a great genius like Li Yu ran around, the other clans didn't dare to compete with him. They had been suppressed by Li Yu ran while they were still budding. Therefore, the rumor that the contestants were the heirs of the clan was the least harmful to the Li clan among the other clans. Of course, not all forces were affected by this storm. For example, Tang Yuan had been managing the aristocratic hall during this period of time, and had been focusing on its own development. It could be said that the aristocratic hall had made great profits, and had been prospering with each passing day. They had held several auctions in a row and had made a lot of money every time. Jun Moxie had given Fatty Tang a few bottles of elixirs before he left. Fatty Tang's business methods were truly outstanding. He had used these elixirs as a starting point, and the results of the first auction had caused a sensation in the capital. Fatty began his limited purchase in the second match. Each type of pill was only sold for 20 pills, and each person could only bid for 5 pills at most. Moreover, as the base price of the auction got higher and higher, more and more guests came from all over the world. Perhaps it was because of the high price of paper in Luoyang. The base price of the elixirs and the final price were getting higher and higher, but there was still an endless stream of people coming to buy them. There was basically no one in the aristocratic hall who was willing to throw away thousands of gold. Fatty had even given the elixirs a few pleasant-sounding and eye-catching names. He had called the mysterious Yang elixir, Golden Spear Cannot Fall, Invigorates Yang, Invigorates Kidneys, Mighty and Sturdy, 5,000 kilograms hanging, Thunderbolt Mysterious Yang Elixir. This name sounded like an aphrodisiac. It was 10 times more powerful than the 500 kilograms hanging. There was a poem that said, young and vigorous men go to buy sex, and enter the house when they are over 50 years old. Even 80 years old Mo Shangshin still has 1,000 kilograms under his crotch. As for the minor Yin elixir, it was even more fascinating. Beauty, nourishment, beauty, heavenly fragrance, flower, moon, flower, moon. One elixir, ugly woman becomes beautiful, heaven and earth turn upside down, rivers flow reverse, stars move. Love minor Yin elixir. These two elixirs had been given the names of vigorous pills, dog skin plasters in the Jianghu and Tang Yuan's hands. These two difficult to pronounce names were extremely eye-catching. Moreover, they were extremely vulgar names. In fact, they had been given the respectful title of Divine Elixir in the Tianxiang city. And the most outrageous thing was that there was a stutterer who had been repeating these two difficult-to-pronounce names every day. But his speech had slowly become fluent, and he had stopped stuttering. He hadn't even taken the pill yet, but he had been able to cure his stuttering. So, what else could it be if it wasn't a divine elixir? Fatty Tang had used his official position for personal gain. He had arranged for his fiancée, Sun Xiaomei, to come to the aristocratic hall to help him. Moreover, he had ordered Hai Qinfeng and Song Shang, the two great Tianxian experts, to run around in circles. And they had complained incessantly. The two great experts had tried to intimidate Fatty several times in the beginning. Your entire Tang family doesn't have a single Tianxian expert. And you dare to order us around? Who do you think you are? However, Tang Yuan had gradually figured out a way to deal with them. And that's because Tang Yuan had said something when he had been making arrangements for Hai Qinfeng. Third young master said that you're the most suitable person to handle this matter. Hai Qinfeng had immediately gone to handle this matter as soon as he had said this. Moreover, he had done it swiftly and decisively. In fact, he was afraid that he would be the slightest bit slow. This had made Fatty's heart stir. So, he had decided to use his old trick on Song Shang. And it had been very effective. Therefore, Tang Yuan had started to act like a tyrant from then on. I don't think I'm anyone. I'm Brother Xia's spokesperson in Tianxiang. I'm working for Brother Xia. So, you have to listen to my words. Otherwise, I'll tell on you. This had led to a situation where the two Tianxian experts would run away whenever they saw Fatty. They wouldn't even meet him face to face. I can't afford to provoke him. But can't I just hide from him? However, Fatty still had a way to deal with this situation. He had stipulated that the two of them had to come to the aristocratic hall once a day. Then he had prepared an office for each of them. And he had hung a piece of white paper on the door whenever there was something to do. And the first sentence on the paper would be, Third young master said, something. As for a certain Shota, a little prince, Yang Imo, Tang Yuan certainly wouldn't let this Shota kid stay idle. His Highness had invested a large sum of money that day. And this had made Fatty Tang, who had been short of money at the time, to praise Jun Imo Xia. He had said that Jun Imo Xia really knew how to attract sponsors. However, the aristocratic hall was raking in money every day. And the prince's mansion was only waiting for the money. And this had made Tang Yuan's heart ache. He had been cursing and swearing every day. I'm so tired that I'm almost as thin as a monkey. But I'm still supporting the prince? Tang Yuan's Fatty Tang has already forgotten his roots. He has long forgotten the difficulties of starting up a business. Moreover, he had relied on other people's money to prop up the business. He could only see his own money flowing away. It was as if his flesh was being cut off. Tang Yuan's hands were trembling. His eyes were glowing red. And his fat was also heaving up and down. There were so many twists and turns. The third young master can take as much as he wants. After all, it's his own money. But you're lying here every day eating sweets. And you're taking money too? And why are you taking so much money? Fatty Tang's heart was completely unbalanced. Therefore, Fatty Tang would have pushed away all the troublesome matters even if Jun Moxie hadn't warned him before he left. Little Yang Imo had suffered a calamity. Whenever the emperor's relatives or even the 7 aunts or 8 aunts came, little Yang Imo would have braced himself in front of Tang Yuan's supercilious eyes. This was the imperial family's business. So who would have done it if he hadn't? Little Yang Imo couldn't bring himself to do it. So he naturally suffered a lot. But Fatty Tang wouldn't help him pay the bill. So he would settle the accounts with him again and again. Then he would deduct the losses from the prince's mansion's dividends. You're willing to pay the bill on behalf of the imperial family. You'll have face but you won't have money. Finally, this shy little Yang Imo has finally become anxious for his own interests. The aristocratic hall is constantly being bought and sold every day. Money is flying in all directions. But there's no money for me. Sometimes I'll even have to pay the bills. How can I tolerate this? Therefore the little Yang Imo changed. He became sharp-tongued and didn't cower. His eyes turned red every day and he looked like a little fighting cock. He wouldn't yield a single cent. He would haggle over every little thing. Sometimes he would even ask for more. Some elders have to give me a tip. I'm just a little kid. I'm buying small things. Isn't that enough? But the imperial family's people are easy to talk to. So, conflicts naturally keep happening. But the little Yang Imo is impartial. He only cares about money. He even dares to collapse on the spot when his father says a few words to him. Therefore, it became very difficult for the imperial family and the imperial harem to come to the aristocratic hall to take advantage of the situation. Especially when they send the servants of the prince's mansion over. Therefore, the three princes became furious, and personally visited the aristocratic hall. They made the little Yang Mo suffer a few times. But the little Yang Mo still suffered losses. How can a small arm twist a big leg? Moreover, its three big legs. At a banquet, Tang Yuan and Song Shang had evil intentions. They had forced the little Yang Mo to drink a few cups of wine. The little Yang Mo was very eye-catching. But his capacity for liquor wasn't very eye-catching. Moreover, the wine had entered his mind. So, he naturally recalled the words that elder brother Wuxia had said. Your father isn't the emperor. How can I help you? Helping you means going against the emperor's son. That's the future emperor. How can I live? As the saying goes, wine enters one's mind. Even if you don't get drunk, you'll still get drunk. The little Yang Mo was thoroughly drunk. He was drunk and he would be fine after a good night's sleep. But the little Yang Mo's tolerance for liquor wasn't good. He directly threw a drunken tantrum. With a childish voice that hadn't changed yet, he screamed at the sky, I want to be the emperor. Damn it, I want to be the emperor. I want to rebel. I want to be the emperor. I won't let my son be bullied. At such a young age, he already thought that his son would be bullied. Just this awareness alone was much higher than Dugu Xiaoyi. He screamed for half the night. Fatty Tang was scared witless. He was scared out of his wits. But he didn't dare to retreat. He stubbornly endured for fear that his words would be heard by others. This night was undoubtedly a night of fear, panic, and terror. Even if Fatty forgot his surname, he would never forget this night. This was a great crime that could lead to the extermination of the entire family. Fatty swore on the spot that he would never force the little Yang Mo to drink again. If he forced others to drink, he would at most be drunk with them. But if he forced this kid's son to drink, he might have to pay with his life. It was too damn thrilling. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The following words were free. This chapter is automatically updated. I'm really tired. I've been working hard for the past few days. By the time everyone sees this chapter, Feng Ling might already be in a dream. 1357 consecutive outbursts, 246 guaranteed 2 chapters. This speed isn't fast, but I'm already doing my best. I saw some readers in the book review and comment section saying that single chapters require votes too many times. I'm speechless. There are many brothers who have followed me since Legend of Ling Tian. From the first day I started writing until now, I've never written a single chapter before the outburst. Even if I'm sick and in pain, I won't write a single chapter unless I explode. I respect my brothers, I respect my sisters. If I want your approval, I'll use my hard work to exchange for it. I'll use my updates to exchange for it. I won't try to gain sympathy. But, once I explode, there will definitely be a single chapter asking for votes. On the 7th of this month there will be 4 outbursts. After today there will be another single chapter. If I explode 15 times this month there will be 15 single chapters. I really don't think it's wrong. My brothers and I won't talk about any conditions. Just watch and click on the button to vote. If you don't like it and have any opinions, you can vent in the book review and comments section. If you feel that I'm diligent in updating, please support me. If you feel that I'm not up to your expectations, you can keep the votes. Really, I won't force any of my friends. In short, the votes are in your hands. It's up to you whether you want to vote or not. If I want it, I'll use updates to ask for it. If you don't want to vote, then even if I write 10,000 single chapters, the votes will still be in your hands. Chapter 384. Today's outbreak. The second update has been delivered. I'm a little late. Please forgive me. But you can rest assured that I'll deliver the 4th update before midnight even if I'm exhausted to death. Inside the Imperial Palace, His Majesty the Emperor was frowning. His dignified face had a hint of melancholy on it. He was pacing back and forth in a leisurely manner for a long time. Then he suddenly exhaled a long breath. His eyes looked a little perplexed, and it seemed as if he was having a hard time making a decision. It seemed as if he was troubled by something. A lot of Shenqi experts had been spreading the news that the Jun family had the backing of a super expert. And this had made the emperor worried day and night. In fact, it had been difficult for him to relax. Brother Wen, how much of this rumor do you think is true? The emperor had received this shocking news. Moreover, it had been confirmed by countless people. But he still had some doubts in his heart. In fact, he didn't want to believe that this matter was true. Brother Wen, you must know that the tragedy of 10 years ago wouldn't have happened if such a person had been standing behind the Jun family. So, you must know that the tragedy of 10 years ago wouldn't have happened. Jun Wu Hui and Jun Wu Meng wouldn't have died. Jun Wu Yi wouldn't have been crippled. Moreover, Jun Moxie wouldn't have been the only child of the Jun family's 3rd generation. And the Silver Blizzard City wouldn't have dared to do such a thing. Therefore, I believe that there's something fishy about this matter. His Majesty the Emperor frowned, but such a person has suddenly appeared. Don't you think that it's very strange? Don't you think that this matter is just a gimmick that the Jun family has come up with? Is their goal to make everyone who is eyeing the Jun family like a tiger watching its prey dispel their intentions? Is it to ensure that the Jun family will continue to prosper? At least it won't perish in Jun Moxie's generation. Mr. Wen's face had lost its usual indifference. Instead, he was sitting with a serious expression on his face. It was obvious that he was thinking about something. First of all, how could such a peerless expert suddenly appear in this world? Moreover, there hasn't been the slightest rumor about him in the past few decades. Moreover, such an expert couldn't have appeared in this world in such a short time. Secondly, such a peerless expert would have appeared 10 or 20 years ago if there really was such a peerless expert. In fact, it wouldn't have been difficult to establish a family that's not inferior to the Silver Blizzard City or the Shuihun Manor. But the Jun family didn't do so. Thirdly, the tragedy that befell the Jun family wouldn't have happened if such a person existed. Lastly, and most importantly, even if this person was in closed-door training or traveling far away, and didn't know what had happened to the Jun family over the past 10 years, he still didn't take any action when he reappeared in the world. I'm sure that no one would have been able to tolerate such a thing. Moreover, this expert hasn't made any moves in the past 10 years. Moreover, he's killed Li Ju Tian in a high-profile manner. But he's let the Silver Blizzard City and the Xiao family off. This doesn't make sense. You must know that the Silver Blizzard City had Xiao Buyu, who had forced the Dongfang family to make a shameful oath. And Xiao Han, who has become an irreconcilable enemy of Jun Wui. Every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor. That's true. But Jun Wui's legs are crippled. And there's no way he could have recovered. So how could he have taken revenge? There's no hope for him to take revenge on his own. But it would be even more difficult to explain what he had said and done if he were to deny this. Therefore, there's a lot of doubt in this matter. The emperor frowned as he paced back and forth. He was pondering and analyzing this matter in a calm manner. Your Majesty, it seems to me that the possibility of this matter being true is very high. Mr. Wen spoke up in a serious manner. Your Majesty, please think about it. Most of the people who were present at that time were influenced by Li Ju Tian. And they didn't get along well with the Jun family. In fact, many families had participated in the conspiracy to kill Jun Wui. So, how is it possible to bluff under the watchful eyes of so many people? Moreover, Tian Fa's Shen King and the Immortal Palace's protectors were present at that time. So, it's undoubtedly impossible to pull a stunt in front of such a peerless expert. Your Majesty's suspicions are very reasonable. I believe that the only reasonable explanation is that the Jun family has recently used some unknown method to win over such an expert. It's similar to how the solitary falcon, who was ranked last among the 8 great masters, came to the Jun family to oversee the situation. But this mysterious person's strength is even more terrifying. Mr. Wen spoke up in a serious manner. But it doesn't matter whether this person has existed recently or for a long time. There's no doubt about this. Yes, I was hoping for a fluke, that's all. But that fluke is no longer possible. So the imperial court's attitude towards the Jun family needs to be decided now. His Majesty the Emperor sighed deeply. A layer of worry appeared between his brows. His eyes gazed deeply into the distance, a little distracted. It was clear that the Emperor of Tianxiang had long acknowledged the existence of that expert. His earlier actions were merely in hopes that someone would be able to magnify his luck. The Jun family? Your Majesty hasn't done anything to them. So, their relationship can be considered harmonious. Mr. Wen continued, the Jun family now has such a powerful ally. So, it's not necessarily a bad thing for Your Majesty and the entire Tianxiang Empire. We only need to maintain our current relationship. And we need to win them over. Junjian Tian is by no means an ungrateful person. It's a good thing? The Emperor smiled bitterly. Then he spoke in a low voice, Junjian Tian is by no means an ungrateful person. He didn't know why, but he had repeated Mr. Wen's words. Moreover, his tone was strange and somewhat eerie. Mr. Wen was stunned to see that the Emperor's complexion was as deep as water. He couldn't see the slightest trace of happiness, anger, sorrow, or happiness. In fact, even the gloomy expression on his face had disappeared without a trace. But Mr. Wen could feel a deep pressure from the bottom of his heart, a sudden gust of wind blew through the window, and a secret memorial on the table fell to the ground. It was flipped open to a page. Jun Wui is safe and sound in the Southern Heavens War. His army will return in a few days. But a mysterious powerhouse has appeared. He has looked down on everyone. Millions of people don't dare to disobey him. He has killed the great master Li Ju Tian with a flip of his hand. He has claimed to be a member of the Jun family. He has intimidated the snow-blowing city. He has collapsed the Shuihun Manor. The Lord of Tian Fa hasn't dared to greet him. Lei Baoyu and Bu Guangfeng haven't dared to move either. Then it was a lengthy and extremely detailed piece of writing. Mr. Wen's eyes focused on one line of words. He has looked down on everyone. Millions of people don't dare to disobey him. He has killed the great master Li Ju Tian with a flip of his hand. He has claimed to be a member of the Jun family. He has intimidated the snow-blowing city. He has collapsed the Shuihun Manor. He has ascended to the clouds and disappeared. Who could such an expert be? Mr. Wen narrowed his eyes. He then looked up to the sky and began to ponder. Only 3 days had passed since the Southern Heavens War. But a secret memorial had already appeared on the Emperor's desk. It's a little too fast, even if it's a messenger eagle. Jun Manor. Old man Jun Zhantian had been living in seclusion ever since his son and grandson had gone to war. He hadn't shown his face in public since then. Old Pang rushed in with a bamboo tube in his hand. My lord, there's a secret report from the Southern Heavens War. Jun Zhantian opened his eyes and stood up. Let me see it. He hurriedly took the tube. In fact, his arm was trembling a little. Old man Jun's face didn't change in the slightest. But his heart was filled with fear. Only old Pang knew that Jun Zhantian hadn't had a good night's sleep during the 2 months that Jun Wu-yi and his nephew had been on the expedition. After skimming through the secret report, Jun Zhantian was surprised to find that there was nothing that he didn't want to see in the secret report. Only then did he let out a long sigh and began to carefully read it word by word from the beginning. His tensed body finally relaxed and he slowly sat back in his chair. Wu-yi is safe and sound. Wuxia is safe and sound. They will return triumphantly in the next few days. Jun Zhantian couldn't contain the happiness in his heart. He was trying to look indifferent, but his eyebrows were brimming with happiness. However, Wuxia will go with his uncle to the Dongfang family. This is the request of the 3 swords of Dongfang. My lord, this is great news. Old Pang replied happily. Jun Zhantian smiled, and the wrinkles on his face bloomed like flowers. He said, yes, it's indeed worth being happy about. The Dongfang family, our Jun family, owes a great debt of gratitude. Wuxia is a heroic and quick-witted child. He's 1 in a million. The old man will be very happy when he sees him. Old man Jun didn't know that the precious grandson he was praising had done something earth-shattering 3 days after the secret report had been sent from Tian Fa. At least, that incident was no less than a magnitude 8 earthquake or a magnitude 9 tsunami for the Jun family. Old man Jun would have picked up a wooden stick and broken that boy's legs if he knew about it. This was the 3rd time that Jun Moxie had entered the Tian Fa forest. The first time he had taken away the sacred fruit. The second time he had turned around and had only spoken a few words with Bear Mountain. This time he had come to Tian Fa for the 3rd time. From Da Xiao's point of view, Jun Moxie clearly felt that the Tian Fa forest was the most suitable place for him. This place made him feel comfortable from the bottom of his heart. If possible, he didn't even want to leave. It was only in this world that he could truly relax and be at ease. Da Xiao secretly sighed and flew in at high speed like a beam of light. After his previous experience, he knew that the kings of the Tian Fa forest would not stay at the edge of the forest. The entire Tian Fa forest occupied an unusually large area. Jun Moxie didn't know whether they were in the central area or not. Last time he had collected a lot of rare herbs like locusts. However, the proportion of the herbs he had collected was only a straight line on the map. It was a straight line leading to the mysterious core of Tian Fa. At most, it was a radius of a circle. Even though Da Xiao had swept everything clean, it was only a drop in the ocean. The loss of the top-notch herbs in the center of the circle was rather disastrous. Therefore, Da Xiao was one of the few humans who had ventured deep into the Tian Fa forest. However, his knowledge of the Tian Fa forest wasn't much better than the others. Therefore, it wasn't easy to find people in such a vast place. Therefore, Jun Moxie could only rely on his impression of the place where he had seen them last time. Jun Moxie's spiritual sense had also greatly increased along with the growth of his cultivation. Therefore, he quickly found the place where he had seen the Crane brothers and the Bear brothers, the 10,000 Poison Valley. The surroundings of the 10,000 Poison Valley were still desolate. Da Xiao didn't go deep into the valley. He didn't need to. He could easily sense that the Crane brothers and the Bear brothers weren't there. Even the Snake King wasn't there. Da Xiao wasn't in the mood to look for them. It's not easy for me to find them. But it's easy for them to find me. Chapter 385. Today's eruption, the third update has arrived. The fourth update is in progress. This was undoubtedly a signal, an absolutely explosive signal. Long Crane and Bear Mountain weren't in the Tianfa forest right now. Otherwise they would have come out to meet them. The third crane and the fourth bear were drinking in the depths of the forest. Long Crane had always been a cautious person, but Bear Mountain had a typical live and let live character. So, Bear Mountain suddenly felt that there was no tiger in the mountain, and the monkey was the king. Boss isn't here, so I'm the boss. Therefore, he had been drinking and merrymaking with Long Crane for the past 2 days. And he hadn't paid any attention to the recent events in Tianfa. This simple-minded temperament was similar to that of Jun Moxie to a certain extent. The two beast kings weren't drinking in their human forms. Instead, they were drinking in their true forms. One of them was a huge bear with golden fur and looked like a small mountain. The fourth crane's true form was that of a red-crowned crane. His entire body was snow-white, and his eyes were as red as 2 dazzling torches. The table in front of the two beast kings was made of a huge blue stone. It was 20 feet in diameter. The wine cups were carved out of the roots of a 1,000-year red sandalwood tree. In fact, the amount of wine in one cup was equivalent to the amount of wine in this world. As for the wine that the two beast kings were drinking, it was exceptionally fragrant. It was the monkey wine brewed by the monkeys of the Tianfa forest. And the two beast kings had used their power to get their hands on it. So they were gorging themselves on it. One of them had thick bear-like lips, while the other had a sharp crane-like beak. Third brother, I've discovered that you're becoming more and more careful. In fact, you're being excessively careful. You're worried about that Tianfa's sacred fruit. The big black bear's eyes were hazy with drunkenness. He patted the golden fur on his chest and spoke in human language. I don't understand why you're worrying about personal gains and losses all day long. Aren't you tired? It was obvious that Long Crane was worried about the matter of the sacred fruit. However, Bear Mountain didn't care about it at all. After all, Bear Mountain had full confidence in that mysterious master. His intuition told him that there was no need for an expert of that level to lie. Therefore, he didn't understand why Long Crane was so worried. In fact, he even despised him. Your big bear brain is full of muscles. What do you know? Long Crane opened his huge eyelids and looked at Bear Mountain with his ruby-like eyes. One can never be too careful. If that person really disappears, what can you and I do? You bear, your brain is too small. If you go out to mingle, you will definitely be cheated by others. You're just like second brother. You foolishly run away after making a bet. You're also the same. You didn't run away. Bear Mountain was silent for a moment. Then he spoke in a deep voice. In fact, I believe in that master. But I also feel that the risk of using the sacred fruit to advance is too great. In fact, there's always the risk of my body exploding. In fact, the success rate of this method may not even reach 30% in the past. But, if that master really has a way to advance without any risks, then it's worth it even if I have to wait and take risks. Long Crane was stunned when he heard Bear Mountain's words. He hadn't expected that the ignorant Bear Mountain would say such a thing. So, he couldn't help but feel that it was very reasonable. I really didn't expect that you, Bear Mountain, would be able to say such a thing. But it's true that even a fool's thousands of considerations are correct. So, I'll give you a toast for your words. Bear Mountain was very happy when he heard this. He drank 3 or 4 cups of wine in one go. Then he said, what do you mean by, even a fool's thousands of considerations are correct? This king has always been a wise man, but I won't easily open my mouth. Long Crane saw Bear Mountain blow his own trumpet and couldn't help but smile. He was about to raise his cup to drink when he suddenly thought of something. So he raised his head and said, I say, you've grown bold, haven't you? Who were you calling third brother a moment ago? I'm your third brother. Don't you have any respect for me? I only praised you once and you've forgotten about the 4 cardinal directions? What you said just now is reasonable. But this matter is still too risky. After all, the sacred fruit isn't in the hands of our own people. So it's not appropriate. Bear Mountain snorted and said, what's risky? Don't tell me that you don't want to take risks in the hands of your own people? It's not like it hasn't happened since ancient times, right? Do you want to make another bet with me? Long Crane rolled his red eyes and replied in a somewhat bad manner, when will you get rid of your bad habit of betting? Don't forget that second brother had made himself into someone else's mount because of a bet. I see that you're very likely to do the same thing. Besides, why would we still want to make a bet? We'll both slit our throats in case we can't find that person. Bet. Bet your ass. Bear Mountain was extremely angry. He jumped up and said, I like to bet with you and I'll bet with you today. I bet that person isn't the kind of person you're talking about. Long Crane snorted and replied in an indifferent manner, He's not that kind of person? Humph, the dust has already settled on the Shuehan Manor's matter. So he should have fulfilled his promise. Even if he didn't fulfill his promise to exchange the sacred fruit for the spirit pills, he should have at least fulfilled his promise to help us break through to the 10th level of Shen beasts. So why hasn't he appeared yet? Maybe he's been delayed by some other matter? How can a person like him go back on his word? Bear Mountain's confident tone collapsed in an instant. He seemed to be lacking in confidence. A person like him wouldn't go back on his word. Long Crane sighed and said, There are many cases of humans going back on their word. How many people would take a mere promise to heart? Old Bear, you're too naive. Great wisdom appears to be slow-witted? You can fool yourself. Bear Mountain snorted twice. Then he picked up the huge container of wine and gulped down a mouthful of it. Then he squinted his eyes. It was obvious that he couldn't bear to see Long Crane being so cautious. Suddenly he felt an overwhelming and tyrannical pressure coming from the Tianfa forest. Bear Mountain's entire body trembled. His hands trembled and he dropped the huge container of wine on the stone table. Then he jumped up and spoke up in an exceptionally excited manner, It's him. He's come to look for us. He must have come to help us advance. Third Crane, what else do you have to say? Long Crane's face beamed with happiness. He had forgotten about the third Crane at this moment. So he flew up with a bang. Then he flapped his wings and shouted, Fourth Crane has won his bet. He's really here. The two Shen Beast Kings looked at each other, and a look of ecstasy appeared in their eyes. Bear Mountain didn't want to wait any longer. So he jumped onto Long Crane's back. Then he pointed to the front and shouted, Quickly take off. His tone was decisive, and his tone was full of command. However, Long Crane wasn't prepared for its weight of several thousand kilograms. So he didn't take off. Instead, he fell to the ground with a thump. Then he said angrily, You bastard. You can't come back up after you transform? Fu K your father. Don't you know that you're 3,000 kilograms heavy? Then he realized that something was wrong. So he added, You motherfucker, hurry up and come down. I'm your third brother, not your mount. Run over by yourself. Bear Mountain didn't let go of his two feathers. So, he quickly transformed into his human form and shamelessly refused to come down. Long Crane was helpless. He was afraid that he would miss this opportunity. So he flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Then he rushed towards the source of the pressure at a high speed. Junimosya stood calmly in the air. All the Shen beasts that felt this extremely powerful pressure were trembling in fear, not daring to make the slightest move. In the face of the enormous pressure of the world, there might not be many Shen beasts in the world that could endure it. Suddenly, the sound of wind and thunder resounded in the distance. Then a huge shadow flew over. It was Long Crane who was carrying Bear Mountain on his back. He had arrived in an awe-inspiring manner, like a dragon rider from a fantasy legend. Jun Moxie remained motionless until Long Crane transformed into his human form. Then both of them landed on the ground in front of him. Jun Moxie then floated down as a feather. Senior, you've come? Long Crane was somewhat embarrassed. They had called him Brother Feng back in the Tianxiang city. But they were calling him Senior now. The two Shen Beast Kings felt depressed in their hearts. They didn't know why, but they didn't dare to address him as an equal. Moreover, they had been suspecting him a moment ago. But they had now seen him in person. So Long Crane felt somewhat embarrassed. I'm about to leave the Southern Heaven City in a few days. But I suddenly remembered that I owed you a promise. A man can't live without keeping his word. So, how can I leave when I haven't repaid my debt? Jun Moxie spoke in an ostentatious manner. Ha ha ha. Senior is a man of his word. Old Crane was worried that Senior wouldn't come. He thought that Senior would sneak away. But I scolded him in a righteous manner. Old Crane, do you realize your mistake now? Ha ha. Bear Mountain grinned proudly. He felt that he had won a big victory. How could he not be happy and proud? This man had come here. So, it meant that he valued his promises. And how could a man who valued his promises so much kidnap the Tianfa forest's sacred fruit? Doesn't this mean that the spirit pills are also very promising? Therefore Bear Mountain let go of all his worries in a split second. You damned bearded man. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't believe you, Senior. Long Crane was speechless. His fingers were trembling. He wished that he could strangle this bear to death. He hadn't expected that this bear would betray him in order to curry favor with this man. It doesn't matter. It's only human nature. Jun Moxie chuckled. He didn't know why, but Jun Moxie would feel particularly happy every time he faced these two beast kings. This wasn't the kind of pleasure one would get from showing off. Instead, it was because he didn't need to figure out other people's schemes. Compared to human experts, the beast kings of the Tianfa forest were obviously much more simple and honest. This kind of atmosphere made Jun Moxie feel relaxed. In fact, it seemed as if he had suddenly distanced himself from the endless deception. Well, I'll keep my word. I've come here to fulfill my promise. You two should get ready. Calm down and adjust your state of mind to the best. The most important thing is to adjust your state of mind to the most peaceful state. I'll take a look at your progress first. Jun Moxie didn't even realize that there was a faint sense of cordiality in his laughter. Such cordiality was very rare to see, except for Grandpa Jun, Third Master Jun, and a few others. Chapter 386. Since ancient times, Shen beasts were still beasts no matter what level they reached. And it didn't matter whether they could take human form or not. So, there was always a faint barrier between them and humans. And no one was willing to stand side by side with Shen beasts. Therefore, the three holy lands had come to be known as the Ominous Land. In fact, it would have been the four holy lands if it wasn't because of this matter, and not the three holy lands in the Ominous Land. And this was the case even for those who stood at the pinnacle of the human world. Therefore, Jun Moxie had unintentionally revealed this faint feeling of familiarity. Although it was a subtle feeling that came from the bottom of his heart, but this subtle feeling was something that Shen beasts were extremely sensitive to. So, it was undoubtedly something that they had never experienced before. At this moment, Long Crane and Bear Mountain felt that this mysterious person was amiable and trustworthy. Therefore, the two of them didn't hesitate. They looked at Jun Moxie with exceptional gratitude, and then sat down cross-legged. Soon, a strong smell of alcohol started to evaporate from their bodies. Her slightly flushed face gradually returned to its normal color. Big Bear felt that his jinchi was flowing freely and his heart was like still water. Just as he was about to open his eyes, suddenly a hand was gently placed on his shoulder, landing on the position of the clavicle well acupuncture point. A gentle voice said, "Calm your mind, don't move. Long Crane, come and protect me. Don't disturb me while I'm casting." Bear Mountain's heart skipped a beat. He removed his guard for the first time, and exposed his entire chi to the probing of this hand. This was the first time that Bear Mountain had unreservedly trusted a human being since he was born. Long Crane complied and quietly slid a few feet away. He then vigilantly watched his surroundings for any movement. The Tianfa forest was their territory. But Long Crane was still on high alert at this moment. It seemed as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The reason for that was because this advancement was simply too important to him and Big Bear. With his eyes closed, Bear Mountain felt a slight coolness on his shoulder. It was as if a drop of ice water had suddenly fallen on his bare shoulder in the middle of winter. It was a clear feeling that seeped into his bones. Then, a huge amount of pure heaven and earth spiritual chi surged out from the hand that was caressing his shoulder, and poured into his meridians like a river flowing backwards. In his meridians, the Beast King's Yuan Chi, which had already reached a critical point and was almost at a standstill, slowly moved under the stimulation of this enormous pure energy. Then, his meridians seemed to be slowly receiving some kind of nourishment, and then began to expand bit by bit. To think that there would be such a fast and obvious progress and effect. The shock and admiration in Big Bear's heart instantly reached the extreme, but he still didn't dare to be the slightest bit flustered. He did his best to guide the external powerful chi, and according to his usual cultivation path, he slowly guided it into his dantian. Long Crane stood 30 feet away from Bear Mountain's body. Then he suddenly discovered that a milky white mist was emitting from Bear Mountain's body. The mist was getting thicker and thicker. In fact, it seemed as if it was condensing into a substantial substance. Then, it slowly enveloped Bear Mountain's entire body. Heaven and earth spiritual chi. Isn't this the sign of a level 10 Shen beast? How can he break through so quickly? How is this possible? Long Crane exclaimed in his heart. He subconsciously rubbed his eyes. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. A miracle had happened in front of his eyes. This was an incredible miracle. In Long Crane's opinion, the mysterious man had promised to help them break through. Even if the mysterious man was sincere in helping them, and even if he had some kind of magical ability, the best outcome would be to find a way to raise their cultivation to the critical point. Then, the two of them would have to go into seclusion to cultivate. Then they would have to put their lives on the line to successfully break through. That would be the best outcome for them. However, Long Crane hadn't expected that this mysterious peerless expert would be so skillful. In fact, he had used his own strength to help the two of them break through in the blink of an eye. In fact, he hadn't even stopped for a moment. What did this mean? What did it mean? This meant that this mysterious black-clothed man was going to sacrifice a portion of his painstakingly cultivated heaven and earth yuan qi to help the two of them. Long Crane's eyes became moist in a split second. For the sake of a bet, an insignificant promise, an oath that could not even be considered an oath in the eyes of such a peerless master, this master actually fulfilled his promise. He had even made such a sacrifice. How many people had kept their promises since ancient times? How could such a person not be trustworthy? Could it be that he had swindled the sacred fruits out of them? That would be a huge joke. One must know that this mysterious man could have easily killed the two of them when the two Shen Beast Kings had lowered their guard. Then he could have obtained 2 top-notch level 10 Shendan pills. He wouldn't have needed to pay any price. Instead, he would have gained a great harvest. In fact, it would have been very beneficial to his own cultivation. However, the mysterious man hadn't done so. Instead, he had kept his promise. In fact, he hadn't hesitated to sacrifice his own strength in order to help the two of them break through. Long Crane asked himself, would I do it if I could help Bear Mountain break through by sacrificing my own strength? Long Crane's face turned red with shame after he had carefully considered this matter. That was because he had made a decision in his heart. I won't do it. I'm not willing to sacrifice myself for the sake of my own brother. So, how can anyone else do it? This mysterious man in black was worthy of the admiration of everyone in the world. Anyone could feel at ease and feel honored to be friends with such a person. Jun Dashao would have fainted from happiness if he had known that the two Shen Beast Kings were thinking this way. Moreover, they would have woken up and then fainted again. There seemed to be too many misunderstandings in between. Jun Moxie had kept his promise. And he had indeed consumed a huge amount of pure energy. But he hadn't sacrificed his own strength to help the two of them break through. In fact, Jun Moxie would have never agreed to it if that had been the case. Jun Dashao had never been a great hero. So, how could he have done such a good deed? The reason was none other than the fact that the precious energy of the Shen beasts of Tianfa was too much for Dashao. After all, the amount of energy in the Hongjun Pagoda was too huge for Jun Moxie. In fact, it was inexhaustible. Moreover, more and more energy would be absorbed every day as he practiced. So, he wouldn't have to worry about the problem of energy depletion. To Jun Moxie, using the Hongjun Pagoda's aura to help Shen beasts advance to the next level was akin to a rich man guarding a huge Himalayan mountain. He was flaunting his wealth in front of ordinary office workers. Then he would give a few gold coins to each of them and generously say, "It's nothing. Take it and spend it." Well, it should be more or less like that. Moreover, the simplicity of the two Shen Beast Kings, Bear Mountain and Long Crane, was very much to Jun Moxie's liking. Therefore Jun Moxie was willing to help them. Moreover, there were many benefits to helping them. These two weren't ordinary people. In fact, they were comparable to the great masters. If Sher-En befriended these two people, it wouldn't do him any harm no matter what. It was often said that having one friend who could truly help one was enough in this world. But, who would complain about having too many of such friends? On the other hand, the other party had helped him a lot. Moreover, he had also obtained the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit and many other elixirs from them. Jun Moxie felt that what he had done for him wasn't even worth mentioning in comparison to what the other party had done for him. Jun Moxie felt somewhat ashamed in his heart. Dashao wasn't a good person. But he still had a conscience. Well, what the other party had done for him wasn't even worth mentioning in comparison to what he had done for the other party. The two Shen Beast Kings were thinking of the same thing at the same time. In fact, this feeling was 10,000 times stronger than that of Jun Moxie's. They are truly peerless experts. Bear Mountain sighed in his heart. He was infinitely moved. Suddenly he felt the energy in his dantian start to rotate. It was getting more and more urgent. It had formed a whirlpool in his dantian. And all the energy in the world had started to crazily converge in a split second. Spirit gathering. He had finally reached the critical point. And he was going to make an explosive breakthrough without stopping. Bear Mountain's mind tightened. He couldn't afford to let his imagination run wild. Instead, he did his utmost to push the energy in his body. Then, he started to cooperate with the extremely vigorous energy that was being transmitted from that warm hand. It was enough to shake the heavens and the earth. Boom. The thick fog around Bear Mountain suddenly disappeared. Then a loud sound was heard. No one knew where this sound had come from. But it seemed as if it had reverberated in everyone's mind. It was a very mysterious feeling. Jun Moxie's body suddenly flashed. He had moved 30 meters away, and was now standing shoulder to shoulder with Long Crane. Her black mask had become somewhat damp with sweat, and her body seemed to be trembling. In short, Long Crane saw that she was doing her best, and was in a state of exhaustion. Long Crane was extremely grateful. He was about to speak, but he saw Jun Moxie raise his index finger and place it in front of his mouth. Then he said, "Don't be impatient. I'm about to make a breakthrough." How could a beast king like Long Crane not know about this? He had clearly felt his soul tremble. And he knew that Bear Mountain had finally made a breakthrough. He had become a real bear king from now on. Bear Mountain's strength was no less than that of the second great master Li Ju Tian at his peak. In fact, he might even be stronger than him. A low but abnormally vigorous roar came out from Big Bear's mouth. At the same time, a dazzling golden halo suddenly spread out from his body. Everywhere it passed, even the ground was reflected in a golden color. Bear Mountain's body started to move without any wind, and he slowly rose up from the ground. Then the sounds of his bones cracking could be heard. In fact, the sound of his soul exploding could be heard. Then the sound of his true chi exploded. Boom! Bear Mountain's accumulated true chi had finally burst out, and his majestic body reverted to its original form in midair. He was a tall, strong and ferocious giant bear. All of the golden fur on his body suddenly stood up. Every single strand of golden fur seemed to be overflowing with light and vibrant colors. This strange phenomenon slowly stopped after a long time. All the Xian beasts in the Tianfa forest kept quiet out of fear. Even the Xian beast kings were trembling with fear. They could tell from the fluctuations in their souls that another peerless expert had appeared in the Tianfa forest. It was a genuine Xian beast king. This chapter has repeated a paragraph, but it has been edited to add another 400 words. Thank you to the fifth author, Shenin Zhu, for the reminder. Chapter 387. Today's first update has been delivered. Thank you for your support. The second update will come later. Bear Mountain returned to his human form after a long time. He was overjoyed as he examined his body. It seemed as if he was still in a dream. But that wonderful dream-like feeling didn't disappear even after a long time had passed. It wasn't until he checked his entire body that he finally believed that he had really advanced. Bear Mountain looked up to the sky, and let out a long and loud cry. His huge eyes were rolling with tears. He suddenly strode over to Jun Moxie and knelt down with a thump. Jun Moxie was startled. He didn't have enough time to stop Bear Mountain. Bear Mountain kowtowed a few times and said in a choked voice, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Long Crane's eyes also turned red. He was also a beast king and he was stuck at the same bottleneck. So he could understand Bear Mountain's feelings. And he also understood why Bear Mountain was kowtowing. That was because this mysterious expert had undoubtedly given them a new lease of life. Jun Moxie hastily helped Fourth Bear up and said, "What are you doing? This is only a bet and I'm only fulfilling my promise. So there's no need to do this." Jun Dashao felt a little disgusted as he said these words. This was a typical case of showing off one's cleverness after taking advantage of others. This is a small contribution but a big gain. Doing 10 or 8 great clans a day wouldn't be too much. And I'll do a few more great clans if I have the opportunity. Bear Mountain and Long Crane didn't feel this way. Their eyes were still brimming with tears as they said, "This is a bet and it may not be a big deal in your eyes. But this old bear has given me a new lease of life. I can't thank you enough. So if the senior has any errands to run, please don't hesitate to tell me. This old bear doesn't have much else. But I'm not stingy with my strength. The name Great Earth Bear King isn't just for show." Jun Moxie looked at Bear Mountain. His eyes were shining with sincerity. Suddenly, Jun Moxie felt that his original utilitarian thoughts were somewhat despicable in the face of such sincerity. He looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh. He had finally figured it out. To his subordinates or enemies he might need to use schemes, no matter how heavy the schemes were. But to his true friends, there was no need to scheme at all. Even if he used a little, it would be too much. And Bear Mountain was clearly such a person. As long as he received someone else's kindness, he would never forget it until he died. Such a person is worthy to be friends. Jun Moxie gently patted Big Bear's shoulder and said in a serious tone, "Old Bear, don't be like this. I really think of you as a friend." He took a deep breath and slowly said, "I don't have many friends in this world. You can be considered as one of them." So you don't need to thank me. In a split second, Big Bear's hairy face glowed with radiance. He was overjoyed and said, "Good. Good. This old bear is being unreasonable, haha." June Moxie chuckled and said, "Now it's your turn to stand guard. I'll lend Crane King a hand. I'll fulfill my promise." Long Crane asked worriedly, "You've just consumed a lot of energy. Do you want to rest? Give me a reply?" June Moxie said, "No need. I can still bear it. Come." He then stretched out his hand. Long Crane hesitated for a moment. He repeatedly looked at June Moxie to make sure that he was all right. Then he finally sat down. After some time, June Moxie looked at the ecstatic Long Crane and Bear Mountain. And he suddenly felt very happy in his heart. In fact, it was an indescribable feeling of happiness. This kind of happiness was completely different from the pleasure of successfully plotting against someone, or the ecstasy of obtaining an unexpected treasure, or the relief of killing an enemy. This was pure happiness. But this kind of happiness gave June Moxie the greatest enjoyment. It turns out that killing isn't the only thrill that comes from fighting and killing others. Helping others once in a while is also a very comfortable feeling. June Moxie smiled as he thought about it. June Moxie spent the rest of the night in a very comfortable, happy, and contented manner. Big Bear and Long Crane were doing their utmost to invite this great benefactor to join them. In fact, they had even made a solemn vow that they had prepared a huge amount of monkey wine in order to show their sincerity. It was difficult to refuse their hospitality. Moreover, the two Beast Kings had already said that. So, it would be unreasonable for Da Xiao to refuse. Moreover, there was still a lot of time before daybreak. So, June Moxie happily went to meet them. The monkey wine was a legendary wine. In fact, it couldn't even be compared to the inferior wines of this world. So, it would be a waste if he didn't try since he had such a great opportunity. Bear Mountain continued to issue orders along the way. He made the level 9 Shen beasts and level 8 Shen beasts contribute their best food. In fact, he even requested them to be sent over at the speed of the Crane King. The center of the Tianfa forest had turned into a chaotic mess. This chaos was even bigger than the previous Shen beast wave. The Tianfa forest had always been quiet in the dark of the night. But the sky was filled with dust today. The high-level Shen beasts were scurrying around like headless flies. The previous Shen beast wave had caused a huge commotion. However, it hadn't had the slightest effect on the interior of the Tianfa forest. But it was different this time. It had blossomed inside the forest. It was common to see such a scene. A bear carrying a pile of fragrant red fruits dashed from the south to the north, its heavy footsteps causing the ground to tremble. On the other side, there was also a golden tiger carrying fruits and galloping at full speed. Then, the two level 9 Shen beasts coincidentally collided with each other with a bang. They fell to the ground, and the precious fruits were scattered all over the ground. The Tiger King, the Lion King, and the Eagle King had also rushed over like a whirlwind. There weren't many opportunities to drink wine at the same table with a super strong expert. Only a fool wouldn't seize this opportunity with all his might. Perhaps, he would be able to make a breakthrough with just a few words from this strong expert. Didn't you see that third and fourth brother had made a breakthrough in such a baffling manner? Forget about the sacred fruit. Even a miraculous heavenly treasure wouldn't be able to produce such a terrifying effect. Right? June Moxie's eyes opened wide when he saw that huge stone table. June Moxie felt a strong sense of dizziness when he saw those two wine cups. He even suspected that Bear Mountain and Long Crane hadn't invited him to drink wine. But they had invited him to take a bath. Those wine cups and the utensils used to hold the wine were too big. In fact, even a large bathtub wouldn't be that big. Then, he saw the golden-haired monkeys working tirelessly to carry barrels of monkey wine. They were carrying small barrels. After all, the size of the monkeys wasn't as ridiculous as the 3 cranes and the 4 bears. In the distance, there were countless golden-haired monkeys working persistently to carry the barrels. Their target was the same place. Then, the level 9 Shen beasts, level 9 Shen beasts, and level 8 Shen beasts presented countless precious fruits with flattering expressions on their faces. Then they wagged their tails and retreated in glory. Good heavens! I've never seen or eaten these fruits. In fact, I've only heard of them in legends. Da Xiao's eyes couldn't help but shine with a blue light. How much wealth can I create if I bring these fruits back to the Tianxiang city? The fruits here are enough to move people's hearts. But the strange Shen beasts around them are even more astonishing. Who has ever seen a tiger or a bear with such human-like flattery? I've seen it. Moreover, it's not just 1 or 2 beasts, it's not just a group or 2. Instead, it's a lot. How can such a situation not be strange? Everything in front of me has been prepared to welcome this young master. Jun Moxie suddenly became arrogant. Jun Moxie suddenly felt that he was a legendary figure, the great sage equaling heavens. Only when the great sage equaling heavens had wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, when he had occupied the mountain of flowers and fruits as the king of the 72 caves had come to join him, this kind of comfortable life is simply the life of an immortal. Silently, a huge snow-white lion came to the stone table in an extremely respectful manner. It cupped its 2 furry paws towards Jun Moxie in a somewhat restrained manner. Then its buttocks rubbed against half of the stone bench and it sat down. Its iron-like tail swayed behind it like a flagpole. It swayed back and forth non-stop. Jun Moxie was dumbstruck for a while. He finally understood that this guy had cupped its paws to salute him. Moreover, it had cupped its hands in greeting. It's too polite. This is truly shocking. Bear Mountain, who had already taken his seat, introduced, "Cough cough, senior, this is my 6th brother, the Lion King Worryless Stone." Cough cough cough. Jun Moxie coughed violently. Lion King? His surname is sh*t? sh*t doesn't stink? This name is really very unique. Long Crane and Bear Mountain were instantly petrified. They were dumbstruck. The white jade Lion King's forehead was full of black lines. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to drill into the ground and escape. He looked at Bear Mountain with an awkward expression on his face as if to say, "Hurry up and explain to me. This kind of name is so disgusting that I won't even have the mood to drink." "Senior, you misunderstand. My 6th brother's surname is a homonym for lion. It means stone as in stone, worry as in worry, and worry as in not worry, he. Long Crane coughed as he explained. "So that's how it is. I was thinking too much. I asked the Lion King to forgive me." Jun Moxie nodded and cupped his hands towards the Lion King. The Lion King immediately quieted down. "This great master is apologizing to me? This is indeed the bearing of a great master." Worryless Stone had a belly full of unhappiness. But he suddenly felt that he had gained a lot of face at this moment. The other golden-robed man had also arrived in front of the stone table. He was about to speak when he heard the phrase, "Shit doesn't stink." So, he hastily bowed as he saw Jun Moxie's gaze turn towards him. "This is the 9th brother, the Golden Tiger King Earthcracker." Bear Mountain grinned as he introduced. His eyes were brimming with a smile. It was obvious that he hadn't gotten rid of the joke of, "Shit doesn't stink." Tiger King Earthcracker. This name is very powerful. It's comparable to Bear King's. One can split mountains and the other can split the earth. It's very interesting. Jun Moxie's eyes were very gentle behind his veil. The Golden Tiger King Earthcracker was very pleased with this evaluation. He was overwhelmed by the favor and sat down. Chapter 388. Today's second night has arrived. Tomorrow's outbreak will continue for the 5th time this month, and the first night will be at midnight. Tomorrow's outbreak will end the 3rd part of the Tian Fa Forest, and officially enter the 4th part, the Silver Blizzard City. Suddenly, a dark cloud covered the sky, and a huge eagle king spread its wings and glided over to the top of everyone's heads. Then its body rapidly shrank and turned into a cold-looking man dressed in iron-colored clothes. His hooked nose hung on his face and he looked quite ferocious. Then he cupped his hands and bowed respectfully to Jun Moxie. "This is my 10th brother, the Eagle King, the Sky Shatterer." Long Crane introduced him this time. It seemed that the Tian Fa Forest's flying Shen beasts were under Long Crane's control, and the land Shen beasts were under Bear Mountain's jurisdiction. In the distance, there was another monkey that was obviously much larger than the other monkeys. It flew over at lightning speed. He was panting as he bowed to Jun Moxie. "This is my 7th brother, the Monkey King. His name is Ho Chi." Bear Mountain looked a little sad. Then he said, "8th sister, the Snake King, you've seen her before, but she and the eldest brother have gone out to handle some matters, and are not in the forest. The youngest brother is in closed-door training and hasn't appeared for 3 years. So that's how it is. I had only met the venerable May of Tian Fa's Beast King for a short time, and it's a pity that I didn't get the chance to meet him." "What a pity. And that Snake King, that little girl, dares to take responsibility for her actions, and this king admires her." Jun Moxie chuckled as he said this and covered the glass with his hand. The Beast Kings thought that he was going to drink, but they waited for a long time, and didn't see him pick up the glass. They couldn't help but feel puzzled. Suddenly, a burst of wine vapor floated above the glass, and a strong fragrance assailed their nostrils. It was the smell of the monkey wine. Then it circled in the air and disappeared into Jun Moxie's mask. Jun Moxie smacked his lips and closed his eyes as if he was savoring the aftertaste. After a while he said, "Good wine. It's worthy of being called monkey wine. It truly lives up to its reputation." All the Beast Kings were stunned. As expected of an expert, even the way he drank wine was so unique. The Beast Kings had planned to use the opportunity of drinking to see what this peerless expert looked like. However, Jun Moxie's move had completely ruined their plans. All of them could not help but sigh, feeling a little disappointed. Jun Moxie suddenly changed the topic and asked, "By the way, old bear, I'm a little confused by your introduction. I know that the Tian Fa forest has always been ranked according to one's strength. It has been like this since ancient times. It is not a secret. But why is it that the 9th Tiger King and the 10th Eagle King can transform into human form, but the 6th Lion King and the 7th Monkey King are still in their original forms?" As soon as he said that, the atmosphere instantly became heavy. The eyes of the Lion King, Carefree Rock, and the Monkey King, Ho Chi, emitted extremely strong sadness. "Since Mr. is inquiring, we will naturally tell you. This isn't a secret. 60 years ago, the Lion King and the Monkey King wanted to leave Tian Fa and explore the outside world." Long Crane's tone was deep as he continued, "But I didn't have any experience in the martial world after I went out. So, I accidentally exposed my whereabouts. 4 of the 8 great masters attacked me at the same time, and they joined hands to launch a pincer attack. And the 6th and the 7th masters were no match for them. So, they had to fight and flee at the same time. They were lucky enough to escape back to Tian Fa. But they inevitably sustained serious injuries. That battle left them with serious injuries that couldn't be healed. Their lives were saved, but their cultivation levels fell back to the 9th level. So, they lost the ability to transform into human form. And it's still difficult for them to recover to this day." Long Crane said in grief and indignation. Lei Baoyu and Bu Kuangfeng were among the 4 great masters. Our eldest brother was furious at that time. He personally went to the hermitage to seek justice. But the hermitage was full of experts. So we were no match for them. So the matter was left unsettled. Alas. The Lion King and the Monkey King sadly hung their heads. Their strength had been damaged and their cultivation levels had regressed. They were in a precarious situation in a place like the Tian Fa forest where strength was respected. The 2 Beast Kings would have to hand over their king's position if a level 9 Xian beast were to appear in their respective tribes again. Several level 9 Xian beasts had risen among the Monkey King and the Lion King after 60 years of accumulation. And they were only a step away from transforming into human form. So, they had seriously threatened the leadership positions of the 2 Beast Kings. But their strength had regressed. So they couldn't do anything about it. The rules were the rules. Only tyrannical strength mattered. The 2 Beast Kings had even discovered that discordant voices had started to appear in the people they were commanding. They weren't like they used to be. Their words were the law, and their orders were strictly obeyed. They had absolute authority and absolute strength. If it weren't for the help of the other Beast King brothers, it would have been too horrible to imagine. But the old and the new would replace the old. The strong would emerge and the weak would be eliminated. This was a principle that hadn't changed for thousands of years. Once a new Beast King successfully transformed into human form, they would have to abide by the law of survival of the fittest in the Tian Fa forest. Bear Shan Shan and the others couldn't interfere in the struggle between the Beast Kings. Then it would be the end of the road for the Beast Kings. Injured? What kind of injury is it? It's so sharp and the consequences are so serious. Let me take a look. Maybe there's a way to save them. Jun Moxie's words shook the 6 Beast Kings. Their eyes revealed a look of ecstasy. Who was this person in front of them? This was a true, peerless expert who had reached the pinnacle of the world. They believed that there was nothing in this world that he couldn't do. He didn't say that he would help them. But the 2 Beast Kings would have hope as long as he helped them. He was a peerless expert who could help the 2 Beast Kings advance in an instant. So, what if they were to suffer some minor injuries? The Lion King and the Monkey King were so excited that their bodies trembled. The hope that they hadn't seen for a long time was right in front of them. Jun Wuxia leisurely stretched out his hand and gently placed it on the Lion King's thick and furry shoulder. A wisp of pure and refreshing heaven-earth essence chi seeped into the Lion King's body, making the Lion King feel extremely comfortable. That wisp of extremely pure heaven-earth yuan chi circulated in the Lion King's body. After a long time, Jun Moxie put down his hand and placed it on the Monkey King's shoulder. The other Beast Kings looked at him nervously. None of them dared to make a sound. They were afraid that they would disturb this great expert. Because Jun Moxie was wearing a mask, they couldn't see the expression of this mysterious expert. They could only try their best to guess from his eyes. However, Jun Moxie's eyes were gentle and calm. They couldn't see anything. After the time it took to eat a meal, Jun Moxie finally stopped his movements. He slowly let out a long sigh. But this sigh sounded like a sigh in the ears of the 6 Beast Kings. Their hearts started to beat nervously at the same time. The injuries of the 6th Beast King and the 7th Beast King are not light. Their meridians have been severely damaged. Some of them have been shattered. Moreover, the circulation of the Dantian Yuan Qi has been blocked. Moreover, there's an inexplicable and malicious power that has been hiding in your meridians for many years. It's difficult to get rid of it. This is a sinister and poisonous energy. It's constantly destroying your meridians that should have been repaired a long time ago. Although it's not much, it's enough to make your cultivation stagnate. It can even cause your cultivation to decline step by step. I believe that this kind of sign, or at least the trend, has already appeared. Jun Moxie sighed and said, "This kind of sinister and poisonous mysterious technique, which one of the 4 great masters did you suffer from?" The Lion King and the Monkey King were startled. They looked at each other and saw the answer in each other's eyes. The Lion King dipped his claws in the wine, and slowly wrote a few words on the table. They had lost the ability to speak like a human after they had lost their ability to transform. However, they could still write. The great master of the underworld. So, it's the underworld's mysterious wind. No wonder it's so sinister. Long Crane and the others shouted. "Senior, is there any hope that you can cure them since you found out?" Bear Mountain asked nervously. The Lion King and the Monkey King were both walking beasts. So, they were considered the main forces of Bear Mountain's side. Moreover, they had cooperated with each other for a long time. So, they were already familiar with each other. So, it was hard to guarantee that Bear Mountain would have to go through a lot of trouble if 2 new Beast Kings were to come up. So, it was hard to say how long it would take for them to achieve that kind of seamless cooperation. That underworld's mysterious wind is sinister and incisive. Moreover, it's an old injury that has lasted for 60 years. Jun Moxie shook his head in a seemingly unintentional manner. The 6th Beast King and the 7th Beast King couldn't help but feel disheartened when they saw that even an expert like Jun Moxie was at a loss. In fact, all their hopes had turned to dust. Bear Mountain's complexion also changed. "Don't tell me that we don't even have the opportunity to try?" Jun Moxie calmly looked at Bear Mountain's anxious expression. Then he took a deep breath, and his eyes revealed a warm expression as he said, "No matter who's in the right or wrong in this matter, it's a grudge from 60 years ago. So, I didn't want to get involved. Fine, I'll give you face. It's fate that we've met. I'll help them this time. This injury is troublesome. But it depends on who's going to treat it. The underworld's mysterious wind is vicious. But it's nothing in my eyes." With a single sentence, he had given Big Bear a huge amount of face. Bear Mountain became excited as soon as he heard these words. His broad black face was full of surprise, glory, and pride. He grinned widely and didn't know what to say. "Look, this is the face of this old bear. Brother Feng is too generous. Wah, this makes me so excited." The Lion King and the Monkey King couldn't help but shiver. This good news was no less than a bolt from the blue for them. It shook them so much that their hearts almost stopped beating for a short period of time. One moment was hell and the next was heaven. They had been in a hopeless situation a moment ago. But they had received such a big surprise the next moment. This had made the Lion King and the Monkey King feel that their hearts couldn't bear the burden. After all, even their big brother, whom they regarded as a deity, was helpless. In fact, Expert Feng had denied it a while ago. In fact, this kind of injury to his meridians was a piece of cake for Jun Moxie. Take Jun Wui's injury for example. Even if Great Master Xin Xian had gone to treat it with all his heart, he would have lost most of his Xian cultivation even if he had prepared all the necessary medicines. Moreover, this loss of Xian cultivation couldn't be recovered. So, it would have been a detriment to both sides. Take Bear Mountain and Long Crane's advancement as an example. Even if the lords of the 3 holy lands joined hands to help them, it would have been impossible. But these unrecoverable and impossible things didn't count for much in Jun Dashao's hands. Chapter 389. There was no other reason than the fact that the Hongjun Pagoda's aura was the natural nemesis of these sinister forces. Moreover, it was the most vigorous and pure energy in the world. In other words, it was the power of life. At the beginning of the world, the Hongmeng appeared. And it was because of the Hongmeng aura that all living things could be born. And Jun Moxie's Hongjun Pagoda was the source of this power. Of course, it had to be adapted to the local conditions. In fact, Jun Moxie's aura wouldn't be of any use if it was just a small cold or fever. Jun Moxie had always been very enthusiastic about the Tianfa forest. So, Jun Moxie suddenly had an idea after he had helped Bear Mountain and Long Crane advance. After all, it was impossible for him to stay in the noisy secular world for a lifetime. And Jun Moxie was very tired of that kind of chaotic life. His life had just begun, but Jun Moxie was already thinking about going into seclusion after a long time. There would come a day when he would feel the loneliness of the pinnacle after he had settled his debts of gratitude and revenge. Then he would have to find a quiet place to return to. And the Tianfa forest was undoubtedly the most ideal place for Jun Moxie to go into seclusion. In fact, even a grass snake in the Tianfa forest was much more amiable in Jun Moxie's eyes than those high-ranking officials who occupied the imperial court in the secular world. Because there was no scheming in the secular world here. Jun Moxie hated scheming to the extreme. Although he would often play some tricks, but this evil monarch still longed for a direct confrontation. Who was more powerful than the other? Wouldn't you know if you stretched out your fist to see? Why do you have to fight to the death? What's the point of wasting time? In fact, Jun Moxie had an idea, or rather a grand blueprint. I will set the rules of this world if I climb to the top one day and look down on all living beings. I will use my method to limit this world. I don't care if you are Xin Xian or Supreme Martial Artist. Under my rules, no one can go against it. I have no intention of becoming the ruler of the world, but I want the world to understand my intentions. Every year, all profound practitioners would have to take part in the assessment. From the first level of low profound to the 12th level of Xin Xian, every level would have its own set of clothes. Only when you reached a certain level could you wear the same colored clothes. If you couldn't reach that level, you would have to wear your original clothes. Otherwise, he would not be responsible if he was killed. In this way, it would be like kindergarten to university in his previous life, with a clear hierarchy. And the headquarters of all this, the place that could control everything, the place where the overall decision was made, was the Tianfa forest. The place where the evil prince would live in seclusion. Jun Moxie even imagined that perhaps it would be a good idea to use hats to determine the grade. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but smile because he imagined an interesting scene. Two people meet, quarrel for a while, and just as they were about to fight, they saw each other's hats, and then they shook hands and chatted happily. Ah, so you're a cuckold and I'm a black hat. Then I'm much lower than you, so why are we still fighting? Come, let's go drink, my treat. Yes, look at your hat, it's really ugly. Black, hee, look at me, green, sparkling and cute. Admirable. You're actually wearing a green hat. You flatter me. Hee, as long as you work hard one day you will also wear a green hat, hee. Thank you, I hope so. As soon as Jun Moxie thought of such a scene, how could he not be carried away by a whim? He couldn't help but laugh. Jun Moxie would never have thought that this sudden whim of his would really become the supreme law of the Shenzhen continent for thousands of years to come. The evil prince's law. 1,000 years of hard work. It was because of this. At this moment all the beast kings were looking at this otherworldly expert in bewilderment. They couldn't make heads or tails of what was going on. But seeing him laughing so happily, they assumed that he was very confident about the Lion King and the Monkey King's old injuries. So they couldn't help but feel relieved. That's right, how could he laugh so happily and so easily if he wasn't confident? Jun Moxie's mind wandered for a long time. Then he came back to his senses. He chuckled twice and said, in that case, let's not delay any further. 6th Shur and 7th Ho, come to me. I'll immediately take a look at you. You might as well return to your human form as soon as possible. It'll be convenient for you to drink. The two of you sitting on the table in this form is really, somewhat indecent. Jun Dashao thought, this is the first time this young master is drinking in the Tianfa forest. Do I have to drink with a lion and a monkey? That's so embarrassing. Although I'll still be a lion and a monkey after transforming into human form, but at least I'll be in human form. Besides, isn't this to pave the way for the future? Therefore Jun Dashao was very proactive. The Lion King's eyes were brimming with tears. He shook the white fur on his body like an exceptionally obedient puppy. He came to Jun Moxie and crouched down in front of him. He then wagged his tail. However, the frequency of wagging his tail had increased due to his excitement. And the wine cup in Bear Mountain's hand was thrown far away with a loud bang. The Beast Kings burst into laughter. Jun Moxie didn't mind. He didn't delay either. He pressed his hand on the cup. Then his breath sank and the Hongjun Pagoda's aura erupted with a loud rumble. It was dazzling and brilliant and it soared into the blue sky. The other 5 beast kings were shocked. So they hurriedly retreated. This time, Jun Moxie had done his utmost in order to finish this fight quickly. Moreover, it wasn't early. So, he didn't have much time to waste. However, this extreme display of power wasn't as gentle as when he had helped Long Crane and Bear Mountain break through their barriers. The aura surged violently like a tidal wave, and entered the Lion King's meridians. His broken meridians were connected in an instant. The unimaginably tyrannical impact caused the mighty and majestic Lion King to raise his head and let out a blood-curdling screech. Then he spouted a mouthful of blood into the sky. Then the aura that had been entangled in the Lion King's body for 60 years was expelled. In fact, it seemed as if the Beggar Clan's clan leader was using a dog-beating stick to beat up a stray dog. Then a few thin arrows of blood sprayed out of his body. The turbulent aura of the heaven and earth had completed its task. Then, it revolved around the Lion King's meridians to ensure that there wasn't any residual aura left. Then it was withdrawn. Jun Moxie didn't open his eyes. Instead, he pushed the Lion King to one side and said in a cold voice, "Next." His tone was indifferent and overbearing. In fact, it seemed as if he was a doctor in a primary school. He hadn't even pulled out the needle, but he was already calling for the next one. What? It's over? This is too miraculous. Isn't it too miraculous? The Monkey King trembled as it moved forward. It occupied the Lion King's previous position. However, it didn't feel that it was ready. Then, it felt as if a mountain had been placed on its shoulders. Then, the aura of the heaven and earth poured into its body. Just as the Monkey King was about to let out a moan to express the pleasure in its heart, it didn't expect that an intense heart-wrenching pain would rise up in an instant. It immediately grit its teeth and let out a roar, as it spat out a mouthful of thick black blood. It actually pierced through a large tree in front of it. It's too painful. My God. How can treating an illness be more painful than the torture of 1,000 cuts? This is the method of an expert. It's extraordinary. The Golden Monkey King was thinking this when he suddenly heard a burst of ecstatic cheers. Amidst his busy schedule and extreme pain, he glanced out of the corner of his eye. Immediately, his eyes widened to the maximum. Oh my beast God. My God. It's a miracle. It's a living miracle. It was a strange yet familiar figure. A tall and imposing man dressed in white was standing beside him. Isn't this the Lion King? Damn. So fast. It's almost instantaneous. The Monkey King was thoroughly envious. However, he was also thoroughly relieved. It doesn't matter how painful it is. As long as I can recover, a little pain is nothing. Let's make the pain more intense. At this moment, the Monkey King had completely forgotten about the extreme pain in his body. Instead, he felt ecstatic. Ecstatic from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't help but let out a few wild laughs of joy and excitement. His wild laughter startled the other Beast Kings. In fact, even Jun Moxie's aura fluctuated a little. Boss, when can you not laugh? Why do you have to go crazy at this critical moment? Even if you don't want to live, I still want to live. However, in the midst of extreme pain, he was laughing maniacally. This Monkey King's cultivation realm had truly surpassed that of Guan Yu, who scraped bones to cure poison in the 3 kingdoms. He's a real man. The black gas that had been trapped for many years shot out of the Monkey King's body along with the dark red blood arrow. Jun Moxie let out a breath and said, "All right. Everyone can have a good drink." When he raised his head, he discovered that the 6 Beast Kings were looking at him with a strange expression. This kind of gaze reminded Jun Moxie of the eyes of the pilgrims who had run through the snowy plains in his previous life. They were filled with fanaticism. Yes, fanaticism. Fanaticism from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if a monk had suddenly seen Buddha, a Taoist priest had suddenly seen Laozi Taishang, or a reactionary had suddenly seen Hitler. He's definitely an idol. He's definitely a god. He's definitely, sob. Too amazing, too touching, too awesome. Jun Moxie smiled in satisfaction as he looked at the 6 Beast Kings lined up in front of him. They were all in their human forms. Jun Moxie forcefully stopped the 6 Beast Kings from bowing and expressing their gratitude. Then he leisurely said a few words to dispel the Beast King's intentions of expressing their gratitude. Do you think that I helped you because of your gratitude? This was a very simple and innocent sentence, but it caused all the Beast Kings to fall into deep thought. That's right, great kindness cannot be expressed with words of gratitude. Let's keep the words of gratitude in our hearts. What does a simple word of thanks count for? But if this expert is of use to us in the future, we can spare no effort to help him. Even if we lose our lives because of this, we won't hesitate. Why do we have to say it and ruin the atmosphere at this moment? For a moment, the same thought appeared in the hearts of all the beast kings. Although they didn't say any words of gratitude, regardless of whether it was their eyes or their actions, they all expressed their respect for this mysterious expert in front of them. Many of my friends said that you're in a good state these few days. Save more manuscripts and don't erupt so frequently. The end of the month will be the decisive moment. And at the beginning of October, there will be double the monthly votes. If you work so hard now, will you be able to do it at that time? Chapter 390. Today's outbreak. The second chapter has arrived. The third and fourth chapters are in the evening. I'm going to eat first. I suddenly found my stomach sticking to my spine. Jun Moxie was leisurely drinking the wine. He was inhaling the wine's mist. He had finally understood the Shen beast's hierarchy. The so-called hierarchy of Shen beasts was much more detailed and rigorous than the hierarchy of human Shen beasts. A Shen beast at the peak of the 9th level had to go one step further to become a Shen beast king. Or, it could be said that they were qualified to challenge a Shen beast king. That was transformation. Some Shen beasts at the peak of the 9th level could transform into a human, while others couldn't. After the 9th level there was the 10th level. This was the most difficult level for a Shen beast to advance. A Shen beast at the peak of the 9th level could automatically become a Shen beast king as long as it could transform into a human. However, it was only after it had crossed the 10th level that it could be considered a genuine Shen beast king. A genuine Shen beast king. It wasn't just a king of a single race. And Jun Moxie had helped Bear Mountain and Long Crane to break through this hurdle. Of course, there were still a few more hurdles to go up. But Long Crane had said that no Shen beast had ever reached that level except for the Holy Emperor. So he hadn't mentioned it. Jun Moxie was holding a special wine cup. He pondered and said, "In other words, both of you are level 10 Shen beasts? And the 4 of them have already reached the peak of the 9th level?" The 6 beast kings nodded. "If that's the case, then wait for the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit to be refined. Then you should be able to advance to the next level." Jun Moxie said with some uncertainty. Da Xiao was sure that the elixir he was going to refine would be very effective. But he hadn't personally tested it. So he didn't know to what extent it would be effective. The 6 beast kings' eyes lit up. And their eyes burst with light. Advance to the next level? I've just advanced to the next level. So, what if I advance to the next level in 3 years? My God, this speed is like flying. The previous Shen beast kings of Tian Fa have never advanced so fast. 3 years might not be a short period of time for humans, but for Shen beasts with long lifespans, it was only a short period of time. One had to know that it was easy to advance a level, but the difference of one level was a long life force. For a moment, the 6 beast kings were breathing heavily. Their eyes were burning with passion. A moment of silence. Long Crane finally asked impatiently, "Senior Feng, you want to refine that divine pill. Do you still lack a few ingredients?" Everyone pricked up their ears as soon as he said this. "So, that's true, and it's not just one." Jun Moxie let out a long sigh and suddenly opened his eyes. "How do you know how many medicinal herbs are missing?" Long Crane chuckled and said, "I'm just guessing." "Haha, I'm afraid that you'll be able to take out the spirit pill if you've already gathered the necessary ingredients. But you'll have to wait for 3 years with your ability. So, it's obvious that you're looking for the necessary ingredients. You'll need to gather them before you can start refining the spirit pill. Looking at the time limit, I'm afraid that the other medicinal ingredients that Senior needs are not ordinary." "That's right. Crane King is indeed the Crane King. Your mind is very meticulous." Jun Moxie chuckled. His tone was a little hesitant and uncertain as he said, "That's right. How can the spirit pill that I want to refine be ordinary? The 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit is rare, but it is only a catalyst. The rest of the spirit herbs still need to be gathered in large quantities. Once they have gathered to a certain extent, the medicinal properties will be extracted, and the myriad of spirit herbs will be transformed into tangible objects. Then, the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit will be used to refine the peerless spirit pill that I want to refine." Jun Moxie's tone was heavy as he spoke slowly. The 6 beast kings held their breaths and listened attentively. This heaven-defying spirit pill has a miraculous effect. One pill can increase an ordinary person's lifespan by at least 100 years. If a Shen cultivator were to take this pill, they would be able to advance from the Earth Shen level to the 2nd level of the Shen level in a few short months. In fact, they might even become stronger. Moreover, they wouldn't suffer from chi deviation during this process. Nor would their spiritual energy be too violent. This is because the medicinal properties of the elixir will slowly spread along with the improvement of the user's cultivation. It can be said that there is no danger. In fact, it can be said to be a divine medicine that seizes the fortune of the heaven and earth. The sound of inhaling resounded in unison. The 12 eyes of the 6 beast kings opened wide like bronze bells. Their bodies were trembling with excitement. From an earth Xian to the second level of the Xian level? 100 years of lifespan. There is no danger. Oh my god. What kind of spirit pill is this? It's driving me crazy. It's something I've been dreaming of. How many elixirs are we still lacking? Let's all think of a way. It'll be much faster than Senior collecting them by yourself. I don't mean anything by it. Senior's magical powers are vast, but you're only one person. We don't have Senior's magical powers. But we can take advantage of the fact that we have more people. So we should be able to do our best. Bear Mountain's big and round eyes were emitting a green luster like a wolf's. He was speaking in a genteel manner. Yes. Our Tian Fa forest occupies a vast area. There are many heavenly treasures here. I believe that we can help Senior gather the medicinal ingredients as soon as possible. The other 5 beast kings were very enthusiastic. Some of them were licking their mouths as they spoke. They looked like they were gluttonous. This is also good. Since everyone is willing to help, it will save me the time of looking for it myself. This is indeed very helpful. Wuxia muttered to himself for a long time. Then he finally agreed. All the beast kings beamed with joy. The medicinal ingredients that I lack are dragon's beard grass, phoenix's tail flower, 9-knot lotus, continuous root, tricolor ganoderma, rainbow lotus root. Jun Moxie didn't stand on ceremony. He recited a long list. Then he took a deep breath and continued. 1,000-year ginseng, white cinnabar fruit, 9 nether grass, 9 mysterious root, etc. The more the better. The 6 Xian beast kings were left dumbstruck. The eagle king was the most quick-witted of them all. He had torn off a large piece of tree bark and used it as a piece of paper. Then he used his sharp nails as a pen and started to write from memory. Wuxia's wrist was almost sore when he finished reading. After that, Wuxia explained to them one by one what these herbs looked like, what kind of environment they grew in, how to harvest them, etc. All the beast kings held their breaths and listened carefully, afraid that they would miss out on the slightest detail. This was an important matter that concerned their advancement, so they could not be careless, Of course, I believe that it is impossible to collect so many precious medicinal ingredients in one go even with the power of Tian Fa. You can collect as many as you can. You can send people to the Jun family in Tianxiang City after you have collected a batch. Then you can slowly prepare the next batch. I will go there every once in a while. Jun Moxie laughed and said. In that case, you will be responsible for the collection of Tian Fa's elixirs. And I will go to the extreme north in these 3 years to collect the elixirs there. We can definitely succeed in one go if we work on both sides. Jun Moxie thought that he would have to go to the extreme north soon after this promotion. So, he might as well do a few things at the same time, including picking the elixirs. The third uncle waited in a daze. There was a beautiful woman on the snowy peak looking up at him. 10 years? How many 10 years could one have in a person's life? How many 10 years could one's lover wait? When their hair turned white like frost and they became old and clumsy? Even if they reunited, what could they do? Apart from this matter, the Dongfang family also had another vow, sword edge collapsing the snowy mountain. Jun Moxie very much wanted to see the spectacular scene of the snowy mountain collapsing. Jun Moxie had long been prepared to personally create this spectacle. These things should be done sooner rather than later. Therefore, Jun Moxie had been preparing for this. After the Tian Fa forest, the trip to the Silver Blizzard City had been put on the agenda even though his strength was still lacking. However, this kid's heart could not be said to be not black. When the Beast Kings had asked, he had directly listed out all the medicinal ingredients that he had obtained from the Hongjun Pagoda with great difficulty. Even if the 6 Beast Kings wanted to collect all these ingredients, they might not be able to do so even if they spent their entire lives. Jun Moxie's main purpose in coming to Tian Fa this time was to collect some heavenly treasures. He had collected a lot of them the last time, but it was still far from enough for his needs. This time, Long Crane and the others had taken the initiative to bring it up. For Jun Moxie, this was exactly what he wanted. Therefore, he straightforwardly and bluntly listed out all the elixirs that he needed. This way it would save him a lot of effort. There were so many medicinal ingredients. Moreover, they were all heavenly treasures that could only grow in the heaven and earth spiritual chi. If he were to rely on himself to collect them, he reckoned that he wouldn't be able to collect them even in 8 lifetimes. Moreover, he had made use of the Beast Kings this time. But they wouldn't be at a disadvantage as long as everyone had a share when the pills were refined. So he believed that it would be worth it for them. In fact, it might even be worth it. Therefore, Jun Moxie didn't feel guilty at all. In fact, it could be said that he had a clear conscience. The Beast Kings didn't have any misgivings about Jun Moxie's request. So they solemnly vowed to agree. Then they decided that they would put all their efforts into finding these elixirs even if they had to put all their other matters on hold. After all, this was related to the advancement of the Beast Kings. So how could they not be attentive? Moreover, Lei Baoyu and the others had profaned the dignity of Tianfa. That was enough to ignite the hearts of the Beast Kings. They had sought to advance but couldn't in the past. But they could advance now. The four great Beast Kings were living examples in front of them. Moreover, they had finally found an effective way to contact this peerless expert, the Jun family of Tianxiang City. Well, they were even more confident now that they had such a goal. In fact, the Beast Kings were already calculating in their hearts. Should I volunteer to personally escort the elixirs to Tianxiang City when the first batch of elixirs is almost complete? Maybe I can get a share of the loot first? All the Beast Kings had this idea in their minds for a moment. And their complexions became somewhat strange. They looked at their brothers and felt that they wouldn't give up such an opportunity. It seemed that internal strife would be unavoidable when the time came. Chapter 391. Floating in the air, Jun Moxie's mood was exceptionally good, and he almost wanted to sing a song. He didn't expect that everything would go so smoothly. What he didn't know was that if it had been anyone else, even if they had the same conditions, they wouldn't have been able to do the same. The key was the Hongjun Pagoda. The Hongjun Pagoda's aura made even these Beast Kings feel a sense of familiarity from the bottom of their hearts. At the very least, their first impression of it was the strongest, and they inexplicably developed a very good impression of it. Wouldn't it be logical for them to do anything? Looking at the surrounding situation, Jun Moxie wanted to find the right direction to leave quickly. He looked around and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. This place wasn't far from the place where he had met the little beast last time. It was almost not far from the courtyard wall, formed by a row of towering trees. The scenery here couldn't help but evoke Jun Moxie's good impression from the last time. With a whoosh, he rushed over. Hee, if I could have caught that extremely adorable little fellow and brought him back to my bosom, how fun would that have been? Its soft flesh would have been so comfortable to pinch, especially that little butt. I wouldn't get tired of pinching it 100 times. It would have been so refreshing. It had to be said that Jun Dashao's way of thinking was quite vile. When other people saw cute little animals, they couldn't wait to take good care of them. Take Little White for example. The little girl couldn't wait to love him, but he didn't care about it at all. That little fellow from last time was extremely adorable, and this guy's way of looking after him was also different from ordinary people. He only thought of grabbing it back and pinching it, but for no reason. What a really bad taste. Dashao excitedly entered the small valley, hoping to reunite with the little beast after a long time. His eyes were filled with the familiar colors, and the fragrance assailed his nostrils. However, it was empty inside and not the slightest sound could be heard. Jun Moxie took 2 steps forward. The valley was filled with silence, and he could only hear the soft rustling of his own footsteps. It was obviously full of vitality, but it was as silent as a dead zone. The scenery inside the valley formed an unusually sharp contrast with this silence. This kind of comparison made people feel extremely strange. Jun Moxie carefully searched around again but found nothing. He walked to the stone room and saw that the black robe from that day was still quietly spread on the ground. Apart from that, there was nothing else. As for that adorable little beast, it was nowhere to be seen. Jun Wuxia didn't give up, and went out to search with his spirit sense. What if the little guy had gone out to look for food? Jun Wuxia's spiritual sense had become much stronger since he had entered the 3rd level of the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune. In fact, it was a far cry from what it had been before. Originally, he could only search within a radius of a few dozen feet, but now, it had expanded to a distance. The strength of the eldest young master's divine sense had already reached the level of a supreme being. However, this wasn't the result of the Hongjun Pagoda's spiritual sense. Instead, it was the result of Jun Wuxia's Sky Shen spiritual sense. Who would have believed that a mere initial level Tian Shen could have such a powerful divine sense? How could a mere initial level Tian Shen have such a powerful divine sense? Jun Moxie's thoughts followed the expansion of his divine sense. He slowly examined his surroundings bit by bit. However, they didn't find any clues at all. It was still silent, a deathly silence. How can this be? Although the last time I came here, it was also very peaceful. But now, it's deathly silent like a ghost town. How can I not be suspicious? This is the core of the Tianfa forest. Even the ordinary high-level Shen beasts don't dare to stay here. Could it be that even the peak level 9 Shen beasts don't dare to stay here? Through his previous communication with the 6 Shen beast kings, Da Xiao unexpectedly found out that there were many other peak level 9 Shen beasts in the Tianfa forest besides the 6 Shen beast kings. It's just that they haven't succeeded in transforming. The deathly stillness in front of me shouldn't be happening, right? Jun Moxie made up his mind. He launched his divine sense to the fullest. Like an invisible arrow, he shot into the depths of the forest. Just as Jun Moxie exerted his full strength and expanded the radius of his divine sense to more than 200 feet, he discovered the sounds of Shen beasts' activities in the east, west, and north. Only the south was still deathly silent. It seemed that the source of this strange phenomenon was in the south. Jun Moxie withdrew his divine sense from the other 3 directions. He narrowed the search area and focused on the south. He was convinced that there must be something fishy about such a strange phenomenon happening in a place like the Tianfa forest. Suddenly, his divine sense, which had always been successful in every endeavor, suddenly seemed to have bumped into an abnormally viscous place. Even with the young master's powerful divine sense, he was unexpectedly powerless to break through and advance. In fact, he couldn't even retreat. This feeling was like an insect flying in the air had bumped into a spider's web. Jun Moxie was shocked. He hastily withdrew his divine sense with all his strength. At this moment, a powerful divine sense suddenly came head-on. It fiercely collided with Jun Moxie's divine sense. Boom. Jun Moxie felt that his divine sense, which was not weak at all, had no room to resist this powerful divine sense that had suddenly appeared. There was a roar in his head. In a split second he felt dizzy and fell to the ground. His eyes, ears, mouth, and nose involuntarily overflowed with fine blood. This was because Da Xiao's current physical body had reached a rather tyrannical level. If it was his physical body from a few days ago, he would have been seriously injured under the backlash of such a divine sense collision. Jun Moxie's current divine sense had already reached the valiant level of a supreme master. He didn't expect that under the pressure of the powerful divine sense opposite him, he could not even withstand a single blow and was defeated like a landslide. Although the other party was suspected to have launched a sneak attack, the other party's powerful divine sense was still unquestionable. The person who possessed such a powerful divine sense definitely had a cultivation above the Supreme Master level. Even if this person's strength was not as strong as Venerable Mei's, he was more or less an expert of the same level. Could it be that there was such an expert hidden in the Tianfa forest? In that case, the foundation of the Tianfa forest was too strong. Previously, he was a little worried that the Tianfa forest would be at a disadvantage in the conflict between the big foreign lands a few years later. This was also one of the main reasons why Jun Moxie did his best to help the few major beast kings break through their bottlenecks and heal their injuries. Da Xiao really liked the simplicity and peacefulness of the few major beast kings. In order to let them have enough ability to protect themselves, he naturally had to improve their strength. However, if Tianfa had hidden another super expert, then the significance of helping the few major beast kings wouldn't be as great as it was originally. Perhaps the significance to the few major beast kings wouldn't change, but the significance to the future of the entire Tianfa forest would be a completely different matter. In the face of such a majestic and terrifying divine sense, Jun Moxie couldn't help but turn pale with fright even with his calmness and steadiness. This was because the impact hadn't ended yet. His own divine sense had completely retreated. However, the other party's divine sense was relentlessly chasing after him. It seemed as if it wouldn't stop until Da Xiao was destroyed. Jun Moxie's thoughts turned at lightning speed. He forcefully endured the pain in his mind, and barely used the remaining bit of clarity in his heart to activate the powerful aura of the Hongjun Pagoda's divine sense. It was like a sharp sword that could cut through the blue dome of heaven, and went head-on against the divine sense that was chasing after him. The power of the Hongjun Pagoda's divine sense was naturally not something that Da Xiao's own divine sense could compare to. It was far more extraordinary. This desperate counterattack easily intercepted the terrifying divine sense that was chasing after him, and launched another wave of intense battle. The other party's divine sense was also very intelligent. In a flash, it had already determined that the second wave of divine sense was far more powerful than its own. Both sides retreated as soon as the two sides collided. Jun Moxie's damaged divine sense was finally withdrawn from the sticky area with the help of the Hongjun Pagoda, and returned to his body. Under the protection of the Hongjun Pagoda's divine sense, it slowly returned. On the other side, an extremely tragic howl suddenly rang out from the distant south. It was obvious that this person's cultivation was extremely high, and his reaction speed was also very fast. However, he was still not a match for this kind of ancient divine object under the powerful counterattack of the Hongjun Pagoda. In addition, he had originally held the upper hand and had been caught off guard. Even during the second round of battle, his reaction speed was still very fast. He immediately retreated the moment he saw that he was no match for the other party. However, he still couldn't avoid suffering heavy injuries. The volume of this howl was extremely low, but it was extremely penetrating. The leaves on the flowering tree beside Jun Moxie also rustled and fell, and the sound spread far away. Jun Moxie's heart had finally returned to normal after his divine sense returned to his body. The feeling of powerlessness in his body had also disappeared. Jun Moxie wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were like a lonely wolf on a cold winter's night. He fiercely looked towards the south. There was another super strong expert there. There was a place over there that even the invisible and intangible divine sense couldn't penetrate. What was that place? What kind of person was there? Jun Moxie jumped up and used the yin-yang escape technique with all his strength. He instantly crossed the distance between the two places with a frightening speed of 1,000 miles per step, and disappeared on the spot. I must go and experience such a strange place for myself. I've already set my eyes on the Tian Fa forest. I want to make this place my future home. So, how can I not be aware of the mysterious phenomenon of such a strange existence, as well as the existence of that powerful person? That person and that place are definitely a huge hidden danger. What appeared in front of Jun Moxie was a strange milky white fog. It was strange to say that this fog was strange. Before turning around the mountain, there was no sign of its existence at all. Even when observing from the sky, there was no sign of its existence. But after turning around, it covered the sky and covered the earth. As far as the eye could see, there was only this kind of white fog. Boundless, vast and boundless. This kind of white fog was extremely strange. It was different from the ordinary fog, and it wasn't the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was so thick that it seemed to be a real substance. In the white fog, one couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. That feeling was like a real substance. Although it seemed soft and fragile, it was actually extremely tough. There was another strange thing about this white fog. Although the divine sense couldn't penetrate it, the physical body could. Jun Moxie gave it a try and stretched his arm in. He only felt that it was empty without any obstruction. It was very clear that there was an extremely vast space inside. But when Jun Moxie tried to use his divine sense to penetrate the white fog, he felt that the previous sticky feeling appeared again. It was as if he had fallen into a thick liquid. He couldn't move forward at all. In front of the divine sense, the white fog was extremely tough. It was like using one's finger to hold up a balloon. With a little bit of force, the balloon could sink in, but it wouldn't burst. That was the feeling that Jun Moxie felt when he released his divine sense. It was really strange. It was the first time that he found a strange place where his body could enter, but his divine sense couldn't. It seemed that the mysterious part of the Tian Fa forest still existed. Chapter 392. Jun Moxie had no choice but to go in. And that was because he was about to withdraw when he discovered a vine at the edge of the white mist. It had several leaves attached to it. The leaves were heptagonal in shape, and were as red as blood. Moreover, the veins of the leaves were clearly visible. In fact, it seemed as if they were about to bulge out of the surface of the leaves. The vine was unusually slender and snow-white in color. At first glance it seemed very soft. However, upon touching it, one would realize that this vine was as hard as steel. The 9 shen root. This was the 9 shen root vine leaf that he had been searching for. Jun Moxie was overjoyed. Grandpa Jun had consumed the last ingredient required for the advancement of the Shen Dan. He didn't expect to see it here. How could Jun Moxie let it go? Even if there were dangers inside, Jun Moxie must obtain the 9 shen root. The 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit certainly had the same effect. However, it was far beyond his reach. Not to mention the fact that most of the ingredients were still missing. Da Xiao was unable to refine it with his current cultivation level. He simply couldn't afford to wait any longer. Besides, after taking the Shen Dan, he could still refine the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit again. That was equivalent to advancing twice. If he were to use the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit to refine the spirit pill, then the original recipe would no longer have any effect. Unexpectedly, Jun Moxie, whom she had yearned for even in her dreams, had launched the yin-yang escape in high spirits. However, he was disappointed once again. The yin-yang escape art, which had been unstoppable in the past, and the invincible creation divine ability, had actually encountered an obstacle here. He could go left or right, but once he came into contact with the white fog, he would feel as if he had fallen into a swamp. Every step forward would consume a huge amount of spiritual energy. Now that he was trapped, Jun Moxie was experiencing this feeling. This was obviously a mountain of cotton that looked like a floating mountain. However, after entering, he could not see anything except for the shining white cotton. Under such circumstances, his eyes had become mere decorations. A single color could actually form such a strange concealment effect. The Tianfa forest actually had such a wonderful place. Jun Moxie was completely astonished. Of course, he didn't dare to rashly cancel the yin-yang escape and directly use his physical strength to enter. If that was the case, wouldn't he become a living target for the hidden experts inside? He didn't even know that he had been tricked to death. Although activating the yin-yang escape consumed a lot of spiritual qi, it could ensure that he was completely invisible. Even if the person inside had the ability to see through heaven and earth, he would absolutely not be able to see him. This was where his greatest advantage lay. How could the creation divine ability be ordinary? Jun Moxie was trapped in this wonderful environment. His hand was gently moving along the rattan of the 9 profound root, and he was slowly advancing inside as if he was sleepwalking. He wasn't worried in the slightest because he'd already tested it. Even though it wasn't easy to move forward, it was extremely easy to retreat and escape. He only needed a thought to get out. Therefore his safety was still guaranteed. Jun Moxie would only choose to move forward in such a strange place once his safety was guaranteed. He wouldn't step in if there was even a little danger. This was the cautiousness of the King of Assassins. However, Jun Moxie wouldn't return so easily. That was because he was determined to obtain the 9 Shen root. Jun Moxie's body had disappeared from that valley. The 6 Shen Beast Kings were drinking wine and celebrating several kilometers away. But they had also clearly heard this muffled and miserable howl from the south. Everyone was startled. Then it seemed as if they had thought of something at the same time. And they jumped up as if their butts were on fire. That's the direction of the Tianfa cave. Long Crane's voice was filled with panic and fear. It's the real Tianfa cave. Bear Mountain and the other 4 Shen Beast Kings' complexions turned pale. They didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent, and rushed towards that direction with all their strength. I don't know if it's because of that senior Feng from a while ago. We had been drinking wine a while ago. Moreover, he was in a hurry to leave. So, we forgot to remind him that he can't go there. Tiger King Earthcracker was somewhat anxious. Beads of sweat had started to appear on his forehead. He asked in an urgent voice as he sped away. It's hard to say. Eagle King Sky Splitter's face turned even darker. His eagle eyes were looking at the dark curtain of night ahead. Who would dare to barge into the Tianfa forest apart from that senior Feng? Would you dare? Ho Chi's complexion was very anxious. He was somewhat impatient as he spoke up. Let's hurry over. We must ask for leniency for him to leave if it's because of that senior Feng. This Monkey King had just received a great favor. So, how could he allow his benefactor to have an accident in his territory? Bear Mountain snorted and said, It's still too early to say anything. Who will have the upper hand? It's hard to say who will plead for leniency for whom. But I hope that old Bear's face is big enough. It could be seen from these words that Bear Mountain's confidence in this mysterious expert had reached an unparalleled level. Of course, it wasn't clear whether old Bear's face was big enough or not. But his face was certainly thick enough. In fact, he might not be number 1 in the world. But he would at least be peerless. Shut up. What time is this? Let's get there first. Long Crane turned his head and shouted. He felt that running on the ground was too slow. So he suddenly jumped up with a schwa sound. Then he somersaulted in midair and reverted to his original form. He had transformed into a majestic and beautiful white crane. Then he flapped his wings and flew over with a schwa sound. Bear Mountain saw him jump up and understood his intention. So he also jumped up. In fact, he jumped even higher than Long Crane. He was waiting for Long Crane to return to his original form. Then he would land on the ground and the two of them would go together. The 2 Beast Kings had cooperated in this manner for decades. So, they were very familiar with each other. However, they had miscalculated this time. Long Crane was very impatient this time. So, he somersaulted in midair and returned to his original form. Bear Mountain saw that he had finally returned to his original form. So, he hastily withdrew his energy and descended. But, Long Crane suddenly dashed out with a schwa sound as he was descending. I've completely screwed up. There was a loud bang, and Bear Mountain's burly body, which weighed several hundred kilograms, fell down from mid-air. Then he landed heavily on the ground and created a huge crater. However, he had been caught unprepared. So he had been caught off guard. So he hadn't been injured because of his thick skin. But there wasn't a single part of his body that didn't hurt. So Bear King sat on the ground and started cursing. The other Beast Kings were in no mood to care about him. So they swept past him. The Eagle King was the kindest of them all. He returned to his original form behind Bear Mountain, and grabbed his clothes with his mouth. Then he soared into the sky and threw Bear Mountain onto his back. His speed didn't slow down and he shot towards the south like a black arrow. The 6 Beast Kings had high cultivation. So they arrived at the forbidden area within a few breaths' time. They looked at the thick white fog in front of them. It seemed as if it hadn't made any sound since ancient times. The 6 Beast Kings carefully examined their surroundings. But they didn't find any traces of anyone coming here. So they were relieved. What they didn't know was that Jun Moxie had used the Yin Yang escape to come here, so how could he have left any traces? It would be a real miracle if such a creation divine art would leave any traces behind. It seems like no one has come. It's a good thing that no one has come. Long Crane heaved a sigh of relief and said, an ordinary person can't enter the forbidden area, so it should be fine. It's better to ask. Just now, the sound that came out from the forbidden area was extremely heart-wrenching, Bucho Sure said worriedly. We all know that if it wasn't for extreme pain, one would definitely not make that kind of sound. Ho Chi objected, sometimes the pain that one needs to experience during a breakthrough in cultivation is also extremely difficult to endure. Perhaps that's why the sound just now came out. Although this kind of sound is not common in the Tianfa forest, it is not rare either. Is there a need to make such a fuss? You're right. It's common for high-level Shen beasts to make such a sound when they practice. But have you ever heard of such a sound coming from the forbidden area? Bucho Sure retorted sarcastically. Long Crane thought for a moment. Then he finally mustered his strength and asked, the current Crane King of Tianfa Long Crane has come to pay his respects. Does the senior of the Holy Land have any instructions for me? His deep and resounding voice was transmitted into the white fog. A long while passed. Then an angry voice was heard from the white fog, pay your respects. Hurry up and get the hell out of my grandma. The 6 Beast Kings looked at each other in amazement. They stared at each other for a while. Then they dejectedly returned the way they had come. The 6 of them were very unlucky. The person inside had been caught off guard by Jun Moxie using the Hongjun Pagoda's enormous spiritual sense. So they had suffered a huge defeat. So they were lamenting the fact that their heroes were past their prime. So they were extremely anxious. But the 6 Beast Kings had chosen this time to pay their respects. The 6 monarchs didn't dare to complain in the slightest even though they had just eaten a hot fart. Instead, they left faster than anything else, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. A voice was heard from the thick fog after a while. Damn it! I forgot to ask them if anyone had come in. What kind of guy is so troublesome? His spiritual sense is so powerful that it's terrifying. I'm afraid that we would have died if we hadn't pulled back in time. Jun Moxie was operating the Yin Yang escape with all his strength. So, it was very difficult for him to pass through the thick fog. He couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. It seems that the guy inside isn't very smart. How can a human strength or a beast's strength contend against the Hongjun Pagoda's spiritual sense? But that guy was able to preserve his life under the full force of the Hongjun Pagoda's counterattack. In fact, he didn't even sustain any serious injuries. So that's very impressive. He followed the 9 Shen Vine step by step. And he was extremely cautious with each step. Jun Moxie didn't believe that the person inside was living in such a sticky environment. That person would have died. Moreover, he had been leading the 9 Shen Vine all the way here. But he hadn't bumped into any trees or vegetation. This is abnormal. The 9 Shen Vine exists in this place. So, how can there be no other plants and vegetation? This doesn't make any sense. Jun Moxie didn't know how far he had gone. But he finally felt that the white fog in front of him had become thinner. So, his spirits rose and he advanced in that direction with all his strength. Jun Moxie suddenly felt his entire body loosen up. He had finally passed through the thick white fog. He looked around and saw that he was in an open space. The white fog was still thick all around him. He couldn't see the sky or the sun. He couldn't see anything to his left or right. As far as he could only see a radius of a few hundred feet. Apart from that, there was nothing else but the thick white fog that seemed to stretch on endlessly. There was a clump of trees not far in front of him. and there seemed to be a hillside in the distance. But it was shrouded by the white fog. He could clearly see the faint white fog in the midst of the flowers, grass and trees. The white fog was thinner in the densely forested areas. And the white fog was thicker in the sparsely forested areas. Jun Moxie finally saw the light. He still didn't know what this white fog was. But he knew one thing. The strange white fog would be less in the lush forested areas. On the contrary, it would be more in the densely forested areas. Jun Moxie heaved a sigh as he looked at the boundless white fog. It seems like there aren't many trees and flowers in this place. It's no wonder that the 9-shen root, such an eccentric and poisonous plant, can grow in this place. The 9-shen root's main body was growing and spreading along a thick pine tree. Jun Moxie discovered that the trees in the middle of the white fog weren't very tall. The tallest tree was only a dozen or so meters tall. But each of them was very thick. The dense white fog in the sky had probably restricted the growth of the trees. So they could only grow horizontally. However, Jun Moxie didn't understand one thing. There was no sunlight in this place. So how could the trees survive? Not to mention that they had been growing for thousands of years. Jun Moxie heaved a sigh. He didn't want to think about these difficult questions anymore. The Tianfa forest was full of mysteries. And these mysteries weren't something that he could unravel with his current strength. The reason why the Yin-Yang escape was so difficult to move forward in this place was probably because his skill hadn't reached the required level yet. But he would definitely unravel these mysteries one day. And the Tianfa forest would have completely accepted him at that time. But he didn't want to think about these forbidden areas at the moment. He just needed to dig out the 9-shen root. Jun Moxie was about to move. But he heard a soft sound coming from the forest. It sounded like a snort from an animal. Jun Moxie looked in the direction of the sound. A huge golden-furred bear slowly stood up from the shroud of the white fog. Then it stretched its huge waist. It was a 9th-grade peak-level shen beast. Jun Moxie didn't want to complicate things. So he dived into the ground and dug out the 9-shen root. The unique fragrance of the 9-shen root became even clearer in the soil. Jun Moxie held it in his hands. He was overjoyed. The milky white 9-shen root was sparkling and translucent like jade in his hands. The age of the 9-shen root was very strict. It was black when it was born. After 10 years it would turn brown. After 100 years it would turn yellow. After 1,000 years it would turn red. Only the 9-shen root that had grown for more than 10,000 years would turn milky white. This was the best quality 9-shen root. Jun Moxie hadn't expected to find such a big surprise in this place. The size of this 9-shen root wasn't small. It could be used to concoct medicine for Grandpa Jun. However, most of it could still be used to concoct various divine pills. Jun Moxie's mind moved. He put the 9-shen root into the Hongjun pagoda. He was so happy that he forgot himself. He let out a long laugh. And whistling sounds came from all directions. It turned out that there was more than one level 9-shen beast in this place. Furthermore, from the scanning of his spiritual sense, Jun Moxie discovered that there were actually quite a few spiritual senses similar to the one he'd clashed with earlier. Jun Moxie's body couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Oh my god. Why are there so many powerful beings hidden in this place? However, he didn't dare to delay any longer. So he rushed out with a whooshing sound. It took a lot of effort to get in. But it was easy to get out. In fact, it only took him a moment to escape from the range of the white fog. He looked at the strange white fog from afar. Jun Moxie's mouth revealed a smile. He then muttered, "I will be back. Definitely." There was a huge rock in front of him. A few large characters were engraved on it. And Jun Moxie finally understood what this place was. Tianfa Cave. This is one of the most mysterious places in the world. Tianfa Cave. Not bad. Not bad. It's worthy of being called a legendary mysterious place. Jun Moxie laughed in his heart. His body was like a light breeze as he welcomed the first glimmer of dawn in the sky. Then he swaggered off towards Tiannan City. It was truly a bountiful harvest. Moreover, it was an unexpected bountiful harvest. This bountiful harvest made Jun Moxie extremely satisfied. Not only did Jun Moxie prepare all the medicinal ingredients for the Shendan for Grandpa Jun, he had also distributed all the medicinal ingredients needed for the concoction of the Shendan. With the richness of the medicinal ingredients in Tianfa forest, after thousands of years of accumulation, what kind of heaven and earth elixirs could not be found there? Basically, with the exception of some heaven and earth elixirs that could only grow in special environments, Tianfa forest could be found everywhere. How much effort would this save him? Moreover, he had a good relationship with the beast kings of Tianfa. They were practically wearing the same pair of pants. This was an extremely powerful help. The current Jun Moxie still looked like the debauchee he had been half a year ago. But Jun Moxie's hidden and visible foundation had already reached an astonishing level. The Jun family's military power in Tianxiang City could not be ignored. They had a large foundation among the people. Hai Qinfeng and Song Shang had been helping Jun Moxie take care of the underground gangs in the capital. Everything was in order. At least, they knew all the movements in the capital like the back of their hands. In terms of business, the genius businessman Tang Yuan was haggling over the smallest details. The aristocratic hall of the capital was like a money-making tree. Moreover, it was the kind of money-making tree that shook several times a day. In terms of personal strength, Jun Zhantian was at the peak of Tianxian. Jun Wui was at the intermediate level of Tianxian. Jun Moxie was at the primary level of Tianxian. And all three of them were about to be promoted. Especially Jun Zhantian and Jun Wui. In Jun Moxie's plan, they were already real Xinxian experts. In terms of external help, one of the 8 great masters, Solitary Eagle, was now a guest at the Jun family. He was also Jun Moxie's grandmother. The Dongfang family's oath was about to be broken by Jun Moxie. At that time, it would be another world-shaking assassin force. Just his 3 uncles were already Xinxian. Even if the Dongfang family's strength was inferior, how could it be? In the distant Tianfa forest, there were still 6 Shen Beast Kings working hard to prepare elixirs for him. It could be said that as long as Jun Moxie used his mysterious identity, he could mobilize the peak level 9 Shen Beasts and Shen Beast Kings in the Tianfa forest to help him in battle. This was not an impossible thing. Moreover, this was what these guys were looking for. Jun Moxie had invented a mysterious expert, and that was the most awesome of them all. Who in the world didn't know that the Jun family had such an awesome and peerless master behind them? This invisible deterrent was the Jun family's greatest reliance at the moment. Who in the world would dare to compete with the Jun family because of this? Didn't they see that the second great master, Li Jutian, had turned into ashes? Moreover, the Bailey family's genius, Bailey Luo Yun, was waiting in the southern Heaven City. Recruiting Bailey Luo Yun was also related to Jun Moxie's big plan. It could be said that the current Jun Moxie, even in this world of mortals, already possessed a decisive power. Chapter 393. In Tianan City. After Jun Moxie left Guanqing Han's tent, the exhausted Guanqing Han closed her eyes and lay on her bed. Because Da Xiao was by her side, her spirit was always very tense and her heart was not distracted. How could she care about other things? As soon as Da Xiao left, her cold mind instantly slackened. All the fatigue and pain attacked her at the same time. Only then did she feel that there was no part of her body that was not in pain. Even a very subtle movement would cause abnormally severe pain. It's all that damn enemy's doing, how could he be so painful? Guanqing Han's entire body felt weak. She didn't even feel like moving her little finger. 2 streams of tears streamed down her cheeks. It wasn't because she regretted helping the young master to expel the effects of the drug. Nor was it because she resented Jun Moxie. Instead, it was because she was in too much pain. She was the only person in this place. So, her tears were the only way to alleviate this pain. There was no doubt that in the previous sudden storm, although Guanqing Han had been passively bearing it and had long been mentally prepared, she still inevitably exhausted every bit of her physical strength and profound strength. Now she felt that from her bones to her muscles, there was no place in her body that could release any strength. Guanqing Han felt a little surprised that her eyeballs could still move. The 2 lines of clear tears were almost the only reaction she could make. In fact, when she used up the last of her strength to stand up in Jun Moxie's tent and put on her clothes in order to protect her dignity and pride, she was already like this. However, she didn't want to show her weakness in front of Jun Moxie. She kept telling herself that this was a mistake. In order to save him, in order to save the only descendant of the 3rd generation of the Jun family, she had no other choice. After this incident, there would be no trace of the spring dream. They would have nothing to do with each other and there would be no need to do so. Although she wanted to, she couldn't convince herself. You are my woman. This is the truth. Jun Moxie's domineering face and unquestionable tone when he'd said those words had appeared in front of her eyes over and over again like a dream. She then replayed it over and over again. Once everything settles down, I'll marry you. It was still that man's voice. Was it a promise? Was it a wish? Wasn't that a mistake? Really? But why am I so afraid? But in my heart, why is there still a trace of shyness and happiness? Even if I did it to save the only descendant of the 3rd generation of the Jun family, why didn't I die to apologize to the world? Why didn't I use my life to protect the reputation of the two families? I didn't even think of doing so. What? Am I actually a shameless woman? What? Lying quietly on the bed, Guan Qinghan's thoughts were like a tide, surging endlessly, as if she had completely forgotten about the discomfort in her body. His face suddenly turned red, then white, and then red again all the way to his neck, alternating back and forth. 2 lines of tears slowly flowed down from the corners of her eyes, soaking her satin-like black hair, but this time it wasn't because of the pain. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. After an unknown amount of time, it seemed as if someone was talking outside, but Guan Qinghan didn't care. At this time, how could she be in the mood to care about such trivial matters? But even if you weren't in the mood to care, things would still come to bother you. The curtain of the tent was lifted, and a small head poked its head inside. It looked around furtively and then tiptoed inside. "Elder Sister Guan, are you all right?" Dugu Xiaoyi's face was full of shame and loss. She looked at Guan Qinghan with tearful eyes, and then carefully sat on the edge of the bed. The little girl's figure had visibly thinned out in the middle of the night. The little girl was born in one of the largest families in the entire Tian Empire. But the younger generation of this huge family were all boys except for her. So Dugu Xiaoyi was the only red dot in the middle of the green. So the amount of love and care she received was unimaginable. In this era, men and women were the most guarded against each other. Even an ordinary girl from an ordinary family would have to abide by the rules before she was married. She would have to be strictly guarded for fear that the slightest bit of bad news would spread. So, how could a super family like the Dugu family be able to do that? Not to mention others, even the servants in the family had to be vigilant at all times. If anyone dared to say something that shouldn't be said in front of the madam and miss, it would be an unforgivable crime. There was an old master, 3 great generals, 7 ruthless young masters, and more than 20 young madams. The old lady? Which one of them couldn't decide the life and death of the servants? If some indecent things were to be spread to the little princess' ears, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not to mention the little girl was only 16 years old this year. What could she know? For the young girls in this era, it was only on the night before they got married, when the mother and the child were blushing together. Only then would the mother give a few simple pointers, and then bestow an erotic silk to the daughter. Then she would sneakily let the daughter keep it close to her body. Of course, there would also be a piece of white handkerchief that she would carry with her at all times, indicating the purpose of it. Then she would send her mother's most trusted personal nanny to escort her to the wedding. At this time, the real enlightenment would begin. That was how to do certain things and so on. This loyal and devoted old nanny would teach her by example. Cough, 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 even her own mother would be too shy to talk about it in front of her own daughter. Therefore, the fact that Dugu Xiaoyi knew so much and even knew the ambiguous phrase, cooked rice, was already quite an amazing thing. Dugu Xiaoyi's ignorance was the most normal, the cutest, and the purest. On the contrary, if a girl from a respectable family like her knew everything in this aspect, she could quickly pick up the cart and spontaneously pose when the man said old man. How fucking terrifying would it be? Not to mention other things, who would dare to marry such a daughter-in-law in this era? Even if he forced himself to marry her, he would not be happy for the rest of his life. Looking at the culprit in front of her, Guan Qinghan had a complicated look in her eyes. She didn't know why she couldn't feel any hatred at all, even though she had suffered so much because of her. Wasn't it because of her that she had lost her virginity, which was as precious as her life, and suffered so much pain? It was her who thought she was smart enough to cook some rice. The firewood was burning and the rice was cooked, but she was scared away by the rice that she had cooked, and then she took advantage of it. Wait a minute. Why did she say, took advantage of her? Obviously she was the one who suffered undeserved calamity. How could this be called, taken advantage? It's so painful, it's so painful. How much did I suffer? Thinking of this, Guan Qinghan's face suddenly burned like a fire, but she didn't know whether it was because of anger or shame. Sister Qinghan, I'm really sorry about that. I didn't mean it. I really didn't know it would turn out like this. Dugu Xiaoyi had a sad face and her face was full of heartache. However, her heartache was because she had missed that once-in-a-lifetime great opportunity. Moreover, the rice that she had cooked was eaten by someone else, and she still had to apologize and apologize. The little girl felt very wronged. It's nothing. It's all in the past. Guan Qinghan forced a smile. She wanted to raise her hand but she couldn't. It was really too painful. Even the slightest movement would cause a heart-wrenching pain. Sister Qinghan. Does it hurt? Dugu Xiaoyi stammered for a long time. Seeing that Guan Qinghan didn't move at all, she couldn't help but ask curiously, Sister Qinghan? Does it hurt? Cough cough cough. Guan Qinghan blushed and looked at her. How could she answer this question? No matter how she answered it, it wouldn't be right. Sister Qinghan, actually, even if you don't answer me, I know that it must be very painful, right? Sister Qinghan, you've suffered. Dugu Xiaoyi said with some sympathy. He hit you, right? You hit me? Guan Qinghan's beautiful eyes widened inexplicably. Where did this come from? Jun Moxie was poisoned and he wasn't crazy. Why would he hit me? Yes. That day, I also saw Brother Emosia's expression. It was too scary. He must have hit you. Yeah, it's all my fault. Dugu Xiaoyi said with some absent-mindedness. It was obvious that she wanted to say something but didn't dare to say it. He. Guan Qinghan finally understood. It turned out that this little girl didn't understand anything. Just now she thought that, however, her courage was a little too big. How could she dare to ask anything? Sister Qinghan, can I ask you a question? Dugu Xiaoyi saw that Guan Qinghan suddenly smiled. Her heart inexplicably relaxed. She couldn't help but feel relaxed. It was a little bit like her usual unscrupulous self. What question? You can ask. Guan Qinghan looked at her tenderly. She couldn't do anything about this little girl. A cough cough. But, how did you eat? Is it delicious? Dugu Xiaoyi's hands rubbed the corner of her clothes. Her charming face was crimson. She was somewhat embarrassed. What do you mean how did I eat? I didn't eat anything. Guan Qinghan looked at her in surprise. Why did this little girl speak so incomprehensibly today? It's Brother Emosia. Wasn't he cooked by me? Dugu Xiaoyi's voice became lower and lower. Her face became redder and redder. She gathered her courage and asked, after that, the cooked rice was eaten by you alone. How did you eat it?